Reverend Insanity Chapter 170 to Chapter 221. White clothes, one arm, snow-white hair, blue eyes. If not by Ning Bing, who else could it be? Before the ice blade even reached his body, Fang Yuan felt a cold aura assaulting him, like a cold star falling to the ground. The killing intent was cold and merciless. Fang Yuan's eyes were eerie black, not moving in the face of danger. He leapt backwards and poured his primeval essence into the sky canopy goo, creating a white armor to protect himself. With a muffled sound, the ice blade heavily struck the ground, and in that instant, a pile of white icicles burst out, protruding from the ground. Crack crack, the sharp icicles protruded all the way, extending in a straight line towards the direction Fang Yuan was retreating, forming an ice path. Fang Yuan lightly flipped to the side, dodging it. The mountain path was narrow, and he slid down into the valley. He. Fang Yuan, oh Fang Yuan, why do I always want to kill you when I see you? Tell me. Bai Ningbing excitedly shook, laughing maniacally. His laughter attracted the gazes of the other Gu masters in the valley. Seeing Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan, their expressions varied. Lord Bai Ningbing, I'm here to help you. A Bai clan Gu master who was standing at the side shouted, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. Clan leader, it's our clan's Fang Yuan. A Guyue clan Gu master shouted. I know. Clan leader Guyue Bo's expression was uncertain. He dodged the Bai clan leader's attack, and made up his mind, shouting, deal with this first. Fang Yuan had mysteriously disappeared before the wolf tide, causing Guyue clan's higher-ups to be suspicious of him. Adding on the huge pressure from the Bai clan Gu masters, no one went to help Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing looked at the arrival of his helper. But he was furious, shouting at the person, go away, this is my battle, don't interfere. Lord Bai Ningbing, you lost an arm, it is detrimental to your battle. You are our Bai clan's hope, we cannot touch you. Let me clear the obstacles for you. The Bai clan Gu master shouted. As he leaped, he charged in front of Fang Yuan. He activated his Gu, and an orange-yellow light surged out of his palms. Bang! He patted the ground lightly. When the yellow light entered the ground, a mound of earth immediately rose up. The mound moved rapidly towards Fang Yuan, growing larger and larger. Suddenly, the mound exploded. A yellow and muddy hand appeared. This hand was incomparably huge and was as tall as an adult. It grabbed at Fang Yuan from afar, and its might was suffocating. Fang Yuan snorted disdainfully. The gigantic hand was about to grab him and kill him. Suddenly, a dark golden light surged out of the aperture, forming a dazzling light band that wrapped around Fang Yuan's body. When the giant hand reached him, it was twisted a few times by the dark golden belt of light and shattered. What kind of goo is this? Bai Ningbing was shocked. The dark golden light dissipated. The true appearance of the goo worm was revealed. It was more than a meter long and as wide as 2 fists. The dark gold carapace exuded a domineering aura, and the sharp silver teeth on both sides of its body flickered with a cold light. Chainsaw Golden Centipede. Come. Fang Yuan shouted, and shook his right arm. His right hand turned into a palm. The Chainsaw Golden Centipede's countless legs climbed agilely on his body. Its body twisted like a snake, coiling around his right arm. It opened its mouth and swallowed Fang Yuan's right palm, all the way to his forearm. Fang Yuan swung his arm, and the meter-long golden centipede swung its tail. It drew an arc in the air, making a light sound. At this moment, the golden centipede shrunk its body to the limit. Its length of nearly 2 meters immediately shrunk to 1.5 meters. At the same time, its 2 legs shrunk into the carapace. Only 2 rows of silver teeth were left. At first glance, it was as if Fang Yuan was holding a dark gold and silver sword with a pointless blade. The Bai clan Gu master who came to help was shocked. He had never thought that the Chainsaw Golden Centipede could be used like this. Gu masters nurture Gu, refine Gu, and use Gu, all of them were profound. Fang Yuan's usage could be said to be bold and imaginative, pushing the limits of one's imagination. In fact, this usage was not invented by Fang Yuan. In his previous life, 300 years later, there was a new talent of the demonic path, known as the Chainsaw Mad Demon. He used the rank 4 Lightning Tooth Killer Centipede, which was one of the directions of the rank 3 Chainsaw Golden Centipede's advancement. But in this life, Fang Yuan's usage of it was unprecedented. I'll show you. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a cold smile, activating his aperture's primeval essence and pouring it into the chainsaw golden centipede's body. Buzz. Buzz. Buzz, the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of silver teeth started moving crazily, letting out a manic sound that caused one's heart to tremble. Thunder wings goo, Fang Yuan's eyes shone with a sharp light, and a pair of eerie blue lightning wings formed behind him with a swoosh. Swoosh, the thunder wings flapped, and he shot out like lightning. Fast. Fast. Fast, this speed caused the Bai Clan Gu Master's pupils to shrink, a cold glint flashing in his eyes. The aura of death assaulted him, and he screamed, activating his strongest Gu worm. His body shone with a thick yellow light. The yellow light was like armor, but before it could fully form, Fang Yuan had already charged towards him. His black hair danced in the wind, his eyes like lightning, like a demon god coming out of a nightmare to kill his way into the mortal world. His movements were fierce, completely stretching out his muscles, and the strength of 2 boars burst out to the limit. The golden centipede was like a sword, drawing a beautiful golden shadow in the air. The sawteeth spun crazily, fiercely slashing at the Bai Clan Gu Master's waist. Crack crack crack, the yellow light armor was crushed by the sawteeth, and before it could fully form, it disintegrated in an instant. The sawteeth pierced into flesh like cutting butter. Fang Yuan swung, and his flesh was minced into pieces, his spine snapped, and his organs were instantly destroyed. The Bai Clan Gu Master's upper body flew up, but his lower body remained on the spot. Plop. His eyes were wide open, looking at his lower body in horror, and he died in extreme shock. This commotion caused the attacks of everyone in the midst of a fierce battle to stagnate. They looked at Fang Yuan, their gazes filled with shock and anger. This Bai Clan Gu Master was a rank 3 elder, and was quite famous. But Fang Yuan's attacks were wild, pressing forward with indomitable will, killing him in an instant. His body was covered in blood, and the Bai Clan Gu Master's flesh and bones were still on him. The chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of sawteeth spun crazily, such a ferocious might that people could not help but look at it. What a good Gu worm! Bai Ningbing shouted, his eyes suddenly shining with crazed excitement. Fang Yuan, you did not disappoint me. Let's fight! He shouted, his expression as passionate as fire, pouncing towards Fang Yuan. Noisy. Fang Yuan's expression was cold as ice. He turned around and counterattacked. Bam, the chainsaw golden centipede and the ice blade fiercely collided, and with a cracking sound, the sawteeth cut into the ice blade. Ice shards flew in all directions. The next moment, the chainsaw golden centipede broke the ice blade, and swept towards Bai Ningbing's face. Bai Ningbing's expression changed. He decisively gave up on the ice blade and retreated, pulling out a distance of over 2 meters. The chainsaw golden centipede was only 1.5 m long when shrunk. Including Fang Yuan's right arm, it was still a little short of Bai Ningbing's size. But Fang Yuan willed, and the chainsaw golden centipede suddenly extended its body. This? Bai Ningbing was shocked, not expecting such a change. He was hit in the chest by the centipede's tail. Even with the protection of the ice muscles, a large wound was still cut open. At that moment, he felt a strong force surging towards him. He unavoidably flew backwards, crashing into a huge rock behind him. Blood splattered on the surface of the rock, but the ice muscles quickly stopped the bleeding. Bai Ningbing coughed violently, and was about to get up when he suddenly heard a thunderous wind. The wind howled in his ears. An unprecedented sense of danger filled his heart. Bai Ningbing's pupils shrunk, and without raising his head, he quickly rolled away. Bam! The next moment, the chainsaw golden centipede descended from the sky, carrying a fierce aura as it heavily struck the huge rock he was lying on. The silver edges of the blade moved crazily. The huge rock crumbled. If this attack landed on me, I'm afraid. Bai Ningbing felt a chill in his heart, and an unyielding anger rose in his heart. Ever since the battle with Guyue Qingshu, he did not suppress his cultivation, and allowed it to grow freely. Although he lost an arm, his cultivation was still intact, but he was actually suppressed by a rank 3 initial stage Fang Yuan, unwillingness, humiliation, anger, kill. He roared, and with a flick of his wrist, primeval essence poured into the ice blade goo in his palm, creating a brand new ice blade. Seeing Bai Ningbing charging over, Fang Yuan sneered, and went on the offensive. He had obtained the black and white boar goo, and his strength was above Bai Ningbing's. Right now, the chainsaw golden centipede was as light as a tree branch. Cut, chop, hack, twist, twist. The golden centipede's blade moved crazily, and in Fang Yuan's hands, it was sometimes agile like a bee, sometimes heavy like an elephant, sometimes fierce like a tiger, and sometimes soft like a snake. More importantly, the golden centipede moved according to Fang Yuan's will, shrinking and lengthening at times, sometimes long and sometimes short, sometimes straight and sometimes curved, making Bai Ningbing very uncomfortable and unable to defend against it. He screamed loudly, retreating step by step, his body full of injuries. His white battle robe had already turned into a ragged beggar's attire. Fang Yuan's black wind danced, and his expression was cold as he displayed his proficient sword skills, blade skills, axe skills, and rod skills. He combined all of them together, and the chainsaw golden centipede became a deadly weapon. Goo worms also depended on who was using them. Good one, Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing screamed. Countless ice blades were destroyed, and he finally realized that he could not fight with Fang Yuan head-on. His body was bathed in blood, and his ice muscles' defense was almost broken, but this made him even more passionate for battle. If close combat was not possible, then long range. Bluebird ice coughing goo, Bai Ningbing pulled some distance away, and spat. Birds flapped their wings, flying towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was not flustered, and his expression did not change. With a flick of his left wrist, the blood moonblade intercepted these ice birds, causing them to self-destruct in the air. Others were usually only good at using one hand's moonblade, but with Fang Yuan's rich battle experience, he could use his left hand's moonblade skillfully. Bai Ningbing saw that this did not work, and used icicle goo. Icicle after icicle flew out, and mixed with the blue birds, forming a concentrated attack. Fang Yuan only had one long-range method, and could only choose to intercept the more threatening ice birds. As for the icicles, he dodged them, and used the sky canopy goo to block them. Bai Ningbing finally gained the upper hand, and was about to increase his battle prowess when he suddenly saw Fang Yuan sneer, and with a flick of his right hand, the chainsaw golden centipede left the ground, and quickly burrowed into the ground. The hidden threat was simply too great. Bai Ningbing was stunned. She cursed out loud and hurriedly leaped back. You forced me to do this. Bai Ningbing gritted his teeth, forming an ice blade. At the same time, he secretly activated the whirlwind goo and fierce wind goo. The white ice blade storm rose again. At first, it was only a small wave, but soon, it expanded. Icy winds howled, frost and snow flew everywhere. Ice spread on the ground, effectively restraining the chainsaw golden centipede's underground assault. This ice blade storm was Bai Ningbing's unique move. It also displayed the battle talent of this northern dark ice soul physique. This was the combination of the ice blade goo, whirlwind goo, and fierce wind goo, forming the profundity of both offense and defense. Without the cooperation of two or more defensive goo worms, it was impossible to resist. The fierce winds howled, the blades froze, and the white storm spun like a huge beast awakening, opening its mouth and wanting to swallow Fang Yuan. This was the simultaneous attack of three goo. The attack was fierce, able to freeze all life. Even with the sky canopy goo's defense, Fang Yuan might not be able to block it. As the storm approached, Fang Yuan showed a disdainful expression. The lightning wings on his back spread, and he flew backwards like lightning, pulling a large distance away from this ice blade storm. Now was different from the past. If it was before, his movement speed would not be able to match this storm, but now, the storm could not catch up to him. Fang Yuan's eyes shone, and he nimbly made a turn in the air, flying towards the valley. The ice blade storm chased closely behind him. Don't come over. Get lost. Be it the Bai clan Goo masters or the Guyue clan, they were all cursing and shouting. Fang Yuan sneered without saying a word, charging forward with his head down. From the ice blade storm behind him, Bai Ningbing's laughter could be vaguely heard, chasing Fang Yuan relentlessly. Don't even think of going any further. A Bai clan Goo master stood in front of Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan hooked his hand, and a thick golden line jumped out from the ground, landing on his right arm like a huge sword. Buzz buzz buzz, the violent sound of the saw teeth moving could be heard, causing this by Clan Gu Master's eyelids to twitch. Fang Yuan held the chainsaw golden centipede in his right hand, while his left hand shone with a bloody light. The blood moon Gu was ready to fire, and his whole body was covered with a layer of white armor. The lightning wings on his back shook violently, and his black hair fluttered in the wind. Behind him was a white storm the size of a small mountain. His aura was simply monstrous, and his eyes emitted a fierce killing intent. It was as if he had become a fierce general who could move freely on the battlefield. He wanted to trample all his enemies into minced meat and chop all his opponents into broken bones. Ah! That by Clan Gu Master felt an unparalleled pressure. Veins popped out on his forehead as he suddenly shouted, encouraging himself. But as he shouted, he saw Fang Yuan charging towards him with an indomitable will. He suddenly stopped shouting and started running. He was scared. The fear in his heart caused his fighting spirit to slacken. Fang Yuan didn't care about him. He rushed towards the dying Thunder Crown Wolf in the valley. Strong winds howled with ferocious momentum. Wherever he went, Gu Masters would avoid him. The Thunder Crown Wolf roused its spirit, turning its head towards Fang Yuan. Lightning flashed in its sharp teeth. The dignity of a myriad beast king made it unwilling to accept death, and even at death's door, it had to retaliate, just as Fang Yuan was about to crash into the Thunder Crown Wolf like a meteor crashing into the earth. But at the crucial moment, he suddenly stomped his feet and rushed into the sky, flying diagonally out of the valley. Not long after he flew out of the valley, he heard an intense explosion behind him. The Thunder Crown Wolf's miserable howls and the Iceblade Storm's roars mixed together. A move like the Iceblade Storm could be said to be by Ning Bing's ingenuity, but it had a flaw, which was that it was difficult to control and control. Of course, this storm collided with the Thunder Crown Wolf because of Bai Ning Bing's personality. The Thunder Crown Wolf was fiercely suppressed by the White Storm. It was already on the verge of death, and now it was even harder to resist. Its scales were sliced into pieces, flesh and blood splattered everywhere, and its white bones were exposed, but they were quickly cut into pieces by the ice blades. Damn it! Seeing this, the Guyue clan members all cursed. The Bai clan Gu masters also showed a pained expression. With Bai Ningbing's method, after the Thunder Crown Wolf dies, there would not be any valuable loot left on its body. But Bai Ningbing did not mind. Instead, he spun faster and faster, as if enjoying the pleasure of killing a myriad beast king. One by one, goo worms turned into rays of light, flying out of the Thunder Crown Wolf's body. These wild goo worms were living on the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, mutually benefiting each other and working together to survive. Now that the Thunder Crown Wolf was on the verge of death, they were like the crew of a shipwrecked ship, naturally abandoning this sinking ship and escaping for their lives. Catch them! Quick, stop these goo worms! The two clan leaders shouted almost at the same time. The scene was in chaos again. The clan elders attacked each other, trying to stall each other. The two clan leaders could not free themselves, and in the end, only 2 or 3 clan elders with movement goo worms managed to fly out of the valley. The wild goo worms scattered in all directions. Fang Yuan concentrated, trying his best to distinguish them. Unfortunately, my investigative goo is the earth communication eargrass, it cannot strengthen my vision. This Thunder Crown Wolf definitely has a healing goo on it. Whether I can catch it or not will depend on my luck. This was purely a test of luck, but Fang Yuan had no other choice. There were thousands of investigative goo worms, but he only had the earth communication eargrass. His lightning wings spread, and he charged towards the nearest goo worm. This goo was covered in a layer of blue light, and was flying far away. Fang Yuan caught up to it, and stretched out his hand, grabbing towards it. Whoosh, an intense electric current burst out from its body, attacking Fang Yuan. Lightning wings were formed from electric currents, it had speed, but was not agile. Fang Yuan grunted, and relied on the sky canopy goo to take this electric current. He could have gone against it and grabbed this goo, but he wisely chose to give up. This goo's ability had already been exposed, it could activate electric currents to attack enemies, and was clearly an offensive goo worm, not the healing goo that Fang Yuan wanted. Fang Yuan gave up on it, and pounced towards another goo worm. As he got closer, he could see the goo's full appearance. Its body was like a light blue glass, flying in the air, and its semicircular shell had turtle shell markings. Thunder Shield Goo. This was a defensive goo, able to form a semicircular electric shield. Fang Yuan had already decided to let it go, and looked around, finding his third target. But at this moment, a white figure rushed out from the valley, holding an ice blade and shouting Fang Yuan's name. Fang Yuan sighed, knowing that luck was not on his side. He could only settle for the next best thing, grabbing the Thunder Shield Goo in front of him. The Thunder Shield Goo raised a lightning shield, and the eerie blue electric currents flickered, attempting to block Fang Yuan's hand. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, and the spring-autumn cicada's aura leaked out. This Thunder Shield Goo immediately withered, as if it had died. The shield dissipated, and it fell towards the forest below. Fang Yuan lightly grabbed it, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined it. Stealth Scales Goo. His body rippled like water, and he disappeared on the spot. Fang Yuan! Bai Ningbing shouted, lightning flashing in his eyes. This was the rank 3 lightning eye goo, able to borrow the power of lightning to see through invisibility. But it did not have the ability to see through things. Fang Yuan paid attention this time, and although he was invisible, he still used the rocks and forest to hide his tracks. Bai Ningbing looked around, and roared in anger, finding nothing. Fang Yuan found a hidden spot, and immediately sat cross-legged, activating the Tusita flower and spitting out the Yuan stone. Although he advanced to rank 3, the primeval essence in his aperture was only 42%. Although he had the upper hand in the battle earlier, he could not maintain it for long. Now, there was only a thin layer of primeval essence left in his aperture, less than 30%. Goo Masters needed primeval essence to activate goo worms. Without primeval essence, a Goo Master's battle strength would plummet. In extreme situations, they could not even win against mortals. The Yuan stone continued to shrink, and natural primeval essence continuously poured into Fang Yuan's body, and the primeval sea in his aperture started to rise. When he was rank 1 and rank 2, he could use the Yuan stone to replenish his primeval essence at an impressive speed. But after reaching rank 3, because the quality of the Goo Master's primeval essence greatly increased, he needed to consume even more Yuan stone, and take a longer time to replenish it. The sounds of Goo Masters fighting could be heard continuously, and after 8 to 9 minutes, Fang Yuan finally filled his aperture to the limit. He came out from his hiding spot, and found that 5 clan elders had died in battle. Among them, there were 3 from Guyue clan, and 2 from Bai clan. Every clan elder was the pillar of the clan, and to think that so many had been sacrificed at once. Guyue Bo and Bai clan leader fought intensely, both feeling heartache over the losses, and their eyes were bloodshot. Other than that, there were 3 groups surrounding the wild goo worms. Ordinary Goo Masters did not have the help of the spring-autumn cicada, and it was very troublesome to capture wild goo worms. They had to capture the goo worms, but they could not be too heavy-handed, and had to have a sense of propriety. 8 to 9 goo worms flew out of the Thunder Crown Wolf's body, and no one knew how many the clan elders had captured, but there were still 3 left. The clan elders surrounded these 3 goo worms, chasing and intercepting them. If one side attacked, the other side would definitely interfere. This caused the situation to be in a stalemate, with no one gaining an advantage. Water Cage Goo, cover! A Bai clan Goo Master shouted, and spat out a water ball. The water ball expanded to over 2 meters, and covered the wild goo worm, trapping it within. Bam! At the next moment, a golden moonblade slashed the water ball cage, causing it to explode. The goo worm swaggered away, escaping without a trace. Seeing this goo worm fly far away, the Bai clan Goo Master scolded loudly. The goo worm was in their hands, and they let it go just like that. The Guyue clan Goo Masters were even more furious. All the goo worms were supposed to be their spoils of war, but the Bai clan interfered, and they did not get any benefits at all. Bai clan's grandson, despicable and shameless, die for me. Guyue clan, you can't hold on any longer. Our Bai clan will definitely rise up, and trample all of you under our feet. Both sides were enraged, and were in a frenzy of hatred. Their eyes were bloodshot, and they fought fiercely. Fang Yuan watched the goo worm fly away, and could only focus his attention on the other 2 groups. In the middle of each group, there was a wild goo worm. Maybe there was a healing goo, but the possibility was small. Fang Yuan knew that there was no such thing as having your wishes come true in this world, but even so, he still wanted to give it a try. However, just as he was about to charge forward, wolf howls came out like a bugle call, rising and falling. Following that, a horde of lightning wolves rushed over like a tide. There was no lack of bold lightning wolves and frenzy lightning wolves, but the most shocking one was a giant wolf the size of a small mountain. Thunder Crown Wolf. Is there a fourth Thunder Crown Wolf? The clan elders were shocked and shouted in fear. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to subscribe and reward. Your support is my greatest motivation. The wolf pack surged forward, howling as it approached. The situation took a turn for the worse, causing the two clan leaders and the clan elders' expressions to change. Although the two clans had successfully resisted the wolf tide, they were in a precarious situation and barely held on. Now that such a strong wolf tide had appeared, they had no strength left to resist. At once, the clan elders and the two clan leaders stopped fighting. Didn't the report say that there were only 3 Thunder Crown wolves? An elder cried out involuntarily. That's not right, this Thunder Crown wolf is injured, and the size of the wolf pack isn't very big. Bo forced himself to remain calm. Don't tell me, this is the Thunder Crown wolf that attacked Xiong village? An elder slapped his forehead and shouted. The possibility of this was quite high, with an 80 to 90% chance. The clan elder's mood was still heavy, and someone said bitterly, this wolf pack has already appeared here, doesn't that mean Xiong village is already, damn this Xiong village, why are they so useless? They can't even defend against a wolf tide. Someone cursed loudly. But there were also people who were optimistic. Look, this Thunder Crown wolf's front limbs are heavily injured, its muscles and bones are all atrophied. Everyone looked towards the source of the voice, and their dejected morale was slightly raised. It was true. This Thunder Crown wolf's hind limbs were well developed, but its front limbs were short and its muscles atrophied. This caused it to only use its hind limbs when running, jumping like a kangaroo. Wait, this doesn't seem to be a Thunder Crown wolf. My clan leader suddenly thought of something, and his body shook. It's a lightning lichen. Fang Yuan already had an answer in his heart. 5 tigers, 1 tiger, 3 dogs, 1 mastiff, 10 wolves, and 1 lichen. The lichen was also a wolf, but it was much smarter than a wolf, and often acted as the wolf pack strategist. This lightning lichen in front of them looked like a Thunder Crown wolf, so it was normal for investigative goo masters to misunderstand it. But it was a true myriad beast king, with intelligence no less than a human. This lightning lichen might be weaker than a normal Thunder Crown wolf in terms of close combat. But it had human-like intelligence, making it far more dangerous than a Thunder Crown wolf. Adding on the countless lightning wolf army, it was no wonder Xiong village was exterminated. Let's go. Fang Yuan flapped his lightning wings and flew into the air. The elders in front of them had already fought for a long time, and their battle strength was greatly exhausted. It was utterly impossible for them to pose a threat to the wolf pack. More importantly, they were suspicious of each other, and it was difficult for them to work together. Fang Yuan turned around and left. The myriad beast king was no joke. Even though there were still 2 wild goo worms flying around in the field, he did not care about them. They had to retreat, or else they wouldn't be able to leave. Knowing one's own limitations and being able to let go were the most important things in the world. Let's retreat. The wolf tide is too strong. We can't defeat it. Go back to the stronghold and set up the defenses. Even though the elders had yet to recognize the identity of the lightning lichen, they all had thoughts of retreating. But at this moment, the lightning lichen suddenly howled and opened its huge mouth. The wolf fangs were jagged like blades, and between the fangs, a mass of black gas appeared out of nowhere, condensing into a black ball in the blink of an eye. Whoosh, the black ball shot out explosively, drawing a slightly curved black arc in the air before smashing onto the ground. It missed? This Thunder Crown wolf is done for, its aim is too terrible. The elders shouted, while Fang Yuan flew even faster. Boom, the black ball of smoke suddenly exploded, and with an intense explosion, the black smoke spread out in all directions. The momentum was incomparably fast, and in the blink of an eye, it had covered an area of 100 li. This is a rank 4 wolf smoke goo. Fang Yuan's heart sank. He had already made the most accurate and sensible reaction at the first moment. However, the black smoke spread too quickly and enveloped him directly. For a moment, he felt like he was in the middle of the night, unable to see his own fingers. The choking smoke was everywhere, making breathing difficult and extremely uncomfortable. But luckily he had the thunder wings goo. As long as he flew upwards, he would be able to escape the range of this wolf smoke. Crack. At the next moment, a bolt of lightning split apart the layers of black smoke, like a lightning snake or a mad dragon, crossing 100 li and striking towards Fang Yuan. This was the lightning Likan's attack. Lightning was so fast that it was hard for people to react. But at the crucial moment, Fang Yuan's battle instinct surpassed his thinking speed, and he reacted first. Lightning shield goo, sky canopy goo, a circular lightning shield suddenly appeared beside Fang Yuan. At the same time, his body lit up with a layer of white armor. The raging lightning was so bright that it was blinding. Like a roaring heavenly dragon, it bombarded the lightning shield first. The shield only lasted for less than a second before it was torn apart by the devastating lightning. The lightning struck Fang Yuan's body. At that moment, even though Fang Yuan had closed his eyes, he still felt the piercing pain. A huge force surged and knocked him down. He almost fainted, the lightning wrapped around him and numbed his muscles, almost making him forget to breathe. With a plop, he fell to the ground. Intense pain assaulted him, causing him to wake up. He endured the pain and numbness all over his body, and quickly climbed up. The lightning shield goo was already dead, and the thunder wings goo was also affected. It was on its last breath and could not be used anymore. The sky canopy goo's injuries were not light, and it was slightly dispirited. After all, it had suffered such a strong impact from the lightning. The lightning Likan's attack just now was definitely the power of a rank 4 goo. The higher the goo's rank, the difference in power of a rank was like heaven and earth. A rank 4 offensive goo needed at least 2 rank 3 goo to defend against it. Of course, the reason why the lightning shield goo died was because it had fought for a long time, accumulating many injuries. To think that this lightning Likan thought so highly of me. Fang Yuan laughed bitterly, observing his surroundings. It was pitch black, and there was thick smoke everywhere, making it impossible to tell his location. Be careful, that lightning crown wolf has shrunk to the size of an ordinary lightning wolf, and is hiding in the wolf pack. At this time, from the depths of the black smoke, an elder's shout could be heard. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk when he heard this. This lightning Likan was too cunning, and very vicious. It seemed to want to capture all these goo masters in one fell swoop. Just now, it targeted Fang Yuan, and did not want to let a single one go. The surroundings quickly lit up with countless pairs of wolf eyes. Low growls and the sound of the wolf pack's charging wind could be heard towards Fang Yuan. In such a pitch-black environment, the goo master's vision was greatly hindered. But the wolf pack had no problem, because these lightning wolves had abandoned their sense of smell and had excellent vision. I need to escape as soon as possible. Who knows if I will meet that lightning Likan? Even if I don't meet it temporarily, I will be surrounded by the wolf pack. With only 40% of my primeval essence left, I won't be able to fight a battle of attrition. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning, and he activated the earth communication ear grass. More than 10 roots grew out of his right ear, spreading outwards. Countless sounds could be heard. There were wolf howls, sounds of battle, the panicked growls of clan elders, and the blood-curdling screams of lightning wolves before their deaths. Too chaotic, the earth communication ear grass's scouting range was very wide, but it could not differentiate the details. Fang Yuan frowned, and could only move towards the side with fewer sounds. But very quickly, he encountered a pack of more than 100 lightning wolves. The lightning wolves charged out of the black smoke, each of them extremely fierce. Fang Yuan summoned the chainsaw golden centipede, and at the same time activated the sky canopy goo. The chainsaw spun crazily, and the golden centipede was like a large sword, twisting the black smoke and slashing at the wolves' bodies, creating a rain of blood and bones. Fang Yuan was like a drowning boat, cutting his way through the thorns. One by one, the lightning wolves died under the chainsaw golden centipede. But soon, there was a second one, a third one after another, charging towards it. This lightning Likan is too sinister, actually letting the wolf pack surround me from behind. Fang Yuan rushed in one direction, and after a while, he kept encountering lightning wolves. He suddenly understood. He retreated as he fought, and soon, his whole body was bathed in blood. The pressure was too great, and the surroundings were so dark that he could not even see his fingers in front of him. The wolf pack charged at him from all directions, making it hard for him to deal with all of them alone. Guyuebo, what do you say? At this time, the Bai clan leader's voice came from deep within the smoke. Fine, let's work together and break out of here first. Guyuebo's shout followed closely. This was also because of the situation, only by working together would they have a chance of survival. Otherwise, if they fought alone, their primeval essence would be quickly depleted by the lightning wolves, and they would be eaten by the wolf pack. Their ending would definitely be miserable. Hell! Damn it! The next moment, a wolf's howl was heard, followed by an intense explosion. The two clan leaders shouted at the same time, and could no longer organize the clan elders. Obviously, the lightning leakin had launched a sneak attack. It had intelligence that did not belong to a human, and once it attacked, it destroyed the two clan leaders' plans, and disrupted the clan elders' plans to resist. Without the two clan leaders suppressing the situation, could the clan elders cooperate sincerely? This was a huge question. I can't. I have expended too much primeval essence, I need to borrow other people's strength. After charging for a while, Fang Yuan felt tired. He had the strength of two boars, but his muscles were still aching all over. His primeval essence was already insufficient, and there were injuries all over his body. The sky canopy goo could only be used intermittently. The chainsaw golden centipede's body was dim, and its teeth were already broken. In a short period of time it had killed no less than 1,000 lightning wolves, and among them were a few bold lightning wolves. Among them, a few had defensive goo worms, and were harder than iron and stone. The chainsaw golden centipede was not invincible, and without its teeth, its cutting ability fell drastically, becoming a tragic sight to behold. Fang Yuan did not linger, and moved as he fought. He relied on the earth communication ear grass, and tried his best to distinguish. Once he heard the frenzy lightning wolf's heavy footsteps, he would immediately change directions, and try his best to avoid it. He could not fight 1,000 beast king like the frenzy lightning wolf alone. Once he was pinned down, and fell into a heavy encirclement, he would definitely die. I can't accept this. Suddenly, the clan elder's miserable cries came from the thick smoke, and the voice stopped abruptly. In the black smoke, the wolf tide surged, and many clan elders died tragically in the wolf's mouths, letting out unresigned howls. I can't hold on any longer. Fang Yuan felt the aura of death, but his expression was cold. The more dangerous the situation, the calmer his heart became. His heart did not waver in the slightest. In his previous life, there were many more dangerous situations than this. The current situation was not too bad, and the two clan leaders were still fighting with the lightning leakin, so Fang Yuan still had hope. Eh? There are sounds of fighting ahead. Fang Yuan heard the sound, and immediately changed his direction. He could not hold on any longer, and whether it was the Guyue clan or the Bai clan Gu masters, it was beneficial to him. Kill! 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 From afar, he could hear the Gu masters' loud roars, and was in a fierce battle. Fang Yuan rushed over, but his momentum suddenly stopped. Bai Ningbing! Bai Ningbing's body was riddled with wounds, panting heavily. When Fang Yuan rushed over, the two of them were stunned. Fate was such a strange thing. Just a moment ago, the two of them were mortal enemies, wanting to kill each other. But at this moment, they needed to work together to have a chance of survival. Cooperate with Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed, thinking, although Bai Ningbing is crazy and aware of his fate, it does not mean that he does not want to live. Survival was a person's primal instinct, the most basic need. In truth, it was because of Bai Ningbing's strong desire to live, and the unchangeable fate of destruction that he developed such a personality. In this world, there was no such thing as an eternal enemy. Cooperating with Bai Ningbing would be a good foundation. But how could she open her mouth to convince him? He, Fang Yuan, I did not expect it to be you. Bai Ningbing spoke first, laughing loudly, his tone unyielding, then you shall accompany me to death. To have you accompany me to death, the end of my life, is quite interesting. Interesting? Fang Yuan pondered, smiling as he slowly walked towards Bai Ningbing. The surrounding lightning wolves attacked. Fang Yuan swung his hand, the chainsaw golden centipede whistled, slapping 2 to 3 lightning wolves to death and sending them flying. Up until now, the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of teeth were mostly destroyed, its cutting ability was greatly reduced. It could only slap. With these wolves surrounding us, wouldn't it be more interesting to have a life and death battle? Fang Yuan slowly approached Bai Ningbing. His lips curled into a cold smile. Bai Ningbing's eyelids twitched. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be stronger than him. But this was in line with his intentions. If Fang Yuan's attitude softened in order to survive and blindly cooperated with him, he would look down on Fang Yuan and would even feel a sense of humiliation, wanting to kill Fang Yuan. In this world, some people were like that. You blindly treated him kindly. He would instead think that you were easy to bully and look down on you. You were unyielding, yet you received respect. You really want to die? Then I'll fulfill your wish. Bai Ningbing narrowed her eyes, revealing a dangerous aura. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. He slowed down his pace and said in a leisurely tone, 100 years of life is like a dream. What is the purpose of living in this world? It was nothing more than a trip. They were just witnessing something exciting. Although I don't want to die, I'm not afraid of death. I am already on my way. I won't regret it even if I die. This was what Fang Yuan was thinking. Who hasn't died since ancient times, even a rank 9 Gu master? Even the human ancestor only had a long life, not eternal life. In the end, he still had to face death. So what if I die? What's the big deal? Even if Fang Yuan really died in this wolf tide at the next moment, he would not regret it. It was all because he had already fought for his goal. He had tried his best and lived according to his wishes, let go of life and death. Only then can one see the magnanimity of life, only then can one truly be free and unrestrained. Bai Ningbing heard this. His entire body trembled violently. He kept saying that he wasn't afraid of death, but that wasn't because he was truly carefree. He just couldn't see through it and couldn't let go of life and death. When a person is afraid, he becomes a slave. To think that he, Bai Ningbing, was just a slave under life and death. But this couldn't be blamed on him, he was still too young. Many things needed to be experienced before one could truly see through them. However, Fang Yuan's words had opened a window for him who had been conflicted about this. Witnessing something exciting, already on my way, no regrets even if I die? Bai Ningbing mumbled and suddenly asked, path. What is a path? Fang Yuan sneered and continued to get closer. Everyone has their own path, I don't need to tell you my path. How would I know your path? In this world, many people don't have a path from birth to death. Some people walk on the path, constantly searching, walking towards the Holy Land in their hearts in the darkness. Bai Ningbing's sky-blue eyes suddenly burst out with a dazzling light. Path, not bad, I want to find my path. At this moment, the excitement in his heart was hard for others to understand. It was like a man who bitterly chased after a girl but couldn't find her, and suddenly one day found the correct method. He was also like a treasure hunter who had been stuck at the last checkpoint for a long time, and one day, he suddenly found a way to break through. It was like solving a difficult problem, and bitterly pondering for many years without any progress, and suddenly found the correct method to solve the problem. Bai Ningbing had no path, and couldn't find the meaning of life, so he was lost. Fang Yuan couldn't directly dispel his confusion, but he beat around the bush and gave him hope. He gave him a consolation for facing death. As long as you are on the path, even if you die without regrets, death will not be scary. I feel that I'm about to find my path. Bai Ningbing clenched his fists, his expression became extremely excited. He looked at Fang Yuan, and said meaningfully, I finally understand the difference between you and me. You are already on the path, but I'm still wandering. He. He suddenly laughed, and his excitement was bordering on malevolence. Fang Yuan, if you want to fight, I will definitely accompany you to the end, but not now. Why don't we work together? I have the lightning ague, but my vision is obstructed, and I can only see for 30 steps. After we escape, we can choose another day to fight, and work together with our old enemies. Don't you think that would be more exciting, more interesting? Oh, how can I believe you? I'm not asking you to believe me. You can choose to believe me, or you can choose not to believe me. You can leave your back to me, or you can attack me at any time and sneak attack me. Hee, it all depends on your mood at the time. Bai Ningbing laughed and shrugged his shoulders, giving off a carefree aura. Thick smoke billowed, and the surrounding wolves howled. Fang Yuan lowered his eyelids, as if thinking about Bai Ningbing's suggestion. Actually, convincing a person is very difficult, but also very simple. The key is to accurately hit the person's mind. All right. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand to stroke the chainsaw golden centipede's dark gold carapace, and raised his eyes, but you better be prepared for my sneak attack. He. Bai Ningbing opened his mouth, laughing evilly. A wave of air assaulted him. Black smoke was thick, and the sleeve where the arm was cut off fluttered in the wind. In the thick smoke, it was extremely difficult to determine the direction. The narrower one's vision was, the easier it was to get lost. But Bai Ningbing had the lightning ague, and his detection range was 50 steps. Now that he was restricted by the thick smoke, his detection range was reduced to 30 steps. But this was still much better than Fang Yuan's naked eye. But Bai Ningbing only had the lightning ague, and did not have a clear understanding of the big picture. He could only see the scene in front of him. Sometimes, when he charged, he would end up being surrounded by the wolves. On the other hand, Fang Yuan had the earth communication ear grass. The thick smoke could weaken one's vision, but it could not block the transmission of sound. The surroundings were filled with sound, and the earth communication ear grass could detect up to 200 steps. But Fang Yuan could only go with the flow. His vision was too narrow. He could only see a tree and a rock beside him. Without any reference, he could not determine the direction. Cooperate, Bai Ningbing's lightning ague, and Fang Yuan's earth communication ear grass. The two gu stacked together, complementing each other, and immediately slowed down the situation. This is the south. If we go in this direction, we will face your Guyue village. Bai Ningbing's eyes flashed with electricity. Then he said, "No, there are too many wolves there. We need to take a detour." Fang Yuan's right ear whiskers fluttered in the wind. Then let's turn towards the southeast, how about it? Bai Ningbing licked his lips. Fang Yuan squatted down, his whiskers rooted in the soil, and listened carefully. During this time, the lightning wolves charged over, but were all repelled by Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan listened for a while, and stood up straight. There is a gap in the southeast, but we need to hurry, it is closing up soon. Then let's charge. Bai Ningbing said, but was not in a hurry to move. He was still wary of Fang Yuan, and did not dare to charge at the front, exposing his back to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan laughed coldly, he was also wary of Bai Ningbing. Finally, the two were 5 steps apart, and fought side by side. The lightning wolves howled, attempting to surround and kill them. But relying on the lightning ague and the earth communication ear grass, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing avoided the strong points and attacked the weak points, continuously moving around, seizing a good opportunity to break through. The advantage of information was undoubtedly displayed at this time. Either Bai Ningbing or Fang Yuan would be in a difficult situation if they were to fight alone. But now that they worked together, they actually had the initiative, and were able to move with ease. After fighting for a while, the view in front of them suddenly widened, and the bright sunlight caused the two to squint their eyes at the same time. We broke through. Bai Ningbing raised his head and laughed. Fang Yuan looked back, only to see a thick black screen behind him, like the bottom of a black pot covering a vast forest. Intense explosions and angry roars could be heard from the thick smoke. Obviously, the two tribe leaders were still fighting with the lightning leakin. To think that working with you is quite enjoyable. Bai Ningbing slightly turned his body, smiling. I feel the same. Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile. But at the next moment, the two's eyes shone with sharpness. Ice blade gu, chainsaw golden centipede, the long ice blade drew a cold light in the air. The thick golden centipede slapped horizontally, bringing with it a whistling wind. Bam! The two collided, and the ice blade left a wound on the golden centipede's back, before breaking into pieces. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing both jumped back a step, their eyes revealing intense killing intent. A short cooperation could not change the hostility in their hearts. Fang Yuan's black hair fluttered, and Bai Ningbing's white robe fluttered. There were too many similarities between the two. But precisely because of this, the two became natural enemies. Black eyes and blue eyes stared at each other, almost creating sparks in the air. But the killing intent on both sides gradually retracted. Humph, I don't even need to do anything, for the heavens will take the life of a dying person. The most important thing now is not Bai Ningbing, but the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Once the lightning lichen attacks Guyue village, it will not bode well. I need to take this chance and act decisively. Fang Yuan thought in his heart, his eyelids drooping. Bai Ningbing's eyes became brighter and brighter, muttering, "Path, no regrets, yes, even Renzu has to die. There is life and death, as long as it is interesting, so what if I die?" Thinking of this, his eyes shone with a dazzling radiance. Ha ha ha. I have also found my path, and that is to witness the excitement of this world. Fang Yuan, we will fight another day. At that time, I hope your death can bring excitement to my life. Saying so, he leapt backwards, and after pulling some distance, he turned around and left. Although he was in a sorry state, with injuries all over his body, his face was ashen, and his only arm was crippled. But his back was straight like a sword, and he was no longer lost. He had found his path. Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing's back until he was far away, witnessing the wonders of the world. The young man's black eyes flashed with a trace of seriousness. Bai Ningbing, who was no longer confused, was in even more danger than before. Life and death no longer bothered him. The closer he was to death, the more he could display the unparalleled power of the northern dark ice soul physique. But you want to fight me another day, heh? Fang Yuan laughed lightly. You are destined to be disappointed. The moment he escaped from the smoke, Fang Yuan decided to leave Qingmao Mountain immediately. Although the battle with Bai Ningbing was interesting, there were no benefits to speak of. Bai Ningbing defined the wonders of the world on Fang Yuan because he was too young and his horizons were limited to Qingmao Mountain. But Fang Yuan was different. In his rebirth plan, Qingmao Mountain was just a starting point. As long as he had great ambitions, he would have a broad heart and not care about small conflicts with others. It's time to go. The lightning lichen is more cunning than the thunder crown wolf and harder to deal with. With the current strength of Bai clan and Guyue clan, it will be hard to resist. Unless a rank 5 expert appears and turns the tide. Or the two clans work together. Bai clan and Guyue clan had a grudge against each other, so they had to work together if they worked together. But even if they worked together, they would not be able to cooperate sincerely. Fang Yuan was not optimistic about their future. Qingmao Mountain's situation will depend on the outcome of this crucial battle. If both clan leaders are killed by the lightning lichen, then Qingmao Mountain will definitely become the lightning wolf's territory. If only one clan leader is left, then if they work together, the other clan will definitely be sacrificed as cannon fodder. If the lightning lichen is killed, the two clans will definitely suffer heavy losses and need to recuperate. The clan will reorganize its internal affairs and I will definitely be investigated. Fang Yuan was very clear about this change in situation. This was the world of Gu, where an individual's strength was above the collective. Thus, the higher the Gu master's cultivation, the more he could turn the tide. Whether it was by clan, Guyue clan, or the Lightning Wolf pack, as long as any one of them had a rank 4 expert, he would definitely be able to turn the tide. But no matter what the situation was, it was disadvantageous to Fang Yuan. It's time to leave. Although he still lacked an ideal Gu worm in terms of treatment, how could everything in the world come true? I will return to the village and take the heavenly essence treasure lotus, as well as a healing Gu from the clan treasury, then I will be on my way. Fang Yuan took one last look behind him. There was still a violent roar coming from the black smoke. He turned around and left, heading towards Guyue's village. He had the status of a clan elder, he could use this to forcefully open the clan treasury and obtain Yuan stone and Gu worms. This was the most turbulent period. Everyone was in a state of panic, and this was the best opportunity to take advantage of. But if this moment passed, regardless of the outcome of the battle, the overall situation would be decided. It was difficult for Fang Yuan to fish in troubled waters. The Thunder Wings goo could not be used for the time being, so Fang Yuan ran in the forest. The wolf tide washed away everything, making the dangerous mountain path safe. Soon, the Guyue stronghold came into sight. Who is it? Fang Yuan suddenly stopped. Two strangers appeared in front of him. These two were dressed in Gu master attire. One was older, tall and straight, steady like a mountain and deep like an abyss. The most attractive part was that he wore a bronze mask on his face. This mask was simple and unadorned, revealing an ancient aura. There were 3 openings on the mask, revealing the wearer's eyes and lips. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life, revealing a dignified righteous aura. His lips were pursed, the lines like they were carved by a knife, showing this person's unwavering will. The mask could not cover his ears, and his sideburns were white, showing this person's age. The other was a young man, his eyebrows were straight like swords, his eyes were clear and bright, emitting a sharp light as he looked around, like an eagle or a tiger. Looking at his appearance, this young man's age was similar to Fang Yuan's. But this person's belt had a silver plate, and on the silver plate was carved the word 3. At this age, he was already a rank 3 Gu master, his cultivation talent could be seen. This was a young genius, but Fang Yuan's gaze only paused on the young man for a moment, before turning to the older man. This young man's skin was slightly dark, his lips were also pursed, and his whole body emitted a capable and vigorous aura, not to be underestimated. But her slightly bulging chest, the details of her hands, feet and throat, allowed Fang Yuan to see through her identity as a young girl. Fang Yuan never underestimated women, but compared to this heroic young girl, the middle-aged man beside her had such a great background that he could not help but raise his eyebrows. Tai Shueleng. Fang Yuan's heart shook, secretly revealing this middle-aged man's identity. He wore a bronze mask, and on the purple crystal plate on his belt, there was a word carved, 5. He was a rank 5 Gu master, the law enforcer of the world, solving cases like a god, the number 1 southern border divine investigator Tai Shueleng. He was impartial and emotionless, many demonic cultivators had been captured by him, and many evildoers had been beheaded by him. He was a role model of the righteous path, traveling the southern border, solving countless cases, and had a great reputation. Little brother, please enlighten me. Tai Shueleng cupped his fists towards Fang Yuan. He had been famous for a long time, and was also a rank 5 Gu master, but his attitude was very polite and easygoing. I see little brother's body is full of injuries, and you seem to be in a hurry. Could it be that your clan leader and the elders have encountered some trouble? He continued to ask. Fang Yuan's expression naturally changed to one of anxiety, surprise, and even suspicion and fear. Who are you? How do you know this? That's right, we were chasing the Thunder Crown Wolf, and encountered some trouble. We met a lightning leakin. I was just about to rush back to ask for help. I am Tai Shueleng, a friend and not an enemy. I just came out from the Guyue village. Little brother, you don't need to go back to ask for help. Under the beast tide, humans are one, and we should advance and retreat together. I will naturally contribute my meager strength. Tai Shueleng immediately said without hesitation. Damn it, to think that I, Guyue Bo, will die here today. Even if I die, I won't let this lightning leakin have an easy time. Guyue clan leader and by clan leader were full of injuries, and their primeval essence was almost depleted. They could feel the thick aura of death. The thick smoke had already dissipated, and the elders were all dead, leaving only the 2 clan leaders. The lightning leakin was not in a good state either, and some of the injuries on its body were so deep that bones could be seen. It gritted its teeth and hid behind the lightning wolf army. Its eyes shone with a cunning light, but it did not personally join the battle. Come on, you coward! The Bai family patriarch roared. But the lightning leakin shrunk back again, and let out a wolf howl, commanding the ordinary lightning wolf group to charge towards the 2 rank 4 Gu masters. Cunning thing, sigh. Guyue Bo and Bai clan leader looked at each other and sighed. They had originally prepared a powerful counterattack before they died. But the lightning leakin had intelligence that did not lose to humans, and did not fall for it. My life is over, damn it, dying in the mouths of these ordinary lightning wolves. Just as the 2 clan leaders were raging, a voice came from afar, both of you, persevere. The voice reverberated in the forest. The two clan leaders' bodies shook at the same time, and when they turned around, they saw a tall figure flying towards them. The figure swayed, freely passing through the wolf group. After a few breaths, he stood beside the two clan leaders. You are? The two clan leaders asked at the same time. I am Tai Shueleng. Hiss, by clan leader sucked in a breath of cold air. He was surprised, happy and suspicious, not knowing why Tai Shueleng was here. Guyue Bo knew the reason, and was overjoyed, so it's divine investigator Tai. Just as he spoke, the wolf group approached. A bunch of evil beasts. Tai Shueleng's voice was like thunder, and with a low growl, he activated the goo worm in his aperture. Boom, a formless aura suddenly exploded, radiating in all directions. This aura was like a mountain, indomitable and unshakable. It was like the firmament, looking down on the world, seeing through all living beings. Righteous goo, only a goo master with a righteous heart could use it. Righteous goo could cause fear in the hearts of evildoers. Within a certain range, the weaker the enemy's willpower, the more they would be weakened. Tai Shueleng had once used this goo to make a rank 4 goo master throw away his armor and lose his fighting spirit. This was a weapon that could subdue the enemy without even fighting. Hell, the lightning wolf's momentum stopped. Under the pressure of this aura, their legs trembled, not daring to move forward. Hell, the lightning leakin at the back howled, trying to command the lightning wolf group. Such guts. Tai Shueleng stared, and suddenly stretched out his right hand, grabbing towards the lightning leakin. Rumble, the air rippled, and a huge black iron hand broke through the air, grabbing towards the lightning leakin. Rank 5 iron hand grappling goo, the lightning leakin had a crafty nature, and lacked bravery. Adding on the injuries on its body, it did not dare to face it head-on, and quickly dodged. But this black iron hand firmly locked onto the lightning leakin, chasing after it. The lightning leakin could not escape, and with a loud growl, its ferocious nature roused, clashed with the black iron hand. The hand collapsed, and the lightning leakin was heavily injured, its bones almost breaking. It let out a whimper, not daring to find trouble with Tai Shueleng anymore. Finally, it looked at Tai Shueleng and the two clan leaders with hatred, before turning around and running away with its tail between its legs. It's escaping. Quickly stop it. The two clan leaders shouted, but Tai Shueleng just stood at the same spot, not making a move. Divine investigator, please make a move. Guyue Bo cupped his fists and pleaded. Tai Shueleng slightly shook his head. At this time, Fang Yuan and the young girl also rushed over, and saw the scene of the lightning leakin being forced away by the iron hand. Father! You are injured, how can you fight? The young girl ran over, stomping her feet in anger. Her reproachful tone revealed deep concern. Ruanan, this lightning leakin is extremely crafty. Only by forcing it to retreat is the best way to deal with it. Tai Shueleng said indifferently, and suddenly his body shook. With a puff, he spat out a mouthful of blood. His blood was a strange green color, and when it landed on the ground, it instantly corroded a patch of green grass, giving off an unpleasant smell. It was obvious that he had suffered a serious injury. Father, how are you? The young girl, Tai Ruanan, quickly raised her hands, wanting to treat Tai Shueleng. No need to make a fuss, it's not like you don't know about this injury. I will feel much better after spitting out some blood. Tai Shueleng laughed, waving his hands to reject the treatment. Seeing this scene, the two clan leaders, who were still harboring resentment, immediately revealed a look of shame. Divine Investigator is impartial, and even though you are heavily injured, you still helped. We are deeply grateful for your help. I have long heard of Tai Shueleng's great name. Seeing you today, you truly live up to your reputation. Truly admirable. Thank you, Divine Investigator, for saving my life. The two clan leaders cupped their fists and thanked him. Lord Divine Investigator, please come to our Bai clan as a guest. We must repay you for saving our lives. The Bai clan leader said again. At the side, how could Guyue Bo just watch as the Bai clan pulled Tai Shueleng away? He knew Tai Shueleng's motive, and smiled proudly. I already know why Lord Divine Investigator is here. You were asked by Jiafu to investigate the murder case, right? Our Guyue clan will definitely cooperate with you. Hearing this, the Bai clan leader's expression instantly changed. Tai Xueleng said, "That's right. However, I am not the leader of this investigation. My daughter, Tai Ruanan, will be in charge." Oh? In an instant, everyone's gaze focused on the young girl. What? Father, you want me to solve the case? The young girl pointed at herself, her face full of shock. What, you're not willing? Tai Xueleng smiled. I'm willing, of course I'm willing. Tai Ruanan reacted and said excitedly. Tai Xueleng nodded and sighed. His tone was complicated. You are determined to walk the same path as me. These past few years, you have been by my side and have been influenced by many things. Only when a young eagle flies independently can it truly grow up. Father is already old, this injury cannot be healed. I can't accompany you for the rest of your life. A new generation replaces the old, the rest is up to you. Father, don't be discouraged. Isn't there still hope for a cure? The young girl's voice trembled as she sobbed. You and I both know how slim this hope is. People need to learn to recognize reality, Ruanan. Tai Xueleng smiled and turned to face Guyue Bo, Guyue clan leader, rest assured. My daughter has already learned 70 to 80% of my skills. With my guidance, I will not let your clan suffer any injustice. You're too kind. Guyue Bo quickly cupped his hands. Young heroines are not inferior to men. They are heroic and are also the descendants of heroes. How can I not be assured? Please come to the village and let the two of you wash away the dust. The dishes were laid out on the table. The fragrance of the wine filled the air as it formed a line in the wine jar and poured into Tai Xueleng's cup. The wolf tide had just passed and Guyue's village had entered its most difficult period. A large amount of resources had been consumed, resulting in a shortage of food and resources. There were even mortals who starved to death. But even so, in order to receive Tai Xueleng, Guyue's clan still put together this banquet. As the clan leader, Guyue Bo sat on the main seat with Tai Xueleng and the young girl Tai Ruanan beside him. In addition, there were Guyue Zhong, Guyue Guyan, Guyue Lian, Guyue Yaoji, as well as Fang Yuan and the others. They were all clan elders. Before the wolf tide, the Guyue clan had dozens of elders. But now, only this table was left, and there weren't even 10 people left. Not only that, all the elders present were injured. This was especially true for Guyue Lian, who was seriously injured in the resistance battle 2 weeks ago and had been hiding in a secret room to recuperate. He was originally lying on the bed. But when he heard that Tai Xueleng was coming, he forced himself to stay strong, to attend this banquet. However, this allowed him to escape a calamity. Meanwhile, his old rival, Guyue Mo Chen, had followed the chief to hunt down the Thunder Crown Wolf, but had been killed by the Lightning Leaken. If it wasn't for Brother Tai's help today, I'm afraid I would have become the Lightning Leaken's meal. Guyue Bo stood up, held the cup with both hands, and slightly bowed as he sincerely expressed his gratitude. I did what I could. Tai Xueleng raised his glass. He took a sip of wine. He was strict by nature and did not gamble or whore. Restrain oneself, and never drink too much. Because of this, he never got drunk. Guyue Bo drank the wine and looked around at the people in the banquet. His eyes were red as he sighed and slowly sat down. Tai Xueleng had seen this kind of situation many times, and comforted him, Chief Guyue, please don't be sad. As long as the people are still here, the mountain stronghold will prosper again. Furthermore, the Lightning Leaken is also injured, and the Lightning Wolf pack is also greatly depleted. In the next few years, they probably won't attack again. This time, the wolf tide has passed. The worst period of the wolf tide had indeed passed. In the next few months, although there would still be lightning wolves appearing, their numbers would become fewer and fewer, and would not form a large scale. The wolf pack would no longer have the power to directly attack the mountain stronghold. The Lightning Leaken would return to the wolf's den and recuperate there, slowly reorganizing the remaining wolves. Many lightning wolves would be summoned back, and the death of a large number of lightning wolves would greatly reduce the wolf pack's need for food. The wolf pack could once again be self-sufficient. In the next few years, the lightning wolf pack would gradually grow, and during this time, there would be new 100 Beast King Bold Lightning Wolf, Thousand Beast King Frenzy Lightning Wolf and Myriad Beast King Thunder Crown Wolf. Prosperity leads to decline, decline leads to prosperity. Be it humans or wolf packs, they all followed this law of change. Although the young girl's words were correct, humans were not plants, how could they be emotionless? Chief Guyuan knew this truth better than Tai Ruanan, but the pain and sorrow in his heart could not be avoided. The sacrifice was too great, just the higher-ups of the clan had lost more than half. The rank 2 and rank 1 Gu masters had even more casualties. The entire Guyue mountain stronghold strength was at rock bottom, and could not withstand any more disturbances. Why didn't you all counterattack, and directly destroy the wolf's den? At the side, Tai Ruanan did not understand and asked in confusion. That is because there are over 10 thunder chi worms living in the wolf's den, numbering close to 1 million. There are also large numbers of wild Gu mixed in. It is hard to do anything unless the 3 clans join forces. Guyue Yaoji opened her mouth and explained. As she said this, she suddenly snorted, casting a sinister gaze towards Fang Yuan, but this possibility is too small. Even in our Guyue clan, there are clan elders who shrink back at the last moment, and when the wolf tide attacked, who knows where they hid. Hearing this, the other clan elders could not help but shift their gazes towards Fang Yuan. Earlier, Fang Yuan had been exploring the flower wine hidden treasure in the rock crack secret cave, causing him to miss the battle against the wolf tide. In everyone's eyes, this was a sign of being crafty and being a coward. Thus, the clan elders looked at Fang Yuan with dissatisfaction, disdain, and a faint anger. Even Guyue Bo's expression was not good. As the clan leader, he hated people like Fang Yuan the most, who did things his own way, was mysterious, had his own plans, and did not let people feel at ease using him. The atmosphere at the table suddenly changed. The Tai father and daughter also felt this change, and followed everyone's gaze, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's youthful appearance had already attracted the attention of Tai Ruanan as a peer. Fang Yuan calmly drank his wine. Even though everyone's gazes were focused on him, he did not seem to notice. His expression was indifferent, as he had already expected this situation. This matter is troublesome. He sighed in his heart. Although he was worried, he was not panicking. Tai Shueleng's appearance had seriously ruined his escape plan. If he took the Heavenly Yuan treasure lotus and destroyed the foundation of Guyue's mountain stronghold, this would definitely cause the Tai father and daughter to capture him. The name of Divine Investigator was not just a rumor. With his current methods and strength, as long as Tai Shueleng started to pursue him, there was absolutely no possibility of failure. Even if he did not take the Heavenly Yuan treasure lotus, his mysterious disappearance would still be investigated by the clan. Because it involved Jia Jinxing's death, he would be investigated by the Tai father and daughter. If he left without saying goodbye, in their eyes, it would be a guilty conscience, fleeing to avoid punishment. Without any other choice, Fang Yuan could only choose to stay and observe the situation. Although he was blamed by everyone, this was not the worst situation. If he left directly, he would be messing up the situation and messing up the situation. Is the wine good? Guyue Yaoji laughed sinisterly, looking straight at Fang Yuan. Are you not going to explain? Fang Yuan slowly put down the wine cup, looking up at Guyue Yaoji's broken arm. It was said that the older one was, the wiser one was. In order to save her life, Guyue Yaoji cut off her own arm, using injury as an excuse to escape the clan's mission. This had happened in Fang Yuan's previous life. Who would have thought that Guyue Yaoji would do the same in this life? Her abandonment of the rook to save the king was indeed effective. To prevent being killed by the Thunder Crown Wolf, she did not participate in the pursuit, so her life was saved. She was now making things difficult for herself, partly because of old grievances, but mostly because she wanted to burn the fire on Fang Yuan, to reduce the attention of others. What do you want me to explain? Explain that you cut off your own arm in order to drag out an ignoble existence? Fang Yuan sneered. What? Guyue Yaoji was shocked and angry, suddenly standing up from her seat. She opened her eyes wide, pointed at Fang Yuan's nose, and screamed, "You little bastard! You dare to bite me, slander me, and frame me! How can you be so despicable? How did our Guyue clan produce such a thing like you? Guyue Yaoji!" Guyue Bo's expression changed, and he shouted, "Sit down, we have an important guest here, where is the propriety of yelling? Guyu Yaoji wanted to continue scolding, but seeing the Guyu clan leader's gloomy expression, she could only swallow her words back into her stomach. She angrily glared at Fang Yuan, and angrily sat down. After Guyu Ebo dealt with Yao Ji, he shifted his gaze to Fang Yuan. Elder Fang Yuan, I need an explanation. When the wolf tide attacked the village, where did you go? Fang Yuan, he is Fang Yuan? Tai Shueling's eyes flashed with a strange light. In Jia Jinxing's mysterious disappearance, Fang Yuan played an extremely important role. Before Tai Shueling came here, he naturally received a lot of information about Jia Fu. But he did not expect that this young elder was Fang Yuan. All of a sudden, Tai Shueling's interest was aroused. He had solved countless cases and was able to deduce the truth from the clues he had left behind. Looking at everyone's reaction, he guessed that Fang Yuan had retreated at the last minute. However, the facts that people know are often superficial. What is the truth? No matter what the truth was, Fang Yuan's answer would reveal a corner of his heart. This would be very helpful in solving the next case. Feeling Tai Shueling's attention, Fang Yuan's heart tightened, but his expression did not change. He lightly swept his gaze over everyone, and a mocking smile appeared on his lips. There is nothing to explain. But since you've asked, I'll just say it directly. I was very scared at that time, and the pressure that had been accumulating for a long time, as well as the fear of death, had reached its limit. I could not bear it, so I was cowardly and hid in a corner, not daring to go to the front lines. When these words came out, everyone was stunned. They had been waiting for Fang Yuan's excuse and reason, and had already prepared how to expose Fang Yuan and expose Fang Yuan. They never thought that Fang Yuan would directly admit it. Any lie, as long as it is not the truth, will have flaws. Moreover, Tai Shueling is here. Fang Yuan's expression was calm as he lowered his eyes and stared at the wine cup in front of him. Tai Shueling's eyes flashed with a strange light. He subconsciously frowned, and a sense of disgust rose in his heart. In the banquet, there was complete silence. Everyone was stunned, looking at Fang Yuan blankly. They did not expect Fang Yuan to answer like this, admitting it directly and being so honest. He is still too young to actually say such words. Humph, these words mean the destruction of his entire political future. From now on, this Fang Yuan is no longer a concern. The clan elders' thoughts were in turmoil. At this point in the wolf tide, the outcome was already set. In the next few months, only small wolf packs would appear, and with the continuous recall of the lightning leaken and the elimination of Gu masters, the lightning wolves would basically disappear by the end of the year. But the fights would never stop. Where there are people, there are benefits. Where there are benefits, there are fights. Under the wolf tide, there are fights between humans and wolves. Now that the most difficult part of the wolf tide had passed, the internal fights between the clans had surfaced, becoming the main conflict. When the wolf tide attacked the village, many Gu masters died, and the old forces were destroyed. The benefits that these forces originally controlled lost their original owners, and naturally needed to be redistributed and divided. In the Guyue clan's upper echelon, there were many elders who originally had a share of the entire village's profit cake. But now, only Fang Yuan and less than 10 elders were left, but the cake was still there. To split this big cake, there was naturally a need to compete. Political fights, although not as bloody as the wolf tide, plots and calculations, cold wind and traps, were deep and dangerous. Originally, Fang Yuan was the only newly promoted clan elder. He had great momentum and was in the limelight. But now that he admitted it, destroying his own political future, it was equivalent to giving up the chance to compete with the other clan elders for the profit cake. In an instant, the threat level of Fang Yuan in the hearts of the clan elders decreased by many times. The many gazes towards Fang Yuan, the pressure contained within was clearly reduced. At this time, clan leader Guyu Ebo sighed, since Fang Yuan has already admitted it, then as the clan leader, I have no choice but to punish you for deserting. According to the clan rules passed down by the ancestors, deserters will be stripped of their clan elder positions. According to the family rules passed down by the ancestors, those who deserted in the face of battle would be stripped of their positions as family elders. However, the final outcome will be decided by me and a few other elders. We will decide according to the circumstances. but no matter the result, I hope you can accept it." The others all had different expressions. Fang Yuan nodded. He did not speak, as if he had already accepted his fate. Gu Yue and Yao Ji cut off one of their arms. His life was saved. Such ruthlessness and decisiveness. Fang Yuan had one as well. It was just that he gave up even more. He even gave up his status as a clan elder. His biggest problem now was the sudden appearance of the Tai family's father and daughter. If he got involved in the political whirlpool and suffered from political strife, the situation would definitely be even more dangerous. I'm willing. This was life. The identity of an elder was originally for better cultivation. That's why I used it. For the sake of immortality, I embarked on the demonic path and could even give up my life. What else was there to be unwilling to give up? The position of family elder, humph. Fang Yuan did not feel the slightest bit upset or regret in his heart. This was the wisest choice. Moreover, although there would be a punishment, it would definitely be light. After all, there was a lack of clan elders now. As a rank 3 Gu master, his strength had to be taken seriously. The clan leader had to punish him and also borrow Fang Yuan's strength to stabilize the village. Thus, he had to appease him. As for the other clan elders, Fang Yuan had already withdrawn from this crucial political game and was no longer a threat. Moreover, he would not kill Fang Yuan. If he forced Fang Yuan to retaliate, wouldn't he be asking for trouble? Although there is a clan system, what is a system? A system is a tool used by those in power to protect their benefits. On one hand, it is used to control and divide the benefits of those in power, and on the other hand, it is the rules of the game used by those in power. Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. Regarding these aspects, he could see them clearly. Right now, the most important thing is still the Tai family's father and daughter. Damn it, they actually came faster than I expected. They arrived before the wolf tide had even retreated. But such actions are in line with Tai Shuiling's character of hating evil and risking his life. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan felt pressured. Even though Tai Shuiling was injured, his battle strength was not something that Fang Yuan could compare to. A starving camel is still bigger than a horse, this was the logic. I want to leave the village, but I also need to avoid the Tai family's pursuit. How can I get out of this? Fang Yuan was vexed. This Tai family's father and daughter were not as easy to fool as Jiafu. Moreover, Fang Yuan's cultivation was low. Even if he had thousands of brilliant plans, he did not have the ability to execute them. What could he do? The difference in strength between rank 3 and rank 5 was huge. Everyone, I have something to say. At this moment, the silent Guyue Bo Lian suddenly spoke. His face was pale, and he had dragged his heavily injured body here. He could not drink alcohol and could only drink tea. But what he said next was shocking. I have to be honest about something. The reason why Lord Fang Yuan could not appear in time was because of me. What? At once, the other clan elders were shocked. Oh, what do you mean? Guyue Bo asked. Fang Yuan also looked over, but he hid his shock. Why would this Guyue Bo Lian speak up for him, even though Fang Yuan had something on him? During this wolf tide, the chief faction's successor, Guyue Qing, had already died on the battlefield. Even though the chief faction had already done their best to protect Qiqing. But the battlefield was always the place with the most accidents. Furthermore, during the wolf tide, everyone was in danger. Many times, they could not even take care of themselves, much less others. When a person died, the information that Fang Yuan had on him was no longer useful. But why did Guyuqi Lian take the initiative to cover for him? Guyue Lian sighed. To be honest, my granddaughter, Guyue Mo Yan, has already fallen deeply in love with elder Fang Yuan. My granddaughter, Guyue Mo Yan, has already fallen deeply in love with elder Fang Yuan. Before this, she personally begged me, kneeling on the ground and crying, not willing to see Fang Yuan die on the battlefield. I only have one granddaughter, and because of my selfishness, I forced Fang Yuan to stay in the residence and drugged him. Only when he chased after the Thunder Crown Wolf did I let him out. So it was all my fault. It was all my fault. It has nothing to do with Lord Fang Yuan. What? Oh, is that true? The clan elders revealed doubtful expressions. Guyuebo Lian's words were a bit too far-fetched, and the credibility was not high. It is normal for young people to fall in love. Guyuebo nodded, looking meaningfully at Feng Yuan, trying to find some clues from his face. But Feng Yuan had already lowered his eyes, his expression calm. No emotions could be seen. The clan leader did not know what to say. The other clan elders were also exchanging glances, not understanding why Guyuebo Lian was so biased towards Feng Yuan. His words, exonerating Feng Yuan, was sacrificing his own reputation, destroying his own political future. Guyuebo Lian continued, Elder Feng Yuan, in order to protect my reputation, was willing to bear the blame. But I have already missed it once. How can I make another mistake? This is the truth. How should I punish him? Please enlighten me, clan leader. I plead guilty and submit to the law. If I am to be stripped of my status as an elder. This old man is willing as well. The clan leader hurriedly waved his hand. Elder Qi Lian has worked hard and made great contributions. This is understandable. Humans are not plants, how can we be emotionless? Now that the clan has many things to do, we need a loyal official like you. But this is a personal affair, how to punish him still needs to be discussed. Today, we have an esteemed guest. Let's not talk about this first. Brother Tai, this one and all the clan elders toast you. Saying so, Guyuebo stood up. The rest of the clan elders also stood up, raising their wine cups. Everyone is too polite. I will have to trouble everyone in the future, I hope everyone can understand. Tai Shueleng did not put on any airs, standing up and drinking a cup of wine. Inside the Qi faction's courtyard, the fragrance of plants, fake mountains, clear springs, the sound of flowing water. In the night sky, the bright moon hung high like a plate. The banquet had ended long ago. Feng Yuan sat in a pavilion in the courtyard, listening to the sound of the spring water as he calmly put down the teacup in his hand. Sitting opposite him was Guyue Lian. After the banquet ended, he invited Feng Yuan over for a chat. Come, drink another cup of tea. This bamboo leaf clear water tea is perfect to cure the hangover. Guyue Lian smiled, personally pouring a cup of tea for Feng Yuan. Feng Yuan's expression was calm as he watched the tea being refilled, only saying, it is indeed a tea to cure the hangover. Saying so, he shifted his gaze outside the pavilion. All he saw was a pale white moon, shedding a clear light. Under the moonlight, the courtyard was quiet and elegant, but with the mottled shadows and the wind, one could faintly see that the Qi faction courtyard was in decline. During the banquet, Feng Yuan had already seen through Guyue Lian's thoughts. Now that he saw this scene, he was even more certain. The Qi faction had no one left. With Guyue Cheng's death, the entire Qi faction would lose its heir. Although Qi Cheng still had a sister, Mo Yan, the clan's rules were passed down from generation to generation, favoring males over females, and the family business would only be passed down to males, not females. Even if Guyue and Mo Yan became rank 3 in the future, they would be promoted to clan elder. But her family business did not mean that the Qi faction was legitimate, it only belonged to her. If she married in the future, the family business would be transferred to her husband's name. If a clan's political power lost its heir, it would have no future prospects, and no one would follow them. The Qi faction was already in a difficult situation, facing the danger of collapse. But the heavens always left a way out. The Qi faction was not in a hopeless situation, there was still a sliver of hope. This sliver of hope rested on Guyue and Mo Yan. Although she was a girl, she could still marry. If this son-in-law entered the Qi faction, his status would be justified, and he could inherit the Qi faction. Seeing that Feng Yuan did not show any signs of speaking, Guyue Lian cursed this sly lad in his heart, but he had no choice but to speak first. I wonder what Elder Feng Yuan thinks of my Qi faction. He had his own difficulties that he could not speak of. Ever since he was heavily injured, his cultivation had fallen to rank 2, and there was no possibility of him returning to rank 3. Right now, he was only relying on goo worms to conceal his true aura. But paper could not cover fire, there would be a day when he would be exposed. His only heir had already died, and he had fallen to rank 2, losing his clan elder status. Guyu Qi Lian was in urgent need of a helper who could hold up the situation. In the past, he had a high status, and the Qi faction occupied a huge portion of the profit pie. Now that the clan's power was reshuffled, he did not seek more benefits. As long as he could protect the portion he had, it would be the greatest victory. The sunset clouds overflowed with coldness, the silver hand spun silently. Bai Ningbing looked at the night sky through the window. A bright moon, sparkling and translucent, hung in the night sky. Wolf howls could be heard from afar, adding a sense of desolation to the moonlight. In the study room, Bai clan leader sat by the side, his face revealed a despondent expression. Just now, Bai Ningbing had told him about the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique, 10 Extreme Aptitude. Bai clan leader muttered. I feel that I don't have much time left, my aperture is gradually unable to bear the burden. These years, I have caused you trouble. Bai Ningbing sighed lightly. His expression was calm, the morbid wildness and madness of the past had disappeared. Replacing it was a sense of tranquility and peace. This tranquility came from the heart. He, Bai Ningbing, had found his own path, and was no longer troubled by life and death. Everyone grows up. Under the stimulation of life and death, one could become even more mature. The moonlight was like water, pouring down, shining on Bai Ningbing's white skin. As the light flowed, his blue eyes had a trace of profoundness. A beautiful young man with snow-white hair and white clothes, he was like an immortal in the clouds, attracting the attention of others. How can this be? When I tested your aptitude back then, it was clearly a grade 99%, it was not the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Bai clan leader still could not accept it. That is indeed the case. But in the process of cultivation, there was a day when my aptitude rose. I have checked the clan's records, and this situation was also recorded in the books. 99% of a grade aptitudes have the possibility of becoming 10 extreme aptitudes during cultivation. Bai Ningbing said. 10 extreme aptitudes defy the heavens, the great Tao does not tolerate it. Even the 10 children of Renzu did not have a good ending. Sigh, is there really no way to save it? Bai clan leader looked at the beautiful young man in front of him, feeling pity and regret. He was the pride of the clan, the hope to rise. But he did not have much time left, his life was coming to an end. Even though he was becoming more and more resplendent, but like fireworks, he could only be dazzled at the last moment. There is no way to eradicate it, but there are some ways to delay it. But these methods require many years of preparation, and I no longer have the time. At this point, Bai Ningbing smiled faintly. He was calm and collected, as if he wasn't talking about himself, but an unrelated outsider. It doesn't matter. Who didn't die? True immortality does not exist. As long as you live a wonderful life, that's enough. He comforted the chief instead. I can't accept this. Absolutely not. Damn it, my Bai family has been suppressed by the Guyue family for hundreds of years. We finally had hope, but this is the result. No, there's still a glimmer of hope. There's still hope. The clan chief's voice grew louder and louder. Then, a look of determination appeared on his face, as if he had made up his mind. Come with me, I'll take you to a place. He stood up and said. After a while. The moonlight was like water, shining on a deep pond. Could this be the spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. Led by the Bai clan leader, he walked through a long secret passage and arrived at this place. Not bad. This was the forbidden area of the clan, the location of the spirit spring. As you know, the foundation of every clan is a natural spirit spring. They can use it to produce yuan stone for cultivation. Our Bai family is only a small to medium-sized clan. Only after we swallow up the Guyue family and the Xiong family, and possess at least 3 spirit springs, can we be considered a large clan. The Bai clan leader sighed. Then why did you bring me here, clan leader? The Bai clan leader showed a complicated expression. He turned to look at Bai Ningbing, and his expression became hesitant. I never thought of bringing you here. But life is unpredictable. I didn't expect you to have the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique. Your only chance is in this spirit spring. What's in this spirit spring? Bai Ningbing asked. There's a great deity. The Bai clan leader said solemnly. Great deity? Bai Ningbing was surprised. Great deity is a respectful title for it. It's a snake goo left behind by our first ancestor. It likes cleanliness, and feeds on the spirit spring water. It has always been secretly residing in the spirit spring. The Bai clan leader introduced. Back then, before the first ancestor passed away, he set up the inheritance treasure and left behind the snake goo as a clue. If you can get the recognition of the great deity, it will lead you to the inheritance treasure. If you can't get its recognition. The Bai clan leader hesitated. Then what will happen? Bai Ningbing asked. The Bai clan leader's expression was solemn. Then it will kill you. At the same time, Guyue village. In the room, Tai Ruanan kept her investigative goo and nodded in satisfaction. The environment here is not bad, it's clean. The clean she was referring to was not the cleanliness of the room, which was clean and tidy. It was because there were no surveillance methods in the surroundings. But there were definitely none, that was impossible. After all, Tai Shueleng was a rank 5 expert, he was too much of a threat and had to be guarded against. But the defense and surveillance of Guyue family was just right, the level was very low, and did not cause any disgust. It could even be understood as overly enthusiastic reception. Thus, Tai Ruanan commented that it was clean. Tai Shueleng nodded slightly. Ruanan, you have followed me for so long and have indeed learned many things. But some things have to be done by yourself, just watching from the side is not enough. Thus, I will let you solve this case. Father, I will definitely work hard and do my best. Very good. Then let me ask you, what will be your first step? Tai Shueleng purposely tested her. Tai Ruanan laughed, suddenly turning her body to look at the moon outside the window. The moon is bright tonight, father. Do you have the mood to follow your daughter to tour around this Guyue village? Tai Shueleng's lips finally showed a gratified smile after hearing this. Starting a case was not to be in a hurry to understand the details of the case. Surveying the surroundings was the first step to solving the case. The Tai family father and daughter strolled slowly on the streets. After resisting the wolf tide's terrifying attack, the Guyue village was in a sorry state. The bamboo buildings had collapsed and were covered in blood. Miscellaneous items were piled up everywhere, and from time to time, the soft moans of the injured could be heard. The Tai family father and daughter walked a large circle, and during this time, both of them were silent. Fang Yuan, you stinking brat, get out of here. Suddenly, a roar came from within the courtyard. The Tai family father and daughter could not help but stop. After a while, the door opened, and Fang Yuan rubbed his nose and walked out with a faint smile. It's little brother Fang Yuan. Not far away, Tai Shueleng took the initiative to greet him. This little one greets Lord Divine Investigator. Fang Yuan withdrew his smile and cupped his hands. Little brother, the two of us have just arrived and are not very familiar with some places. I wonder if you can explain a thing or two to us? Tai Shueleng suddenly invited. Tai Ruanan glanced at her father, but did not say anything. Fang Yuan's eyes narrowed slightly. He was just about to meet them, but he did not expect this opportunity to be delivered to him. The two of you have traveled tens of thousands of miles and tirelessly come to solve this case. The entire village should assist you. Both of you, this way please. Fang Yuan spoke frankly with assurance, not showing any signs of guilt as he walked in front. The spirit spring bubbled like boiling water. Suddenly, with a splash, the spring water surged up like a wave. After reaching a certain level, the spring water split apart and splashed everywhere. A slender white snake covered in snow scales stepped on the waves, showing its elegant figure. Its eyes were like jade, indifferent like jade, revealing a cold indifference. On both sides of its head, there was a pair of long whiskers that fluttered in the wind like an immortal's ribbons. Rank 5, White Form Immortal Snake Goo. Greetings to Great Immortal. Bai clan leader excitedly kneeled on the ground and anxiously instructed, Bai Ningbing, why aren't you kneeling as well? I never kneel to a goo. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted, his body straight like a spear. Even though the white form immortal snake goo emitted a faintly cold aura, concealing a dense killing intent, Bai Ningbing had no fear. But Bai Ningbing had no fear, his blue eyes staring straight at the white form immortal snake goo's snake eyes. Time seemed to have stopped. The spirit spring and Bai clan leader became irrelevant in the background. Under the bright moonlight, the blue-eyed youth was like a painting, and the silver-whiskered white snake was like an immortal, gazing at each other. After a long while, the white snake suddenly cried out and turned into a white rainbow, crashing into Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's body shook, and the rainbow entered his aperture, turning into a white snake. The white snake occupied the center of the primeval essence, immediately pushing the surrounding goo to the side with a domineering attitude. This situation. Bai clan leader stood up with a puzzled expression. It doesn't match the clan's records. There were corresponding records in the clan's records. Once a goo master is acknowledged, the white form immortal snake goo would carry the inheritor and ascend to the sky, obtaining the treasure in the sky. But the current situation was somewhat strange. The white form immortal snake goo entered Bai Ningbing's aperture, not killing him. It should have acknowledged him. But why didn't it carry Bai Ningbing and directly ascend to the sky? Could it be there was a mistake in the records? At once, Bai clan leader couldn't understand. Time slowly passed. Guyue village is like this. Then there was the underground karst cave. But that is the clan's forbidden area, outsiders can't enter. Fang Yuan said. He looked at the bright moon in the night sky and continued, it's getting late, why don't you two rest early? You will have the energy to solve the case tomorrow, right? He, Elder Fang Yuan is right. Thank you Elder Fang Yuan for your guidance along the way. Elder Fang Yuan, please return. Tai Xueleng said. Since that's the case, I'll take my leave. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and left decisively. Tai Xueleng looked at Fang Yuan's back with interest, only retracting his gaze when Fang Yuan turned a corner. Ruanan, what do you think of this Fang Yuan? He suddenly asked. I don't like him, my intuition tells me that there is a shadow behind him. The young girl Tai Ruanan frowned. Tai Xueleng nodded, I know you have the intuition goo, which can increase your intuition. But we pay attention to evidence when solving cases. Intuition alone won't convince people. Don't rely on your intuition too much, don't use intuition goo to solve this case. Yes, father. Tai Xueleng continued, now, analyze Fang Yuan as a person. Father, are you suspecting Fang Yuan? Tai Ruanan was stunned for a moment before continuing, he is a very rational and intelligent person. When he introduced the village to us, every sentence he said was appropriate and logical. Hiss. Tai Ruanan suddenly sucked in a breath of cold air. She frowned, I didn't notice it earlier, but now that you reminded me, I realized it. This Fang Yuan is too good with words. Every sentence he says is the objective truth, abandoning his personal feelings. He calmly narrates from a spectator's perspective. No one can find any flaws in his words, nor can they find any clues beyond his words. His words are very, very, very clean. The young girl hesitated for a moment before finally using the word clean. Tai Xueleng nodded, then shook his head, he did not abandon his personal feelings. Everyone has feelings, even the most cold-blooded assassin has feelings. He just hid his feelings very well and controlled them very well. This young man has a demonic nature. Demonic nature? That's right. Think about it, he was frank during the banquet, saying that he was afraid and did not dare to go to the battlefield. Tell me, if it was any other person, would they do that? Tai Xueleng asked. Tai Ruanan shook her head, no. Goo masters view their clan's honor and their own reputation as more important than their own lives. But that might not be the case. There were many people who destroyed their own reputations in history, right? That's right. But who were those people? Tai Xueleng's gaze was deep. Tai Ruanan thought for a while, her expression slightly shaken, they were all outstanding people. That's right. In history, those who destroyed their own reputations only had two goals. One was to have a grand scheme, and compared to the goal, reputation is nothing. As for the other one, it's to protect himself, to avoid suspicion. Tai Ruanan's eyes brightened, Father, you were saying? You are overthinking, I just feel that this young man is very interesting. Unfortunately, he only has great aptitude. Tai Xueleng said. This night, the moonlight was like water. Fang Yuan walked on the empty street, his footsteps heavy but firm. After interacting with Tai Xueleng, Xiaoqin knew that Tai Xueleng lived up to his name. This Tai Xueleng had eyes that could see through the affairs of the world, and his intelligence and shrewdness were unfathomable. He had roamed the southern border unhindered for decades, making a name for himself. He was truly an outstanding person. It was extremely difficult to get rid of suspicion in front of such a person. As long as they were given enough time, they would definitely find out the truth. We have to fight for time now. However, the recruitment of the Mo bloodline can indeed be used. Not long ago, in the courtyard of the Mo family, Fang Yuan had asked for an exorbitant price. He could marry Mo Yin, but he would need 100,000 yuan stone and 10 rare gu worms, each of which was at least rank 3. This request enraged Gu Yue and Mo Chen. I'm going to marry my precious granddaughter to you, but you're still pretending to be obedient? Furthermore, he shamelessly asked for betrothal gifts and was so greedy. This was truly intolerable. Therefore, the negotiation failed and Fang Yuan was chased out. Fang Yuan turned around and left without any hesitation. He knew Mo Chen's thoughts and was certain that he would compromise. As for him asking for an exorbitant price, it was nothing more than asking for an exorbitant price. However, this matter has both pros and cons. Although I have the Yuan stone and can feed it to the heavenly essence treasure lotus. But my original plan of withdrawing from the political whirlpool has also been disrupted. During tonight's banquet, Gu Yue and Mo Chen sacrificed themselves in exchange for my political future. Next, I'm afraid there will be suppression from the various clan elders. Right now, the political situation of the Gu Yue village was like this. The clan leader was alive and one of the two ministers, Gu Yue Lian, was dead, but the chief faction was not without people. The heir Gu Yue Qing was still alive, and there was also a clan elder like Gu Yue Zhong who came from the same faction. And the Mo faction had lost its heir and Mo Chen was heavily injured, falling to rank 2 and could not even keep his clan elder status. The two great forces of the past were now in decline. On the contrary, the medicine faction was mostly made up of healing Gu masters and was at the back. There were fewer sacrifices and their strength was preserved, showing signs of rising. The medicine faction was originally part of the clan leader's faction, but now it had the qualifications to be independent. But regardless of whether Gu Yue and Yao Ji chose to be independent or continue to rely on the clan to strengthen themselves, they would need to snatch and annex. The Qi and Mo bloodlines, which were in dire straits, were the best targets. If they did not act now, when the two great forces recovered, it would be hard to say. The whirlpool of the mortal world cannot be controlled by oneself. Riding the wind and breaking the waves for 30,000 li, this is the demonic path. Fang Yuan looked up at the moon and sighed bitterly. He wanted to escape from this political whirlpool, but Gu Yue and Mo Chen forcefully pulled him back. Pressure from all sides surged towards him. Tai Xueleng had already started to solve the case, and on the other side, Bai Ningbing had also obtained a new helper. It was like sailing on a submerged reef, with danger lurking everywhere. How could they make a path? The next day. What? You said Jia Jinxing's killer has been found and even killed? Even killed? Tai Ruanan was astonished. This morning, she woke up early and started to understand the case. But to think that the first news she got was that the killer had already been executed. That's right. The killer is a demonic Gu master. He even tried to assassinate our clan's rising star, attempting to kill a genius, but was killed on the spot by our clan's Gu master. An elder provided clues. Is it really like this? Did he directly admit that he was Jia Jinxing's killer? Tai Ruanan frowned deeply. Beside her, Tai Xueleng wore a bronze mask, standing silently like a statue. That's not true. But, if it is not him, who else could it be? The elder shrugged. Tai Ruanan pondered in her heart, these are all guesses, there is no evidence. But no matter what the truth is, this demonic Gu master must be investigated thoroughly. Very likely, this is a clue that leads straight to the truth. Thinking of this, Tai Ruanan raised her head. Where is he buried? I want to open the coffin and examine the corpse. In the shabby coffin, there was a corpse. The stench assaulted the nostrils, causing the servants and Gu masters who helped open the coffin to hide far away in disgust. But the Tai father and daughter seemed to not smell it. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone with a layer of light, and she bent down to examine the corpse with great interest. On the corpse, there were many traces left behind. Many times, one or two small traces could be irrefutable evidence pointing to the killer. On this corpse, there were many scars, and the person's appearance could be vaguely seen. He was also wearing his original clothes. Tai Ruanan searched for a long time, before standing up reluctantly. Did you find anything? Tai Shuelong softly asked, testing her. Guyue clan thinks that this person is very likely to be Jia Jinxing's killer, thus they preserved this corpse very well. There is a big problem with this corpse. Tai Ruanan answered. He is a middle-aged man, his right arm is thicker than his left, and both his hands have a thick layer of calluses. The distribution of the calluses is not uniform. His body is full of scars, with many fatal injuries. Before his death, he had an intense battle. But on his body, there are also many internal injuries. Especially on his left foot, he is missing 3 toes. This is an injury from many years ago. Saying so, Tai Ruanan deduced, he is very likely to have been a hunter when he was alive. There is a lot of evidence. The asymmetrical body and the calluses on his hands show that he is a person who often draws a bow. There are many claw and teeth marks from wild beasts on his body, and he often interacts with wild beasts. His clothing is also not that of an orthodox Gu master. Especially the straw sandals on his feet, they are even more interesting. The grass used to weave the straw sandals is bamboo. Hemp grass. This grass only grows around Qingmao bamboo. And Qingmao Mountain is rich in Qingmao bamboo. Other than this, there is no bamboo hemp grass in the surrounding 1,000 li. What do you mean? Tai Shuelong asked. Before this person became a demonic Gu master, he must have been a hunter. From his clothing, he is very likely a hunter from Qingmao Mountain. Tai Ruanan's eyes shone with brilliance. How can you be sure he is a native here? If it is straw sandals, he could have killed the villagers here and put them on himself. Tai Shuelong retorted. That's not it. Among all the clothing, shoes are very special. If they were stolen, most of them would not fit well. But look at this pair of shoes, not only do they fit well, they are also tightly knit, as if tailor-made. His left foot is missing 3 toes, so the straw sandals on his left foot are correspondingly shorter. The wounds on his toes are at the base, and are very sharp. I guess it is very likely that he stepped into a trap many years ago. Tai Ruanan said. Tai Shuelong did not comment, neither did he confirm anything, nor did he criticize anything. Just like what he said earlier, he would leave everything to Tai Ruanan to solve. Tai Ruanan continued to speak, with this deduction, we can definitely go to the surrounding villages and carry out investigations. We might be able to find more clues, As she spoke, the young girl's expression suddenly froze. She suddenly recalled that Qingmao Mountain had just experienced a wolf-tide catastrophe. Even the village had suffered heavy losses, not to mention these villages at the foot of the mountain. She wanted to use this method to find out this person's identity and information, but the chances were very slim. But even if the chances are slim, as long as there is a possibility of success, I will still try. This was the first time the young girl had solved a case on her own, and she was full of energy. However, half a day passed, and she returned in low spirits. This wolf tide was the most terrifying in history, and some villages did not even have any survivors. This made it very difficult for her to conduct her investigation. This clue is broken. What are you going to do next? Tai Shuelong asked at an appropriate time. The young girl gritted her teeth, her tone revealing stubbornness and tenacity. No, it's not over yet. Father, didn't you say that the real clue is hidden even deeper, and as long as we continue to dig, it will appear? This demonic Gu master's death is very fishy. First, why did he attack Fangjing? How did Fangjing offend him, causing him to disregard his own safety and risk his life to assassinate Fangjing amidst many strong enemies? Secondly, he is a local. But why did no one recognize him after his death? Her words caused Tai Shuelong to raise his eyebrows. Child, you have really grown up. The divine investigator sighed, his tone filled with relief. You're asking me why that Gu master came to kill me? How would I know? Facing Tai Ruanan's question, Fangjing blinked innocently. If you did something, I really hope you don't hide it. Because your unintentional words could be a huge help in solving the case. The young girl said sincerely. Fangjing shook his head, I was also puzzled. I was cultivating all this time, how did I attract an assassination? But after that, the people around me analyzed that this demonic Gu master was hired by the other two clans to kill a rising star like me. You also know that Bai and Xiong clans have always hated our Guyue clan. Xiong clan is the most suspicious, they had once recruited demonic Gu masters. Xiong clan huh? Tai Ruanan could not help but feel dejected. Xiong clan was already swallowed by the wolf tide, it seems this clue is broken again. But at this time, there was a commotion outside the door. Look, isn't that Xiong clan's men? Didn't Xiong clan get exterminated, why are their envoys here? The appearance of Xiong clan's envoys caused a huge commotion in the entire village. Everyone was discussing. Soon, there was news from the clan head pavilion. Xiong clan still has a large number of survivors. They retreated on their own, using a Gu left behind by our ancestor. At the same time, they concealed many of their figures, deceiving everyone. This group of bastards, passively avoiding battle and letting the wolf tide spread to our side. These Xiong clan people are big and crude, but their hearts are actually very sinister. They want to use the wolf tide to weaken us. Too despicable. Guyue clansmen were filled with righteous indignation. The appearance of Xiong clan's envoys caused the entire situation of Qingmao Mountain to change drastically. Originally, they thought it would be a battle between Bai clan and Guyue clan, but to think it would still be a battle between three clans. But thinking about it, it was understandable. Xiong clan was a clan that had stood strong for hundreds of years, and similarly had a deep foundation. Which clan did not have an old ancestor or a trump card? After Xiong clan's envoys left, Guyue Bo immediately called for an elder meeting. These bastards from the Xiong clan village are really despicable. They actually retreated. I really can't look down on anyone. The Xiong clan has always been ranked behind our clan and the Bai clan, and is considered to be at the bottom of the Qingmao Mountain. But since they have such a scheme, we have to be even more careful in the future. They want to kill us with a borrowed knife, using the wolf tide to eradicate us. If it weren't for that lightning leakin, we wouldn't have had to sacrifice so many elders. These people deserve to die. If not for Divine Investigator Tai's appearance, I'm afraid that even the two patriarchs would have lost their lives. We can't let these people go for nothing. It's necessary to demand compensation. It was us and the Bai family who worked together to get rid of the lightning leakin. But as for how to ask for compensation, I still need to think it over carefully. The elders spoke one after the other, and finally came to a conclusion after the discussion. The Guyue clan would send an envoy to the Xiong clan. He must find out the truth about the Xiong family. If the Xiong family was strong enough, they would have to ally with the Bai family. If the Xiong family was too weak, they might just send people to eliminate them and seize their spirit spring. Then, who is the most suitable person to go to the Xiong clan? Guyue Bo looked around and asked, which elder can take on this responsibility? The hall immediately became silent. The elders looked at each other, no one was willing to go. Now was the time of internal strife, and the crucial time to divide the cake of benefits. If they went to the Xiong clan and caused their own bloodline to be leaderless, others would take advantage of it. When they returned, the situation would be set. I feel that to go to the Xiong clan, there must be an experienced and mature person who can take charge. Among everyone here, only the Emochen clan can take on this responsibility. Guyue Yaoji suddenly said. Guyue Emochen snorted, and immediately retorted, in terms of qualifications, Master Yaoji is more qualified than me. Especially in terms of popularity, I can't catch up and concede defeat. Looks like we will have to trouble Master Yaoji to go to the Xiong clan. Elder Emochen is right. I also recommend Madam Yaoji. A family elder stood up. I feel that Master Emochen is more suitable. Another elder immediately retorted. The scene was chaotic. Guyue Bo sat on the main seat and watched coldly without making a sound. The medicine faction already had the intention of leaving him and was no longer under his control. Therefore, he didn't want to help either side, and quietly watched the situation. This was the first contest between the medicine faction and the Emo faction. Both sides had political allies. It could be seen that the leaders of both sides had made many compromises and exchanges of benefits. But overall, the medicine faction was slightly stronger. Guyue Yaoji's popularity and the Qi faction's inclination were the main reasons for this situation. Guyue Bo watched coldly from the side, secretly remembering everyone's factions. As the clan leader, of course he didn't want to see power fall to someone else. These elders were all his opponents. But he decided to wait and see first, and not make a move. The Mo faction has too many resources and power, and they lost an heir. Therefore, the medicine faction is in a hurry to jump out and take a bite. Therefore, the key to this battle is on one person. Guyue Bo thought inwardly and moved his gaze to Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had been sitting on his seat, not saying a word. It seems that this Fang Yuan and the Mo faction aren't very close and haven't reached an agreement of benefits. Otherwise, he would have helped already. Is this my chance? Guyue Bo couldn't help but think. But at this time, Fang Yuan suddenly stood up from his seat. His action instantly attracted everyone's attention. Then he said something shocking. The mission to the village is very important, it concerns the rise and fall of our clan. I am willing to take on the mission and investigate the Xiong clan's situation for the clan. What? Fang Yuan is volunteering to go? What does he mean? Is he really dumb or pretending to be dumb? Isn't he afraid that by the time he returns, the benefits will have already been divided? All the elders were bewildered. Fang Yuan had his own plans. If he went to the Xiong clan, he might be able to find an opportunity to instigate a conflict between the three clans. Even if he couldn't, he would have a chance to leave. Wait a minute. Anyone can be the envoy, but not Fang Yuan. The door suddenly opened and Tai Ruanan rushed in. Fang Yuan turned around and his pupils shrunk. He saw the father and daughter of the Tai clan walking in with two people following behind them. One of them looked very similar to Fang Yuan, it was his younger brother, Guyue Fangjing. The other was Guyue Jianghe. I wonder why Divine Investigator Tai is here. Guyue Bo stood up to welcome them. His tone was slightly displeased. This is Guyue clan's internal discussion, how can you just barge in like this? Guyue clan leader and elders, I have already investigated the true identity of the demonic Gu master who tried to kill Guyue Fangjing. Tai Shueling said. Oh? It's like this. Wasn't that demonic Gu master ordered by the Xiong clan? Could there be some kind of inside story? That's right. This demonic Gu master's true identity is actually a hunter in the village at the foot of the mountain. But due to a coincidence, he became a demonic Gu master. His name is Wang Er, and the reason why he tried to kill Guyue Fangjing was because of Fangjing's brother, Fang Yuan. Saying so, Tai Ruanan stared at Fang Yuan. Brother, to think you are such a person. Fangjing clenched his fists, his eyes showing anger. Little girl, what do you mean? Guyue Mo Chen's voice turned gloomy. Don't tell me, Fang Yuan hired this demonic Gu master to assassinate his brother, Fangjing? Guyue Yaoji said excitedly. Even Guyue Bo's expression changed, slightly adjusting his posture in his seat. You are mistaken. Tai Ruanan shook her head, the real situation is that Fangjing killed innocent people, and killed old man Wang's family, causing Wang Er to take revenge. But Wang Er did not know Fang Yuan had a brother, and mistook Fangjing for Fang Yuan, so he killed him to take revenge. Little girl, everything needs to be based on evidence, an elder said. Of course I have evidence. Guyue Jianghe, tell us everything you know. Tai Ruanan came prepared, and was not flustered. Guyue Jianghe sighed, looking at the Tai father and daughter in fear, walking forward while trembling. He then knelt on the ground, crying, this subordinate has failed in his duty, clan leader, please punish me. Guyue Bo's expression was gloomy, what's the matter, say it first. Don't hide anything. Back then, when Fang Yuan killed old man Wang's family, it was under Guyue Jianghe's jurisdiction, and was discovered by him when he rushed to the scene. Because of the assessment, he had suppressed this matter and concealed it from the public. But to think that today, it was exposed by Tai Ruanan. That's what happened. Jianghe stammered. He didn't exaggerate the details. It was very simple and in line with the truth. At this moment, he did not dare to lie. Fang Yuan was also an elder, he did not dare to exaggerate. I did not expect the truth to be like this. Fang Yuan killed Wang Er's father, Wang Er came to take revenge, and found Fangjing. So it was like this. Fang Jing suffered an undeserved calamity, and blocked a calamity for Fang Yuan. The elders whispered to each other. Fang Jing clenched his fists even tighter, anger rising in his heart. He finally could not endure it, and shouted at Fang Yuan, "Brother, how can you treat human life like grass? That old man and girl are innocent mortals, how can you do this?" Facing his brother's responsibility, Fang Yuan was indifferent, as if he did not hear anything. Guyue Fang Jing was not the main point. Fang Yuan looked at the Tai father and daughter. To be able to dig out the truth in such a short time, they were indeed worthy of the divine investigator title. No matter what gu they used, or what methods they used, to make Jiang He yield and reveal his secret, they were indeed capable. Such ability made Fang Yuan even more certain that the matter of him killing Jia Jinxing would be exposed by the Tai father and daughter. It was only a matter of time. After all, this was the world of gu. Gu could be used to commit crimes, and gu could also be used to solve crimes. Elder Fang Yuan, is it true that you killed old man Wang's entire family? On the main seat, Guyue Bo asked in a deep voice. Everyone's gazes were focused on Fang Yuan. The young elder laughed coldly, "It is indeed true." Guyue Fangjing closed his eyes with a heavy heart. Although he killed many lightning wolves, he had never killed anyone. When he heard Fang Yuan admit it, he suddenly felt that his own brother was so unfamiliar and distant. This kind of distance was mixed with the fear of his ruthless methods, and also the anger of being implicated by the innocent. "Fang Yuan, don't you feel any guilt for killing innocent people like this? Maybe you have some difficulties, you can say it out." Tai Ruanan frowned. She, who was filled with righteousness, hated people like Fang Yuan the most. "So what if I killed them? I don't need to tell you my story. But I didn't know that the missing Wang heir was a demonic gu master. I also didn't know that Fang Jing would be implicated," Fang Yuan said honestly. "Brother, are you not going to say anything to me?" Fang Jing opened his eyes red. "What do you want me to say? Words of consolation or words of apology? Humph, little brother, you are still too inexperienced." Fang Yuan laughed coldly. "Damn it, brother, don't think you are so great just because you advanced to clan elder. Let me tell you, I already have the qualifications to break through to rank 3. Fang Jing gritted his teeth, his fists clenched so hard that veins popped out. "Enough." Guyue Bo couldn't stand it anymore and shouted, "Fang Jing, step down. What kind of propriety is it to make such a big fuss here?" His words had a hidden meaning, hiding his dissatisfaction. Tai Ruanan couldn't sense it, but divine investigator Tai Shueleng reacted immediately. He took a step forward and cupped his fists. "Clan leader Guyue and clan elders, my daughter barged into your clan's discussion hall. It is indeed inappropriate. I apologize for offending all of you." The clan elders hurriedly stood up and said that they didn't dare. Guyue Bo's expression softened. Tai Shueleng continued, "However, this little brother Fang Yuan, because he is involved in Jia Jinxing's case, he is still a suspect. I hope that he can stay in the stronghold and try not to go to the outer stronghold." Guyue Bo rubbed his temples and sighed. "We, the Guyue clan, also hope to give Lord Jia Fu an explanation. Since this is what the divine arrestor wants, Elder Fang Yuan will have to suffer a little before he is cleared of suspicion. I hope you can understand." Guyue Bo looked at Fang Yuan. His expression was sincere, but his gaze was deep. Although Fang Yuan killed old man Wang's family, they were only mortals. What was wrong with a gu master killing mortals? Especially when this gu master was a clan elder. Thus, there was no punishment. "Yes." Fang Yuan looked at Guyue Bo and replied expressionlessly. "Damn it, it's like this again." Tai Ruanan punched the tree trunk, causing the leaves to fall. She was furious and gritted her teeth. He clearly killed someone, but he turned a blind eye to it and didn't say anything. "Father, are you saying that mortals aren't humans? Why do gu masters feel that killing mortals is a matter of course?" Tai Shueleng was silent like a statue at the side. The weather was gloomy and the wind blew, causing the leaves in the forest to rustle. Tai Ruanan suddenly lowered her head, her expression dejected. "I'm sorry, father." She apologized. "I didn't listen to your instructions and used the intuition gu." Sigh. The divine arrestor heaved a long sigh, his deep gaze falling on the young girl. "Child, you hate evil so much and have a strong sense of justice, just like me when I was young. As a father, I feel gratified but also worried." "Worried about what?" "Your ambition is even greater than mine. When I was young, my ambition was to capture all the criminals in the world and fill up the demon suppression tower. But you want to make everyone equal, to make Gu masters and mortals alike, to make law and reason spread throughout the world. This kind of ambition and ideal is too big and too heavy." Tai Shuelong's words were filled with vicissitudes of life. "But father, the so-called law, justice, if we don't treat everyone equally, then what is the meaning of justice and law? How could a young man be considered a young man if he didn't have some arrogant ideals? I believe in human effort. As long as I work hard, I might be able to achieve it." Tai Ruanan's tone was agitated, her eyes filled with longing. Tai Shuelong was silent for a while before saying, "One day, you will understand, Ruanan. But that's good, young people should walk their own path. Setbacks will lead to maturity. Father is old, I won't interfere with you anymore. I only hope you can live the life you want." Saying so, he took out a letter from his pocket and handed it to Tai Ruanan. "This is?" Tai Ruanan opened the letter and was immediately overjoyed. This letter was Jia Fu's reply. It recorded all the information regarding Jia Jinxing's case, including Feng Yuan's stone gambling, possessing the liquor worm, how he used the bamboo gentleman Gu to interrogate Feng Yuan, and even the second time Feng Yuan made a bid, the talent he displayed during the transaction, and the fact that he was recruited by Jia Fu. Tai Ruanan read the contents of Feng Yuan's bid 3 times, her eyes shining brightly. This Feng Yuan is not only ruthless and cruel, he is also intelligent and scheming. My intuition tells me that he is very suspicious. If he really is the murderer, then he is really terrifying. His lies did not cause the bamboo gentleman Gu's expression to change. What kind of method is this? Tai Ruanan muttered to herself. What are you going to do next? Tai Shuelong asked. Jia Jinxing's case has happened a long time ago, it is full of mysteries and mysteries. Up until now, Jia Jinxing's corpse has not appeared, and we can't even deduce the crime scene. This case is too clean, I don't know where to start. There is only one prime suspect, Feng Yuan. Even though Wang Er's clues are cut off, and there is no evidence to prove that he is the murderer. But without any other targets, I can only rely on my intuition to investigate this Feng Yuan. Tai Ruanan replied energetically. You feel that there is something suspicious about Feng Yuan? Tai Shuelong asked. There are many suspicious points. Tai Ruanan immediately said, this Feng Yuan clearly only has C-grade aptitude, why is his cultivation speed faster than Feng Jing's? Although he has the help of the liquor worm and the relic Gu, this speed is still too fast. Guyue tribe might not have sensed anything wrong, but bystanders can see more clearly. This is one of the suspicious points. Other than this, there is another suspicious point. That is his luck. He gambled on rocks for the first time in his life, buying 6 purple gold rocks and getting 2 live Gu at once. One is the mudskin toad, the other is the liquor worm. Isn't his luck a little too good? Tai Shuelong nodded, yes, continue. This Feng Yuan looks ordinary, but if you look deeper, you will find that he is as mysterious as the thick fog in the mountains. Many things that he accidentally reveals will make people ponder over it for a long time. For example, his stone dissecting technique. He actually used the moonlight Gu to dissect the rock, and did not damage the core of the rock. It's really unimaginable for a student to have such fine control. Wait a minute. Tai Ruanan paused. At this moment, she discovered something, and her eyes shone brightly, becoming as sharp as an eagle's. Her gaze focused on a line of words in the letter, and after staring at it for a long time, her eyes became brighter and brighter. I found a flaw. This Feng Yuan is very suspicious. After a while, she suddenly raised her head and shouted excitedly. The fragrance of the tea in the cup rose along with the steam, spreading throughout the study. Feng Yuan calmly lifted the teacup, blowing on the floating tea leaves, and drank a mouthful of hot tea, before leisurely letting out a breath. Looking at the leisurely Feng Yuan in front of him, Guyue Emochin painstakingly endured, feeling the veins on his forehead throbbing. Previously, when Feng Yuan asked for an exorbitant price, he was so angry that he chased Feng Yuan out on the spot. but today, he had no choice but to invite Fang Yuan over again. This was because the situation was stronger than the person. The medicine faction was pressuring him everywhere, and the fact that he had fallen to rank 2 would be exposed sooner or later. The MO faction was in a precarious situation, and urgently needed an elder to act as a son-in-law. Stabilizing the hearts of the people was the same as stabilizing their own position. But this little bastard Fang Yuan is too despicable, asking for such an exorbitant price. Does he really think that the MO faction is making money every day? Guyue Mo Chen fiercely cursed in his heart, while putting on a warm smile on his face, speaking in a negotiating tone, Elder Fang Yuan, your price is too ruthless, it greatly exceeds the bottom line of the MO faction. Can't you lower it a little more? Fang Yuan glanced at Guyue Mo Chen. This old man in front of him knew when to yield and when to stand tall, he was worthy of admiration. Actually, his current situation was getting worse. The Tai family father and daughter were forcing him into a desperate situation. Once they found out that he was Jia Jinxing's murderer, Guyue tribe would definitely hand him over to appease the Jia family's anger, and at the same time, exchange for the Jia family's annual trade. The time was almost ripe, and Fang Yuan's tone loosened, then I'll lower it by another 30%. But there is a condition, you need to pay 40,000 yuan stone in advance, and you also need a pig iron goo and a past life grass goo. Only then can you show your sincerity. Guyue Mo Chen heard this, and couldn't help but rub his brows, saying in a deep voice, I can give you the pig iron goo first, but my MO faction really doesn't have the past life grass goo. We can't take out all 40,000 yuan stone in one go, so we can only give it to you in installments. Fang Yuan knew that Guyue Mo Chen, this old fox, wasn't telling the truth, but he also understood that if he continued to be overbearing, it would instead produce the opposite of what he wanted. All right. Wait until you fulfill these first, then we can talk about the marriage. Before that, I will make a statement in the council meeting. Fang Yuan left after leaving these words. The study room fell into silence. After a while, Guyue Mo Chen suddenly spoke, come out. The secret door was pushed open, and a young girl with red eyes from crying walked out. Grandpa. She bowed, it was Guyue Mo Yen. Guyue Mo Chen heaved a long sigh, you are quite clear about the clan's situation. Mo Yen, the clan needs your sacrifice, can you understand? Yes. The young girl choked with sobs, lowering her head. No matter which world, there was no free lunch. Even Fang Yuan, as a clan elder, had contributed a lot to the clan. It was just that the specific amount of effort and gain varied from person to person. As for these youngsters who were born with a golden spoon in their mouths, they similarly didn't have free rights. To enjoy the clan's nurturing, they had to have the awareness of sacrifice. And this awareness, Guyue Mo Yen had long ago. The live iron goo was a rank 2 goo, shaped like a coal briquette, fist-sized and pitch black, with countless small holes on its surface. Fang Yuan injected his white-silver primeval essence into it, and the live iron goo floated up, spinning on its own before spewing out a black fog-like iron aura from the holes. The chainsaw golden centipede coiled around Fang Yuan's feet, its dark golden carapace full of scars, and the 2 rows of silver serrations were damaged. However, as the iron chi surged over and covered these scars, the scars were actually gradually being erased. The black iron aura continued to deplete, and the chainsaw golden centipede's 2 rows of serrations grew at a visible rate. Healing goo were divided into different categories, some healed goo masters, some healed all sorts of injuries, and some targeted goo worms. To the chainsaw golden centipede, the live iron goo was its healing goo. An hour later, the live iron goo became smaller, from a fist-sized coal briquette to the size of a marble, before finally disappearing. It was an expendable goo. But its sacrifice was exchanged for the chainsaw golden centipede's recovery. The chainsaw golden centipede now looked brand new. The 2 rows of silver serrations were as bright as new, shining with a cold light. On the dark golden carapace, the scars had mostly healed. Only 5 or 6 shallow scars remained on his body. But this was not a big deal, as in a few weeks, these scars would disappear due to the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability. But without the live iron goo, relying on the chainsaw golden centipede's own recovery ability, it would take at least half a year for the serrations to fully grow. The chainsaw golden centipede was tough and soft, and although it consumed less primeval essence and had strong attacks, it was too tough and had flaws in its recovery ability. Everything in this world was balanced, and there was no such thing as an all-powerful goo. There were advantages and disadvantages. Even rank 6, rank 7, and above goo followed this law of nature. This way, the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's battle strength has completely recovered. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, lightly touching the Chainsaw Golden Centipede's cold carapace, his face slightly pale. His pale face was covered in cold sweat. Damn it, at this time. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, his left hand subconsciously covering his abdomen. His consciousness entered the aperture, only to see that the white-silver primeval sea was dead silent. The entire aperture was filled with an oppressive force. All the other goo were fiercely suppressed to the side. Only the spring-autumn cicada in the middle of the aperture above the sea was giving off a beautiful yellow and green light. At this moment, not only had the spring-autumn cicada's wings recovered, but even its main body had gained a lot more luster. Just like a falling object, the lower it was, the faster it would fall. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed was the same. After surviving the initial difficult and slow period, the more time passed, the faster its recovery speed became. Thus, trouble came. The spring-autumn cicada was a rank 6 goo master, while Fang Yuan was only a rank 3 goo master. His aperture gradually found it hard to contain the spring-autumn cicada. In the past, spring-autumn cicada was extremely weak and the burden on the aperture was not heavy. But now, the spring-autumn cicada was gradually recovering, displaying the strength of a rank 6 goo, causing Fang Yuan's aperture to be like a small temple, unable to contain a great deity. If this goes on, before the Tai father and daughter find out the truth, I might die from the spring-autumn cicada. When it rains, it pours. The real solution was to raise his cultivation as soon as possible. When he became a rank 6 goo master, his aperture would have the ability to contain the spring-autumn cicada. But this method would take too long. In the 500 years of Fang Yuan's previous life, he used a total of 400 years to reach rank 6. He was now a C-grade talent with a rank 3 cultivation. To cultivate to rank 6, he seriously lacked time. Besides this, there was a temporary solution. That was to bring the spring-autumn cicada out of the aperture and let it live outside his body. But this method also had a huge disadvantage. First, the spring-autumn cicada was not a battle goo and had no ability to protect itself. It was safer to hide it in the aperture. Secondly, once a rank 6 goo appeared, it would interfere with the laws and cause a phenomenon in a certain area. As long as it stayed in a certain area for a long time, there would be a flock of strong goo masters attracted to it. Fang Yuan was now in the village, there were many people and he was being watched by the Tai father and daughter. Once the spring-autumn cicada came out of his body, it would be noticed immediately. Thus, he could only endure. The spring-autumn cicada's recovery speed is getting faster and faster. At this rate, I don't have much time left. When I get the 40,000 yuan stones from Gu Yue and Mo Chen, I will pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus and leave. As for the Tai father and daughter, I can only take it one step at a time. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He could only delay the matter of the Tai father and daughter. But now, the spring-autumn cicada did not give him any time to delay. He was already forced into a desperate situation and time was pressing. Every minute and second he wasted was decreasing his chances of survival. The situation of goo masters dying from their own goo worms was not rare. Many goo masters forcefully used their goo worms and died from the backlash of the goo worm's power. Not mentioning the distant, Gu Yue and Qing Shu's example was right in front of him. 6 pieces of purple gold stones, each the size of a fist. With Fang Yuan's cultivation at that time, he actually managed to open 5 pieces on the spot. How can he have so much primeval essence? Tai Ruanan's gaze was fixated on the relevant line in the letter as she laughed complacently. Tai Shuelong nodded, you finally found the suspicious point here. Not bad, only by paying attention can you discover things that ordinary people cannot see. But what can you deduce from this suspicious point? Tai Ruanan closed her eyes and activated her intuition goo. In the darkness, she felt a flash of inspiration in her mind. She suddenly opened her eyes. Intuition tells me that Fang Yuan already has the liquor worm. But intuition can be wrong sometimes, it cannot represent evidence. Tai Shuelong reminded. Isn't it easy to get evidence? Hee, as long as he has the liquor worm, he will have to feed it. As long as it is fed, there will be traces left behind. Tai Ruanan's lips curled into an arc. Let's go. We will go find Guyue Fengjing. As his younger brother, he should be most familiar with Feng Yuan. You are asking about Big Brother's past? Fengjing's expression revealed a complex expression. He sighed and recalled, Big Brother was an outstanding person in the past. He displayed his talent since young and wrote many poems, causing the whole village to pay attention to him. At that time I was in awe of him and admired him. In my heart, he was like a mountain that I could not climb. Maybe it was because he stood too high and fell. Later on, in the aptitude ceremony, he was tested to only have C-grade aptitude, thus he was dispirited for a long time. He slept in class and did not return home at night, getting drunk all day long. From that moment on, I understood that Big Brother was also a human. Wait, you said getting drunk? Tai Ruanan sharply sensed this keyword and squinted her eyes. Yes, there was a period of time when he was extremely drunk. Sigh, maybe the reality was too cruel. He was AC grade, but his brother was an A grade, he probably couldn't accept it. Actually, if I put myself in his shoes, I can understand his feelings. Fengjing said. Then let me ask you, from that time on, would Feng Yuan buy wine every once in a while? Tai Ruanan asked again. Yes. From that moment on, Big Brother fell in love with the wine, and spent a lot of money on it. There was a period of time when he was addicted to green bamboo wine. That is our village's specialty, a very expensive wine. He willfully robbed his classmates of their yuan stone allowance, just to buy wine. This kind of behavior was too much, to the point that none of the students liked him. Why, is there a problem here? In the end, Fengjing expressed his doubts. There is a huge problem. I suspect that your Big Brother's liquor worm was not obtained from stone gambling, but he had it for a long time. Your Big Brother's drunkenness was just a performance. His real motive was to hide the fact that he obtained the liquor worm and fed it. Tai Ruanan replied in a low voice. What? Fengjing heard this and stood up from his seat in shock. This news was too surprising. What you said just now made me even more suspicious. Where does your Big Brother usually buy wine? I need to investigate further. Tai Ruanan also stood up. She was racing against time, full of energy, and swift in her actions. In the entire village, there is only one place that sells green bamboo wine, and that is the only inn. Then I'll take my leave. Tai Ruanan turned and left. Wait, I'll go with you. Fengjing hesitated for a moment, then chased after her. Half an hour later. Tai Ruanan walked on the bluestone street, and concluded, I've already asked the innkeeper, the situation is already very clear. Feng Yuan bought so much wine for a deeper purpose. That is to feed the liquor worm. After that, he purposely went to stone gambling, to reasonably expose the liquor worm in front of everyone. All of this was planned by him. On the side, Guyue Fengjing walked absent-mindedly, his face somewhat lifeless. He did not expect the truth to be like this. There was a time when he looked down on Feng Yuan, thinking that he was decadent and self-deprecating. From that moment onwards, he felt that the peak of the past was no longer unreachable. But the truth was, all of this was Feng Yuan's disguise. His performance, his plot, the surrounding people, were all kept in the dark, and were running around in circles. And he, Guyue Fengjing, was no exception, looking down on his big brother in the past, looking down on him now. It seemed like a joke full of ridicule. Big brother, in your heart, what am I? Am I a joke in your eyes when you pretend to be drunk? Big brother. You are so scheming, in your heart, am I so childish that you can sneer at me? Fengjing roared in his heart. He was ashamed, he was angry. He felt like he was being toyed with by Feng Yuan, all along, acting out a laughable and childish play. He could feel Feng Yuan's disdain towards him. Big brother, how can you do this to me? Once, in Fengjing's heart, Feng Yuan was like a mountain, so high that he could not climb it. Once, Fengjing thought that the shadow of this mountain would shroud him for the rest of his life. But life brought him an unexpected turn of events. Feng Yuan's decadence made Fengjing see his weakness. the mountain in Fangjing's heart collapsed. However, so this was just his brother's performance, a play. The mountain that had collapsed in his heart now seemed to be shrouded in a layer of mysterious fog. "Brother, what kind of person are you?" Only then did Fangjing realize that he couldn't figure out his biological brother at all. Fang Yuan's scheming was too deep, such acting skills, and the cruelty of killing, made him feel extremely unfamiliar. This feeling of unfamiliarity was mixed with a fear that even Fangjing did not want to admit. This damned feeling returned to his heart. He tried his best to get rid of this fear, which made him subconsciously follow Tai Ruanan's footsteps. "Lady Tai, thank you for letting me discover the truth, and see another side of my brother. Helping you is helping me. Tell me, I will tell you everything I know," Fangjing said sincerely. Tai Ruanan nodded, then shook her head. "I basically know what I need to know. Now the question is, where did Fang Yuan's liquor worm come from?" "You're right. This is very strange." Brother's situation at that time, he had not inherited his parents' inheritance, and his aptitude was only C grade, and he had just started cultivating. Where did he get the liquor worm? Fangjing frowned. There are only two reasons for this situation. One is someone else's sponsorship, the second is a legacy. Who would invest in a C grade aptitude person? If it's a legacy, then what is it? Thinking of this, Tai Ruanan could not help but stop. Legacy inheritance. Legacy inheritance, the word kept repeating itself in her mind. She fell into deep thought. If it's a legacy, then everything makes sense. First, the origin of the liquor worm can be explained. Secondly, we have a motive for Jia Jinxing's assassination. Tai Ruanan's heart palpitated. The main question that had puzzled her was the motive for the murder. There was always a motive for murder. Fang Yuan revealed the liquor worm. Jia Jinxing wanted to buy it. However, the value of the liquor worm was still relatively low and not enough to constitute a motive for murder. But if Jia Jinxing, who couldn't take a loss, insisted on buying Fang Yuan's liquor worm, and then followed him and discovered a hidden inheritance, what would Fang Yuan do? He. Tai Ruanan laughed. Fangjing gave him a strange look. Tai Ruanan turned back. "I want to check the history of the Guyue tribe." Fangjing shook his head and spread his hands. "The historical records are kept in the forbidden area of the family. How can outsiders read them?" "Can you go in, then?" Fangjing shook his head. "He must be an elder." "Is that so? What should I do?" Tai Ruanan frowned. "Lady Tai, maybe I can help you." A one-armed old woman walked out from the shadows. It was none other than Guyue Yaoji. She was still the head of the medicine faction. However, ever since she stepped down from her position and was replaced by Guyue Zhong, she had cut off her own arm. Her power had shrunk to an unimaginable degree. But the pursuit of power was deeply ingrained in her bones. She deeply understood that working with Guyue Zhong was only a temporary solution. Only by taking down the Mo faction would she have the capital to take back her position as the medicine faction's elder. To take down the Mo faction, all she had to do was kill their hope. And this hope was naturally Guyue Fang Yuan. "Divine Investigator Tai, to tell you the truth, I have been paying attention to you for a long time. Please follow me, I will bring you into the forbidden area of the family." If it was any other time, that place would be heavily guarded. But unfortunately, I am in charge of guarding the forbidden area now. Guyue Yaoji laughed sinisterly. Of course she wanted to get someone else to do her dirty work, but if Fang Yuan was innocent, she would not be stingy in framing and slandering him. In a secret room in the underground cave, Tai Ruanan saw a secret manual that recorded the history of Guyue clan. From the first generation, when the Guyue village was just built, to its golden age, and now it was in dire straits. The secret manual recorded all the big and small historical events in these hundreds of years. It was very detailed. This first-generation clan leader has a mysterious origin. He founded the Guyue village alone. He is very likely a demonic cultivator. Tai Ruanan flipped through the first few pages and said something shocking. This is nothing. Many demonic Gu masters, when they get tired of roaming, would choose to start a family and establish a clan. Hundreds of years later, they would change from black to white, and these clan descendants would become righteous people. There are many such situations, it is not strange. Tai Xueling said at the side. Then his previous crimes, are they written off just like that? Tai Ruanan's expression was indignant. These demonic goo masters commit crimes, and when they get tired, they will settle down and enjoy their old age. Isn't this letting them off too easily? Tai Xueling sighed faintly. Ruanan. When I was young, I was like you, thinking that the black in this world is black, and the white is white. But when you see more, you will find that this world is actually gray. Sometimes, black can turn into white, and white can turn into black. Some black may not be more sinister than white, and some white may have deeper sins. Moreover, demonic goo masters also have their own difficulties. Righteous goo masters control the cultivation resources, while demonic goo masters are alone, and can only rely on some extreme methods. Like the first-generation clan leader, being able to repent is already a good example. At least he no longer does evil, turning from black to white, and contributing to the righteous path. Tai Xueling consoled, but the young girl Tai Ruanan was not convinced. She shook her head, saying resolutely, "Father, it is wrong for you to sympathize with demonic goo masters like this. White is white, black is black. If they commit a crime, they should be punished. If they break the law, they should be punished. Otherwise, where is justice, where is justice, where is the law? This is not sympathy. Where there are people, there are benefits. Where there are benefits, there are crimes. As long as people exist, crimes will not stop. My child, you will gradually realize that a person's strength is just too weak." Tai Ruanan's tone was full of vicissitudes and sorrow. "Forget it, it is still too early for you to talk about this, you should focus on solving the case." "Yes, father." Tai Ruanan curled her lips, not taking Tai Xueling's bleak words to heart. When people are young, they always think they can change the world. But when they grow up, they will gradually realize that maintaining their own nature and not being changed by the world is already a great success. The young girl continued to read, but her hand suddenly stopped. Fourth-generation clan leader. Flower wine monk? Liquor. Liquor worm? Her eyes brightened, electric currents flickered, and sharp teeth were like blades, shining with a cold light. A frenzy lightning wolf pounced towards Bai Ningbing, its claws drawing a shadow in the air. Bai Ningbing did not move, and in his blue eyes, the frenzy lightning wolf's claws grew larger, but he had no intention of dodging. Suddenly, a white rainbow shot out from the aperture on his abdomen. The rainbow exploded, and white light rained down like rain. In the rain of light, an elegant white snake appeared, its long silver whiskers fluttering like immortal ribbons. Facing this rank 5 snake goo, the frenzy lightning wolf that was howling arrogantly a moment ago immediately became listless and wanted to retreat. But the white form immortal snake opened its mouth and lightly spat out a cloud of mist. The white mist seemed slow but was actually fast, covering the frenzy lightning wolf. The frenzy lightning wolf's vision was obscured by this mist, and it anxiously leapt backwards. But no matter how it moved, this white mist followed it like a shadow, covering its body and preventing it from escaping. The white form immortal snake goo's ability was this maze mist. After covering it, it could cause enemies to lose their sense of direction, and their vision would be filled with white mist. Wild beasts like lightning wolves had strong eyesight, but weak hearing. The frenzy lightning wolf was the same. Right now, its most powerful sensory organ was obscured, and it anxiously held. As it moved, it crashed through many trees and rocks, becoming more and more berserk. Hell, it suddenly opened its mouth and roared, spitting out a ray of blue lightning. The lightning shot towards Bai Ningbing, but Bai Ningbing did not have any intention of dodging. Crack, the lightning struck Bai Ningbing's chest, piercing through it. Bai Ningbing slowly lowered his head, and the large hole created by the lightning allowed him to see the back from the front. But very quickly, this large wound started to freeze. Layers of white ice covered the wound, and soon the ice melted, turning into flesh and blood. This is the true strength of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. I am ice, and ice is me. Fatal injuries to ordinary goo masters can be healed in a few breaths for me. Bai Ningbing sighed in his heart, and then slowly raised his right arm. His right arm was originally broken, but now with the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, it had already recovered to its original state. The white form immortal snake goo also sensed the aura of the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique, and entered my aperture. The northern dark ice soul physique can attract water-type goo worms. It is so strong, yet so weak. Bai Ningbing sighed towards the sky. These days, he did not suppress his cultivation. The northern dark ice soul physique was getting stronger, but he also felt that his death was approaching. Great Immortal is still not moving? At this time, the Bai clan leader walked over and asked in concern. Bai Ningbing shook his head. This snake goo did not acknowledge me, but was attracted by the aura of my northern dark ice soul physique, and moved from the spirit spring to my aperture. Only when I am in danger, and my life is in danger, will it come out to protect me. But the white form immortal snake was not refined by Bai Ningbing, thus this protection effect was extremely limited. For example, the frenzy lightning wolf's lightning was too fast, and the white form immortal snake could not react in time, and Bai Ningbing was struck. In the end, the white form immortal snake was not a defensive goo. In Fang Yuan's previous life, Jiang Fan and the river swallowing toad were also like this. Although Jiang Fan obtained the rank 5 river swallowing toad's help, he was still assassinated by a goo master. By clan leader's side, he felt extreme regret and pity towards this. But he had no other choice, he had done everything he could. Right, the results of the 3 clans' negotiation is out. Xiong clan's strength is mostly preserved, and cannot be underestimated. Finally, the 3 clans decided to hold a 3-clan tournament. Based on this result, the compensation will be decided. This tournament can only be participated by goo masters below 30 years old. I understand. Bai Ningbing nodded. I already have a premonition that my life is coming to an end. To be able to have a tournament, I am really happy. Thank you, Lord Clan Leader. No need to thank me. I am only thinking for the clan. Bai Clan Leader's expression was embarrassed. He was the one who suggested this, and the goal was to squeeze out Bai Ningbing's value to the greatest degree. However, Bai Ningbing's gratitude was sincere. There was no movement from the white form immortal snake goo, which meant he had no fate with the first ancestor's inheritance. But if there is life, there is death, so what? Bai Ningbing had already found his own path, and was no longer afraid. But in his heart, there was still a battle that he could not let go. Fang Yuan, you will come to the 3-clan tournament, right? Don't disappoint me. Because the current me is really very strong. The flower wine monk knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. The 4th-generation clan leader was kind and merciful. The 4th-generation clan leader killed the flower wine monk on the spot, but he was heavily injured and died not long after. What a pity. The people of the demonic path are indeed treacherous and fickle. As Tai Ruanan read the contents, her eyes gradually dimmed. A pity. The flower wine monk was killed on the spot and could not have left behind any inheritance. If he could, then the timing would be just right. The young girl sighed in her heart. She did not give up and continued to read through the Guyue history book. Only when the time was up did Guyue Yaoji come to urge them. The moment the Tai father and daughter left the main pavilion, Fang Jing went up to them. Did you discover anything? Tai Shueleng was silent. Tai Ruanan shook her head with a bitter smile. But Fang Jing said, I just thought of something that might be helpful to you. Brother was once very close to the chief faction. The chief faction elder Guyue Lian had defended him in front of everyone. Miss Tai, do you think this liquor worm was secretly given to my brother by Qi Lian? The chief faction? Tai Ruanan frowned. That's right. Before the wolf tide, the Qi faction and the Amo faction were our Guyue faction's 2 biggest factions. Fang Jing explained. How did the Qi faction get involved? Tai Ruanan was silent. She felt a headache coming on. This was her first time solving a case. She was originally full of confidence, but when she actually carried it out, she felt that it was extremely difficult. In the past, she saw her father solving cases like spinning silk from a cocoon. It was orderly and clear, as if success came naturally to him. But now that she was putting it into practice, she finally understood how difficult it was to solve cases. Sometimes there were no clues at all, sometimes all kinds of clues appeared randomly, causing people to not know what to do. The truth was always shrouded in fog. She did not know if she was getting closer to the truth or getting further away. Was the Qi faction's clue useful or not? Tai Ruanan could not help but feel lost. She subconsciously looked at her father Tai Shueleng. Father must have already found a clue. The young girl's admiration for her father deepened. If it was father, this case would have been solved long ago. I'm still too far away from my father. However, even if I fail, as long as father is by my side, the truth will be revealed and the culprit will be brought to justice. Tai Ruanan felt both ashamed and proud. With Tai Shueleng around, she wasn't worried that the culprit would go unpunished. However, the girl quickly shook her head, feeling a little annoyed. These frustrations were all directed at herself. Runan, you're such a good-for-nothing. Don't you want to surpass your father? Always wanting to rely on father, this kind of mentality will never be able to surpass the day. Ruanan, you have to work hard. You can do it. The girl pursed her lips and cheered herself on. Her will to fight surged through her again. She decided to overturn her previous assumption and start all over again. If the liquor worm wasn't obtained by Feng Yuan from the relic inheritance, but was given to him by someone else, then the chief action was the biggest suspect. But there was one thing. Why would the chief action secretly give the liquor worm to a C-grade aptitude student? What special advantage does Feng Yuan have that is worth the chief action's investment? Just because he is Feng Jing's brother? No, this value is too small. Wait, it might not be the chief action's investment. There is another possibility, that is the chief action was threatened by Feng Yuan. If this is the case, what kind of leverage did Feng Yuan have that made the chief action pinch their nose and obediently compromise with a student who isn't even a Gu master? Tai Ruanan racked her brains and an answer gradually appeared in her mind. But this answer was too vague, like a ray of light behind a paper window. Tai Ruanan could sense it and knew it was there, but she couldn't touch it or see it clearly. Father. The girl suddenly raised her head and looked at Tai Shueleng. I want to borrow the immortal finger. Tai Shueleng's tone was low and unhurried. This immortal finger gives clues based on the planted person's knowledge. It only thinks for you and might not be correct. Are you sure you want to use it? The girl nodded. The immortal finger was a seed. Tai Ruanan took it and buried it in the soil under her feet, then placed her palm on the ground and poured in her white-silver primeval essence. A few breaths later, she retracted her palm. Soon, the soil loosened and a sapling broke out of the ground. The newly born sapling had a translucent green color and was very fresh and tender. It grew with the wind, growing bigger and bigger. From a tender yellow-green color, it turned into a verdant green color and finally into a dark green color. It grew into the shape of a cactus. There were sharp black thorns on its surface, its skin was thick and it was overflowing with dark green color. In a flash, a flower bud appeared at the center of its top. The white flower bud gradually grew into a flower bud, tender and beautiful. But the cactus's main body shrunk, as if it was dehydrated. Tai Ruanan stretched out her slender fingers and gently plucked this flower bud. The cactus immediately turned gray and died in a few seconds. Immortal Finger was a rank 3 consumable Gu. Tai Ruanan took out this flower bud and carefully opened it. The flower bud was not wrapped in flower petals, but instead resembled a ball of paper. Tai Ruanan completely opened the flower bud, turning it into a square piece of white paper with petals. On the white paper, there were 2 words, aptitude. These 2 words, to others, were ordinary and inexplicable. But to Tai Ruanan, it was the most important hint. Immortal Finger, a grass Gu, was originally used here, to provide inspiration to Gu masters who were racking their brains to no avail. It often had the effect of poking through the window paper and allowing Gu masters to gain enlightenment. Right, aptitude. Tai Ruanan shouted. She immediately took out a letter from her bosom. This letter recorded all the information Jia Fu had gathered. In this information, there was a line that stated when and at what price Gu Yuelian bought the cleansing water Gu. Right, this is it. I saw this earlier, but did not think of the deeper meaning. I felt that I had overlooked something. Immortal Finger thought for me and gave me the answer. That's right. Cleansing water Gu only has one use, that is to remove the aura of foreign primeval essence in the aperture. Why does Gu Yuelian need it? This situation is too common, it happens frequently in many villages. It should be for Chief Faction's inheritor. Qi faction's inheritor's aptitude is terrible, so Guyue Lian injected primeval essence and raised his cultivation. To get rid of the repercussions, he needs the cleansing water goo. For some reason, Fang Yuan got hold of this secret and used it to threaten Qi faction, forcing them to compromise and give him the liquor worm. Tai Ruanan mumbled as she spoke of her conjecture. Lady Tai, you are too amazing. Just from this point, you can deduce so many things. But Guyue City clearly has great aptitude. Fang Jing said. Great aptitude, hee, can't he cheat? It is too easy to prove this. As long as we check Qiqing's aperture, the truth will be revealed. Tai Ruanan's gaze shone as her lips curled up. No. Tai Xueleng shook his head. If the truth was found out, it would be a severe blow to Qi faction and cause turmoil in the higher-ups of Guyue village, causing political strife. Tai Xueleng said, we are here to solve the case, not to cause destruction. We are outsiders after all, unless we have no other choice, we should not interfere in other clans' politics. Tai Ruanan nodded, father is right. But other than this method, there are other ways to prove it. I remember that for every important sacrificial ceremony, the clan would use the photo-audio goo to record it. This is a tradition. I believe Guyue clan is no exception. I want to check the video of that awakening ceremony. Divine Investigator Tai, you have been working hard for so many days to solve this case, please have some tea. As for the video you want to check, it is stored in the secret room in the underground cave of my clan's forbidden area. It is not convenient for the two of you to enter, but I have already sent people to retrieve it. Just wait here for a while. Guyue Bo sat and said with a smile. Sorry to disturb clan leader. Tai Xueleng said politely. Tai Ruanan and Guyue Fangjing were standing at the side. Divine Investigator Tai, I have a presumptuous request. Guyue Bo suddenly said. Tai Xueleng said, oh? Clan leader, please speak. This is our Qingmao Mountain's internal matter. My clan, Bai clan and Xiong clan have always been in a stalemate. Now that the wolf tide has caused the three clans' strength to fluctuate, Xiong clan evaded with evil intentions and tried to use the wolf tide to weaken the other two clans. Our previous negotiations for compensation did not have an ideal result. Thus, our three clans discussed and held a three-clan tournament. Only young Gu masters below 30 years of age will participate, using the future strength of each clan to determine the victor. Saying so, Guyue Bo sighed. I had already sensed something strange with Fang Yuan, but I did not investigate it in detail because of the wolf tide. If he really is the culprit, my clan will not protect him. But I hope Divine Investigator Tai can delay it for a few days. After all, the three-clan tournament is the day after tomorrow. Fang Yuan killed Old Man Wang's entire family. They were all mortals and were not worth pursuing. If he killed them, so be it. It was no big deal. But if Fang Yuan really killed Jia Jinxing, the situation would be completely different. If Guyue clan still protected Fang Yuan, they would become enemies with the Jia clan. No more Jia clan caravans would come to trade with them, and it might even attract the Jia clan's revenge. Organizations would protect their internal members, but if it involved a huge threat to their interests, then they would abandon one or two members. Any mature organization would be familiar with this. The earliest formation of organizations was in the remote antiquity era. Due to the pressure of survival, humans gathered together and borrowed each other's strength to gather more food. This way, hunting would be more successful. The essence of any organization was to obtain more benefits. If one or two members obstructed the obtaining of benefits, then sacrificing them was a natural thing to do. Thus, even if the Guyue clan had few elders, the clan leader would not hesitate to abandon Fang Yuan. But the three-clan tournament would be held the day after tomorrow. The result of the tournament would determine the distribution of benefits in Qingmao Mountain for the next few years. As a rank 3 Gu master, Fang Yuan was an important battle strength for the Guyue village. It's about time, I can't wait any longer. Night had already fallen. In the dark room, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. He had already taken off his Gu master attire and wore a black robe that covered his legs. Together with his long black hair, he looked like a specter in the dark. In his previous life, he was already used to having long hair. Some Gu worms needed long hair to display their might. For example, black hair Gu, steel mane Gu and so on. Long hair was very convenient. Sometimes when he needed to change his appearance, he would cut his hair short. But short hair could only grow in a short period of time with the power of Gu worms. Not long ago, he made an agreement with Gu Yue and Mo Chen. Till now, the pig iron Gu and the 40,000 yuan stone had been delivered to Feng Yuan in batches. Only the grass Gu for healing was not in his hands. Without healing Gu, I can only forget about it. How can everything go according to plan? Reality is full of helplessness. Feng Yuan sighed and stood up. He lightly pushed open the door and used the stealth scales Gu, disappearing into the night. He was forced by the situation and had no choice but to take action. The Tai father and daughter were pressing harder and harder, and his plan to go to Xiong clan was also stopped. Most of Xiong clan's strength was preserved, causing Bai clan and Guyue clan to not dare to pressure them too much. Thus, their request for compensation ended in failure, and the three sides agreed to hold a three-clan competition. Although the Mo faction wanted to recruit Feng Yuan, this caused Feng Yuan to be caught in a political struggle, causing the other clan elders to view him with enmity. Adding on the fact that Bai Ningbing was getting stronger the closer he got to death, the situation was getting more and more disadvantageous for Feng Yuan, forcing him into a desperate situation. Feng Yuan was a schemer, but his schemes needed to be supported by his own strength. Facing such a situation, even if he tried his best and improved greatly compared to his previous life, his rank 3 initial stage cultivation was still not enough to break out of this predicament. The situation is deteriorating, I can only make a risky move and use a strong medicine. Feng Yuan pondered and placed his thoughts on the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. As long as he plucked the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, the spirit spring in the underground cave would be destroyed. The clan would definitely conduct a frantic investigation, but what else could they do other than investigate? The spirit spring had already been destroyed. Even if he retrieved the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and placed it back into the spirit spring, or even destroyed it, he would not be able to restore the spirit spring. If the clan wanted to survive, what else could they do? There was only one way, and that was to seize a new spirit spring. However, there were only 3 spirit springs on Qingmao Mountain, and each one was occupied by 3 families. If one of them was destroyed by Feng Yuan, then the Guyue clan would only have one choice. 2 choices. That choice was war. There were 2 choices, the first was the Bai family, and the second was the Xiong family. Only by seizing the spirit spring of one of them would the Guyue clan have the material foundation to exist. Without the support of a spirit spring, a Gu master could not cultivate at all. However, this move was extremely dangerous. Feng Yuan had no other choice, the spring autumn cicada was recovering faster and faster, his aperture could no longer bear the burden. He didn't have much time, so he could only fight back and fight for a chance of survival in the face of death. In the hall, the lights were lit. The Gu master had already taken out the photo-audio Gu, but this Gu was in Gu Yuebo's hands. Divine Investigator Tai, what do you think of my request? Gu Yuebo smiled. Tai Ruanan lightly snorted. Tai Xuelin pondered for a moment, then nodded, alright, if we find out that Feng Yuan is the culprit, I will also leave enough time for him to participate in the 3-clan competition. Father. Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed with a strange light, this was not Tai Xuelin's style. He. Divine Investigator Tai's words are worth a lot, he never goes back on his words. I trust you completely, and thank you for your understanding. Gu Yuebo's smile became even more warm, but he was coldly snorting in his heart. Gu Yue Yaoji had secretly led the Tai father and daughter pair into the underground cave to read the clan's official history books. As the clan leader, how could he not know about this? It was just that the competition was near, and at the same time, the clan's political struggles were complicated, so he restrained himself. Although Tai Xuelin was a rank 5 expert, his great strength could not stifle the dissatisfaction in Gu Yuebo's heart. Fortunately, the true contents are all recorded in the clan's secret history book, and only the clan leader knows about it. That official history book is only for outsiders to read. Gu Yuebo was secretly pleased. Gu Yue clan's history books were divided into official history and secret history. The official history book was kept in the secret room in the underground cave, and the contents were covered up by the later generations, mixing truth and falsehood to fool people. As for the secret history book, it recorded the true contents without a trace of falsehood. There were even many secrets that could not be divulged, recorded in the records. For example, how to summon the flying guillotine. There was absolutely no such thing in the official history book, only the secret history book recorded it in detail. Clan leader Guyue, my father has already agreed to your request, can you show us the recording now? Tai Ruanan's tone was not pleasant. Even if divine investigator Tai did not agree, I would still do my best to cooperate with you in the investigation. Guyue Bo smiled as he clarified, and with a light pinch, the photo-audio goo was crushed. This goo was crushed, but it turned into a lump of 7-colored smoke, mixed with all sorts of noises. Guyue Bo opened his mouth and blew lightly, and this smoke floated to a wall, entering it. Like a drop of ink falling into water, the pure white wall soon had a rainbow imprint. The imprint grew larger and larger until it formed an image. It was the scene of the awakening ceremony. In this image, Fangjing quickly found himself, as well as many familiar faces. These faces were all excitedly looking around the cave, their faces filled with the immaturity of youths. Like a fledgling that had just spread its wings and flew out of its nest. That is Fang Yuan. Similarly, Tai Ruanan also quickly found Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan walked in the group, although he looked around, his gaze was calm and cold. Among his peers, he was like a crane among chickens. But if one did not pay attention to him, normal people would not notice this peculiarity. But now, everyone's gazes were focused on him, causing this peculiarity to be exposed. Eh? This Fang Yuan is really strange. At this moment, even Guyue Bo could not help but show a slightly surprised expression. The image on the wall changed, and the youths arrived at the Sea of Flowers. They were about to awaken. One by one, the youths crossed the underground river, walking towards the Sea of Flowers on the other side. The Hope Goo's radiance rose and fell. The voices of the youths and clan elders could also be heard clearly. The scene of that time was replayed, making people feel like they were there. First, Guyue Mabe was tested to have great aptitude, causing a commotion. Next, it was Guyue Qing, who was also tested to have great aptitude. There is indeed something strange. This Guyue Qing's expression is too nervous, his body is stiff, and his skin color is not normal. It is just that the underground cave is not bright, but if you observe carefully, you can see that he has smeared something on his body to attract the Hope Goo. Hehe, it should be cheating. Tai Ruanan saw this, and was certain. But soon, she frowned. Fang Yuan appeared, he crossed the river and went to the other side. The Hope Goo's radiance was not very bright. The greater the hope, the greater the disappointment. The youths and clan elders sighed in disappointment, and entered everyone's ears. Everything seemed normal, but Tai Ruanan's frown deepened. Fang Yuan's expression was very calm. At that time, his back was facing the clan elders and the youths, thus others could not see his expression. But now, as a spectator, Tai Ruanan found that Fang Yuan's expression was indifferent, without any change. It was as if, he had already known this result. This is impossible. Putting myself in his shoes, if it was me, a 15-year-old with great potential, but was found to only have great aptitude. How could I not feel a trace of disappointment, and discouragement? How could this be, Tai Ruanan's brows were almost knitted into a knot. A huge cloud of doubt shrouded her mind, causing her breathing to become stifled. Her heart was thumping wildly at this moment. Thoughts after thoughts flashed in her mind like lightning. Why, how could this be? Wait a minute, aptitude, could it be? Tai Ruanan raised her head, feeling as if her heart was about to explode. An extremely daring and crazy guess appeared in her mind. The bright light shone on Fangjing's face. The awakening ceremony, to him, was the most important turning point in his life. Before the awakening ceremony, he had a kind of life, humble and insignificant, unknown to the public. After the awakening ceremony, he had a different kind of life, shining brightly and bursting with confidence. In his memory, the awakening ceremony was a blur, and he was muddle-headed. At this moment, Fangjing looked at the ceremony from the perspective of a bystander. The complicated feelings in his heart could not be described with words. Fangjing saw himself on the stage, and at that time, he felt so inferior and weak. Following that, he saw himself falling into the river, struggling, and being picked up by his brother, Fang Yuan, his whole body drenched in water, looking extremely battered and exhausted. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. This was him in the past, the one who was mocked by so many people. Then he saw himself stepping onto the other shore, walking with his head lowered, his body shrouded in the light of hope, shocking countless people. This was a moment of glory, this was a moment of miracle, a great aptitude. From now on, the world was different. Fangjing, I have a question, I want to ask you. Tai Ruanan suddenly spoke, disturbing Fangjing's mood. What is it? Ask away, I will definitely tell you everything I know. Fangjing turned back, smiling. It's about your brother. When your brother was supporting you, I saw his lips moving, but the surroundings were too noisy. What did he say to you, can you tell me truthfully? Tai Ruanan's eyes shone as she asked. At that time, Fangjing fell into his memories. I think he said, the road? That's right. It's the road. Fangjing's eyes became clear, I remember now. He said to me, the road in the future will be exciting. That's strange, I didn't feel it at that time, but now that I think about it, I feel that my brother's words had a deeper meaning, as if he knew I had a great aptitude beforehand. Lady Tai, what is the meaning of this? Fangjing did not understand. Tai Ruanan pointed at the wall, look at him, Guyue Fang Yuan. Don't you think he is too calm? He was tested to have great aptitude, but his brother was a great aptitude, any normal person would feel their heart waver. But him? He was not moved, the praises and ridicule from the surroundings could not shake his heart. Don't you think it is strange? During the entire process, he was too calm. Tai Ruanan's words attracted everyone's attention. At this time, the scene was replayed, and several gazes gathered on the painting wall, on Fang Yuan's figure. Fang Yuan stood in the middle of the crowd, all alone, standing there alone. A shadow covered most of his body. And this scene was in stark contrast to the other side. His brother, Guyue Fangjing, was walking step by step, his body bathed in the white light of the Hope Gu. At this moment, the situation between the elder brother and younger brother changed. The former fell from the sky, falling into the lowest point of his life, shrouded in darkness. The latter was favored by fate, shining brightly, climbing to the peak. A 15-year-old youngster, experiencing such a huge change in his life, but there is not a trace of disappointment, bewilderment or jealousy on him. There is only calmness. He is standing in the crowd, watching quietly, like an outsider, like he is watching a show. Tai Ruanan's voice came at the right time. Yes. Fang Yuan was watching quietly. The shadow covered most of his body, his expression was indifferent, with the unique pale skin of a youngster. Guyuebo stared at the painting wall, muttering to himself. Fangjing, however, felt a chill from the bottom of his heart. Brother, what are you? Even if he expected the result of the awakening, his heart would be shaken, and not so calm. I used the celestial finger earlier, and thought the word aptitude was referring to Guyue City. Now that I think about it, it might not be Guyue City, it might be Fang Yuan. Tai Ruanan said. Lady Tai, what do you mean? Why don't I understand? Fangjing was even more confused. Tai Ruanan raised a finger. There is only one situation that could make Fang Yuan so calm. That was, he had an unknown backing. There was only one situation where he wouldn't be jealous, and that was when he had an even stronger trump card. When two people walked together, one person would pick up a primal stone on the road, and the other would only pick up 10 or 100 primal stones. Only then would he not feel jealous at all, and his heart would remain calm. And Fang Yuan is in such a situation. Are you saying that Fang Yuan cheated and hid his true aptitude? He's actually not a C-grade talent? Guyuebo heard the meaning behind Tai Ruanan's words, but if he has B-grade or a great aptitude, why doesn't he openly display it? Fang Yuan has early wisdom. Tai Ruanan's lips curled up, she had a confident expression, giving off an enchanting radiance. These few days, I've read some of his poems from his early years, they were grand, even father couldn't help but praise them. Such a genius naturally has his own plans. Guyuebo shook his head, just based on this point, it doesn't mean anything. Hiding one's aptitude and revealing it are two completely different types of treatment. Even if Fang Yuan didn't know before, after a year in the academy, he should be clear about it. Of course he knows, that's why he doesn't dare to reveal it. Tai Ruanan's words were straightforward, with a trace of decisiveness. What do you mean? Gu Yuebo was also confused. Tribe leader Gu Yue. Tai Ruanan turned around, and looked at Gu Yuebo solemnly. Do you know the 10 sons of Renzu? Gu Yuebo was stunned at first, but he soon reacted, and understood Tai Ruanan's true meaning. He was shocked, his pupils expanded, and his mouth opened wide, without a trace of his usual demeanor as a tribe leader. This was the first time Fangjing had seen Gu Yuebo show such an expression. Renzu's 10 sons, eldest son Verdant Great Son, second daughter Gu Yue Desaladine, the 10 sons had heaven-defying aptitude, and were feared by heaven and earth. None of them had long lives. In the Gu Master world, the 10 sons represented the top 10 aptitude, that was, the 10 extreme physiques. Renzu's 10 sons died one after another, and Renzu also died of old age. At the final moment, Renzu took the corpses of his 10 sons, and sacrificed himself, throwing them into the stomach of Derivation Gu. Derivation Gu's stomach burst open, and countless rays of life fell on the ground, forming the first batch of mortals. These mortals did not have the aptitude of Renzu or the 10 sons, but they could awaken their apertures and cultivate. Thus, humanity multiplied for generations, forming the scale it is today. Of course, this is all a legend. But according to the legend, every one of us has the blood of Renzu and his 10 sons flowing in our bodies. Tai Ruanan continued, it is just that in some people, the different bloodlines are sparse, and they mutually restrict each other, thus it is not obvious. But some people are born with a relatively dense bloodline. Or as they grow older or cultivate, it slowly becomes extreme, and one bloodline suppresses the others. When it is shown, it is the 10 extreme physique. Then what is this 10 extreme physique? Fangjing asked. Don't tell me, this Fang Yuan actually has the aptitude of the 10 extreme physiques? Gu Yuebo was shocked. That is very likely. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fang Yuan so calm, and have low requirements for cultivation resources. And only the 10 extreme physiques that surpass a grade can make Fang Yuan feel no jealousy or envy towards Fangjing. Only the 10 extreme physiques can make Fang Yuan not dare to reveal it, afraid of being killed in advance, so he chose to cheat and hide it. Tai Ruanan spoke quickly. Even Tai Shueleng would not think of rebirth. The young girl was even more so. Under all sorts of coincidences, she came to a conclusion that was the exact opposite of the truth. After hearing this, everyone was dumbstruck. Tai Ruanan's deduction was backed by evidence, causing everyone to unconsciously believe it. If it was not this reason, what other explanation could there be? That's right, that's right. 10 extreme physiques, 10 extreme physiques, should be the Gu Yue Desaladine physique. Gu Yuebo was overwhelmed with emotions, his body trembling in excitement. Others might not understand, but he had the clan's secret history, and knew many secrets. Hundreds of years ago, the first-generation ancestor established the village here, and named it the Gu Yue village. In reality, before this, the first generation was not surnamed Gu Yue. Why did the first generation take the name Gu Yue? This was a mystery. But before the first generation died, he had sighed, passing down the bloodline, 100-year plan, Gu Yue Desaladine physique, the world will panic. He left behind a will, and in it, he predicted that in the future, a Gu master would appear in the Gu Yue village, possessing one of the 10 extreme physiques, the Gu Yue Desaladine physique. He would make the world panic, and bring Gu Yue village to glory. The will also told the descendants, if one day, such a physique really appears, they should bring it to the Blood Lake graveyard. As the clan leader, Gu Yuebo naturally understood the drawbacks of the 10 extreme physiques. But when he looked into the will, he found that the first-generation ancestor seemed to have a method to overcome the drawbacks. And this method was left in the coffin in the graveyard, accompanying him in his eternal sleep. If a genius with the Gu Yue Desaladine physique really appears, he should be brought to the coffin. To think that Gu Yue Fang Yuan is that prophesied genius, Gu Yue Desaladine physique. Gu Yuebo roared in his heart. This is impossible. How could brother cheat in front of everyone's eyes? Fangjing's heart was extremely shaken, he shook his head repeatedly, unable to accept this deduction. Tai Ruanan looked at him pitifully, since Qiqing can cheat, why can't Fang Yuan? The 10 extreme physiques have endless mysteries, it is hard to imagine. Maybe Fang Yuan had already awakened his aperture, or maybe he was able to deceive bamboo gentlemen because of the 10 extreme physiques. Maybe Jia Jinxing was killed by Fang Yuan because he unintentionally saw through Fang Yuan's secret. Tai clan girl, be careful with your words. Gu Yuebo's expression was very unhappy, his voice gloomy, you can't speak so carelessly. Whether Jia Jinxing was killed by Fang Yuan or not, it is still uncertain. Fang Yuan is a member of our clan, even if he really killed him, how we explain it to the Jia clan is our problem. You are only in charge of investigating the case. The Guyu clan leader's attitude instantly had a complete change. Previously, he thought that Fang Yuan had C-grade talent, and there was no possibility of investing. But now, Fang Yuan actually had Guyu's desolating physique? When it involved the ancestors' prophecy and will, his value was immediately different. I have to protect him, even if it means offending the Jia clan, I have to do it. Damn it. This Guyu clan leader turned his back on me, he is too shameless, his attitude changed so quickly. I should not have revealed the secret of the 10 extreme physiques so early. The 10 extreme physiques are talents above a grade talent, looks like clan leader Guyu wants to protect Fang Yuan. This will make it very difficult for me to solve the case. Father, what should I do? Tai Ruanan's heart sank, she gritted her teeth and subconsciously looked for her father's figure. Where is father? The young girl was stunned. Divine investigator Tai was just there, but in the blink of an eye, he had disappeared. This discovery made Gu Yuebo instantly nervous. Where could Tai Shuelong go at this time? Clan leader Gu Yue naturally thought of Fang Yuan. Fangjing, I will go look for your brother first. Go inform the other clan elders to quickly gather and find me. After saying this, Gu Yuebo activated his Gu worm and flew out of the window. Tai Ruanan snorted coldly and ran out of the room, rushing towards Fang Yuan's residence. In the entire hall, only Fangjing was left. How can this be? Gu Yue Fangjing's condition was extremely bad. His face was pale and his body was on the verge of collapse, as if his spine had been sucked dry. He felt like the world was in darkness. He felt like the sky was about to collapse, how could it be like this? Brother's aptitude is actually one of the 10 extreme physiques? Compared to the 10 extreme physiques, my grade aptitude is like a clay chicken or a clay dog. Thinking about it, Fangjing's tears flowed down his face. At this moment, all the energy in his heart was sucked dry. All along, his greatest pride was that his aptitude surpassed Fang Yuan's. His confidence was built on this aspect. But now, someone told him the truth, his aptitude was far from his brother's, his proudest and most confident aspect was suppressed by Fang Yuan. The confidence that he had built up with great difficulty completely collapsed at this moment. Brother! He raised his head, tears flowing down his face. He screamed helplessly in his heart, from start to end, were you just watching the show? Watching me jump up and down, watching my clown-like performance? The corner of his eyes glanced at the painting wall again. The image changed, the figures became modeled, and countless voices exclaimed at Fangjing's performance on the other side. Only Fang Yuan stood in the crowd, calmly watching. He just calmly looked at it. Fangjing suddenly felt that this image of him, wrapped in the light of hope, was so childish, so glaring. And in his heart, Fang Yuan's calm black eyes seemed to reveal the gaze of a god. His figure gradually rose higher and higher, becoming an insurmountable mountain that reached the horizon. That pair of calm eyes looked down at the foot of the mountain, at Fangjing's humble figure. That pair of eyes seemed to be saying, Fangjing, my laughable brother, you can't, like an echo in the valley, it echoed in Fangjing's heart. He felt stifled. An unparalleled stifling to the point that he could not breathe properly. He once thought that he had completely gotten rid of this feeling, but he did not expect that this feeling would come back to him today. In fact, it was 100 times stronger than before. Aha! I'm going to die. Fangjing's face twitched, and the veins on his forehead popped. He was immersed in his own fantasy, his hand tightly clutching his throat. With a plop, he knelt on the ground. Because of the lack of oxygen, his face was red, and he stuck out his tongue. His eyes gradually bulged out of their sockets. No. I don't want to die, I really don't want to die. His other hand gripped the floor tiles, and he used too much force, his nails were peeled off, and fresh blood flowed. The excruciating pain made Feng Jing's desire to live burn even more. His body wasn't injured at all, but his heart had already suffered a fatal wound. He could not get up, and the pride that supported him had been shattered. He felt that he had no face to see anyone, and he could not face reality, and his brother. He had become a huge joke, a bitter satire. His heart was like dead ashes, but within the ashes, there was still a little bit of red that had not been extinguished. So what if you have the 10 absolute aptitude? Brother, you've made a mistake. You've killed someone you shouldn't have. Yes, that's right. You have to pay with your life, brother. You killed Jia Jinxing, didn't you? You've gone the wrong way, you've done the wrong thing, so what if you have the best aptitude? Bang, there seemed to be a soft sound beside his ear. A ball of dark red flame burned in Feng Jing's heart. Resurrection, the hand that was clutching his throat slowly loosened. Feng Jing was covered in sweat. He knelt on the ground, and supported himself with one hand. The floor tiles were covered in blood. Drops of sweat flowed down his cheeks and nose, and dripped onto the floor tiles. His twisted and horrifying face slowly calmed down. A gust of wind blew into the hall through the open doors and windows. The cold night wind caused his body to shiver. Ha 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 ha. Feng Jing was almost lying on the ground, and laughed out loud. His voice was sharp and strange. No one is here. After flipping through the house, Guyuebo could not find Feng Yuan. His heart felt like it was being pressed by a huge rock. Feng Yuan was missing, Tai Shueleng was also missing. It was easy for him to link these clues together. Speak, where is Feng Yuan? Guyuebo's expression was gloomy as he shouted at Tai Ruanan who had just arrived. How would I know where Feng Yuan is? Tai Ruanan's attitude was unyielding. Facing a rank 4 expert, she was not afraid at all. Humph, why is Tai Shueleng nowhere to be seen? Tai clan girl, can you give me an explanation? Guyuebo said as he walked closer to Tai Ruanan. The young girl was slightly stunned. In fact, this matter had been fishy from the start. The original plan was for her and her father to come here next year. At that time, Tai Shueleng was investigating another case when a white crane suddenly descended from the sky. The white crane held a letter in its beak and handed it to Tai Shueleng. After Tai Shueleng saw this letter, he suddenly changed his plans and temporarily put down the case on hand, rushing over to Qingmao Mountain. If not for this letter, the Tai father and daughter would not have come here so early. As a daughter, Tai Ruanan naturally understood her father. Normally, only major cases would make Tai Shueleng make such a decision. However, what made her puzzled was that this case on Qingmao Mountain was only about Jia Jinxing's death. Jia Jinxing's death was related to the Jia clan's property dispute. But the severity of it was only ordinary, far from enough for the divine investigator to pay so much attention to it. Tai Ruanan had always been suspicious about this. And now, Tai Shueleng had mysteriously disappeared, not even telling his own daughter. Where did he go? What did he do? Father, you are injured, you must take care of yourself. Tai Ruanan was very worried. This kind of situation had actually happened a few times before. Every time, it was Tai Shueleng facing a strong enemy and could not split his attention to take care of Tai Ruanan, thus fighting alone. The injuries on his body were caused by a strong enemy in a similar situation. Although father is injured, he is still a rank 5 expert. Ordinary rank 4 Gu masters were simply not his match. Father, I believe you, I will wait for you to come back. Tai Ruanan's eyes flashed as she encouraged herself in her heart. Guyuebo approached her step by step. The girl raised her head and looked at Guyue clan leader. Explanation? If you want an explanation, will I give it to you? Guyuebo's expression became even more gloomy. Little girl, you're quite stubborn. Looks like I can only capture you and use you to exchange for my clan's Feng Yuan. He he he. Tai Ruanan laughed instead. Clan leader Guyue, do you really dare to make a move? My uncle is the current patriarch of the Tai family. Do you want to fight with our Tai family? Gu Yuebo stopped in his tracks. He was so anxious that he almost forgot. Tai family, that was a super clan that had existed for thousands of years. The demon suppression tower in Tai clan village imprisoned countless demonic Gu masters. It was the symbol of the righteous path. Gu Yue clan was only a small or mid-sized clan, it could not compare to Jia clan. And Jia clan was only a rising clan, it could not compare to Tai family. Even in the whole southern border, Tai family was a top-tier force with deep foundations. It was a colossus. Tai Ruanan's voice slowed down. Clan leader Gu Yue, I am not here to be your enemy. Please believe my sincerity. I do not know where father went, but I will not leave, I will not sneak away. Tai family only has ghosts that die in battle, there are no cowards that run away. Not only will I not escape, I will also capture Jia Jinxing's murderer. Fang Yuan might not be the murderer. Gu Yuebo frowned, his eyes revealing a fierce light. But he could be. Tai Ruanan stared, her heroic spirit surging. She did not back down on this point. Both sides glared at each other for a long time. Tai Ruanan said, Fang Yuan is missing now, he could very well be on the run, making him even more suspicious. But I will not let the innocent suffer injustice. Humph, I hope so. Gu Yuebo flicked his sleeves and left. 15 minutes ago, gurgle gurgle gurgle. The spirit spring whirlpool rose and fell, a lotus was faintly discernible in the spring water like an illusion. Piece after piece of Yuan stone were thrown in by Fang Yuan, causing the heavenly essence treasure lotus image to become clearer. The 10,000 Yuan stone that was offered during the gathering with my classmates, in addition to the 40,000 Yuan stone that Gu Yue and Emochen provided in installments, have all been thrown in. Why has this heavenly essence treasure lotus not materialized yet? Fang Yuan focused, looking at the center of the spirit spring through the crystal wall, he felt slightly doubtful. Heavenly essence treasure lotus was very precious, after advancing to rank 6, its value would not lose to autumn cicada. Even in Fang Yuan's previous life, he had only heard of it, he had never come into contact with it. Thus, this was his first time coming into contact with it, he could not help but feel doubtful. But he quickly calmed his emotions, laughing, a total of 50,000 Yuan stone is more than enough. Why am I worrying about personal gains and losses? So what if the refinement fails? He. Thinking so, he no longer hesitated, taking a deep breath and jumping, crashing into the crystal wall. This wall was formed by the moat Gu. When Fang Yuan crashed into it, it was like jumping into water. Ripples appeared on the wall, instantly engulfing him. Spring water immediately surrounded Fang Yuan from all directions. Fang Yuan opened his eyes in the water, but could not see the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Before the heavenly essence treasure lotus was plucked, it could only be seen through the crystal with the naked eye. Fang Yuan had already expected this, so he was not surprised. He had already estimated the distance, and even calculated the refraction of light, grabbing forward according to his memory. This grab was like magic, creating something out of nothing, creating a lotus. This lotus was blue and white, its petals closed, full like a lamp, filled with a holy aura. But it had its own consciousness, and although it was grabbed by Fang Yuan, it faintly resisted. But this was nothing, a trace of autumn cicada's aura leaked out, and this rank 3 flower Gu was instantly refined by Fang Yuan. The heavenly essence treasure lotus was in his hands, in the spring water, Fang Yuan's lips curled up into a smile. He willed, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus turned into a blue and white light, shooting into his aperture. Without the heavenly essence treasure lotus, the countless whirlpools in the spirit spring immediately dissipated. The spring water that was filled with life force had now turned into a pool of stagnant water, without any ripples. The spirit spring has been destroyed, I cannot stay here for long, I need to take this chance to escape. Fang Yuan's expression turned solemn. But just as he was about to return, a change occurred, in the depths of the spirit spring, a dazzling blood light burst out. A huge suction force suddenly appeared, catching Fang Yuan off guard, and he was sucked into the depths of the spring. The spring water suddenly turned red, turning into blood water, tightly wrapping around Fang Yuan and pulling him down. Sky Canopy Gu. Thunder Wings Gu. At the moment of danger, Fang Yuan roared in his heart, and a layer of white armor shone on his body, and at the same time, a pair of large lightning wings appeared on his back. The lightning wings flapped continuously, giving Fang Yuan a driving force to move upwards. But as the blood water wrapped around him, the suction force became stronger and stronger, and he could not resist it. Whoosh, the sound of rushing water could be heard, and Fang Yuan was pulled down by a huge force along the water channel. Just as he was about to die, the pressure around him suddenly disappeared. Fang Yuan took a deep breath, and at least he did not die from lack of oxygen. Then, he found himself falling from a high altitude. He subconsciously flapped his wings, but the thunder wings goo was extremely dispirited. The originally strong wings were now extremely weak. Fang Yuan's heart sank, and he tried his best to maintain his balance. In the air, slowing down the speed of his descent. This was an underground space, it was not dark, and was filled with red light. Fang Yuan fell from a height of 15 meters, and below him was an underground lake. But this underground lake was not the usual transparent color, but was dark red, like blood water. No, it was blood water. The pungent smell of blood assaulted Fang Yuan's nose as he continued to descend. This situation was strange no matter how one looked at it. To be safe, Fang Yuan did not want to easily fall into this blood lake. Chainsaw Golden Centipede, he summoned the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and his palm entered the centipede's mouth, using it as a whip. The golden centipede's body extended to its maximum length, and its sharp tail pierced into the mountain wall. Under Fang Yuan's control, the golden centipede shrunk its body. This way, Fang Yuan's body landed on the mountain wall. This mountain wall was somewhat slippery, and was not easy to land on. But Fang Yuan relied on the Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and barely found a rough section of the wall, and placed his feet on it. What the hell is this place? After stabilizing his body, Fang Yuan immediately assessed his surroundings. According to his calculations, he should be even deeper underground, right below the underground karst cave. How can there be such a place? Fang Yuan was surprised. In his previous life, his level was not high enough, and he did not come into contact with the secrets of the upper echelons. In fact, this was the Blood Lake Graveyard, the secret forbidden land where the first-generation patriarch's coffin was buried. Even among the patriarchs, only 1 or 2 knew this secret. Fang Yuan looked down, and the blood lake reflected a sky full of red light. The area was larger than the village, and it exuded a strange and terrifying aura. And at the top of the cave, there were hundreds of holes, and water constantly flowed down, bringing along the scallops, turtles, snakes, fish, and other wild animals in the underground river. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, waves of water flowed down from the holes on the top of the wall, smashing into the blood lake. As the blood churned, countless fish and prawns flopped and fell into the blood lake. After a few breaths, all the blood in their bodies had been sucked out, and they became dried corpses, faintly discernible on the surface of the lake along with the bloody waves. The blood lake became even redder. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk as he looked. If he fell into this blood lake, even with the protection of the sky canopy goo, he would not be able to survive. He looked carefully, and other than fresh dried corpses, there were some bones in the blood waves. There were broken fish bones, large bear bones, and clearly human skeletons. This was a huge graveyard, strange and bloody. The waves of the blood lake surged, washing the surrounding walls. The bright red and shiny blood seeped into the surrounding soil, causing the surrounding soil to be dyed crimson red, forming the red earth. To be continued. Wait a minute, red soil? Fang Yuan saw this and his heart jumped. He stretched out his hand and grabbed the stone wall beside him. With a forceful pull, he dug out a piece of red soil. This red soil was soft and gave off a faint red glow. Fang Yuan squeezed it lightly and effortlessly crushed it. So that's it. He realized. He remembered the first time he entered the secret cave, he found that the secret cave was filled with this kind of red soil. It gave off a faint glow and did not need any other illumination. He felt it was strange at that time because Qingmao Mountain soil was all greenish-black. He thought this was the flower wine monk's arrangement. But now it seemed that the source was this strange blood lake. Fang Yuan felt that something was wrong. The 500 years of experience from his previous life had settled into his intuition. This place is not only strange but also full of danger. I don't have much time, how do I leave this place? Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at the cave wall. There were hundreds of caves on the wall. Which one was connected to the spirit spring? Fang Yuan hesitated. Water could flow in, but it did not mean that the underground river was wide enough for a person to pass through. Also, Fang Yuan's expression was solemn as he tried to flap his wings. The lightning wings weren't as easy to control as before. The originally blue electric current was now mixed with strands of strange scarlet color. It revealed a contradictory feeling of weakness and strength. The thunder wings goo was not reliable in this state. It was very likely that it would screw up during flight and cause Fang Yuan to fall from the sky. Swoosh, in the blood lake, an undercurrent surged. The huge aura of a rank 5 goo seeped out from the blood lake. That is. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. He saw a long black shadow gradually appearing in the blood lake. It was more than 40 meters long and more than 6 meters thick. This was a huge python that lived in the depths of the blood lake. Now that it smelled Fang Yuan's flesh and blood, it seemed to be coming out to hunt. Damn it. Fang Yuan felt a sense of urgency in his heart. Right now, his long hair and black robe were relying on the chainsaw golden centipede to pierce through the mountain wall, barely hanging on the soft red soil. Compared to the vast sea of blood, it was like a black ant. Hundreds of black dots also appeared from the bottom of the lake, rising up like a school of fish. They were even faster than the giant python and flew out of the lake in an instant. This was not a fish, but a bat. These dark red bats had long pointed ears and 2 pairs of wings. One pair of main wings was larger, while the other pair of secondary wings was slightly smaller. They were located below the main wings. They didn't have claws, but the edges of their wings were as sharp as steel blades. Rank 3, Bladewing Blood Bat Goo? Fang Yuan suddenly thought of an answer. Looking at the swarm of Bladewing bloody bats pouncing toward him with a murderous aura, the first thing that appeared in his mind was that scene. In the photo-audio goo's image, the flower wine monk was bathed in blood, heavily injured and on the verge of death. It was impossible for the Moonshadow goo to cause such injuries, but this group of Bladewing blood bats was a perfect match. Could it be that the flower wine monk had been here before? In fact, he was injured by the Bladewing blood bats here? For a moment, Fang Yuan's thoughts spun like lightning. The cause of the flower wine monk's death had always been a mystery. But now, it seemed that it was most likely the case. Bladewing blood bat. Fang Yuan muttered in his heart. He was actually not unfamiliar with this goo. Although this goo was only rank 3, it was extremely easy to feed and only needed blood. In his previous life, he established the Bloodwing Demon sect with the Bladewing blood bat as its symbol. With the resources of the demonic sect, he was able to raise close to 10,000 Bladewing blood bat goo. They were ferocious and fearsome. More accurately, he established his career with the Bladewing blood bat goo. In his previous life, 400 years later, he accidentally obtained an inheritance of the Blood Sea ancestor. Relying on the Bladewing blood bat group and his own rank 5 cultivation, he became an overlord. This Blood Sea ancestor was a rank 7 demonic goo master with a notorious reputation. He killed people like flies, and his name was recorded in the annals of history. He was originally immortal, but by chance, he became a demonic goo master. He climbed all the way from the lowest level, and used 800 years to become a demonic overlord. His aptitude was not high, and the primeval essence in his aperture was limited. He always had a fanatical research interest in goo fusion. Wild goo had a natural will, and could absorb the natural primeval essence in the air. But when a wild goo was refined by a goo master, and its body was dominated by the human's will, it would lose the ability to absorb the surrounding primeval essence, and could only absorb the primeval essence in the goo master's aperture. The Blood Sea ancestor had always wanted to research a goo that could be refined by a goo master, but could also absorb natural primeval essence. The righteous goo masters were extremely afraid of this, and were extremely worried that the Blood Sea ancestor would succeed. They had organized several righteous goo masters to surround and kill him. The Blood Sea ancestor did not succeed in the end, but he did not fail completely. He explored the fusion recipes of the Bladewing blood bat, blood guillotine, and blood frenzy goo. The rank 3 Bladewing blood bat goo was his first achievement. It was extremely easy to raise, but it still required the goo master to provide primeval essence. However, this Bladewing blood bat group was a very special group. The goo master only needed to control the male bat to indirectly command all the other female bats. The blood frenzy goo was his second achievement. This goo was formless and was a lump of blood chi, and could only survive by attaching itself to other objects. This goo was rank 4, and its effect was very special. Any goo worm that came into contact with its aura would be able to absorb natural primeval essence from time to time. But it had a huge drawback. The goo worms affected by the blood frenzy goo would gradually lose control of the goo master. After a period of time, they would turn into a pool of blood. The blood guillotine was the blood sea ancestor's final achievement. This goo was rank 5, and was undoubtedly more mature than the previous two. It combined nurturing and usage, using battle to nurture battle, and devouring the goo master's blood to reproduce and divide. It no longer needed the master to provide primeval essence. Unfortunately, after the blood sea ancestor created the blood guillotine, he was besieged by the righteous goo masters in the chaotic battle, and was exhausted and defeated. He suffered a fatal injury that could not be healed, and escaped from the heavy encirclement using blood escape. The righteous goo masters were worried that he would counterattack at the last minute and endanger themselves, so they did not have the intention to pursue him, and watched as he escaped. From then on, every time these righteous goo masters thought back, they would regret their actions of letting the enemy go so easily. The blood sea ancestor knew he was going to die for sure, and started to spread his inheritance. Using the limited time before his death, he used his rank 7 goo master abilities to set up hundreds of thousands of secret inheritance grounds, located in central continent, southern border and other places. Before his death, he laughed strangely, "The blood path is not lonely, leaving behind a venomous legacy for all ages." His words were not false at all. From then on, countless goo masters benefited from this, and the demonic path flourished. Be it the Bladewing blood bat goo, the blood frenzy goo or the blood guillotine, they were all extremely easy to raise and reproduce. Maybe in some unremarkable valley, in a shabby village, in an uninhabited desert, beside a mountain path, there would be 2 or 3 goo left by the blood sea ancestor. These goo were easy to raise, and did not require much primeval essence, so they were easily used by goo masters with ordinary aptitude. Surviving in such a world, where one's life was precarious, which goo master would not desire more power? The goo worms left by the blood sea ancestor represented a completely new kind of power. This kind of power was fast and convenient, and was undoubtedly more popular than other goo worms. Power itself was not sinful, it was good when used for good, and evil when used for evil. But in this world, how many people could have a firm heart, to be able to control the sudden increase in power? Just like when a man is rich, he would often become a playboy. The sudden increase in power would nourish the wild ambitions that they had never had before. Thus, many goo masters, after obtaining the blood sea ancestor's inheritance, became demons who killed in all directions. There were even many righteous path members who changed sides because of this. The inheritance of the blood goo brought great turmoil and harm to the whole world. In the inheritance that the blood sea ancestor set up, there were usually only 2 or 3 goo. But these inheritances were like a spark, and if one was not careful, they would start a prairie fire. Almost every once in a while, there would be demonic goo masters who grasped the blood goo, causing trouble. Some of these people failed, and were killed in the village. Some succeeded temporarily, and formed a general trend, causing harm to one side. Whether they succeeded temporarily or failed, they would unwillingly leave behind a new blood inheritance at some point in time. Thus, the blood calamity was endless, and not only did it not decline because of the blood sea ancestor's death and the righteous path's all-out attack, it instead became even more prosperous, with a deep foundation that could not be eradicated, and had a trend of never ending. As a result, the righteous path members would often curse in pain, "These damned blood goo masters." I clearly remember that I have already killed wave after wave. But if I am not careful, and look up again, who knows where, a new batch will appear. By now, the blood sea inheritance was publicly recognized as the world's most popular and most numerous inheritance. There was no other, strictly speaking. In his previous life, Fang Yuan had also received the blood sea ancestor's inheritance. In my previous life, I only found a blood sea inheritance after 400 years, and started to dominate it. If I can subdue these blood bats in this life, it would be equivalent to advancing my efforts by 400 years. The blood bats rushed over, but Fang Yuan was not afraid in the face of danger. He had the spring-autumn cicada, and his rank 6 aura was enough to make these bats collapse without a fight. The only thing he needed to be wary of was the rank 5 snake python that was hidden in the blood lake. But something is not right with this situation. Back when the blood sea ancestor set up his inheritance, there were usually only 2 or 3 gu. Why are there more than 100 blade-wing bloodbats here? Could it be that the rumor is true? Rumor had it that the blood sea ancestor had set up a deceptive formation. Although he had set up hundreds of thousands of inheritances, there were only a few that he wanted to pass down. In these few inheritances, there were the blood sea ancestor's proudest goo worms, research insights, or fusion recipes. Could it be that this is the true inheritance ground of the blood sea ancestor? Fang Yuan naturally thought of this, and his heart pounded. His thoughts raced. Although he thought of a lot of things, not much time had passed in the outside world. The blade-wing bloodbats swarmed towards him. Fang Yuan's expression was calm. With his long hair and black robes, he climbed up the mountain wall and was about to summon the spring-autumn cicada. But at this moment, a sudden change occurred. As expected, there is a blood calamity hidden here. A deep and firm voice that sounded like iron and stone came from the top of the cave, and then it reverberated above the blood sea. Tai Shueleng, why did he suddenly appear here? Fang Yuan heard this voice and was shocked. This loud sound reverberated in the air above the blood lake, causing turbulent waves of blood to surge. This is the heaven and earth grand sound gu? Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. The loud voice entered his ears, making him feel as if his whole head was buzzing. The heaven and earth grand sound gu was a rank 5 sound type gu. Once activated, it could form a sound wave attack with a wide range. It was an extremely strong AoE type gu. The voice that Fang Yuan heard now was just Tai Shueleng's small test. He shouted softly and did not really activate it. This degree was like Fang Yuan using the moonlight gu to grind the purple gold rock. It was just a subtle control of the gu worm. Of course, the heaven and earth grand sound gu had its drawbacks. If activated for a long time, the gu master's vocal cords and throat would be overly burdened. Once these burdens exceeded the limit, the gu master would become mute and lose the ability to speak. Bam! A huge force suddenly exploded and blood splattered everywhere. The upper body of the giant python appeared in Fang Yuan's vision. Blood River Python. Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk. This python's body was covered in glossy blood-red scales and its head was as huge as an elephant. There was a patch of golden bone spikes on its eyebrows, showing off its ferocious and violent aura. Blood River Python. I remember in the Guyue clan's history, not long after the first clan leader established the village, a Blood River Python appeared and posed a huge threat to the Guyue village. Legend has it that the first clan leader killed it. Could it be? Fang Yuan's heart moved as he thought of something. The Blood River Python was huge and its head was tall. Its purple eyes stared at Fang Yuan with a cruel gaze. It was cruel and unruly, feeding on blood. Even using the spring-autumn cicada's aura to intimidate it would only make it more violent. Among the rank 5 gu worms, it was one of the hardest to be refined by a gu master. However, after glancing at Fang Yuan on the mountain wall, the blood sea python raised its head high and turned to the top of the cave. At the top of the cave, an equally tiny figure slowly floated down from one of the caves. He wore a bronze mask, his hands behind his back, and his gaze was cold. Although compared to the Blood River Python, he was as small as an ant, a majestic aura emanated from his body. An enormous invisible pressure filled the surroundings, as if a god had descended to the mortal world. Righteous gu. It was a mental gu and could only be activated by someone who upheld justice. Scoundrels and weak-willed people would often tremble in fear under the influence of the righteous gu and have a guilty conscience. Their battle intent would rapidly drop and they would feel like they could not fight Tai Shueleng, thus collapsing without a fight. Creak creak creak, under the oppression of morality, the blade-wing blood-bat gu panicked and let out a sharp cry. As if a heavy burden had been placed on their bodies, their 2 pairs of wings flapped repeatedly as they struggled to fly in the air, sometimes up and sometimes down. They could not even take care of themselves and did not approach Fang Yuan. Even the ferocious Blood River Python slightly lowered its head, feeling Tai Shueleng's supreme might. What a righteous gu! Fang Yuan sneered as he climbed on the mountain wall. This righteous gu's oppression had no effect on him. Only those with weak wills would be severely weakened. He was a demonic path overlord and had a heart as strong as steel. How could he be frightened by this illusory aura? Eh? Fang Yuan's nonchalance caused Tai Shueleng to gasp in surprise. The righteous goo had been with him for many years, and he deeply understood its effect. The righteous goo's effect could be big or small, attacking the heart. Sometimes it could achieve miraculous results, but other times it would be useless. But there were very few situations where it would be useless. Even righteous path figures would feel the pressure in their hearts. After all, factions could not determine good or evil, and no one was perfect. But Tai Shueleng knew Fang Yuan's sins. When he first met him, he had already placed a goo on Fang Yuan's body to track him. From then on, Tai Shueleng could faintly sense the changes in Fang Yuan's surroundings. Most people who committed sins would have their wills shaken under the influence of the righteous goo. However, Tai Shueleng had met many demonic goo masters who fought fiercely under the influence of the righteous goo and were not affected. There is only one type of person who will not be affected by the righteous goo even if they commit a crime. These are people with true demonic nature. From the deepest part of their hearts, they are paranoid and crazy, not treating their sins as sins, but as something that should be done. To think that this Fang Yuan's demonic nature is so deep. Let's get rid of this great demon first. If he is lucky enough to survive, we can deal with him later. Tai Shueleng hated evil and snorted, turning his gaze towards the Blood River Python. The moment he appeared, he was locked on by the Blood River Python. As long as he diverted his attention to kill Fang Yuan, he would definitely reveal a flaw. Tai Shueleng had terrifying injuries, and with a strong enemy hiding behind the scenes, he could be spying on him. At this moment, he did not dare to divert his attention. He stared at the Blood River Python for a moment, then his gaze went past it and landed on the blood lake behind it. Not long ago, he had received a mysterious letter. The letter had concrete evidence, pointing out that there was a blood calamity hidden in Guyue village. This letter was carried by a white crane and dropped from the sky. Its origin was also very suspicious. But Tai Shueleng would rather believe it than not, because the blood calamity was not a small matter and could not be careless. If he was not careful, it would suddenly expand and spread everywhere, bringing disaster to all living beings. The best way to deal with it was to take advantage of the fact that the blood calamity had yet to take shape and extinguish this seed of chaos. Coincidentally, he had another request on hand. It was Jia Fu paying a huge sum of money to investigate the cause of Jia Jinxing's death. Tai Shueleng brought his daughter and rushed to Qingmao Mountain in advance. He ordered his daughter to investigate Jia Jinxing's case. On one hand, it was to nurture and train Tai Ruanan. On the other hand, it was to deceive others and stall for time while he investigated the details behind the scenes. The first time he met Fang Yuan, he had used the touching sensation goo on Fang Yuan. Although it was done casually, it came from the experience and intuition he had accumulated over a long period of time. The touching sensation goo was formless and colorless, like an imprint. He had set up dozens of them. The one that was truly effective was the first one he had set up casually. First Gen Guyue, I know you are not dead. You have hidden for close to 1,000 years and set up this trap. Unfortunately, all your efforts are going to be in vain. Tai Shueleng opened his mouth and the whole space buzzed. But there was no change in the blood lake. Instead, the Blood River Python opened its mouth and roared. It had a cruel nature and could not tolerate any pressure. The morality goo had stimulated its ferocious nature. Bang. It suddenly stretched its body and its huge snake body created a blood wave that soared to the sky. With a killing intent that could pierce through the horizon, it pounced towards Tai Shueleng who was in the air. Tai Shueleng was already on guard against the Blood River Python. His body moved quickly and dodged the Blood River Python's bite. The Blood River Python's body was too long and its momentum was too fierce, causing it to crash into the cave ceiling. With a loud bang, a large part of the cave ceiling collapsed. Large amounts of rubble fell down and immediately created a huge wave in the blood lake. First Gen Guyue, do you think you have nothing to worry about just by leaving a Blood River Python to protect you? You better show yourself. Tai Shueleng sneered and moved in the air. The Blood River Python's violent attacks were like a light breeze and drizzle in front of him. The Blood River Python roared crazily and became even more irritable. It had unparalleled strength and recklessly used it to cause huge destruction. The whole space became more and more turbulent. It was as if the earth was shaking and the mountains were shaking. The blood lake also had huge waves. Damn it! Fang Yuan was caught in the crossfire. The red soil was soft and his original foothold was already destroyed. He could only use the chainsaw golden centipede and the thunderwings goo to move along the mountain walls. The rubble fell down piece by piece, like a dense rain. As he had expected, the thunderwings goo was not in a good state. The thunderwings goo on Fang Yuan's back was extremely weak and dispirited, unable to provide a strong force of ascension. But the strange thing was, the thunderwings goo was absorbing less primeval essence from Fang Yuan. While Fang Yuan was moving, the thunderwings goo actually started to absorb the primeval essence in the air from time to time. At first, this phenomenon only happened for a short period of time and very few times. Fang Yuan tried his best to dodge and did not notice it. But gradually, the number of times increased and the duration of each occurrence also became longer and longer. At the same time, the thunderwings goo became weaker and weaker. I understand, it's the blood frenzy goo. A flash of inspiration appeared in Fang Yuan's mind. Only when one was contaminated by the blood frenzy goo would such a phenomenon occur. Plop, Fang Yuan used all his strength but still fell into the blood lake. The blood river python was smashing around, using its thick tail to whip around. Gravel fell like rain, ceaselessly crashing down. Fang Yuan activated the sky canopy goo and his body was covered in a layer of white armor. His swimming ability was not bad, and in his previous life, he had lived in the Eastern Sea for a long period of time and received ample training. He tried his best to dodge the huge rocks that were as big as houses. Sometimes he swam, sometimes he sank into the blood lake, using the blood water to cushion the impact. But those small rocks ranged from the size of a fist to the size of a stone mill, he had no time to dodge. The white armor was as solid as a rock, but it could not slow down the impact. When it smashed onto his body, he felt waves of pain. At the same time, the primeval essence in his aperture was slowly decreasing due to the impact. Fortunately, the morality goo's power enveloped the whole area, causing the group of blade-wing blood bat goo to still fly around and not find trouble with Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan's expression was grave. The thunderwings goo was already half crippled. After being contaminated by the blood frenzy goo, without a special goo to cleanse it, it would turn into a puddle of blood and become a new source of contamination. How did it get contaminated by the blood frenzy goo? Fang Yuan thought about it and only had one explanation. That was, this blood water had the blood frenzy goo attached to it. The thunderwings goo was getting weaker and weaker, showing signs of losing control. Luckily he activated the white armor in time, or else the blood frenzy goo would have contaminated his body and its aura would have seeped into his aperture. Most of his goo worms would have been contaminated. But if his primeval essence was depleted, or this armor was broken, then the consequences would be severe. I need to leave this place as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth and floated in the blood waves, looking around for a way out. Large amounts of red soil fell from the mountain walls. The top of the cave was also beyond recognition. Tai Shueleng was floating in the air, fighting with the blood river python. A battle between rank 5 goo masters was not something Fang Yuan could interfere in. The higher the goo master's rank, the more obvious the difference in battle strength between different cultivations. Maybe a swing of the blood river python's tail could shatter the armor, the sky canopy goo would be heavily injured by the backlash, and Fang Yuan would have fractures all over his body. Maybe a casual strike from Tai Shueleng could put Fang Yuan in a desperate situation. The current situation was like a battle between two giant elephants, and Fang Yuan was a nearby tabby cat. Although he had small claws, it was hard for him to fight. This cave entrance was not big and should have been buried by the red soil. But this time, the blood lake unceasingly surged with monstrous blood waves, causing the surrounding scarlet soil to be washed away and collapse, sinking into the lake. Thus, the cave entrance was revealed. No matter what, this cave entrance seemed to be a source of hope. Fang Yuan immediately changed his direction and swam towards the cave entrance. Boom, in the air, there was another intense explosion. A huge air current rushed towards the surroundings, pushing Fang Yuan forward fiercely. Damn it! He cursed. Large amounts of red soil collapsed and buried the cave entrance again. Iron hand grappling goo. In the air, Tai Shuelong took a deep breath and slowly stretched out his right hand. In front of him, ripples appeared in the air and a huge black iron hand appeared, pressing down on the Blood River Python's tail. The Blood River Python struggled with all its might, but its scales were wet and slippery. The iron hand could not hold on and slid through the snake's scales, causing golden-red sparks to burst out as it escaped. But Tai Shuelong had rich battle experience and was not discouraged. Suddenly, he tilted his head back and puffed his cheeks, blowing at the Blood River Python. Whoosh, a jet of black oil poured down like a waterfall. In the air, it turned into a dragon, baring its fangs and claws as it coiled around the Blood River Python. Oil dragon goo, the Blood River Python was furious, roaring and biting. The black oil dragon's size was not inferior to the Blood River Python's, but it was only a rank 4 and did not have a physical body. In a short while, it was torn apart by the Blood River Python. Tai Shuelong laughed instead. Beasts were beasts. If a Goo master was controlling it, they would be able to see through this classic and ordinary battle tactic. But the Blood River Python was only refined. Although it had a Goo master's will, it did not have the intelligence of a normal person. The oil dragon was destroyed and the oil dragon Goo in the aperture also suffered a backlash. Tai Shuelong did not care and stopped activating the oil dragon Goo, starting to activate the fire dragon Goo. He shouted and his body shook. A flame-like goo shot out from his aperture and quickly turned into a fire snake, coiling around his body. The fire snake flew out and became bigger. In the blink of an eye, it grew scales and extended eagle claws, antlers, a horse's face and sharp teeth. It turned into a giant fire dragon. This fire dragon Goo was only rank 4, but when it fought with the Blood River Python, it made the Blood River Python roar in pain. Because the oil dragon had been destroyed, a large amount of black oil had stained the Blood River Python's body. Now that the oil was tangled with the fire dragon, the python's body was suddenly set on fire, roasting the Blood River Python. Other than the snake's body, the black oil was also floating on the surface of the lake. At this moment, it was ignited. The scarlet lake of blood ignited into a sea of fire that soared into the sky. The temperature of the air rose rapidly. The fire dragon was no match for the Blood River Python. It suffered heavy injuries and its body became smaller and smaller. But every time this happened, it would dive into the sea of fire and roll around, and its body would regain some of its majesty. In this sea of flames, Huolong had the geographical advantage. The Blood River Python and the fire dragon fought for a while. The snake's body was constantly being burned, and the smell of charred flesh wafted through the air. The Blood River Python was violent by nature. Once it was oppressed, it would erupt with a powerful counterattack. But at this moment, it had no choice but to retreat. He abandoned the fire dragon and plunged into the depths of the blood sea. Man is the spirit of all living things, possessing the wisdom to innovate. Under Tai Shuelong's tactic, 2 rank 4 Goo were able to force the rank 5 Blood River Python to retreat. But Goo were the essence of heaven and earth, containing the code of heaven and earth and a corner of the laws. The Blood River Python's ability was its super strong self-recovery ability. It sank to the bottom of the lake, and the blood water nourished it, rapidly healing its injuries. The fire dragon Goo had the geographical advantage, but it had the geographical advantage. As long as this blood lake existed, it would be an unkillable cockroach. Fang Yuan's situation was even more dangerous. The flames on the surface of the blood lake continued to spread, burning fiercely. Tongues of fire licked and roasted his body. The sky canopy Goo's pressure was even greater. The most important thing was not this, but that Fang Yuan's breathing was becoming more difficult. The flames burned and consumed a large amount of air. This underground space was originally a half-closed space, and it was hard to replenish the air. Fang Yuan gradually felt suffocated. Although the oil dragon Goo and fire dragon Goo can force the Blood River Python to retreat if they work together, it is only temporary. As long as there is a large amount of blood water, the Blood River Python's recovery ability is extremely terrifying. When it rushes up again and recovers to its peak condition, the fire dragon Goo might not be its match. No, this is too obvious, Tai Shuelong must know. Then Fang Yuan floated in the burning lake, his thoughts moving at lightning speed. Thinking of this, his heart tightened. If he was not wrong, Tai Shueleng had achieved his tactical goal by forcing the Blood River python to retreat. Tai Shueleng wanted to gain sufficient time, and there was a situation where he needed to do so. That was to prepare his killer move. As expected, at the next moment, Tai Shueleng floated in the air and suddenly spread his arms, letting out a deep roar. The righteous aura that was suppressing all directions was retracted by him, and he poured his rank 5 primeval essence into the bronze mask with full concentration. The bronze mask gradually lit up. At first, it was only a faint light, but in a few breaths' time, it gave off a dazzling green light, like a fragment of the sun. The green light shone in all directions, like a monarch descending to heaven and earth. For a moment, the red soil, Bloodbeard, and the sea of fire were all dyed with a layer of ancient green. Within the green light, there was a mystical power. Under the guidance of this power, the mountain rocks started to shake and collapse. At the top of the cave, huge rocks fell and flew towards the bronze mask. The surrounding red cliffs also had large amounts of soil and rocks slowly flying up from the bottom. Tai Shueleng's expression was already shrouded by the bronze mask's light. Large amounts of mountain rocks gathered around the bronze mask, condensing together and forming a human figure. The soil and rocks continued to gather, and the rockman became bigger and bigger. From the initial 1 meter, it rapidly grew to 3 meters, 5 meters, 8 meters, finally reaching 18 meters, giant hill puppet Gu. A giant that could support heaven and earth descended upon the battlefield of the Blood Lake. Its 2 legs stood in the depths of the Blood Lake, the lake water only reaching its waist. Its body was extremely majestic, its arms could run carriages, and its fists could stand on top of an elephant. Its face was simple and unadorned, an enlarged version of the bronze mask. Fire dragon, come. It opened its mouth, its voice shaking the heaven and earth. The fire dragon that was tumbling in the sea of fire flew up and coiled around the giant puppet's right arm like a snake, its head resting on the giant puppet's right shoulder. Then, the oil dragon Gu flew out and turned into a pitch-black oil dragon, coiling around the giant puppet's left arm and resting its head on its left shoulder. The 2 dragons on the left and right, the giant hill puppet, descended like a mighty deity. Fang Yuan swam towards the cave entrance with all his might. Just now, the soil and rocks had gathered to form the giant puppet, causing the red soil that was covering the cave entrance to disappear, revealing the cave entrance again. This battlefield was getting more and more dangerous, the cave entrance could be buried again at any time, so Fang Yuan did not dare to stay for long. The sea of fire gradually extinguished, and the Blood Lake suddenly surged with towering red waves. Blood River python attacked from the lake, coiling around the giant puppet and slithering upwards. The giant snake's head was like a battering ram, aiming at the giant puppet's face. This attack was extremely powerful, and if it were to hit directly, half of the giant puppet's head would be smashed into pieces. Iron hand grappling. The giant puppet shouted, and the air split open as an iron hand flew out, grabbing the snake's head. With a loud bang, the iron hand was destroyed, and the Blood River python's attack was also stopped. Tai Shueleng won a breather, and the giant puppet grabbed the Blood River python's body with both hands. The oil dragon and fire dragon waited for an opportunity, climbing onto the Blood River python. The 2 dragons merged together, forming a blazing flame that roasted the Blood River python. The Blood River python roared in pain, struggling with all its might. But this time, how could Tai Shueleng allow it to escape so easily? The giant puppet's hands were like iron pincers, tightly restraining the Blood River python. The Blood River python could not escape, and its body was roasted black, emitting the smell of burnt flesh. Its ferocious nature was stimulated, and it did not try to escape anymore. Its slender body coiled around the giant puppet's body again, and it started to contract fiercely, launching a strangling attack. Although the giant puppet was made of mountain rocks, the red soil was soft, and after being twisted by the Blood River python, its waist quickly shrunk. Cracking sounds could be heard, and rubble flew everywhere. Under the stimulation of death, the Blood River python exploded with great strength. Fang Yuan finally reached the edge of the cave entrance with one hand, and the giant puppet suddenly coughed a few times. Tai Shueleng's old illness had relapsed, the giant puppet's hands loosened, and the Blood River python hissed, its body moving forward by a large margin. The giant puppet tightened its grip, and the Blood River python opened its mouth wide, revealing its sharp fangs. The snake's head moved forward crazily, but it was just a short distance away. The Blood River python's counterattack failed, and it gradually lost its strength, about to be burned to death. But at this moment, a dense blood mist suddenly rose from the center of the blood lake. Blood frenzy goo! A trace of fear flashed in Feng Yuan's eyes, and he quickly climbed up the cave entrance, moving deeper into the depths. The blood mist quickly spread, and the flames on the surface of the blood lake were completely extinguished. A whirlpool appeared in the center of the blood lake. The whirlpool became larger and larger. At first it was only in the center, but it quickly spread, and the edges of the whirlpool touched the surrounding walls. Humph, first generation Guyue, you finally couldn't endure it anymore. The giant puppet snorted coldly. At the center of the whirlpool, a huge wave suddenly surged 10 meters above the surface of the lake. In the wave of blood, a vertical red coffin slowly rose, revealing itself. He. A dry and strange voice came from the coffin, making people feel a chill down their spines. Junior, you dare to spoil my plans, you are courting death, I will fulfill your wish. Before the voice finished, the coffin lid was ejected, and a shriveled corpse appeared. He had a scarlet face and sharp fangs, his hair was red like blood, and in his deep eye sockets, his eyes were like burning charcoal that was about to be extinguished. He had no skin, and red strips of withered muscles were attached to his white bones. He looked thin and capable. Junior, thou art injured, yet you still dare to provoke me. Thou shalt die today. The corpse spoke, but there was no movement from his mouth, it was his abdomen. He kept saying I, thou, this was the habit of the ancient people from 1,000 years ago. Rank 5 blood white goo. Is he really the first generation? Feng Yuan was astonished, but not shocked. In this mystical world, there were many goo masters who had lived for hundreds of years. Other than using the most orthodox lifespan goo to increase one's lifespan, some unorthodox methods could also allow people to live forever. For example, the rank 2 roaming zombie goo. If this goo was used for a long time, the goo master would completely turn into a zombie, and as long as they drank blood regularly, they would be able to move freely and live forever. The first gen goo in front of him was using this method. Blood white goo was an important branch of the rank 5 roaming zombie goo. Together with Azura zombie, heavenly demon zombie, nightmare zombie, and plague zombie, they were known as the 5 great flying zombies. In the blood lake, 2 strong opponents faced each other. Even if it is a rank 5 blood white corpse, it is still a zombie. First generation Guyue, you are no longer a living person, your body is filled with death energy. Your aperture is also dead. Although it can store primeval essence, it will be less every time you use it. It will no longer be able to recover itself. The giant centipede said coldly. He, although primeval essence cannot recover itself, so what? I can still absorb primeval essence through you on stone. You are injured and still dare to disturb me, die. First generation Guyue shouted. In an instant, blood fog surged and waves of blood soared to the sky. From the blood lake, a large group of insects flew out. It was the rank 5 blood guillotine. At the same time, groups of blade-winged blood bats flew out from the caves on the mountain walls, coming out from the depths of the blood lake. They gathered and attacked the giant centipede. The enormous bat group numbered over 1,000, forming an army in an instant. Although they were only rank 3 and belonged to close combat type goo, their numbers made up for their quality. Even the rank 5 goo master Tai Shueleng would have a headache dealing with them. But this was far from the end. First generation Guyue's consciousness had completely awakened. Under his summons, new blood bat groups appeared one after another and gathered here. He had operated here for close to 1,000 years and had hidden plans. He had already turned this place into his nest and had a strong geographical advantage. The blood bat group was organized in a strict formation, continuously circling in the air like an elite army, surrounding the giant centipede. The blood river python no longer struggled and instead tried to shrink its body. This made Tai Shueleng feel some fear and put his full attention on it. Although goo masters were strong, they had low intelligence. With a goo master controlling the blood bat army, the effect was like heaven and earth. First generation Guyue has just appeared, but he has already turned the situation around and is showing signs of suppressing Tai Shueleng. He has a huge geographical advantage and is waiting for the enemy to exhaust him. Tai Shueleng is also injured, the situation is not looking good. Fang Yuan had already shrunk into the cave on the mountain wall and was secretly observing the battle using the shadows. But Tai Shueleng has roamed the southern border for so many years and still dares to enter this demonic cave despite being injured. No matter what, there will be an intense battle soon. If things went wrong, this area might even collapse. Should I stay here and watch the battle? It was very dangerous to stay. This was deep underground, and they might be buried alive. If we stay and watch the tigers fight, what are the chances of us reaping the benefits? Fang Yuan's brain spun rapidly as he weighed the pros and cons. His cultivation level was only at rank 3 initial stage, it was very risky for him to watch the battle, it was very likely that he would be heavily injured from the shockwaves of a single clash. However, if Fang Yuan was able to reap the benefits and have the last laugh, then the benefits would be great. After all, he was a rank 5 Gu master, if he could gain something, he could save 100 years of hard work. High risk, high profit. Fang Yuan let out a long sigh and retreated. The situation was already out of his control. The risk of staying was too great. Birds die for food, and men die for wealth. He had seen this kind of thing many times in the 500 years of his previous life. He was cautious by nature. Where there was life, there was hope. Moreover, he knew countless secrets. There were many inheritance locations that had not been exposed, and all of them had great profits. Why would he risk his life here? Just as Fang Yuan was about to leave, a group of blood bats separated from the army and flew towards him. There were close to 100 blood bats in this group, and Fang Yuan quickly turned around and retreated. My clan's junior, don't worry. There are traps set in that cave, and there are fierce beasts lurking underground. These blood bats can ensure your safety. Zhang Guyue's voice came from afar. Fang Yuan heard this and ran even faster. Zhang Guyue gasped in surprise. He did not expect Fang Yuan to be so slippery at such a young age, seeing through his evil intentions. Immediately, he willed and another group of close to 100 blood bats chased after Fang Yuan. His distraction allowed Tai Shueleng to see a small flaw that could not be considered a flaw. Heaven and earth grand sound gu, howl, the giant centipede opened its mouth and let out a roar that shook the heavens. In an instant, it formed a vast and powerful sound wave that swept through the surroundings like rumbling thunder. The blade-winged blood bat gu that were close to it were immediately killed by this majestic sound wave, falling to the ground one after another. The blood bat group that was further away was also shaken by the sound wave, flying up and down in the air. The originally densely packed blood bat army collapsed in an instant, unable to do anything in a short period of time. Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu was a rank 5 Gu, and it was a group attack weapon, most suited to dealing with attacks like the blood bat group. When Tai Shueleng used it earlier, its power was not evident, as he had purposely restrained it. Now, with the help of the giant centipede's body, the true power of the Heaven and Earth Grand Sound Gu could be unleashed. Even the flying guillotines that filled the sky were blown to smithereens. The blood fog dissipated, and everything became clear again. The sound wave struck the surrounding mountain walls, causing the entire space and the entire mountain to shake intensely. With the giant centipede as the center, the blood lake's water surface was compressed downwards, forming a bowl shape. Blood water flowed into the cave, pouring into it. But before this, the sound wave had already spread over. Fang Yuan also suffered because of this, his white armor flickered and almost collapsed. In order to resist this sound wave, the primeval essence in his aperture decreased by more than 10%. The sound wave reverberated in the narrow cave, causing Fang Yuan's ears to buzz. He staggered and almost fell to the ground. But this sound wave was of help to him. Of the 2 waves of blood bats chasing him, the second wave had already been annihilated, while the first wave was shaken by the sound wave and flew around the cave, unable to chase after Fang Yuan. There was no time to lose, so Fang Yuan took the chance to run, pulling apart the distance between him and the blood bat group. This wave of blood bats was the furthest away from the source of the sound wave, and quickly recovered, flapping their wings and resuming their pursuit. There were close to 100 blood bats, all rank 3. Fang Yuan could not contend against them, and could only run away. Earlier, he felt that the cave was dark, and he did not know where it led to. But as his eyes gradually adapted, he could see the situation in the cave clearly. And it was all thanks to the faint light emitted by the red soil. Although the Thunderwing's goo was no longer reliable, it could still provide some help, and Fang Yuan used it with all his might. But even so, the difference in speed between them was huge, and the distance between them was quickly closed. The distance is about right, it's time to use the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth, seeing the blood bat group getting closer. He could only use this method. The Bladewing blood bat goo was only rank 3, and the aura of a rank 6 goo could completely suppress them. But Tai Shuelong and Guyua's generation were not far away. Once the spring-autumn cicada appeared, it would definitely cause a phenomenon, and the commotion would be too big, enough to attract their attention. But Fang Yuan was also helpless. In the current situation, he could only hope that they were in a stalemate, and could not be distracted. Squeak squeak squeak, the blood bat group closed in, and was already less than 100 steps away. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, and said in his heart, "Spring-autumn cicada, come out." 1 second, 2 seconds, 3 seconds, Fang Yuan was in a daze, standing on the spot. The spring-autumn cicada was in the center of his aperture, not moving at all, emitting a dazzling yellow and green light. How can this be? Fang Yuan was shocked. The distant sky was dimly lit. Dawn had arrived. On the hillside, Guyue Bo and the 3 clan leaders of Bai and Xiong clan stood side by side. Although the true competition between the 3 clans is still tomorrow. But the qualifiers are still unavoidable. Both of you, the time is just right, can we start? Xiong clan leader smiled. Bai clan leader snorted, ignoring him. Then let's start. Guyue Bo absent-mindedly replied. He shifted his gaze, looking at the Gu masters gathered at the hillside. He searched carefully, but still could not find Fang Yuan's figure. This caused the worry in his heart to grow even deeper. These Gu masters were all below 30 years of age, and they stood together, forming 3 distinct groups. Looking at them, the strength of the 3 clans could be seen clearly. Xiong clan had the most Gu masters, and they had taken the initiative to retreat, preserving most of their battle strength. Guyue clan and Bai clan had fewer people, but Bai clan had Bai Ningbing. Just him alone was enough to pull Bai clan's overall strength to the top of the 3 clans. Xiong clan leader shouted, "This competition has a circumference of 100 li, and will last until night, ending at sunset. There is no life and death involved, but I hope you can restrain yourselves. Each of you will be given a nameplate, and those who collect 30 nameplates will have the qualifications to participate in the following 3 clans competition. Let's begin." A life and death battle. As long as the criteria were met, there was no limit to the number of people, and the circumference of 100 li was the competition arena. Even participating in the middle of the competition was allowed. This was not a fair competition. But the 3 clan leaders had no objections or complaints. In this world, survival depended on one's fists and strength. The stronger one had the qualifications to occupy more benefits. The weaker one could only blame their bad luck and keep a low profile, accumulating strength in secret and becoming a strong expert. In just a few breaths of time, Fang Yuan felt like 2 to 3 years. His forehead was covered in cold sweat. He could not activate Spring-Autumn Cicada. What was going on? Spring-Autumn Cicada was his vital goo. It was very important. It was rank 6 and his final trump card, but he could not control it. This situation was too serious. Fang Yuan had to pay close attention to it. In the dark cave, he squinted his eyes. The panic in his heart only lasted for less than half a second before he forced himself to calm down. Thoughts flashed in his mind like lightning. His mind entered his aperture. Spring-Autumn Cicada did not show any changes. It was still recovering rapidly. But no matter how Fang Yuan moved it, it remained in the center. Its body did not tremble at all. I understand now. Fang Yuan realized, once the Spring-Autumn Cicada becomes my vital goo, it will stay in my aperture and cannot move anymore. Goo were the essence of all living beings. It had endless profundities. It could be said to be of all kinds. Raising, using, and refining goo, these 3 aspects were broad and profound. There were often special standards in these aspects. In terms of raising, goo would only consume specific food. In terms of refining, there were all sorts of requirements. In terms of using, the bamboo gentleman could only be used by a Gu master who had never lied in his life. And to use the morality Gu, the Gu master had to be righteous. Another example was the photo audio Gu. It would die after one use, its image would remain on the wall for a period of time. Water screen skyflower Gu was only rank 4, once used, it would turn into a huge spherical water barrier. The water barrier's defense was outstanding and could even block the attack of a rank 5 Gu. However, it had a huge drawback, and that was that it could not be moved or stopped. The water barrier isolated the inside from the outside, even the owner of the water curtain skyflower Gu could not enter and exit freely. Many forces used water curtain skyflower Gu to protect their cities. Fang Yuan was not familiar with the spring and autumn cicada. In his previous life, he had just successfully refined the spring-autumn cicada when he was surrounded by the righteous path. He had no time to experiment with it. At that time, the spring-autumn cicada was not his vital Gu, so this characteristic was not revealed. In this life, his cultivation level was low, so he didn't dare to release the spring-autumn cicada. The spring-autumn cicada was one of the mystical Gu in the world. It was extremely mysterious, and there was no user's knowledge or experience that was passed down in the world. Moreover, Gu worms that reached rank 6 and above were unique in the world, there was only one of them. If others wanted to fuse it, there would only be a possibility of success if the previous one died. Otherwise, there was a 100% chance of failure. As a result, Fang Yuan only found out about this characteristic today. Rebirth is not an easy thing. Spring and autumn hide calamities. The recovery speed of the spring and autumn cicada was getting faster and faster. Even if one had a great cultivation base and had access to a large amount of resources, the speed of the cultivation base's growth would not be able to keep up with the speed of the spring and autumn cicada. Sooner or later, a Gu master's aperture will burst from the spring-autumn cicada. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. Although being reborn was wonderful, possessing the spring-autumn cicada was equivalent to possessing half of the 10 extreme physiques. They were born to be hung under the gallows, and when the time came, they would be executed. I can't release the spring and autumn cicada. Could it be that I can only use it to be reborn? Fang Yuan frowned deeply. This seemed to be the only way. If he were to be reborn again, the spring and autumn cicada would once again fall into a weakened state, and at the same time, Fang Yuan would be able to escape from this dangerous situation. However, the above situation seemed ideal, but in fact, there was a huge problem and the risk was huge. First of all, there was no guarantee that every rebirth would be successful. Fang Yuan had been reborn once, and he often reflected on his only precious experience. He combined his understanding with the concepts on Earth. The world was a three-dimensional space, and time was an axis that ran through the ages. There was no time. Space was still. The movement of all things required a process, which meant that it consumed time. There was only one world, and there was no parallel space. Using the spring and autumn cicada to be reborn was to cross from a point in the second half of the timeline, the future, to a point in the first half of the timeline, the past. However, Fang Yuan's aged body in the future did not exist in the past. Restricted by the great Tao of heaven and earth, his body could not be brought to the past. He could only self-detonate. The energy produced by the explosion was the driving force, and the spring-autumn cicada contained the fragment of the law of time, like a lonely boat. It carried Fang Yuan's consciousness from the future to the past. Consciousness was not like the human body, which was not purely material. But strictly speaking, this future consciousness did not exist in the past at that point in time. But this was the ingenious part of the matter. The consciousness of the future would guide the Gu master to change themselves and influence their surroundings, gradually spreading to the whole world. This was the butterfly effect. When the butterfly effect occurred, the world would be different from what it was before. The consciousness of the future would also have a meaning of existence and be recognized by the great Tao of heaven and earth. Someone once said, history was like a long river, changing the outcome of an event upstream would cause the downstream to change beyond recognition. This mystical Gu world was like the water in a long river. Most people could only follow the current from upstream to downstream. But Fang Yuan's consciousness relied on the spring-autumn cicada to go upstream from downstream. When he made a change upstream, the river water downstream also changed. But the river water was still the river water, and the Goo Master world was still the Goo Master world. It was just that history had taken a turn, and changed into another possible outcome. Such an analogy could be easily understood. However, the spring-autumn cicada had not recovered completely, and could only be compared to a broken boat with a hole. Fang Yuan's cultivation was only at rank 3 initial stage, and after self-detonating, there was an unimaginably huge difference from his previous life's rank 6. He could not push the spring-autumn cicada to go against the flow of time for too long. If I self-detonate and rebirth, I might not succeed. Maybe the broken boat will be stranded in the river, and my consciousness and memories will be ruthlessly eroded by time, turning into nothingness. If I want to increase my chances of success, it is best to wait until the aperture's limit. I need to stall for as much time as possible, and let the spring-autumn cicada recover better, and the broken boat will have fewer holes. At the same time, my cultivation will increase, and after self-detonation, I will be able to provide more power to reverse the flow. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan heaved a long sigh. The change in the spring-autumn cicada was somewhat out of his expectations. But he had always been cautious, and had made preparations. Behind him, the blood bat group flew over, but Fang Yuan's consciousness sank into his aperture. The aperture was filled with yellow-green light, the spring-autumn cicada's aura was majestic, and the white-silver primeval sea was as calm as a mirror, but the aperture walls were showing signs of danger of cracking. All the other goo were suppressed to the bottom of the sea by the spring-autumn cicada's aura. Under Fang Yuan's will, a goo withstood the pressure, and slowly flew out of the sea. This goo was shaped like a die, square, grayish-white in color, and was extremely hard. Back then, Fang Yuan had used the plunder goo to forcefully take some goo worms from Bai Ningbing's aperture, and obtained them. This goo was a consumable goo, disappearing after one use. But its effect was extraordinary. Once used, it would completely squeeze out the Goo Master's foundation and potential, causing the Goo Master's cultivation to instantly reach the same rank peak stage. Stone aperture goo, explode. Fang Yuan's will moved, and the stone aperture goo immediately exploded, turning into grayish-white stone powder, like smoke or fog, instantly spreading over the primeval sea. The aperture walls were originally light walls, but when the grayish-white stone powder came into contact with it, the light immediately dimmed. The stone powder adhered to the surface of the light walls, and the light walls gradually thickened, turning from light to stone. A few seconds later, the four walls of Fang Yuan's aperture thickened by several times, turning into a thick and heavy stone aperture. The spring-autumn cicada's yellow-green light was still fluctuating, but its aura was temporarily bearable. Fang Yuan was originally only at rank 3 initial stage, and had light silver primeval essence. Primeval essence was like water, with a faint silver light. But at this moment, his cultivation rose sharply, leaping from initial stage to rank 3 peak stage, possessing snow-silver primeval essence. Using the stone aperture goo is equivalent to cutting off my path forward, and the aperture's potential is completely squeezed out, making it very difficult to step into rank 4. But with the increase in cultivation, the aperture has turned into a stone wall, becoming several times thicker and sturdier than before, and can temporarily withstand the spring-autumn cicada's pressure. Bai Ningbing probably wants to use the stone aperture goo to overcome the limit of the northern dark ice soul physique. Unfortunately, the 10 extreme physiques are even more troublesome than the spring-autumn cicada, with almost limitless potential. Even if it turns into a stone aperture for a moment, the aperture walls will quickly recover. At this time, the Bladewing blood bat group had already pounced over. Fang Yuan snorted coldly, taking out the chainsaw golden centipede and retreating as he killed. Fortunately, the cave was narrow, and Fang Yuan relied on the canopy goo's defense and the chainsaw golden centipede's wide body to block the blood bat group, preventing them from surrounding him. This greatly reduced their threat. For a moment, the cave was filled with banging sounds. The chainsaw golden centipede's attacks, as well as the Bladewing blood bats smashing into the white light armor and piercing into the cave walls at high speed, created a cacophony of sounds. The primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture was being consumed rapidly. Although there were close to 100 blood bats, without a Goo Master to control them, there was a lot of internal friction and they could not coordinate well. In reality, Fang Yuan only needed to deal with 34 of them at the same time. But this number was not something he could handle, and he could only retreat while fighting. The awkward thing was, although he had advanced to rank 3 peak stage, his aperture still had initial stage light silver primeval essence. Just relying on AC-grade aperture to produce snow silver primeval essence was simply too slow. The current situation also did not allow Feng Yuan to take out a yuan stone and divert his attention to absorb natural primeval essence. Using a yuan stone to quickly recover primeval essence, this method could not be used in a real battle. Being distracted in a life-and-death battle was asking to be humiliated. It was extremely stupid, and was the same as courting death. At the same time, the efficiency of absorbing natural primeval essence was greatly reduced. This method could only be used during normal cultivation, or to quickly recover primeval essence in the short interval between battles. Fortunately, Feng Yuan had obtained a grass not long ago, Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus could produce yuan stone, and was extremely rare. But in fact, this effect was only an expression of its innate ability. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was known as a mobile spirit spring, and its innate ability was to produce natural primeval essence. This primeval essence, after condensing together, would form yuan stone. Feng Yuan had a Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, and when it was submerged in his aperture's primeval sea, it was like a miniature spirit spring had appeared in his aperture. Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus recipe was created by Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable. Only Gu masters who reached rank 9 were respected by the world. In the righteous path, they were called Immortal Venerables. In the demonic path, they were called Demon Venerables. Genesis Lotus Immortal Venerable, who had lived for thousands of years, was known as the first person to recover primeval essence since ancient times. In this aspect, he was superior to other Immortal Venerables and Demon Venerables, and the reason was because of Genesis Lotus. Feng Yuan's Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was only rank 3, and he had just refined it, so it was the lowest grade. But it could already provide Feng Yuan with an endless supply of natural primeval essence. Once this natural primeval essence appeared in his aperture, it was automatically refined by Feng Yuan's aperture, turning into snow silver primeval essence. If Feng Yuan absorbed the primeval essence in the yuan stone, he would have to split a portion of his mind. However, this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was his gu. Activating the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was as easy as waving his fingers. Feng Yuan retreated as he fought. With the help of the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, his primeval essence recovery was already on par with B-grade aptitude gu masters. Kill! He suddenly shouted, and changed his fighting style, charging into the blood bat group. The chainsaw golden centipede went berserk, and its silver saw teeth rotated crazily, slashing at a blade-wing blood bat that was hiding behind it. This blood bat was stronger than ordinary bats of the same species. It was the only male bat in this blood bat group, and had been refined by the first-generation Guyue. By controlling it, one could indirectly control this blood bat group. Feng Yuan had secretly stored his strength for this attack, and after observing it for a long time, he used an unintentional move to counter it. The first-generation Guyue was not present, and immediately obtained a miraculous effect. The male bat was killed on the spot, and turned into a pile of blood paste. In the blood bat swarm, there was only one male bat. The rest were all male bats that received orders from the male bat. Male bats and female bats were similar in appearance, and there was not much difference. However, Feng Yuan was extremely familiar with the blade-wing blood bat gu in his previous life. As long as he had enough time, he would be able to differentiate them. Without the male bats, the blood bat swarm fell into chaos. Feng Yuan took the chance and waved the chainsaw golden centipede to kill. In a short while, more than 20 blade-wing blood bats were killed. It could be said that the battle was fruitful. However, the intense battle also consumed a lot of primeval essence in Feng Yuan's aperture. It's time to retreat. Feng Yuan decisively retreated, breaking into a run. By the time the blood bat swarm reacted, Feng Yuan had already escaped 100 steps away. More than 20 blade-wing blood bats were still chasing after Feng Yuan, while the rest scattered. Huff huff huff. In the narrow cave, Feng Yuan panted heavily as he sprinted while activating the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. After the battle, there was only snow silver primeval essence left in his aperture. At the same time, the low primeval sea level was slowly but resolutely rising. The longer the battle dragged on, the faster Feng Yuan's battle strength would recover. Suddenly, the thunder wings on Feng Yuan's back flapped, and the momentum pushed Fang Yuan's body, almost causing him to crash into the cave wall. The Thunderwing's goo had been contaminated by the blood frenzy goo and had reached a certain limit, showing signs of losing control. Not long after, the Thunderwing's goo will turn into a pool of blood and become a new source of contamination. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan no longer hesitated. He urged the Thunderwing's goo 3 times before the disobedient Thunderwing's goo left his back. Go! Fang Yuan resolutely abandoned the Thunderwing's goo and threw it behind him. The Bladewing blood bat swarm behind him immediately surrounded the Thunderwing's goo, and then they swarmed up and killed the Thunderwing's goo. This obstruction gave Fang Yuan some time to catch his breath. By the time the Bladewing blood bats caught up to Fang Yuan, the primeval essence in his aperture had already recovered by half. Snow silver true essence was many times more durable than light silver true essence. Fang Yuan's current battle prowess was far beyond the initial stage. He laughed heartily and waved the chainsaw golden centipede again. After killing 8 or 9 Bladewing bloody bats, the remaining ones flew away with a loud rumble. It's a pity I don't have a goo worm like the Iron Hand grappling goo. The Bladewing blood bat goo flies too fast, and its wings are as sharp as blades. It's really hard to capture it with bare hands. If we can catch 2 or 3 of them, that would be good. Fang Yuan put away the chainsaw golden centipede and walked deeper into the cave. He had snatched the heavenly essence treasure lotus, but he had been swept away by the blood water. This was definitely the doing of Guyue's generation. Guyue first generation used blood white corpse goo to turn into a flying zombie. The aperture was dead, it could no longer recover primeval essence. Unless he used Yuan stones to replenish it, the amount of primeval essence in his aperture would be limited. However, if he had a heavenly origin treasure lotus, it would make up for his weakness to a large extent. Thus, not long ago, he had specially mobilized 2 groups of Bladewing bloody bats to fly towards Fang Yuan in an attempt to capture him. Fortunately, Fang Yuan saw that the situation was not good and moved away in time. At the same time, Tai Shueleng had indirectly helped him. I wonder how the battle between Tai Shueleng and Guyue's generation is going. Fang Yuan's gaze was solemn. No matter which side won, they would find trouble with him. Tai Shueleng wanted to capture him and bring him to justice, while Guyue's generation coveted the heavenly essence treasure lotus that he had obtained. Although the Bladewing bloody bats had dispersed, Fang Yuan's crisis had not been resolved. I need to escape from Qingmao Mountain as soon as possible. Fang Yuan gritted his teeth. He could not go back, so he could only move forward along this cave to see if there was really a way out. This cave clearly had signs of human activity, but it had been a long time, and there were some areas that had caved in. Fang Yuan moved forward with his head lowered. When he encountered these cave-ins, he could only use the chainsaw golden centipede. The chainsaw golden centipede was originally an underground creature, and was good at digging holes. It was extremely useful now. Fang Yuan himself had the strength of 2 boars, so he dug through the soil and continued to move forward. This greatly slowed down his speed. After 3 to 4 hours, he reached the end of the cave. A solid rock wall completely blocked his way. Even if he used the chainsaw golden centipede, he would not be able to drill through this wall. Could this cave have been sealed by Guyue's generation? Fang Yuan's heart sank. Bam, both sides' palms met, and the Xiong clan Gu master was like a broken sack, flying high and landing heavily on the ground. Puff. The Xiong clan Gu master vomited a mouthful of blood and immediately fell unconscious. In the sky, the sun shone brightly, shining down its warm radiance. The sunlight shone through the trees, and mottled spots of light shone on Bai Zhongshui's fat face. This young elite of the Bai clan laughed smugly. Humph, so what if you are a Xiong clan Gu master? You dare to compete with me in strength. She moved her fat, delicate body, and was about to go forward to finish off the Xiong clan Gu master and take the nameplate, when suddenly a moonblade attacked. Bam, Bai Zhongshui's body turned, and she spat out a water bullet. The water bullet and moonblade collided in the air, and both exploded. With Fangjing at the lead, 3 Gu masters jumped down from the treetops. Guyue clan, this person is my spoils of war. Bai Zhongshui squinted, a dangerous light flashing in her eyes. Fangjing's bloodshot eyes stared at Bai Zhongshui. So what? You are our prey now. At this time, footsteps could be heard from the other side of the forest. A few figures walked out. It was Xiong clan's genius, Xiong Lin. His bald head reflected the sunlight, looking dazzling. He, this situation is much more interesting. Bai Zhongshui laughed loudly, but at the next moment, her laughter stopped. Both sides launched their attacks at the same time, catching Bai Zhongshui off guard and surrounding him. Bai Zhongshui vomited a mouthful of blood, her expression extremely ugly. What? Guyue clan, you actually allied with the despicable Xiong clan? Fang Jing was expressionless, but his killing intent soared. Without saying a word, he closed in on Bai Zhongshui. Xiong Lin snickered, this battle concerns the three clans for the next 100 years. I'll tell you the truth, Guyue clan has formed an alliance with our Xiong clan. Bai Zhongshui, today is the day you die. Pui. Bai Zhongshui vomited a mouthful of blood. She raised her head and looked around in disdain, so what if I die? Heh, joining hands, you are afraid of my clans by Ning Bing. It's no use, this is just the first battle, there is still the individual battle. Which of your clans is Bai Ning Bing's match? Our Bai clan is destined to be number one. He. So we have decided, in this first battle, we will join hands and get rid of Bai Ning Bing. Xiong Lin laughed loudly. Buzz, the chainsaw golden centipede's silver edges grinded against the stone walls, causing noises to echo in the cave. This stone wall was hard and thick, appearing very strangely. Fang Yuan was sweating profusely, using the chainsaw golden centipede and the blood moon goo to attack. After half a day of effort, he could only grind half a meter. Is it really a dead end, eh? Fang Yuan's heart jumped, suddenly feeling a life force in the stone wall. He quickly used the earth communication ear grass, sticking close to the stone wall and listening. There was indeed a mysterious creature hiding on the other side of the stone wall, but its aura was very weak. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan dug a hole, and the mysterious creature revealed itself. Its whole body was black, emitting a metallic luster, like steel or iron. Whether it was its chest or back, they were all thick and hard lines, showing off its dominance. It had 3 pairs of tentacles, and the tips of each pair of tentacles were in a spiral shape. Fang Yuan could not help but think of the spinning of a ball. So it's the thousand-li earthwolf spider. Fang Yuan suddenly realized, immediately thinking of the flower wine monk. The fog in Fang Yuan's heart dissipated by half. Back then, the flower wine monk came to the Guyue village to cultivate the heavenly essence treasure lotus. But at the last moment, he was stopped by the first generation of Guyue, who used a method to drag him into the Blood River graveyard. The flower wine monk was also a rank 5 ranker, and must have had a fierce battle with the first generation of Guyue. The first generation of Guyue had operated for hundreds of years, and had the geographical advantage. The flower wine monk was no match for them and could only escape. He used the thousand-li earthwolf spider to open up this cave, but after leaving the battlefield, he was already heavily injured. At the last moment of his life, he hurriedly left behind his inheritance, and carried out his final revenge. He attempted to let his descendants pluck the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and destroy the foundation of the Guyue clan. This explained why the flower wine monk was bathed in blood and covered in wounds. But why did the thousand-li earthwolf spider sleep here, and seal itself, was still a mystery. Also, what was the first generation of Guyue planning? This was also a mystery. These questions are only minor details, let's leave this place first. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined the thousand-li earthwolf spider. This sturdy stone wall was actually a stone cocoon of the thousand-li earthwolf spider when it was in hibernation. It was extremely weak, like the liquor worm that Fang Yuan took out from the earth treasury flower. Thus, although it was a rank 5 goo, it was easily refined by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan lost the Thunderwings goo, and was worried about his own weakness in terms of movement. But now that he obtained the thousand-li earthwolf spider, it was like a glimmer of hope at the end of the tunnel. This thousand-li earthwolf spider was a type of giant goo that could be used as a mount. It fed on soil, and was easy to raise. Fang Yuan poured his snow-silver primeval essence into it, and the thousand-li earthwolf spider gradually recovered, its aura becoming stronger. It began to eat, swallowing large amounts of soil. When its condition recovered to a certain extent, Fang Yuan, who was worried that a long night would bring trouble, jumped onto its back, and drove it forward. Although the Thousand-Li Earthwolf spider had only recovered a portion, it was still a rank 5 goo. Its 3 pairs of antennae alternated, and its speed was very fast. Moreover, after the stone cocoon broke, the cave would appear again. This path was opened by the flower wine monk when he escaped. The predecessor planted the tree, the posterity enjoyed the shade, the predecessor opened the path, the posterity fled. This was extremely convenient for Feng Yuan. The only thing that worried Feng Yuan was that the Goo Master's primeval essence would be consumed whenever a Mount Goo moved. The Thousand-Li Earthwolf spider was a rank 5 goo, and rank 3 primeval essence could not sustain it. Every once in a while, Feng Yuan had to stop and sit on the Thousand-Li Earthwolf spider's back, activating the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus while taking out Yuan Stone to extract natural primeval essence. With this two-pronged approach, along with his C-grade talent's recovery ability, Feng Yuan's primeval essence recovery speed became extremely fast. It was completely different from before. The setting sun shone down, the sky was red like fire. Bai Ningbing stood on the slope with white clothes and snow-white hair. The afterglow of the setting sun shone on his eyes, as if hinting at his life that was about to end. Such a beautiful sunset, I don't know how many more times I can see it. I have only seen a tiny speck of dust in this world's wonders, what a pity. Especially around me, there are still some eyesores making a ruckus. Bai Ningbing snorted in his heart, retracting his gaze and looking around. Guyue and Xiong Tribe's alliance, the remaining 100 Goo Masters gathered together and tightly surrounded Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing, if you withdraw from this preliminary round, we can spare your life. That's right, if you know what's good for you, we might as well show mercy and let you live. Your Bai Tribe's Goo Masters have almost all been killed by us. The remaining ones have been blocked by us. Bai Ningbing, don't place your hopes on reinforcements. They won't come. With Fangjing, Xiong Jiaosa, Xiong Lin and Qiqing as the leaders, the young Goo Masters spoke one after another, trying to destroy Bai Ningbing's fighting spirit. But Bai Ningbing did not take these words to heart. A bunch of rats actually running in front of an elephant, what a joke. Bai Ningbing laughed, his gaze looking around with disdain. Among you guys, only Guyue and Feng Yuan are interesting. Too bad he hasn't appeared yet. Hee, come at me together. Bai Ningbing said as he condensed an ice blade, using his hand to touch the transparent blade that was emitting cold air, not even looking at his surroundings. This person is too arrogant. Humph, he doesn't even put us in his eyes. Brothers, let's attack together. If everyone attacks once, even 10 Bai Ningbing would be turned into meat paste. The Goo Masters clamored, but no one acted rashly. Although Bai Ningbing was alone, his aura was shocking, causing fear to rise in everyone's hearts. Everyone calm down, don't listen to Bai Ningbing's instigation. We haven't practiced before, so our teamwork is not good. Once we attack at the same time, it will instead cause serious internal friction, allowing him to take advantage of us. Xiong Lin shouted. Then who should go first? Qiqing asked. Although he had joined hands with the Xiong family to fight against the Bai family. However, this alliance was not a close one. Whoever made the first move would be in greater danger. The party that made the first move also had to guard against the other party taking advantage of the situation. No worries, let me go first. Bai Ningbing, to be honest, I've wanted to meet you for a long time. Xiong Jiaosa crossed her arms and took a step forward. She blew a loud whistle, and as soon as the whistle fell, the sound of stampeding beasts could be heard from afar. Very quickly, black shadows appeared in the forest. They were more than 200 black bears. The black bear in the lead was larger than its peers. It was a 100-beast king-level black bear. The wolf tide was dangerous, but it was also an opportunity. Sister Xiong thus advanced to rank 3, and the bear enslavement Gu also advanced to rank 3, allowing her to control bear-type 100-beast kings. This was Xiong Jiao's trump card. Big Sis is mighty. Oh my god, there are so many bears. With these bears and over 100 of us, Bai Ningbing is dead meat this time. Xiong Tribe's Goo Masters were in an uproar, excited. Guyue Tribe, however, had complicated expressions. After Xiong Li's death, this Xiong Jiao became Xiong Tribe's #1 genius. In contrast, in Guyue Tribe, after Qing Shu died, Emochen also died. Although Feng Yuan advanced to rank 3, his aptitude was only C grade, and there was no hope for him. Thankfully, our tribe still has the A-grade aptitude Guyue Fangjing. Many Gu masters looked at Fangjing. Thinking of this, they felt much more at ease. Especially in this three-clan competition, Fangjing seemed to have become more mature, his attacks were fierce, and many by tribe Gu masters died in his hands. Fangjing's performance made many of the tribesmen feel gratified. This was how an A-grade genius should act. The outcome is set. Even if he is rank 3 peak stage, no matter how talented he is, he will not be a match for over 100 people. Lord Qing Shu, let me take revenge for you this time. And then, if Big Brother appears. Fangjing stared at Bai Ningbing, his thoughts churning in his mind. Just 100 Beast King, such a boring trick. Seeing the bear group charging towards him, Bai Ningbing was calm and unruffled, yawning leisurely. His whole body was emitting a white cold air. Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique. I can't hold on any longer. Bai Ningbing felt that his life was coming to an end, his body had reached some kind of limit, and not long later, he would die. Even now, he could feel that his body was on the verge of collapsing, his flesh and blood showing signs of turning into frost. But even so, Bai Ningbing was still calm. His gaze was heavy, and after looking at the setting sun, he slowly turned his head, facing the charging bear group. Since you are seeking death, then I shall be merciful and grant you your wish. Maybe this way, I can add some brilliance to my life. He sighed lightly. Not far away, the 3 clan leaders and a group of Gu masters stood silently. The battle is finally starting. Killing Bai Ningbing will be the greatest victory. The Xiong clan leader was secretly excited. Humph, we were plotted against. They actually joined hands to deal with me, he, you underestimated Bai Ningbing. Just wait for the big surprise. Bai clan leader's expression was grim as he plotted in his heart. Guyue Bo had a worried expression. Until now, neither Fang Yuan nor Tai Xueling had appeared. Although the 3-clan competition was important, he was becoming more and more absent-minded. Guyue's desolate physique, if Fang Yuan really has such aptitude, then I must protect him and bring him into the Blood Lake graveyard. Thinking of this, Guyue Bo secretly glanced at Tai Ruanan. This girl from the Tai clan had a deep background, but she was already by Guyue Bo's side, subtly under his control. Tai Ruanan was not worried about her own situation. She also believed in her father, and now all she wanted was to catch Fang Yuan. What aptitude Fang Yuan had, as long as she put her mind to it, she would be able to detect it. If he really had one of the 10 extreme physiques, then he would be the biggest suspect. Damn it. Fang Yuan cursed in his heart, lying on the back of the 1,000-li earthwolf spider, sticking close to it to prevent himself from being thrown off. He originally wanted to use the path that the flower wine monk opened to move forward easily. But good times did not last long, and not long after, the 1,000-li earthwolf spider started to go crazy. It started to absorb the primeval energy in the air, turning it into its own. At the same time, its 3 pairs of legs started to move, digging new tunnels and moving around randomly underground. This made Fang Yuan understand. This 1,000-li earthwolf spider, under the command of the flower wine monk, had a fierce battle with Guyue's generation. During the battle, it had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu. The flower wine monk used the 1,000-li earthwolf spider to escape, and hurriedly created a secret cave in the mountain, leaving behind his inheritance, before dying with regret. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider lost its master, and became even more uncontrollable. In its frenzy, it returned to the tunnel that it had dug before escaping. Death was imminent, but fortunately, the 1,000-li earthwolf spider sealed itself, and fell into a deep sleep, delaying its death and preserving a chance of survival. Hundreds of years later, Fang Yuan came here, dug open the stone cocoon, and awakened it once again. But the problem with the blood frenzy Gu was not eradicated. As time passed, it relapsed again. Fang Yuan was deep underground, and with his own strength, he could not escape to the surface. He needed the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's ability. The 1,000-li earthwolf spider started to go crazy, and became more and more uncontrollable. Fang Yuan could only ride on its back, and gamble on his luck. But it was just the beginning, and the frequency of the 1,000-li earthwolf spider's frenzy was not high. Fang Yuan still had some control over it. Although the degree of control was getting smaller and smaller, overall, he was still in control of the general direction. He let the thousandly earth wolf spider burrow into the ground as much as possible, but the exact location was not something Feng Yuan could control. The setting sun in the western sky was like blood, and broken corpses and limbs could be seen everywhere. Bai Ningbing stood proudly on this battlefield, a layer of frost covering his feet, and the edges of the frost continued to expand outwards. There were less than 30 Gu masters left, and they huddled together, as if trying to find a sense of security from each other's body temperature. The Xiong group was already dead, and even Sister Xiong was beheaded by Bai Ningbing. Her beautiful head flew far away, and blood spurted out from her neck like a fountain. Xiong Lin's body was pierced by Bai Ningbing's icicle, and Guyue City was frozen into an ice sculpture. In the ice coffin, he still maintained his dodging posture before he died. His face was full of panic, fear, and shock, as if he was still alive. Feng Jing's body was riddled with wounds, but there was no blood. Instead, his wounds were frozen by the ice. He breathed roughly, looking at Bai Ningbing in disbelief. Everything that happened just now was like a nightmare. Bai Ningbing clearly had a rank 3 aura, but the battle strength he displayed was close to rank 4. Humph, although you are similar to him, you are not him. Too boring. Bai Ningbing looked at Feng Jing, walking towards him step by step. The reason Feng Jing could live until now was because of Bai Ningbing's intention. The Gu masters were in an uproar, and their morale was at its lowest. If not for the fact that their clan leader was watching from afar, they would have collapsed long ago and fled for their lives. Damn it, damn it. Why is there such a huge difference in battle strength? I am an A-grade talent, am I going to die here? Feng Jing gritted his teeth, roaring in his heart. Die. Bai Ningbing leaped into the air and raised her ice blade high up. Slash, the ice blade expanded by 5 to 6 times, and with an unstoppable aura, it slashed towards the crowd. I am going to die. Ah, facing this blade, many Gu masters broke down, crying out in despair. Damn it, it turned out like this. Xiong clan leader's face was ashen. Guyue Bo was about to make a move, but was stopped by Bai clan leader who sneered, Guyue clan leader, no one is to interfere. Are you going to go back on your words and go against the agreement? Guyue Bo squinted, Bai Ningbing is only rank 3, he cannot have such battle strength. You are openly admitting that he is cheating. Cheating? Hehe, I will tell you the truth, my clan's Bai Ningbing has the northern dark ice soul physique. Bai clan leader shouted. What? 10 extreme aptitude. At once, Guyue Bo and Xiong clan leader were shocked. Report. Clan leader, there was a sudden earthquake, many bamboo buildings in the village collapsed, and blood is seeping out of the ground. There are not many casualties, but everyone is panicking. A Guyue clan Gu master rushed over. Moon raiment. Feng Jing screamed, activating his Gu worms. His body emitted a blue misty light, quickly spreading and covering the surrounding Gu masters. But even so, it could not hide the despair on their faces. Struggling is useless. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes shone with cruelty and coldness. But at this moment, bam, the ground beneath everyone's feet suddenly bulged, as if it was about to explode, mud flying everywhere. The Gu master screamed, rolling everywhere. In the dust, a giant spider appeared in front of everyone. The aura of a rank 5 Gu made everyone's heart palpitate. On the spider that seemed to be made of steel, a young man with black hair and a black robe stood with his head held high. I've finally reached the ground. Feng Yuan clenched his fist, his eyes shining brightly. Immediately, he saw Bai Ningbing in midair, hacking towards him. The giant ice blade whistled as it slashed towards him. Feng Yuan, you're finally here. Bai Ningbing's calm and indifferent expression changed after a moment of shock, revealing excitement and fighting spirit. Feng Yuan snorted. Before the ice blade reached his body, the cold wind caused him to shiver, his long black hair fluttering behind his head. He raised his hand. Chainsaw Golden Centipede, bam, the ice blade and Chainsaw Golden Centipede collided. In the stalemate, the Golden Centipede's teeth spun crazily, sending ice shards flying. Crack crack. Cracks quickly appeared on the surface of the ice blade, spreading across its entire body. Open! Feng Yuan shouted. He had the strength of 2 boars. His strength completely suppressed Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only let go and retreat. The ice blade broke. Ice shards flew everywhere. The thousandly earthwolf spider went berserk again, spreading its 6 legs and charging towards Bai Ningbing. Goo worms have low intelligence, but are naturally sensitive, able to differentiate which target is more threatening. Bai Ningbing's aura caused the thousandly earthwolf spider to treat him as a great enemy, locking onto him. Bai Ningbing raised his hands, shooting out a row of icicles. The icicles hit the thousandly earthwolf spider's body. The icicles shattered, and the thousandly earthwolf spider went berserk. With a roar, it carried Fang Yuan and jumped. Shwa shwa shwa, 3 pairs of black spiral steel legs shot out like arrows, piercing towards Bai Ningbing's frail body. Sensing danger, Bai Ningbing's aperture. Suddenly, a ray of snowy light flew out. Snowy light erupted, revealing the white form immortal snake Goo floating in the air. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily and leaped onto the white form immortal snake's back, looking down at Fang Yuan. Interesting. Interesting. Fang Yuan. You really didn't disappoint me. Brother. Fang Jing crawled up from the ground. His face was cut by an ice blade. His face was stained with blood, and he looked at Fang Yuan with a complicated expression. They also have a rank 5 Goo? Bai clan leader's gaze sank. Tensed up. Fang Yuan, you really showed up. A rank 5 Goo. Isn't that the thousandly earthwolf spider? Gu Yuebo's attention was also attracted. On the battlefield, 2 youngsters of opposite ages stood facing each other. A white-robed man with silver hair and blue eyes rode on the white form immortal snake, holding an ice blade. Like an ice fairy descending to the mortal world. A black-robed man with black hair and black eyes stood on the thousandly earthwolf spider's back, holding a chainsaw golden centipede in his hand, buzzing noisily. Like a demon god appearing in the world. The confrontation between the 2 attracted many gazes. Bai Ningbing had a fanatical expression, raising his ice blade and shouting, "This will be the most exciting battle of my life. Come, Fang Yuan, let us fight to the death." Fang Yuan stared at Bai Ningbing, using his peripheral vision to observe the surroundings. This was the 3-clan competition's battlefield. To think that the thousandly earthwolf spider brought him here, he did not want to fight with Bai Ningbing and waste his time here. Whether it was Tai Shuileng or Gu Yue's generation, whichever side won, they would find trouble with him. But if he did not defeat Bai Ningbing, how could he escape? He could only fight. Bam! The white form immortal snake and the thousandly earthwolf spider collided, the white snake coiled and the black spider stabbed, entangling with each other. On the backs of the 2 Goo worms, 2 figures moved about, the ice blades drawing shadows in the air. The chainsaw golden centipede roared, shrinking and extending at times. Mountain rocks cracked, and thunderous explosions sounded continuously. The icicle hit Fang Yuan, but was blocked by the sky canopy Goo's white armor. The blood blade hit Bai Ningbing, causing a huge wound, but a layer of frost instantly covered the wound, mending it. The frost turned into flesh and blood, and Bai Ningbing recovered. It really is the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Xiong clan leader stared with his eyes wide open. The 10 Extreme physique was a legendary talent. He did not expect to see it with his own eyes in this life. He, Fang Yuan is actually trying to contend with Bai Ningbing, he will definitely lose. Bai clan leader laughed malevolently. That might not be true. Tai Ruanan curled her lips. 10 Extreme physique, it must be the 10 Extreme physique. In such an intense battle, if it was AC grade talent, he would not have enough primeval essence. Fang Yuan, you really are Gu Yue's desolate physique. Gu Yuebo clenched his fists, his expression extremely agitated. This is Big Brother's true battle strength? So Big Brother really has the 10 Extreme physique, and has been hiding it all along. Fang Jing opened his mouth slightly, his expression dejected. The truth was in front of him, so what was his arrogance before? Every time Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing clashed, his heart would tremble violently. He felt himself becoming smaller and smaller, and his big brother Fang Yuan's tall figure covered him again. What kind of battle is this? It is hard to imagine that it is a battle between 2 rank 3 Gu masters. Did I see wrongly? Fang Yuan is so fierce? He is fighting Bai Ningbing one-on-one, and he is not at a disadvantage. Some of the young Gu masters who were lucky enough to survive stared with their mouths agape. The situation on the battlefield suddenly changed. The white form immortal snake and the thousandly earthwolf spider were both heavily injured. It was not refined by Bai Ning Bing, but was attracted by the aura of the northern dark ice soul physique. The white form immortal snake opened its mouth and spat out a lump of white fog, covering the battlefield. Then its body shook, shaking off Bai Ning Bing, and it turned around to fly away. This great immortal. Seeing this scene, the Bai clan leader was shocked as he looked at the white snake that had escaped. He did not know what to say for a moment. This fog was the maze fog, it could block one's vision and follow them like a shadow. Fang Yuan was shrouded by the white fog, his eyes were white, he was in a daze. But he did not panic. Although his vision was blocked, he still had 4 other senses: taste, hearing, smell, and touch. Earth communication ear grass. Fang Yuan's ears fluttered, and he quickly heard the sound, determining the situation within 300 steps. Lightning Aigu, Bai Ning Bing's eyes flashed with lightning. However, the lightning Aigu was only rank 3, and although it could see through the enemy, it was completely suppressed by the rank 5 immortal snake's fog. Damn it! He cursed. Icicle Gu, tens of icicles shot out indiscriminately in all directions. Fang Yuan's ears twitched, and he heard the sound of the icicles tearing through the air. He quickly flipped to the side of the thousandly earthwolf spider. Bam bam bam. The icicles hit the thousandly earthwolf spider's body. The latter was enraged, and charged towards the direction of the icicles. I'm not playing with you anymore. Fang Yuan flipped down, resolutely abandoning the thousandly earthwolf spider. Relying on the earth communication ear grass, he escaped from the battlefield. This thousandly earthwolf spider had already been contaminated by the blood frenzy goo, and would turn into a pool of blood soon. It was better to give it up. That Bai Ning Bing was now a ticking time bomb, killing him would cause him to self-destruct, and he could not be touched. The Gu masters who had been observing the battle saw a small part of the cloud split out. It flew towards the southeast direction of the battlefield. Within this lump of fog, it was Fang Yuan. The maze fog followed him like a shadow. Unless it was dispelled, it would continue to cover Fang Yuan's vision until the maze fog dissipated. Fang Yuan's vision was still white, but he had the earth communication ear grass, so he could use sound to determine the location. The autumn wind blew the leaves, the rivers flowed, the birds chirped, and the beasts breathed, all these were sounds. Only the mountain rocks were silent, and thus they collided. Ice blade storm. Bai Ning Bing's shout came from behind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the wind blew, and cold air spread everywhere. The temperature of the air dropped, and a white ice storm formed, twice as large as before. The thousandly earthwolf spider was also forced away. That lump of fog should be Fang Yuan. Quickly stop him. Tai Ruanan shouted at the side. Fang Yuan, don't go. Guyue village is your home. Guyue Bo was anxious, and wanted to chase, but was stopped by the other 2 clan leaders. What? Guyue clan leader, are you going to break the agreement and enter the battlefield yourself? Xiong clan leader sneered with his arms crossed. Humph, consider this as our Guyue clan admitting defeat. Whoever dares to stop me, I will kill them. Guyue Bo looked at Fang Yuan getting further and further away, and was extremely anxious. Are you trying to scare me? I am not afraid of you. Guyue Bo by clan leader's face was gloomy, and at the same time, he gave a look to the Gu master beside him. That Gu master understood, and immediately mobilized his men to chase after Fang Yuan. I can't let him escape, I will be right back. Tai Ruanan took this chance, and suddenly moved. A pair of black iron wings grew from her back, and she flew in the air, chasing after Fang Yuan. But at this time a green shadow shot over. Rank 5, Giant Mountain Puppet Gu. This Gu looked like a bronze mask, simple and unadorned, with 3 holes for the eyes and mouth. The bronze mask was stained with blood, and ignoring the shocked Tai Ruanan, it covered the young girl's face. Father! Seeing the blood, Tai Ruanan subconsciously cried out. At that moment, a giant metal hand flew over and grabbed Tai Ruanan. Then, without stopping, it flew into the distance. This sudden change caused everyone to raise their eyebrows. It seems Tai Shueleng is done for. Hee hee, it has been 1,000 years, senior brother, you really gave me a pleasant surprise. Over 100 feet in the air. An elderly Goo master looked at everything with a cold expression. He had white hair and brows, and was sitting on a giant crane. His right hand was open, and there was a kinship bloodworm goo in it. This goo was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was shaped like a cicada, and faintly glowed, pointing towards Guyue village's direction. Senior brother, even if you hide here, I will find you. Back then you stole my opportunity, this time I will return it to you tenfold, 100-fold. High up in the blue sky, there were many clouds. The elderly Goo master rode on the white crane, and under his sharp white eyebrows, his eyes emitted deep killing intent. Hee hee hee, this grudge, I'll start from your descendants. He laughed, looking down at the battlefield, and stretched out a bone-thin finger, pointing downwards. The white crane beneath him immediately raised its long and elegant neck, letting out a loud and long cry. The sound spread in the vast sky, and as the sound lingered, countless responses could be heard. What sound is this? Fang Yuan was activating the earth communication eargrass, and was the first to hear it, and was shocked. The crane cries continued endlessly, rising and falling with a majestic aura. This was not a group of 100 or 200 cranes, nor 2,000 or 3,000 cranes crying together. There had to be at least 10,000 cranes to create such an effect. Is there some crane group migrating? Inexplicably, Fang Yuan felt an extreme sense of unease. The crane cries also attracted the gazes of the Goo masters present, and they all raised their heads to look. What is that in the sky? From the sound, it should be a large-scale bird group migrating. Warn all Goo masters not to attack recklessly and cause trouble. Bai clan leader was speaking, but his voice suddenly stopped. His eyes slowly widened as he saw 1, 2, 3, thousands of flying cranes appear in the sky. They were densely packed together as they swooped down to kill this piece of land. How can this be? Quickly be on guard, defend. Let's escape, there are tens of thousands of these cranes. There must be a myriad beast king. The wolf tide just passed, and now there's a crane calamity? Heavens! Our Qingmao mountain is really plagued with disasters. The Goo masters were in an uproar, all of them were shaken and their fighting spirit wavered. They finally managed to resist the wolf tide, but now there was a crane calamity. Qingmao mountain's 3 great clans had suffered heavy casualties. How could they have the strength to deal with such a large group of cranes? The cranes retracted their wings, and like a sky full of arrows, they shot down. Loud shouts. Panicked screams and screams erupted together, and all sorts of lights surged. Moonblades, water bullets, metal spikes and so on were reflected in the sky. After a short but intense resistance, more than half of the Goo masters died. This flying crane's long beak was like an iron awl. Every time its wings flapped, it had the force of a wild boar. Its claws were sharp enough to crack rocks. Ordinary flying cranes were already very difficult to deal with. Moreover, there were a large number of 100 Beast King-level flying cranes among the flock, and there were also quite a number of 1,000 Beast King-level flying cranes. The family had accumulated a wealth of experience in resisting the wolf tide. More importantly, they had a sturdy mountain stronghold to rely on for defense. But here, the mountains were vast and empty. Where were the defensive structures? Almost in the first wave of attacks, the number of Goo masters was halved. The long beak of the flying crane pierced through the heart, and the crane claws tore through the skull. With a flap of its wings, the man spat out blood. He was thrown far away, all the bones in his body shattered. Fang Yuan was also attacked. His eyes were completely white, and he could only rely on the earth communication eargrass to avoid the attacks. Fang Yuan, hang in there. At this time, Yu Bo's voice came from behind him. Fang Yuan was very puzzled. What was wrong with this Guyue Bo? When he shouted earlier, his tone was not right, as if he was trying to protect him. Now he specially rushed over to support him. Although Fang Yuan was astute and had deep foresight, he could not predict things like a deity. In such a hurry, how could he have thought that Tai Ruanan would think he was one of the 10 extreme physiques? Guyue Bo was a rank 4 expert, but the flying cranes attacking Fang Yuan were ordinary birds of prey. They were easily killed or dispersed by Guyue Bo. Fang Yuan, is that you? Guyue Bo came to the outside of the maze fog. Fang Yuan's thoughts moved like lightning. Now that the situation is extremely dangerous, relying on Guyue Bo can greatly increase his chances of survival. He immediately replied, "It's me." Guyue Bo could tell it was Fang Yuan's voice, and a huge weight was lifted off his heart. Good. Fang Yuan, let's not talk about the past. No matter what, the clan will protect you. Let's return to the village. I will protect you while you retreat. What he did not know was that the village to Fang Yuan was a dragon's pool and tiger's den. But comparing the crane calamity to the village, the former was close, and if one did not escape, they would die. The latter was slightly further away, and was not at the point of being in a desperate situation. Fang Yuan sighed, and without hesitation said, "Clan leader, please lead the way, I will try my best to follow." But at this time a giant crane descended from the sky. By May old Gu Master sat on the crane's back, his voice cold, "No one can escape, die here." Fang Yuan could not see, but he heard Guyue Bo exclaim, "Rank 5 Gu Master." Evidently, clan leader Guyue had investigative methods, and could determine a stranger's cultivation. Fang Yuan's heart shook. How could another rank 5 expert appear? The small Qingmao mountain was not some famous mountain or river, nor was it a land of spiritual beauty. How could rank 5 experts appear one after the other? Don't tell me it has something to do with the Guyue generation? A flash of inspiration flashed in Fang Yuan's mind. His heart skipped a beat. If it was a normal crane calamity, he would have no chance. Wild birds were hard to make use of, and although his cultivation was rank 3 peak stage, compared to a rank 5, it was really limited, and difficult to break out of this predicament. But now there was a rank 5 Gu Master, bringing him endless danger, but also a glimmer of hope to break out of this predicament. In this Qingmao Mountain situation, the 3 rank 5 Gu Masters were the key, and the others were just supporting characters. Only a rank 5 Gu Master could deal with a rank 5 Gu Master. In an instant, Fang Yuan made a decision in his heart. It was time, he had to take this gamble. Lord Clan Leader, the first-generation ancestor has already awakened underground. We will be safe once we return to the village. Fang Yuan said. What? Guyue Bo's shocked voice resounded in his ears. His shock instead made Fang Yuan's heart calm down. How could I speak carelessly about such matters? Only by going to the village can we save our lives. Fang Yuan continued. Guyue Bo was a decisive person, and immediately dragged Fang Yuan, flying towards the village. But the flying cranes continued to fly over, blocking the way. 100 Beast King level, 1000 Beast King level. They appeared one after another. Guyue Bo fought bravely, bathed in blood, protecting Fang Yuan. Gradually, he found it difficult to move forward, and fell into the heavy encirclement of the flying cranes. Fang Yuan was protected by Guyue Bo, and was temporarily safe. Once the time was up, the maze fog dissipated. Fang Yuan looked at the battlefield, and saw corpses everywhere. It was a tragic sight. The Gu Masters had sacrificed a lot, but the crane group had also suffered many losses. Other than the broken limbs of the humans, there were black and white crane corpses. Isn't this an iron-beak flying crane? Fang Yuan was astonished. Others could not recognize it, because these flying cranes were not native to southern border. But he knew, these iron-beak flying cranes originated from central continent. Myriad Beast King, rank 5 expert. Soon after, Fang Yuan saw that in the air, a giant crane was slowly flapping its wings, floating in the air. On its back, sitting on it was a white-browed, white-haired, cold-looking old man. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, and looked at Guyue Bo. This Guyue clan leader was already covered in injuries, his body was covered in blood as he fought with his life on the line. Many times, he could have dodged, but for Fang Yuan's safety, he would rather fight and get injured. Clan leader. Right now, the situation is extremely bad. The Gu Masters are fighting on their own, but they are cut into small pieces by the flying cranes, and will be swallowed sooner or later. We can only gather their strength and combine them into one force. Only then can we break out of the encirclement and return to the village. Fang Yuan said to Guyue Bo, you are right. Guyue Bo's gaze swept across the battlefield. Next, he shouted loudly, everyone, we are facing a great enemy, but my Guyue village has a method to deal with them. quickly come and meet up with me, we will charge out together. His voice reverberated in the battlefield, immediately attracting countless gazes. What? Guyue clan still has a trump card to subdue a rank 5 Gu master? I would rather believe it than not. Brothers, charge out and meet up with Guyue clan leader. The Gu masters were already in despair, but now they saw a trace of hope from Guyuebo's words. Under the threat of death, these Gu masters who were once enemies joined hands, and quickly gathered together. Guyue clan, hee. They are all your descendants, senior brother. On the giant crane, the white-brow old man sneered, and was about to command the crane group to intercept them, but he changed his mind and stopped this plan. I might as well let these people escape, it will be easier to catch them all. These are all his descendants, when the battle starts, he will have to hold back a little. But these 3 rank 4 Gu masters have the ability to interfere with the battle, I cannot let them live, I will kill them first. Thinking of this, the white-brow old man gave a strange cry, and flicked his finger, 3 white halos flew out. What Gu is this? Xiong clan leader was the first to be hit, and was enveloped by the white halos, his speed fell sharply, and he was crawling like a snail. The other 2 clan leaders were also the same. Fang Yuan, leave quickly. Guyue clansmen, listen up, we swear to protect Fang Yuan's safety, only he knows that method. Guyuebo tried many methods, but could not get rid of this halo, and could only shout loudly, turning around to face the white-brow old man. Fang Yuan turned around, and looked deeply at this Guyue clan leader. Elder Fang Yuan, we are here to protect you. Immediately, a large number of Guyue clansmen gathered around Fang Yuan, and firmly protected him. The healing light wave, and the speed-increasing whirlwind buffed Fang Yuan's body. Rumbling sounds came from behind, under the mysterious and cruel fate, the 3 clan leaders who originally disliked each other were now closely united, and started a life-and-death battle with the mysterious old man. There was no suspense in the outcome of this battle. The 3 clan leaders died one after another, the white-brow old man flicked his sleeves, and sat steadily on the giant crane. The flying crane army covered the sky and covered the earth, slowly pressing towards the Guyu village. The Guyue village was in chaos, and mournful cries could be heard. Large numbers of bamboo buildings collapsed, and among the ruins, rows of corpses were covered with white cloth. The injured groaned in pain, lying on the ground. The healing Gu masters were sweating profusely. The clan leader pavilion had mostly collapsed, and the plaza was already covered in a layer of blood. Such a scene caused the clansmen to be extremely terrified. Tai Shueleng and Guyue first generation's intense battle caused the mountain to shake, and naturally affected the village above. Guyue Yaoji, who had been guarding the village, did not see Guyuebo, but instead saw this group of remnant army from the 3 clans. What is going on? She shouted coldly. Fang Yuan did not speak, because the flying cranes behind him were the best explanation. This? Heavens, is my Guyue clan going to perish today? For a moment, Guyue village was in chaos. Senior brother, I came all the way here just to see you. Why didn't you come out to welcome me? The white-brow old man sat on the crane's back, and his tone was filled with cold killing intent. Before he finished speaking, on the village plaza, blood suddenly spurted 10 meters high, and a red coffin appeared vertically. First-generation Guyue who had turned into a blood white stood in the coffin, his blood-red eyes staring at the white-brow old man. How did I find you? Ha ha ha. The white-browed old man laughed heartily. His laughter was joyous, and his gaze was ferocious. He opened his palm, revealing a Gu. It was the kinship bloodworm. The kinship bloodworm was crystal clear, like a red agate. It was like a cicada, shining brightly and pointing its head at Guyue. Senior brother, although you stole my fortuitous opportunity, plotted against me, and took all my Gu worms, I also mastered the secret method. Thus, I refined this kinship bloodworm. Do you know how it was refined? It was the blood of your 2 sons. Your 2 sons were only 5 or 6 years old, they were too young. Their blood was not abundant, so I could only raise them as herb men, extracting their blood every month. This took me tens of years. After accumulating enough blood, I refined this Gu, the white-browed old man said confidently, his tone extremely proud. Oh, by the way, your 2 sons also died not long after. Ha ha ha, after refining the kinship bloodworm, I used it to find you for many years. But the world is too big, and you disappeared without a trace. Although the kinship bloodworm is rank 5, its range is limited. Finally, I grew old. I could only use the life-saving jade burial goo, seeking life through death, and seal myself. Not long ago, I had to break the ice and try one last time. Unexpectedly, I found you by chance. Senior brother, do you know how happy I was at that time? As for that Tai Shuelung, I indeed used a letter to guide him here. Seeing him reminds me of the way we used to be. But it makes me reminisce, back then, we killed demonic path thieves together, and were known as the Righteous Path's twin cranes, the white-browed old man said, his face full of reminiscence. His expression was relaxed, his tone gentle, but the more he reminisced, the more intense the killing intent in his eyes became. This white-browed old man came from Central Continent, and his title was Master Tenchiru. Back then, he used the rank 5 Imperial Crane Goo to control the Myriad Beast King level Crane King, and became famous. Being able to control Myriad Beast Kings meant that he controlled a huge beast group of tens of thousands. This kind of power was enough for him to wipe out an entire village on his own. Master Tenchiru and Guyua's generation all learned from Zhongzhou Crane Gate. Hundreds of years ago, they were fellow apprentices and were extremely close. Killing demonic goo masters, working hand in hand with great tacit understanding. Once, while chasing a demonic goo master, they found an inheritance. This legacy was one of the legacies set up by Patriarch Blood Sea. However, if it was an ordinary inheritance, then it would be fine. At least, the two brothers wouldn't fall out and become enemies. However, the treasures within the inheritance site were extremely precious. They could allow one to ascend to the heavens and become an immortal. The two of them couldn't help but be tempted. Legend had it that Patriarch Blood Sea had left behind hundreds of thousands of legacies throughout the world. But the real purpose was to hide some of the treasures. These treasures hid his signature goo worms, his true methods. The heritage they encountered was Patriarch Blood Sea's true treasure heritage. Master Tenchiru was one step ahead and obtained the inheritance. Blinded by greed, Guyua's generation schemed and tried to kill Master Tenchiru by stealing goo worms. However, he didn't succeed and escaped. Guyua's generation saw that the matter was exposed and could only conceal his identity and escape everywhere, guarding against the sect's pursuit. After tens of years, he couldn't find lifespan goo and could only stay in southern borders Qingmao Mountain in his twilight years. He changed his appearance and changed his name to Guyue, creating Guyue Village. Master Tenchiru's search failed and was filled with hatred. Crane Gate also had great interest in the Blood Sea true inheritance. With the help of the sect, Master Tenchiru could only use the life storage jade burial goo to hibernate and hang on to his life. This life storage jade burial goo method was also an external path. It was very similar to Guyua's zombie transformation, belonging to an unorthodox path and struggling at death's door. Zombie transformation was using death as a substitute for life. Life storage jade burial goo could hang on to life and not truly increase lifespan. There was only one way in this world to increase lifespan. Like Feng Yuan's previous life, using lifespan goo to increase one's own lifespan, this was the correct way. Other methods had their drawbacks and were not recognized by heaven and earth, they were helpless. Senior brother. You shameless scoundrel, you despicable scoundrel. Back then you schemed against me, did you expect this day to come? Haha, heaven does not disappoint those who wait, I finally found you. Today, not only will I end your lineage and make your 1,000 years of scheming come to nothing, I will also snatch back my own fortuitous encounter. I have waited for this day for too long. Master Tenchiru finished his recollection and sighed towards the sky, his killing intent surging. But before he could make a move, Guyua's generation was one step ahead of him, the blood on the ground suddenly gushed out like a torrent. The wolf tide rose, and in an instant, it had the power to overflow the heavens. The pungent smell of blood assaulted their nostrils as tens of thousands of blood droplets shot out from the thick blood water, densely packed together. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, with the sound of wings flapping, countless blade-wing blood bat goo soared into the sky, covering the sky and earth as they charged towards the crane group in the sky. The crane group was immediately thrown into chaos. The blood droplets and blade-wing blood bat goo were much smaller than the ironbeak flying cranes and had the upper hand in the battle. Master Tenchiru was furious. He roared and activated the flying crane king under him, charging straight towards Guyua's generation. Retreat! A goo master shouted. The wind howled as the myriad beast king's charge was too powerful, like a meteor landing on the ground, causing fear to rise in people's hearts. But suddenly, a wave of blood soared to the sky, and the blood river python that was in hiding attacked under the cover of the blood wave. It opened its huge mouth and bit the iron-beak flying crane king's slender neck, at the same time coiling its body, trying to drag the flying crane king into the pool of blood on the ground. Master Tenchiru snorted. He had some understanding of the blood river python. To the blood river python, blood was a supreme recovery item, it must not come into contact with it. Thus, he willed in his heart. The flying crane king stretched out its iron claws, firmly grabbing onto the blood river python, and at the same time flapped its wings, flying away. After the battle with Tai Shuelong, the blood river python's body was riddled with injuries, and its strength was greatly depleted. It was brought into the sky by the flying crane king, gradually leaving the village. Hand over your life! Master Tenchiru roared, his body turning into a white rainbow, still pouncing towards Guyua's generation in the red coffin. Guyua's generation stepped out of the coffin, and with a boom, a pair of wings spread out from his back. This pair of wings were wide and powerful, like the wings of a bat, completely black. Zombie goo was one of the most classic series of goo worms, widely spread throughout the world. Rank 2 roaming zombie goo, Rank 3 hairy zombie goo, Rank 4 jumping zombie goo, Rank 5 flying zombie goo. Blood white zombie goo was one of the flying zombie goo. It could naturally fly. First Guyua's eye sockets burned with raging blood flames, his arms spread open, looking sinister and sinister like demonic claws. He flapped his wings and soared into the sky, colliding with Master Tenchiru in midair with a loud boom. The two were evenly matched, and after retreating a distance, they stabilized their bodies and charged towards each other again. Bam bam bam, the two battled in midair, their figures colliding continuously. The might of the Rank 5 goo was awe-inspiring. Waves of aftershocks caused countless bamboo buildings to collapse. After a while, Guyua's generation shouted loudly, his body turning into layers of blood shadows. His attacks were swift and fierce, increasing by several times. Master Tenchiru's eyes shone with a profound light, like flying knives slashing and immortal swords piercing, breaking the blood shadows one by one. First Guyua spat out blood mist again. Master Tenchiru activated his goo worms, forming a light barrier to block the blood mist's attack. After a while, Master Tenchiru was old, his body was weak and his strength was weakening. He was gradually suppressed by First Guyua's generation, falling into a disadvantage. Hundreds of years have passed, you still haven't improved. First Guyua's generation jeered loudly. Damn bastard! Master Tenchiru scolded furiously. He did not expect First Guyua's generation to become so strong, be it blood guillotine or blade-wing blood bat goo, they were originally his. Thinking of this, he became even more furious. It is time to use my trump card. Master Tenchiru snorted inwardly, his white eyebrows lightly raised, and a change occurred. The tips of his eyebrows suddenly grew crazily, forming two long eyebrows that were tens of meters long. One on the left and one on the right, they were like snakes coming out of their holes, extremely fast, coiling around First Guyua's generation. First Guyua's struggle was futile, his claws unceasingly tearing. These eyebrows looked weak, but they were as tough as steel chains. Once coiled, it was like an old tree taking root. It is actually the raise eyebrow and exhale goo. First Guyua's tone changed for the first time, he was shocked and angry. This raise eyebrow and exhale goo did not spit out ordinary chi, but primeval chi. It would dissipate the primeval essence in the goo master's aperture. But this goo was not commonly seen, killing 1,000 enemies would result in 800 losses. Master Tenchiru used it now. Not only was First Guyua's primeval essence being consumed, his own primeval essence was also being consumed. The raise eyebrow and exhale goo was like a bridge, connecting the two's apertures, causing the primeval essence to be consumed. It was often used by goo masters with high cultivation to bully the weak. If it was used on goo masters with higher cultivation, it would be courting death. But in this situation, there was a difference. Master Tenchiru and First Guyue were both rank 5 peak stage, but First Guyue had turned into a zombie, his aperture was dead, and could no longer recover primeval essence. Master Tenchiru might be old, and did not have much lifespan left, but his aperture still had vitality, and his primeval essence could still recover. This struck First Guyue's biggest weakness. Master Tenchiru's primeval essence was still slowly recovering, but First Guyue's primeval essence was decreasing as it was used. First Guyue retreated with all his might, but his white eyebrows were lengthened as if they were endless. At the same time, Master Tenchiru was also getting closer. First Guyue roared, and with a thought, he summoned the flying guillotine and blade-wing blood bat gu, trying to cut off the white eyebrows, but it was of no use. The white eyebrows were extremely tough, even if a few of them were cut off, they would quickly grow back. The primeval essence in the aperture continued to be consumed, and at this rate, First Guyue would definitely lose without a doubt. He was after all a formidable character, and after being forced into a corner, he gritted his teeth and changed his battle tactics, summoning the flying guillotine and blade-wing blood bat gu towards Master Tenchiru. Master Tenchiru had to divert his attention to activate the raise eyebrow and exhale gu, and could only activate the defensive halo and defend passively against such attacks. The white halo was on the verge of collapse, and Master Tenchiru's heart sank. At this rate, the situation was far from good. Master Tenchiru's expression was malevolent and his eyes shone with an ominous glint. Suddenly, he made his move and rained down bird-wing arrows. The arrow rain did not hit Guyue First Gen. Guyue First Gen had transformed into a blood-white zombie, his defense was outstanding and it was hard to attack. The bird-wing arrows rained down and countless Gu masters were pierced through, dying instantly. At the same time, Master Tenchiru's eyes shone with white light. 2 white light pillars swept across the village, and wherever they went, the bamboo buildings were destroyed and the stones on the streets crumbled. When the light shone on a person's body, their muscles and bones melted like snow under the sunlight. When a rank 5 Gu master made his move, it caused a large number of casualties. Miserable cries, screams and cries of despair mixed together. A bird-wing arrow flew towards Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan casually grabbed a person beside him and threw him far away. The bird-wing arrow pierced through this person's head and got stuck. Fang Yuan smoothly rolled and dodged an iron beak flying crane's claw. The gap between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big, it was hard to make a difference. Even Bai Ningbing was dodging at this moment. Every time he was injured, the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique would recover, but it would also bring him one step closer to death. Rank 5 Gu masters already stood at the peak of the mortal world. Stop! Guyue First Gen shouted. Seeing the Gu masters being massacred in large numbers, his heart felt like it was bleeding. He established the village and passed down his bloodline. It was not as simple as concealing his identity, but he had a big plan. The clan members were the fruits of his hundreds of years of hard work. But now, they were destroyed by Master Tenchiru. This was Guyue First Gen's hard work for hundreds of years. Without a choice, Guyue First Gen could only give up on Master Tenchiru. The blade-wing blood bat gu and blood guillotine changed directions and flew down the village to defend against Master Tenchiru's attacks. Master Tenchiru laughed loudly. The Blood Sea inheritance focused on offense and not defense. Guyue First Gen's move was giving up his strong points and using his weak points to deal with him. He knew the ins and outs of Guyue's generation and knew what he was plotting. Therefore, he deliberately let these people of Guyue's clan go. Now that he attacked them, sure enough, Guyue's first generation was unable to attend to one thing and lose sight of the other. Thus, he was able to resolve the crisis. Not good. As the situation fell into a stalemate, Guyue suddenly let out a loud cry, and the shadow of iron chains appeared around his body. This black shadow instantly materialized into a chain of iron chains that coiled around Guyue's body like snakes and pythons, binding Guyue tightly. A strip of yellow talisman gradually appeared and stuck between Guyue's eyebrows. Bang! Guyue was tied up by the iron chain. He couldn't spread his wings and couldn't fly anymore. He fell to the ground. Such a shocking change not only shocked Guyue, but also Master Tenchiru. But the latter laughed crazily, so it's the demon suppression iron chain gu, and also the talisman flaying gu. Ha ha ha, it seems that the so-called divine investigator isn't completely useless after all. My good senior brother is dead for sure today. These two goo were the Tai clan's signature goo worms. The demon suppression iron chain goo could restrict a goo master's movement, causing them to be unable to move and be slaughtered by others. The talisman flaying goo could extract the goo worms in a goo master's body and seal them. Tai Shuileng had used these two goo worms to capture countless demonic goo masters, and now he was using them on first-generation Gu Yue. When did this happen? First-generation Gu Yue was furious and shocked at the same time. He recalled the final scene when he killed Tai Shuileng. That bronze mask flew out, revealing a square face. Although he was definitely going to die, there was no fear on his face. His eyes were filled with vicissitudes of life and determination. His blood-stained palm lightly patted, vaguely hitting first-generation Gu Yue's chest. But this strength was very small, and first-generation Gu Yue didn't care at that time. So it was that time. Damn it, if I had a living body, I would have sensed it long ago. But a zombie's body, although strong and has outstanding defense, is not sensitive. First-generation Gu Yue felt great hatred in his heart. Turning into a blood-white zombie also had many drawbacks. According to his original lifespan, he should have died long ago. Defying heaven and prolonging his life, how could there not be a price? Ha 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 ha. Master Tenchiru laughed loudly, his aura rising as he attacked first-generation Gu Yue. First-generation Gu Yue could only block, and naturally fell into an absolute disadvantage. The demon suppression iron chain Gu not only helped his body, but at the same time, a black iron chain phantom also appeared in his aperture, trying to suppress and seal the entire aperture. The primeval sea boiled like boiling water, and countless goo worms flew around in the aperture, resisting the demon suppression iron chain goo suppression. Like this, first-generation Gu Yue's primeval essence expenditure was extremely intense. You are going to lose today, die. Master Tenchiru's attacks were like waves, unceasing, as if he had gone berserk. First-generation Gu Yue's body was covered in injuries, his white bones could be seen on his chest, and his arms were chopped off at the shoulder by Master Tenchiru. Seeing that Master Tenchiru was about to succeed, first-generation Gu Yue suddenly let out a strange cry. Yang. The sound wave was extremely ear-piercing, and instantly hit Master Tenchiru. Master Tenchiru heard this sound and immediately flew back dozens of steps like he was hit by a huge blow, his white eyebrows straightened. Then he fell down, landing on the ground. He got up with difficulty, blood gushing out of his eyes, nose, ears, and mouth. The sound wave was still rampaging in his body, causing his blood to flow in reverse, and he was unable to move for a while. Many Gu masters saw an opportunity and shot moonblades, water bullets, and so on from afar, but they were all blocked by Master Tenchiru's halo. Dozens of flying cranes swarmed towards first-generation Gu Yue, but their iron beaks hit the blood-white corpse, like hitting steel skin and iron bones, all of them broke. The defense of a rank 5 Gu was no small matter. Even if Fang Yuan used Chainsaw Golden Centipede to grind the blood-white corpse, he might not even be able to cut off a piece of flesh in 7 minutes. In this battlefield, only the 2 rank 5 Gu masters could threaten the enemy. Although they were in a sorry state, as long as their primeval essence was not depleted, the others could only watch and sigh, unable to do anything. Master Tenchiru saw that the flying cranes could not succeed, and the flying crane king was fighting the blood python Gu far away, while his own blood and chi were in conflict, making it difficult for him to move. He could only stare and concentrate, activating the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu, greatly increasing the consumption of primeval essence. This almost took the life of first-generation Gu Yue. The primeval essence C rapidly dropped. Once it was depleted, the Gu worms would not be able to resist the suppression of the demon suppression iron chain Gu without the support of primeval essence. Once the demon suppression iron chain Gu was completely suppressed, the core flick Gu would activate, sealing the Gu worms and pulling them out one by one. That would be the end of the trend. First-generation Gu Yue shouted in panic, quickly grab the white brows, activate your primeval essence and help me. Go help. Help the first-generation ancestor. Let's go together. A large group of Gu masters rushed over. Not only Gu Yue tribe, even Bai and Xiong tribes Gu masters rushed over. Even first-generation Gu Yue could not cut off the white brows, let alone their methods. They could only respond to first-generation Gu Yue's words, stretching out their hands and grabbing the white brows. Just as they placed their hands on it, the white brows separated into strands, tightly wrapping around their wrists and arms, then extending to their bodies. Ah! Screams resounded. How could Rank 1 and Rank 2 Goo Masters' primeval essence compete with Rank 5 primeval essence? Their primeval essence was exhausted in an instant, the primeval sea bottomed out, the aperture dried up, cracking and finally collapsing. The aperture was a vital part of the human body, even more important than the heart. Once the aperture was broken, many Goo Masters' eyes rolled back and they lost their lives. Damn it! First generation Goo accursed, the demon suppression iron chain Goo tightened, cutting into the flesh and causing the white bones to creak. Logically speaking, Tai Shueleng was dead, and this demon suppression iron chain Goo could not be activated without the Goo Master's primeval essence. But this demon suppression iron chain Goo was contaminated by the blood frenzy Goo, and could absorb the primeval essence in the air. At the same time, the demon suppression iron chain Goo was Tai Shueleng's Goo, and inside it was Tai Shueleng's will to suppress and kill first generation Guyua's will. First generation Guyua's primeval essence was being consumed too quickly, and he could not hold on any longer. Seeing this, many of the Goo Masters who were rushing over to help paused in their steps. What are you afraid of? If the first generation is defeated, we will all die. Don't tell me you think the other party will let us go? Fang Yuan shouted, rushing to Guyua's side and grabbing White Brow. The thousandly Earthwolf spider was already dead, and the other party had flying cranes that could fly and attack. There was no hope of escaping alone. On the contrary, helping first generation Guyue had the possibility of both sides fighting each other and reaping the benefits. White Brow firmly locked onto Fang Yuan's wrist, and like a vine, it grew crazily along his arm, spreading to his waist. In the aperture, the snow-silver primeval essence was being consumed rapidly. Fang Yuan clenched his teeth, persevering in his heart. His actions played an exemplary role. The other Goo Masters were spurred on, rushing over. If we attack together, we might not die. That's right, there is strength in numbers. Sigh, what else can we do? We can only fight. Countless hands were placed on White Brow. Goo Masters were continuously dying, and at the same time, Goo Masters were continuously filling in the gaps, joining in the battle of attrition. Ha ha ha, to be able to fight against a rank 5, this is so exciting and interesting. Bai Ningbing also came to help. Whether we live or die, it all depends on this fight. Xiong Jiaoman also stood up. Feng Jing was nowhere to be seen, he was lost in the wilderness and did not escape to the village. His life or death was uncertain, and the odds were against him. Time became exceptionally long and unbearable at this moment. As time passed, Goo Masters continued to die. Some Goo Masters attacked Master Tenchiru, but the white halo did not budge, as steady as Mount Tai. Only rank 3 Goo Masters could hold their ground in this battle of attrition. Many Goo Masters' confidence wavered, showing signs of hesitation. Both sides fell into a deadlock. Master Tenchiru laughed sinisterly in a low voice, I will win, all of you will die. The difference between rank 3 and rank 5 was too big. Rank 4 could be affected, but the 3 rank 4 clan leaders had already been killed by Master Tenchiru. First Gen Guyue's entire body was tied up by the metal chains, and his white eyebrows were tied up. On his forehead, the Fu Yanji Gu was floating, and the primeval essence in his aperture was extremely sparse. Suddenly, the Fu Yanji Gu let out a faint yellow light. From first Gen Guyue's aperture, a lump of yellow light was pulled out. This yellow light was bigger than a fist, but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated down to the ground, and the yellow light weakened to a faint glow. A Gu that looked like a crystal skull showed its true form. This Gu looked like a baby's skull, and could be held in one palm. The skull was like a crystal, and was covered with light red blood veins. First generation Guyue gritted his teeth, but he could not struggle or move. Suddenly, a lump of yellow light was taken out from the yellow talisman and landed on the ground, turning into a black and white Taiji light ball. In this light ball, 2 peculiar Gu worms were circling around each other, chasing each other. The Taiji light ball rotated continuously, and traces of the Great Tao flowed out, attracting the attention of countless people. What Gu is this? Bai Ningbing and the rest were bewildered. This is actually a rank 4 Gu. Fang Yuan's gaze concentrated. Yin Yang rotation Gu. Master Tenchiru shouted, showing a shocked expression. He was dazed for a moment before laughing loudly. My good senior brother, it must have been hard for you to find such a good goo. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn into a human. What a pity, I ruined your plans. First generation Guyue kicked his legs in panic, screaming and losing his composure. Be it the blood skull goo or yin yang rotation goo, they were the key to his 1,000 years of scheming. Now that they were sealed and taken out, his hard work was all for naught. Master Tenchiru laughed even more heartily. Seeing first generation Guyue's performance, his desire for revenge was fully satisfied. Another yellow light was taken out and landed on the ground. It was a scarlet goo, translucent like a water ball. First generation Guyue saw this goo and suddenly paused in joy. He opened his bloody mouth and bared his fangs, shouting, Quick, come, kill this goo. Several goo masters heard this and immediately moved forward, using their methods. This goo was sealed by the bottom talisman goo, and could not be activated by first generation. Guyue's thoughts. On the surface, there was a layer of yellow light with a seal. Only Tai Shueleng or a special goo could unseal it. But this goo was a consumable goo, and was very special. To use it, one had to crush it. Several goo masters made their move. The yellow light seal only sealed goo worms, and did not have any defensive ability. After taking a few attacks, it collapsed, and the sealed goo worm was also destroyed by brute force. Buzz, with a soft cry, the crimson light blossomed and suddenly expanded. In an instant, it formed a spherical barrier. First Gen Guyue was inside the shield, while Master Tenchiru was outside. The blood-colored barrier had a radius of 6 mu. Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan were inside, while Xianxia Man and the rest were outside. The most exciting thing was that the white eyebrows were instantly cut in half by this barrier. The white eyebrows disintegrated, and Fang Yuan and the others regained their freedom. This barrier's aura is rank 5, why does it look like water curtain skyflower goo? Fang Yuan was bewildered, he had never seen this goo before. Master Tenchiru was obstructed by this barrier, he staggered to his feet and sneered, Senior brother, you have good methods, you can even counterattack like this and break the raise eyebrows and exhale goo. What a pity. How can you stop me with your puny defense? He's just struggling at death's door. Guyue, on the other hand, laughed out loud. Junior brother, why don't you attack and see? I have the same intention. Killing intent flashed in Master Tenchiru's eyes as countless cranes pounced over. At the same time, white light shot out from his eyes as countless birdwing arrows rained down. However, this blood-colored barrier did not budge, it was stable as usual. Master Tenchiru's expression turned extremely gloomy as he stopped his attacks. What goo is this? First Gen Guyu raised his head and laughed, let me tell you, this is the blood curtain skyflower goo that I refined exclusively. Water curtain skyflower is only rank 4, it can block rank 5 goo's attacks. This goo of mine is rank 5, its defense is even stronger. Even the owner of the water curtain skyflower goo cannot enter or leave, but my blood curtain skyflower goo can leave and not enter. Junior brother, attack slowly, use all your strength. When I recover, I will come out and take your head, ha ha ha. You scoundrel, you are boasting shamelessly. Master Tenchiru was flustered and exasperated. He had a 90% chance of winning, but to think Guyue managed to turn the situation around, the situation fell into a stalemate again. He attacked crazily and fiercely, all the goo masters outside the barrier, including Xianxia Man, died. But inside the blood curtain skyflower, everything was calm and tranquil. The blood barrier was as stable as Mount Tai, the goo masters gradually relaxed. The first generation ancestor is truly a hero. We are finally saved. Next, the first generation ancestor will display his might, this person will lose for sure. Huff, this is the strength of a rank 5 goo master? How powerful. I'm actually still alive. Everyone cheered and shouted. But Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, he would die without a doubt because of the 10 extreme limits. This stalemate lost some of its excitement, making him unhappy. Master Tenchiru attacked for a long time, but there was no effect. He suddenly stopped his attacks and woke up. First generation Guyue's words were to provoke him, to make him waste his primeval essence on attacking the blood curtain skyflower. If he was not wrong, this blood-curtained skyflower and water-curtained skyflower had similar effects, but the fusion cost was extremely high. It was a one-time consumable, it had strong defense but had a limited time. Once the duration was over, it would dissipate on its own. Thinking of this, Master Tenchiru took out 2 yuan stones and held them in his palms, sitting cross-legged and starting to recover his primeval essence. Help me, only by helping me will I have a chance to live. Yuan stone, I need a large amount of yuan stone. First generation Guyue shouted, and immediately the surrounding Gu masters took out yuan stones and piled them around him. First generation Guyue opened his mouth and sucked deeply, yuan stone was sucked into his mouth. He opened his mouth and with a cracking sound, the yuan stone was crushed, and a large amount of natural primeval essence poured into his aperture. Master Tenchiru saw this and became anxious. He shouted, "Don't give him any more yuan stone, you bunch of fools. Once he recovers his mobility, he will kill you and use your blood to refine and raise his aptitude. You're courting death. Humph, using such a low-level tactic to sow discord, aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off? Quick, this old scoundrel told us not to give any more, we have to give even more yuan stone. Everything depends on first generation Guyue." The Gu masters generously donated, and large amounts of yuan stone were thrown into first generation Guyue's mouth. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing watched coldly from the side. If it was a normal human body, it would not be able to withstand so much primeval essence, but his blood-white corpse body was strong and sturdy. The primeval sea in his aperture rose rapidly. Demon suppression Iron Chain Gu's power became weaker, and after a while, it turned into a pool of blood, completely dying. First generation Guyue was no longer restricted, and with a loud roar, he activated blood-white corpse vital Gu. Large amounts of smelly blood were attracted and poured into his body. In the blink of an eye, his strong arms grew back, and his claws were sharp like blades. He laughed loudly and stood up. At this time, the bottom flick Gu on his forehead also turned into a pool of blood, completely dissipating. Heaven has not forsaken me. First generation Guyue laughed loudly towards the sky. I beseech first generation ancestor to make a move and kill this old scoundrel. With the help of a great lord, he will definitely succeed immediately. He will be invincible. Everyone rejoiced. First generation Guyue's laughter gradually subsided, and flames burned in his eyes as he spoke slowly. Of course I want to kill the enemy, but before that, I need to do something. Not good. Fang Yuan heard this tone and his heart jumped, as he moved towards the outside of the crowd without leaving a trace. The people around him did not understand, but were still filled with fighting spirit. I wonder what first-generation ancestor wants to do. If it is within our capabilities, we will definitely do our best to serve first-generation ancestor. First-generation Guyue raised his head and laughed, haha, this matter is to take your lives. What? Everyone turned pale with fright. First-generation Guyue attacked brazenly. With a swoosh, he stretched out his claws and pierced through a rank 3 Gu master. When he retracted his palm, first-generation Guyue's hand was already holding a beating heart. This Gu master was a Guyue clansman, and with an expression of disbelief, he screamed as blood spurted out like a fountain and fell backwards. Good blood, we cannot waste it. First-generation Guyue laughed and sighed, and with a thought, the blood skull Gu flew up and circled around this Gu master's body. The Gu master's corpse twitched, and all his blood was sucked out by the blood skull Gu. Then it entered the blood skull Gu's 2 empty eye sockets. The blood skull Gu drank its fill of blood, and on its crystal-like skull, the blood-red lines became even brighter. First-generation ancestor, you? Everyone quickly retreated, and someone shouted in shock. Noisy. First-generation Guyue's figure flashed and appeared in front of this person, slashing with his palm and cutting his body into 2. The blood that spurted out was sucked dry by the blood skull Gu. First generation, you heartless bastard, you are not our Yuan stone, how can you still have the strength to fight? This first generation is also not a good person, everyone attack together and kill him. That's right, we have strength in numbers, ugh. A bloody massacre began. First generation Guyue was rank 5 peak stage, and his primeval essence had completely recovered. These Gu masters were mostly rank 1 and rank 2, and there were even a few rank 3, how could they be his match? and this blood curtain skyflower isolated the inside from the outside, forming a sealed space. Only its master, first-generation Guyue, could go out. But once he went out, he could only destroy the blood curtain skyflower or wait for its effect to run out. The Gu masters could neither escape nor fight, so they were quickly defeated and killed one by first-gen Guyu. Other than Bai and Xiong tribe Gu masters, every time he killed a Guyue tribesman, he would use the blood skull Gu to suck the blood. After killing hundreds of people, the rank 4 blood skull Gu was glistening red, reaching its limit. First-generation Guyue laughed loudly, summoning the blood skull Gu and floating it above his head. This day, this moment, after hundreds of years of planning, has finally arrived. He heaved a long sigh of relief. The blood skull Gu opened its tightly shut mouth and spat out a fountain of blood. The blood fountain did not have a fishy smell, but instead emitted a fragrant smell, making people feel relaxed and happy. First-generation Guyue was drenched from head to toe by this blood fountain. But this blood fountain was mystical, not a single drop fell on the ground, but stuck to the surface of first-generation Guyue's body, and slowly seeped in, all the way to his aperture. First-generation Guyue silently stood on the spot, feeling it for a moment before bursting into wild laughter. Gaga gaga, my aptitude has risen, my aptitude has really risen. The other Gu masters were all shaken. Guyue's laughter became even more carefree, but he suddenly stopped and turned to look at Master Tenchiru, saying hatefully, "Junior apprentice brother, you never thought this day would come. We are both orphans, adopted by Master, but ever since we were young, Master has always doted on you more. Why? Isn't it because your aptitude is a grade, and mine is C grade? You have a great aptitude, of course your cultivation progress is fast. Do you know how much more sweat and effort I have to put in to barely keep up with you with my C grade aptitude? Although we are known as the twin cranes of the righteous path, you have always been the leader, and I the second. You are the most dazzling. Just because you are an A-grade genius. But you were lucky, and obtained one of Blood Sea ancestors' true inheritances. Blood Skull Gu can kill your kin, purify the blood spring, irrigate the aperture, and raise your aptitude. Do you know how I felt at that time? This Blood Skull Gu was my only hope. The hope that I yearned for day and night, the hope that I tossed and turned in my sleep. With it, I can change my life, change my fate. But that's mine. Master Tenchiru stomped his feet and cursed. Yes, it's yours. Guyue nodded, you have good aptitude, and good luck. We set off together to kill the enemy. But the heavens only favored you, allowing you to obtain the true inheritance. Do you know? Looking at your smug expression and listening to your words about the future, I suddenly understood. The heavens favored you, giving you a great aptitude and Blood Sea's true inheritance. What could I do? I was just a C grade, how could I succeed by myself? I could only snatch. What doesn't belong to me, become mine. The heavens arranged a fate for me, to let me be willing to be below others, to be their shadow. I am not satisfied, why should it be me? Why should I be below and you are above? At this point, Guyue actually started sobbing. The Blood White's body was extremely terrifying, and it let out such a strange cry, making people feel even colder. Since the heavens don't favor me, Master doesn't love me, and others don't think highly of me, I'll have to do it. I can only love myself more, I can only value myself more, I can only rely on myself more. I can only work harder, I can only take more risks, I can only work harder. Only in this way can I achieve something. But the righteous path emphasized principles, friendship, seniority. I'm just a nobody. I have no background, no talent, and no resources. What do you think I will use to succeed? If I walk the righteous path, I can only be exploited and bullied. I can only look up to you young masters and geniuses. I can only endure until I am old, but my achievements are insignificant. This is the righteous path. What *T righteous path? Only by becoming a demon, abandoning human emotions, abandoning the rules of the world, and paying a heavy price will I be able to forge a path that belongs to me in the thorns. So, I plotted against you and stole your Blood Sea true inheritance. Then, I became a demon. Haha, then let me become a demon. Then let me become a demon, then let me become a demon, his voice reverberated in the blood barrier. Outside the barrier, Master Tenchiru was speechless. First Gen Guyue held back his laughter and started to kill again. Large numbers of Gu masters were killed, their blood absorbed by the blood skull Gu and condensed into blood spring essence, pouring it into First Gen Guyue's aperture to raise his aptitude. The higher the aptitude, the more primeval essence could be stored in the aperture. First Gen Guyue killed more Guyue clansmen, the higher his aptitude. After chewing the Yuan stone, his primeval essence would be stored more, and his battle strength would increase. Outside the blood barrier, Master Tenchiru was burning with anxiety, but the blood curtain skyflower was like a heavenly moat, making him sigh. He wanted to stop it, but there was nothing he could do. Eventually, only a few people were left inside the blood barrier. Brat, you stole the heavenly essence treasure lotus, right? I'll give you a chance to redeem yourself, hand it over obediently and I'll spare your life. First Gen Guyue approached step by step, his killing intent firmly locked onto Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan knew his chances of survival were slim, but his expression did not change as he sneered, your bullshit can only be used to coax a 3-year-old child. Humph, if you come any closer, I will destroy the heavenly essence treasure lotus. You have to know, this goo was refined by me, I can make it self-destruct with just a thought. Do as you see fit. First Gen Guyue's footsteps slowed, but he quickly approached Fang Yuan with determination. Brat, you are very courageous and smart. That's right, you are my descendant, I want to take your blood to raise my aptitude, so I will not let you go. Unfortunately, back then I used the blood seed goo to purify my descendant's bloodline, attempting to create a descendant of Guyue's Desoladine physique. As long as such a genius is born, I can take all of their blood and raise my aptitude to a grade, 99%. If there is such a genius, I can let you go, but your luck is bad. Humph, the thing I hate the most in my life is being forced by others. It's fine if the heavenly origin treasure lotus is gone, but you can die now. Before he finished speaking, the wings on his back flapped, and his body shot out like lightning, appearing in front of Fang Yuan in an instant. He grabbed with his right hand, instantly, Fang Yuan's pupils shrunk, his hair stood on end. And he quickly retreated. But how could a rank 5 expert dodge so easily? Just as the ghostly claw was about to reach him, an ice hand suddenly appeared from the side. Bam! With a sound of collision, the ice hand shattered, cold air spread everywhere, and First Gen Guyue took a step back. By Ningbing? Fang Yuan turned around, looking at the person who attacked, he was slightly shocked. Bai Ningbing retracted his broken arm, cold air spread around the wound, and instantly condensed into an ice hand, recovering to its original state. But it did not turn into flesh and blood, he was already very close to the limit of the 10 extremes. To think that I would have such an interesting way of dying. It is a pity that I will not be able to see the end of this battle. Bai Ningbing heaved a long sigh, then suddenly laughed, a pair of eerie blue eyes looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan, you and I are the same kind of person. I am dead for sure, if you die too, it will be a pity. I will protect you, but I have a condition. Although Bai Ningbing was only rank 3, he was not far from death, his battle strength was increasing like a fountain. In the end, the only one who could hope to win against First Gen Guyue was him. Oh, what condition? Fang Yuan's eyes flashed. Bai Ningbing stretched out his arms, as if to embrace the world. He wore a white robe and had snow-white hair, his brow slightly raised, live on for me, and witness the wonders of this world. In an instant, Fang Yuan was moved, this man, Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, as if he was looking at himself when he was young. Bai Ningbing's words sounded like nonsense, but in fact, they were sincere. Perhaps ordinary people would not believe it, but Fang Yuan understood the deeper meaning behind these words. Bai Ningbing was a top genius, his talent was heaven-defying, but his lifespan was short. He had already found his path, found his belief, he was not afraid of death, but he was reluctant to leave this world. He had regrets in his heart, but in desperation, he could only entrust this remembrance to Fang Yuan. Io, it really is the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique. TSK, it's a pity that you're not my bloodline descendant, otherwise everyone wouldn't have to die. First Gen Guyue let out a sinister laugh, you want to stop me with just this Northern Dark Eye Soul physique? You are too naive. Saying so, his figure flashed, and when he appeared, he was already in front of Bai Ningbing. boom, a loud explosion, the two clashed. First Gen Guyue retreated 2 steps, Bai Ningbing's entire head and half of his body exploded. But in an instant, kacha, cold air spread, frost condensed, and a new body and head grew out. Bai Ningbing was resurrected. This. First Gen Guyue was shocked. The 10 extreme physiques were rarely seen, and this was the first time he fought with one. The two clashed. Bai Ningbing's cultivation was weak, and he was at a disadvantage. The situation was very disadvantageous. But first Gen Guyue could not kill him no matter how hard he tried. The Northern Dark Ice Soul physique was now almost immortal. No matter how heavy the injuries were, in an instant, it would be as solid as ice. This made Guyue even more furious and fearful, and his attacks became even more frenzied. Bai Ningbing gradually lost his normal color, and turned into an iceman who could move freely. Even her snow-white hair had turned into strands of ice. The time was finally up. Death descended at this moment. Boundless worldly affairs are colorful, the clouds and waterways are long. At this moment, the wind returns to heaven and earth, incomparable to the moonlight in the water. Bai Ningbing chanted, and smiled faintly. From then on, his expression froze. A cold wind suddenly blew, and the frosty air suddenly rose like a mist. Crack, 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 large amounts of frost spread from his feet, and like a growing mountain, the glacier rose from the ground. The surging white ice was like a dragon beast, like a landslide or tsunami, crushing towards First Gen Guyue. First Gen Guyue screamed, and resisted with all his strength. The red hair on his head stood up, and blood mist rose from his body. Large amounts of blood guillotine and bladewing blood bat goo were controlled by him, and crashed into the glacier, slowing it down a little. But in the end, he was still suppressed, imprisoned, and swallowed by the glacier. The huge glacier filled the whole blood barrier, and only around Fang Yuan, Bai Ningbing purposely left a small space for him. Bam! With a soft sound, the blood-curtained skyflower was broken by the glacier. Without any obstruction, large amounts of frost energy spread out, and the frost immediately condensed, forming a glacier that spread everywhere. Even the blood-curtained skyflower goo has been broken. Such power! Master Tenchiru did not dare to face it head-on, and quickly flew up into the sky. Under his shocked gaze, he saw the glacier spread everywhere, and actually covered the whole of Qingmao Mountain, from the peak to the foot of the mountain. In the blink of an eye, the originally lush and vibrant Qingmao Mountain had turned into a treacherous land of ice and snow. The ice under his feet continued to rise, and Fang Yuan also saw this scene with his own eyes. This 1,000-li glacier had witnessed the fall of a young genius, and contained Bai Ningbing's unwilling and helpless sigh. Fang Yuan immediately activated the chainsaw golden centipede and blood moon goo, trying to break the ice. But the ice layer was extremely thick and cold air pervaded the air. For every inch of ice that was shaved off, another 2 inches condensed. Fang Yuan was trapped in a hopeless situation, unable to escape. Just at this time, a blood light emerged from the bottom of the glacier. The blood light was only a smear at first, but it soon spread out, becoming brighter and brighter, turning into a blood-colored light that flooded the area. Ha ha ha! Amidst the laughter, the blood light soared to the sky, and the first-generation Guyue broke out of the ice. Although he was in a sorry state, he was even more arrogant. If this Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique's cultivation reaches rank 4, he might be able to kill me. Unfortunately, he is only rank 3 peak stage. Saying so, he focused his gaze on Fang Yuan who was in the glacier. If the Northern Dark Ice Soul Physique can't kill you, then let me do it for you. In the distant sky, Master Tenchiru flew over leisurely. Below him was the Iron Beak Flying Crane King. Earlier, he flew into the sky to help the Iron Beak Flying Crane King kill the Blood River Python, and now he came back with the momentum of victory. Right now, in the entire Qingmao Mountain, there were only these 3 people left. Bai Ningbing had already turned into an ice mountain, his consciousness also dissipating. Fang Yuan was like an insect in amber, trapped in the glacier. In contrast, among the 2 rank 5 Gu masters, the first-generation Guyue's aptitude had increased, and the primeval essence in his aperture was more. Master Tenchiru had also recuperated, and recovered most of his battle strength. The two's gazes focused on Fang Yuan. The first-generation Guyue wanted to kill Fang Yuan, and take his blood. Master Tenchiru wanted to stop the first-generation Guyue, and naturally would not restrict himself by protecting Fang Yuan. Thus, he could only make the first move, and kill Fang Yuan first. With their nature, they would not tolerate a bystander. What if both of them were injured, and a third person took advantage of the situation? Fang Yuan let out a long sigh. When he saw the gazes of these two people, he knew that he was definitely going to die. He had lost the Thunderwings Gu and Thousandly Earthwolf Spider. Even if he had them, he might not be able to escape the pursuit of two rank 5 experts. He only had rank 3 peak stage cultivation and could not be compared to a rank 5 expert. In this situation, he was like a fish on the chopping block. Moreover, it was two incomparably sharp blades. He couldn't fight, and he couldn't escape. However, Fang Yuan had another method, that was the spring and autumn cicada. Fang Yuan sent his consciousness into his aperture. The light film was no longer there, only a rough stone aperture. A large half of the snow-silver true essence ocean was still left. The stone aperture no longer had the ability to recover true essence, but Fang Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, which was why his true essence sea was like this. None of this was important. Fang Yuan focused all his attention on the goo worm in the middle of the stone aperture. That was his vital goo, the rank 6 spring-autumn cicada. Only by relying on this goo to go against the flow of the river of time could he create another miracle. Using an impossible method to change the outcome of fate, however, this method was extremely dangerous. Firstly, the river of time was a forbidden area of the Great Tao. Mortals could not touch it. Once it was trespassed, it would be the same as violating the laws of heaven and earth, and would suffer the wrath of heaven and earth. Secondly, the spring-autumn cicada had not fully recovered. It was like a broken boat, forcefully crossing the river of time. It might capsize halfway and sink. Finally, Fang Yuan was only a rank 3 peak stage. Controlling the spring-autumn cicada was like a baby playing with a large knife. He might get injured if he did not do it well. Once I use this spring-autumn cicada, I will have to self-detonate. I will use all my cultivation, my flesh and blood, and all my other goo worms to become a driving force to push the spring-autumn cicada forward. Compared to my previous life, even if I self-detonate, the force will be too small. Sigh, it is very likely that I will directly commit suicide. But right now, I have no other choice, I have to use this goo. Fang Yuan was also helpless. Earlier, he would rather use the stone aperture goo than the spring-autumn cicada because it was too risky. Out of 100, the success rate might not even be 10%. Many times, when a goo master uses a high-rank goo worm, they would have to pay the price of a backlash. Like Guyue Xianxia. Right now, Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on the fact that the spring-autumn cicada was his vital goo. Little brat, hand over your life, contribute some blood to your ancestor. Lad, your life is not good, you can only blame yourself for meeting this despicable ancestor. Let me free you from this. First-generation Guyue and Master Tenchiru attacked at the same time. Fang Yuan was forced to the edge of the cliff, he could only jump. Spring-autumn cicada, come. His eyes shone with a strange light, he shouted, his body bursting with green and yellow colors. Such an aura? How is this possible? It is actually a rank 6 goo worm. At this moment, the two rank 5 goo masters were extremely shocked. But soon after, greedy expressions appeared on their faces. Kill him, take the rank 6 goo. This is a heavenly opportunity, good lad, hand it over obediently and I will spare your life. Their speed increased by 30%. But at this moment, there was a loud boom. Fang Yuan self-detonated. What? Before he died, he seemed to have heard the two rank 5 goo masters exclaim. Legend has it that this world has a long river, called time. Humans are like fish in the river, the current is rapid, almost all the fish can only go with the flow. Occasionally, 1 or 2 fish would jump out of the river, looking at the scene downstream. This is foretelling the future. If not for this river, the world would be completely still, turning into a picture. With this river, everything can change, the world can become lively, either declining or flourishing. The river of time, the river water surged. Every drop of water was a story, a scene that happened in the past. In the rapid river water, a small goo worm was swimming against the current. It flapped its wings, struggling to move forward. Every time the surging waves slammed into it, it would be on the verge of capsizing. It carried Fang Yuan's consciousness and memories, its body emitting a faint yellow and green light. The light wavered in the tide, like a candle flickering in the wind. Finally, it only managed to swim a small distance, the yellow and green light almost disappeared. The spring-autumn cicada reached its limit, with a swoosh, it turned into a ray of light and drilled into a wave. Fang Yuan's body shook, a yellow and green light flashed in the depths of his eyes. This light flashed for a moment, and Fang Yuan shuddered. His consciousness and memories rushed into his mind, instantly fusing together. Success, he was overjoyed, he had been reborn again. After realizing this, he immediately scanned his surroundings and observed his own situation. He found his primeval essence was being consumed, his wrists and body were bound by the white eyebrows. Looking again, oh, so it was at this time. Tai Shuileng's arrangements had already been activated. Guyue's entire body was bound by iron chains, unable to move. There was also a yellow talisman on his forehead, it was the demon suppression iron chain Gu, as well as the flick bottom Gu. And that Master Tenchiru had also landed on the ground, his body covered in a white halo, activating the raise eyebrows and exhale Gu with all his strength, attempting to exhaust all the primeval essence in Guyue's aperture. Fang Yuan squinted his eyes. Right now, he was bound by the white eyebrows and could not move, he could only exhaust his primeval essence and wait for a good opportunity. Under the effect of the flick bottom Gu, a yellow light flew out of Guyue's body. This yellow light was bigger than a fist, but smaller than a basin. It slowly floated to the ground, revealing the blood skull Gu inside the yellow light. Blood skull Gu. After hundreds of years, I finally see you again. Master Tenchiru cried tears of joy, his expression extremely emotional. Guyue was so anxious that he gritted his teeth, but there was nothing he could do, he was tied up and could not move. Another yellow light was captured from the yellow talisman, landing on the ground and turning into a black and white Taiji light ball. In this light ball, two peculiar Gu worms were circling around each other, chasing each other, it was the yin-yang rotation Gu. According to Fang Yuan's memories, Master Tenchiru was shouting, yin-yang rotation Gu. My good senior brother, it must have been hard for you to find such a good Gu. Ha ha ha, you actually wanted to turn into a human, what a pity, I ruined it. Fang Yuan looked at Guyue's first generation. Sure enough, he was sitting on the ground, kicking his legs and screaming, his hair was disheveled, he had completely lost his composure. Wait a while more, the time is not far. Fang Yuan's eyes shone with brilliance, he did not make a move. The third yellow light was captured, landing on the ground. It was a scarlet-red Gu, translucent like a water ball. Fang Yuan's heart shook, blood curtain skyflower Gu. It was this Gu that changed the situation, allowing Guyue's first generation to make a comeback. Blood curtain skyflower Gu was developed by Guyue's first generation, Fang Yuan did not recognize it before, but now he was very clear of its characteristics. Sure enough, immediately after, Guyue's first generation shouted, someone come quickly, kill this Gu worm. Several Gu masters heard this and immediately went forward to destroy this Gu. Buzz, with a soft sound, blood curtain skyflower reappeared in the world. The blood ball barrier isolated the inside from the outside. A portion of the people were outside the barrier, while the others were inside the barrier. The blood barrier isolated the white brows, and Fang Yuan and the rest no longer fought with Master Tenchiru's primeval essence, they were freed and regained their freedom. Master Tenchiru was obstructed by this barrier, he staggered to stand up and sneered. After some conversation, he could not attack the blood barrier and could only stop, asking, what Gu is this? Guyue's first generation said proudly, let me tell you, this is my exclusive fusion blood curtain skyflower Gu. Water curtain skyflower is only rank 4, it can block rank 5 Gu's attacks. This Gu of mine is rank 5, its defense is even stronger. Water curtain skyflower Gu's owner cannot enter or leave, but my blood curtain skyflower Gu can leave but not enter. Junior brother, attack slowly, use all your strength. When I recover, I will come out to chop off your dog head, ahaha. Master Tenchiru was furious and attacked again, but failed again. After calming down, he chose to replenish his primeval essence and wait for the blood barrier to run out. The Gu masters saw that the blood barrier was as stable as Mount Tai and were overjoyed, feeling that their lives were saved, they started to flatter Guyue's first generation. Only Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Guyue's first generation asked for a large amount of yuan stone, and everyone generously contributed. Although Guyue's first generation was tied up and could not move, he could chew the yuan stone with his mouth and replenish his primeval essence at an extremely fast speed. Master Tenchiru saw this and shouted, "You bunch of fools! Once he recovers his mobility, he will kill you and use your blood to refine and raise his aptitude. You're courting death." Everyone naturally did not believe him. Humph, using such a low-level tactic to sow discord, aren't you afraid people will laugh their heads off? Quick, this old scoundrel told us not to give, we have to give yuan stone even more. Large amounts of yuan stone were sucked into Guyue's mouth and crushed. Bai Ningbing looked on coldly. But Fang Yuan moved. He did not look on coldly, but made a different choice from before. First-generation ancestor, the situation is critical. I have the heavenly essence treasure lotus to offer. He was full of sincerity as he quickly walked over. His face was full of pity and helplessness, but he also seemed to have made up his mind. First-generation Guyue laughed loudly. Very good. You are indeed my descendant. Such filial piety makes me, your ancestor, happy. He had long wanted the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and had once sent a group of blade-winged blood bats to kill Fang Yuan. But Fang Yuan had escaped so quickly that he did not give him a chance. But at this moment, he did not doubt it. First of all, he had not shed all pretenses of cordiality. He had once said that he had sent the blade-winged blood bats to protect Fang Yuan. Secondly, Fang Yuan had taken the initiative to step forward and help White Eyebrow, helping first-generation Guyue to exhaust his inner yuan. This had made the hesitant people firm up their minds. Such a loyal and filial act was still vivid in first-generation Guyue's mind. Finally, the current situation was very clear. Fang Yuan could only place his hopes on first-generation Guyue in order to defeat Master Tenchiru and save his life. First-generation Guyue did not believe that Fang Yuan would destroy his own strong support and attack him. Therefore, when Fang Yuan walked over, first-generation Guyue laughed continuously. With the heavenly essence treasure lotus, my chances of winning will increase by 20%. All of you, move aside and let him in. Heavenly essence treasure lotus? Outside the blood shield, Master Tenchiru was stunned. He immediately shouted, "You must not." Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Fang Yuan walked to first-generation Guyue's side. First-generation ancestor, I have thought it through. You were the one who created the Guyue village. Only because of you can there be juniors like us. In the past, you had such great achievements. Today, you will lead the Guyue clan to glory. The heavenly origin treasure lotus should be used by our ancestor. His face was full of admiration, and his tone was full of enthusiasm. Guyue nodded as he listened, thinking to himself, this young man is quite eloquent, but it's a pity that I still have to kill him for his blood later. But at this moment, Fang Yuan bent down and suddenly attacked. He grabbed hold of Guyue, and then channeled the strength in his waist. Taking advantage of the momentum, he shook his arms. He opened his mouth and let out a low roar. The strength of two boars burst forth, and with all his might, he fiercely threw, Shua. As soon as Guyue arrived, he threw him out of the blood barrier. It was a deathly silence, time seemed to stop at this moment. The wind outside was blowing gently. Guyue was smashed to the ground, his red hair fluttering in the wind. His expression was sluggish, and he had yet to react. In front of him, less than 10 steps away, was Master Tenchiru. This old man was still angry, and anxious about Fang Yuan's contribution of the heavenly origin treasure lotus. He did not expect that the next moment, there would be such a major turn of events. He was also stunned, and his eyes stared straight at Guyue. Guyue was his irreconcilable enemy, but at this moment, Master Tenchiru was stunned, as if he was dreaming, and did not move. Inside the blood barrier, everyone was like a statue, silent and motionless. Some people's mouths were wide open, enough to fit a fist. Some people's eyes were wide open, almost popping out of their sockets. Even Bai Ningbing lost her composure, and looked at Fang Yuan with a sluggish expression. Only when a half-destroyed bamboo building inside the blood barrier could no longer hold on, and collapsed, did everyone wake up as if they had been electrocuted. F***ck. Someone opened his mouth and cursed. Fang Yuan, what stupid thing did you do? Someone pointed at Fang Yuan, his whole body trembling. First-generation ancestor. Someone tried to run out and pull Guyue back, but the blood-curtained skyflower blocked their way. Despicable little thief. How dare you lie to the ancestor, I will pull out your tendons and skin you alive. First-generation Guyue reacted, lying on the ground, and cursed. Ha ha ha. Among the panic-stricken crowd, someone laughed loudly. It was none other than Bai Ningbing. He laughed until tears came out, and gave Fang Yuan a thumbs up. Interesting, really interesting. Fang Yuan, have you gone crazy? Fang Yuan, you framed the first-generation ancestor, you even schemed against the ancestor, are you still human? Why yeah, Fang Yuan, you must have been bribed by that white-haired old man. You spy, traitor. Everyone was pointing fingers at him, and the crowd was agitated. Fang Yuan smiled lightly. I am rank 3 peak stage, who dares to kill me? Who dares to kill me? Right now, the rank 3 Gu masters in the blood barrier could be counted on one hand, and because of the earlier battle, their primeval essence was sparse. Yuan stone was also contributed, and could not be replenished. As for the others, they were mostly mortals, or rank 1 or rank 2 Gu masters. Without first-generation Guyue, Fang Yuan could indeed look down on everyone in this blood barrier. He. Fang Yuan laughed, and slowly bent down, picking up the 2 Gu from the ground. His left hand held the blood skull Gu, and his right hand held the yin-yang rotation Gu. These 2 Gu belonged to first-generation Guyue, but right now, they were covered in a layer of faint yellow light, sealed by the bottom of the talisman Gu, and could not respond to first-generation Guyue's desperate calls. But this seal was also an obstacle to Fang Yuan. He needed to undo the seal before he could refine these 2 Gu worms. Forcefully breaking the seal would only lead to the destruction of these 2 Gu. This situation was different from the blood curtain skyflower Gu. To activate the blood curtain skyflower Gu, one had to crush it. After breaking the seal, one could use it. But Fang Yuan was not impatient. He knew what was going to happen next. Be it the demon suppression iron chain Gu or the bottom of the talisman Gu, they were both contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu, and were about to turn into blood water and die. Ha ha ha, my good senior brother, to think you would have such a day. Hand over your life. Master Tenchiru roared, and rushed to the sky, attacking fiercely towards first-generation Guyue. First-generation Guyue was bound by the demon suppression iron chain Gu, and could not move, becoming a human target, and could only passively take a beating. He cursed in pain, and struggled with all his might. Suddenly, the iron chain turned into a pool of blood water, and he regained his freedom, flying towards the blood barrier. There was a loud bang. Without a doubt, he was blocked by the blood barrier. This blood curtain skyflower Gu was personally refined by him, and was his proudest invention. It had outstanding defense, and once used, it could not be moved, and could not be closed. To him, it could only be used, and could not be entered. Little bastard, you will die a horrible death. First-generation Guyue's grievance, and his hatred towards Fang Yuan, could not be washed away no matter how much water he poured into the heavens. Master Tenchiru naturally chased after him, laughing madly. First-generation Guyue could only give up on the blood barrier, and turn to resist Master Tenchiru. He had chewed large amounts of Yuan stone earlier, and had considerable primeval essence. Although he was at a disadvantage, he could stabilize his footing. First-generation ancestor, do your best. First-generation lord, we will cheer for you. Ancestor, you are our only hope. The battle between the 2 rank 5 experts attracted everyone's attention. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, and looked at Bai Ningbing. The current situation was like a battle between 2 tigers, and he, Fang Yuan, was only a rabbit. Whether it was Master Tenchiru, or first-generation Guyue, they were all sly and cunning people. The possibility of both of them being injured, and him gaining an advantage, was too small. No one was stupid, and neither of them were hot-headed because of a fierce battle. Moreover, this blood barrier could only provide temporary safety. Once the blood barrier's effect wore off, everyone inside, including himself, would definitely be killed by first-generation Guyue and Master Tenchiru. He had just been reborn once, and the spring-autumn cicada was once again in a weakened state, and could not be used again. The only thing he could do now was to strengthen himself as much as possible. He would do his best to fight for a chance of survival. Fang Yuan already had a plan in mind. But in this plan, there was one person who played an important role. This person was Bai Ningbing. The self-destruction of the Northern Dark Eye Soul physique would be a huge influence on the battle. Especially when the two strong people outside the blood barrier continued to exhaust each other. But how could he persuade Bai Ningbing? Fang Yuan looked at Bai Ningbing, and Bai Ningbing felt it, and also looked back at Fang Yuan. In the crowd, they looked at each other. Fang Yuan was dressed in a black robe, with black hair and black eyes, and the corners of his mouth curled up, revealing a demonic smile. I have a temporary solution to the 10 extremes, and can bring you back to life. He said his first sentence. Bai Ningbing's body shook. Of course he wanted to live. What method? Fang Yuan changed the topic, but this method's success rate is not high, and has a high chance of failure. But these words made Bai Ningbing even more convinced. Immediately after, Fang Yuan said his third sentence, only to hear him say, but I think even if you fail, it will make your final moments incomparably exciting. Bai Ningbing's heart thumped. Fang Yuan used 3 sentences to strike the deepest part of his heart, and convinced him. He was a smart person, and after thinking for a while, he asked, then what do I need to do? Fang Yuan's smile widened, and at this moment, the core-sucking goo also turned into a pool of blood water. The blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo seals disappeared, and just as they were about to fly away, Fang Yuan grabbed them tightly. He used the spring-autumn cicada's aura, and these 3 goo were only rank 4, and immediately submitted. Fang Yuan poured his primeval essence into them, and instantly refined them for his own use. What's going on? Damn it. Outside the blood barrier, Gu Yue's head hurt, and he lost connection with the blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo. He was incomparably shocked, and immediately lost his composure. He charged towards the blood barrier. How can this be? How can you refine my 3 goo so quickly? Gu Yue let out a miserable howl, and crazily attacked the blood barrier. Fang Yuan snatched food from the tiger's mouth, and snatched the blood skull goo and yin-yang rotation goo. This was simply taking his life. Everyone was shocked, and took a step back. First generation Gu Yue was like a beast in a desperate situation, and his eyes started to spew fire. But soon, Master Tenchiru attacked. I want you to die, I want you to die. First generation Gu Yue went berserk, attacking without defending, and vented all his anger on Master Tenchiru. Master Tenchiru was shocked, and suffered a heavy blow. Both sides tangled together again, and the battle entered a white-hot stage. Fang Yuan laughed loudly, and said to Bai Ningbing, follow me to kill. Before he finished speaking, he attacked resolutely. The chainsaw golden centipede roared madly, and cut a goo master beside Fang Yuan in half. Blood skull goo. Fang Yuan, what are you doing? Quickly stop, the enemy is right in front of us, how can there be internal strife? Quickly stop, or else. Everyone was shocked. Fang Yuan was ruthless again, killing another clansman. See read.net. I will only kill Guyu clansmen, those who are not involved, step down. Otherwise, I will slaughter all of you. Fang Yuan roared. Everyone was shocked and retreated. They did not expect Fang Yuan to be so crazy. Fang Yuan has gone crazy. He has lost his mind, let's attack together. That's right, if this continues, we will not be able to wait for the first generation to defeat the enemy, we will all be killed by Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was like a hornet's nest, the crowd was agitated, but no one dared to attack immediately. Many people were roaring and shouting. Ha ha ha, interesting. Bai Ningbing suddenly laughed, and suddenly attacked, killing someone beside him. Lord Bai Ningbing, you. The person who died was a Bai clansman. Not good, Lord Bai Ningbing has also gone crazy. Everyone was shocked. Fang Yuan's gaze focused as he looked at Bai Ningbing. He did not expect him to have such a change. Bai Ningbing laughed maniacally, since you can kill clansmen, I will naturally not be weaker than you. Sigh, since the situation is already over, no matter what the result is, the casualties are too heavy. Bai village can no longer be a village. The only clan leader who has helped me is also dead, so I might as well kill him as well, for the fun of it. He, that would be for the best. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, and his figure flashed as he began his massacre. These clansmen were going to die anyway, so he might as well let them die in his own hands, and increase the aptitude of Fang Yuan and not Guyue's generation. How could these people in the blood barrier be a match for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's combined forces? Especially Bai Ningbing, who was close to death, his strength was very strong, and he killed many more than Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan stabbed him from behind and drew his blood. After killing 100 people, the blood skull goo reached its limit, the surface of the crystal skull became bright red. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, activating the blood skull goo above his head. The skull opened its mouth and spat out a mouthful of fragrant blood, drenching Fang Yuan from head to toe. Fang Yuan enjoyed this, he breathed in deeply and enjoyed everything. He had black hair and a black robe, and his entire body was bathed in blood. He was like a devil from hell that had come into being. When the surrounding people saw this, they were all frightened out of their wits and howled miserably. My aptitude has really improved. Fang Yuan's aptitude was originally C grade 44%, but because of the man-beast life burial goo, it dropped to 43%. But now that the blood spring had seeped into his body and filled his aperture, his aptitude rose by 10%. It reached 53%. It really is a good treasure. No wonder Guyue treasures it as much as his own life. Fang Yuan opened his eyes and nodded in satisfaction before starting a new massacre. The two of them stirred up a storm of blood within the blood barrier. It was a bloodbath. Fang Yuan, you crazy bastard. Guyue coldly rushed over. Fang Yuan dodged her attack, then raised the chainsaw golden centipede and slashed. The young girl was split into two. Fang Yuan, spare us, we are your uncle and aunt. Guyue Dong too and his wife knelt on the ground and begged for mercy. Fang Yuan sneered and waved his left hand. The blood moonblade flew out and two heads fell to the ground. The blood skull goo took the blood of Guyue's clansmen and condensed it into a blood spring essence, watering Fang Yuan again. I'm enjoying this. Fang Yuan closed his eyes and breathed deeply. He felt a warm flow of air flowing through his body, making him feel refreshed and rejuvenated. His aptitude rose by another 10%, reaching 63%. A goo master's aptitude was C grade at 4 or 5, B grade at 6 or 7, and a grade at 6 or 7. At this moment, Fang Yuan officially left C grade and became B grade. But, my cultivation has fallen. Fang Yuan opened his eyes, his gaze solemn. Fang Yuan's aptitude rose to B grade, but his cultivation fell from rank 3 to rank 2. It was strange. In Guyue's generation, the cultivation did not fall and the aptitude increased. Why did this happen to Fang Yuan's body? This is troublesome. It should be the stone aperture goo. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. He, Fang Yuan, had used the stone aperture goo to squeeze out his aperture's potential, causing his cultivation to rise to rank 3 peak stage. But this blood skull goo irrigated the blood spring essence, increasing the aperture's potential and raising Fang Yuan's aptitude. Without a doubt, these two goo were in conflict. But the blood skull goo was rank 4, while the stone aperture goo was rank 3. The blood skull goo was above the stone aperture goo, causing Fang Yuan's aperture to change from stone to light membrane. But the effect of the stone aperture goo was also disappearing. It even started to reduce Fang Yuan's cultivation. Fang Yuan did not expect such a change in such a short period of time. But Bai Ningbing was getting stronger and stronger, he slaughtered in all directions. Fang Yuan did not have to worry and did not take the initiative to attack, continuing to take his clansman's bloodline. Outside the blood barrier, Guyue's generation saw his clansmen being slaughtered and flew into a rage, roaring continuously, but there was nothing he could do. He had inherited his bloodline and waited for hundreds of years, wanting to kill his own bloodline to raise his aptitude. After planning for so long, in the end, it was all for someone else's benefit. This kid, he is so ruthless at such a young age. His demonic nature is even deeper than his ancestors. Master Tenchiru saw this and was inwardly shocked. The slaughter continued. 4 to 6 hours later. Fang Yuan's cultivation fell to rank 1 initial stage, but his aperture returned to light membrane, able to recover primeval essence. He had drenched himself in blood for close to 10 times, and as time went on, the effect became worse. The first 2 to 3 times, it was still a 10% increase, but towards the end, it increased by a few points. However, his aptitude had skyrocketed from the original C grade 43% to 90%. 90% aptitude is a great aptitude. In my 500 years of my previous life, I relied on luck to raise my C grade aptitude to B grade after 200 years. To think that this was a blessing in disguise, directly raising my aptitude to a grade. Fang Yuan clenched his fist, inwardly excited. Bai Ningbing stopped killing and walked over. What should we do next? Inside the blood barrier, only the 2 of them were left. The others, be they Gu masters or mortals, were all killed. Outside the blood barrier, no one was spared from the shockwaves of the battle between the 2 rank 5 experts. In the entire battlefield, only the 2 people inside the blood barrier and the 2 people outside were left. Fang Yuan cast his gaze outside the barrier, speaking leisurely. Next, we just have to wait for Guyue's generation to escape, and the blood curtain skyflower disappearing. And then? Bai Ningbing asked. And then? Fang Yuan turned his body and glanced at Bai Ningbing, smiling, and then you can die. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Oh? What do you mean? Soon after, his eyes narrowed into a line, his eerie blue pupils hiding a dangerous killing intent. The Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique self-detonation is very powerful. Although your cultivation is low and the chances are not high, you can fight against a rank 5 expert. When you self-detonate, you can control the direction of the frost, right? Fang Yuan smiled. How would I know? Bai Ningbing's lips twitched. I never self-detonated. I know, you can do it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, patting his chest. Uncontrollably, the scene of Bai Ningbing self-detonating appeared in his mind. And that sentence, live on for me, witness the wonders of this world. I will stay by your side. After you self-detonate, when the time is right, I will save your life and bring you back to life. Fang Yuan said. What if you don't save me then? He he he. Fang Yuan smiled indifferently, then you need to take a gamble. When you self-detonate, I will always be by your side. If you doubt my sincerity, you can release the ice tide at any time to kill me. I believe you have already felt it. That's right, my cultivation has already fallen to rank 1 beginner stage. At that time I will not have any power to resist. But if you believe me, then I might be lying to you, and I will not bring you back to life in the end. In fact, I might not even have the ability to revive. So you have to take a gamble. What you choose not only depends on what you think now, but also what you think before you die. Bai Ningbing was silent. Fang Yuan's words made him take a gamble. Actually, wasn't Fang Yuan also taking a gamble? He used his life as a wager, and it all depended on what Bai Ningbing thought. Hee hee, so exciting, so interesting. Then I can only take a gamble, haha. After a while, Bai Ningbing raised his head and clapped his hands as he laughed. Fang Yuan ignored him and focused on the battle outside the blood barrier. As he expected, Gen 1 Guyue was at a disadvantage, and was completely suppressed by Master Tenchiru. Although he had replenished his primeval essence, he had less primeval essence with every use. In a protracted battle, how could he compete with Master Tenchiru in terms of consumption? Moreover, Master Tenchiru had already figured out his methods, and would not let Gen 1 Guyue easily turn the tables. This is really infuriating. After a while, Gen 1 Guyue held to the sky. Little thief, you ruined my 100-year plan. I will let you off for now, but I will definitely kill you in the future to vent my hatred. After saying this, Gen 1 Guyue flapped his wings and flew towards the horizon, escaping from the battlefield. Don't go. Master Tenchiru immediately turned into a light and chased after him. Without the sound of their fierce battle, the battlefield immediately quieted down. This was a good opportunity to leave, but the blood barrier skyflower became a huge obstacle. After about 4 hours, the blood barrier gradually thinned and was about to disappear. However, at this moment, a white light flew from afar and turned into Master Tenchiru. He was injured, and the wound extended from his left shoulder to his waist. It was so deep that bones could be seen, and purplish-red poisonous blood flowed out. However, Master Tenchiru was in high spirits, and he was filled with the joy of avenging his great hatred. He held a head in his right hand, and it was disheveled and bloody. It was Genwan Guyue. He actually killed Genwan Guyue? Bai Ningbing revealed a surprised expression. Fang Yuan laughed. Looks like this old man really hates Genwan Guyue. He must have paid a heavy price for killing Genwan Guyue. As they spoke, the blood barrier completely disappeared, and the two no longer had a barrier. Little thief, quickly hand over those two gu. I am in a good mood now, so I can spare your lives. Otherwise, when this blood barrier disappears, I will make you die without a burial ground. Master Tenchiru floated in the air and looked down arrogantly, laughing loudly. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing looked at each other and smiled lightly, but did not speak. Master Tenchiru was furious. Good lad, refusing a toast only to drink a forfeit, you deserve to die. Before he finished speaking, he turned into a white light and pounced forward. Bai Ningbing laughed boldly and took a big step forward. I was waiting for you. Saying so, his skin lost all color, and he turned into an ice sculpture. A cold wind suddenly rose, whistling and sweeping. Frost spread, and endless glaciers rose. Bam bam bam, the glaciers cracked as Master Tenchiru attacked. In a blink of an eye, he had almost reached the surface of the ice layer. We cannot let this old man escape. Fang Yuan shouted. Bai Ningbing could no longer speak. He resolutely self-detonated an arm, turning it into a vast frost wind. The wind blew and the glacier spread, rapidly increasing the thickness of the ice layer by 100 feet. Master Tenchiru roared in the ice, attacking crazily. Bai Ningbing self-detonated his arm again. The glaciers pressed down again and again, suppressing Master Tenchiru's attempts to break through. Under Bai Ningbing's special manipulation, the frost was like an army, firmly surrounding Master Tenchiru. Although Master Tenchiru was rank 5, after killing first-generation Guyue, he was also at the end of his rope. He charged forward again and again, but was still trapped in the ice. It is actually the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. But if you want to kill me with just this, you are dreaming. He finally realized, activating the life-retaining jade burial goo. A green jade light shone, enveloping his whole body. Next, the light turned from illusion to reality, turning into a transparent jade coffin, firmly protecting him. The jade coffin was extremely sturdy. Bai Ningbing tried many times, but to no avail. Finally, he could only deepen the ice layer around the jade coffin, forming an ice mountain that was hundreds of feet tall. Fang Yuan had been concentrating on observing the entire process. As expected of one of the 10 extreme physiques. Even though it was the second time, he could not help but exclaim in admiration. He was beside Bai Ningbing. At this moment, Bai Ningbing's arms were all gone. He had turned into an ice sculpture. Even his face was starting to blur, gradually covered in frost. Everything was on the surface. His consciousness was gradually dissipating. Once it dissipates, he would truly die. Seeing the ice layer around him starting to spread towards him, Fang Yuan was clear. Relying on himself, it would be extremely difficult to escape. Sooner or later, he would be sealed in the glacier and freeze to death. It is time. Immediately, he took out a pair of goo worms from his aperture. These two goo worms, one emitted black light, the other emitted white light. They chased each other and formed a Taiji light sphere. It was the yin-yang rotation goo. Go. With a thought from Fang Yuan, the black glowing goo immediately flew out and entered Bai Ningbing's ice sculpture. Although Fang Yuan was rank 1, he had a large amount of rank 3 snow-silver primeval essence stored in his aperture. Almost all of it was used to activate the goo worm. In an instant, black light soared into the sky. Yin-chi gathered and formed a vortex in the air. A brand new life force brewed within the ice sculpture and continued to flourish. The dazzling black light dissipated, and the ice sculpture made a cracking sound. Its surface cracked into pieces and scattered down. Bai Ningbing was still in her white robe and silver hair. Her arms were still intact. Her features were picturesque, and her cheeks had a cute blush as she broke out of the ice. The ice tide stopped abruptly, and the cold air dissipated in an instant. The layer of ice around Fang Yuan had spread to only a few inches away from him. He had narrowly escaped death. I actually came back to life. Bai Ningbing was rather shocked. She looked at her own lily-white hands and touched her entire body. She was filled with disbelief and ecstasy. He he he. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. I used the yin-yang rotation guzing gu on you just now. This gu can use yang to give birth to yin, allowing you to be reborn and become a new person. It is a rank 4 healing gu and has the effect of reviving the dead. But it has a flaw. Once it is used, the gu master's aptitude will drop by 10%. Bai Ningbing originally had the 10 extreme physique, which meant she had 100% aptitude. Now that it dropped by 10%, she was on par with Fang Yuan and had 90% aptitude. But this news might be a nightmare to others. But to Bai Ningbing, it was good news. This feeling is great. My aptitude has dropped, and I no longer have the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. Haha, so what if it's 90%? She laughed loudly. Fang Yuan, however, shook his head. It is very hard to change the 10 extreme physique. Although this method has lowered your aptitude, as long as you continue to cultivate, your aptitude will continue to recover. One day, you will return to the Northern Dark Ice Soul physique. At that time, you will need the remaining Yang Gu. It can allow you to turn around again and lower your aptitude by another 10%. Saying so, Fang Yuan ignored Bai Ningbing's fixed gaze on the Yang Gu and kept it in his aperture in front of her. The yin-yang rotation gu in this world only work in pairs. You have already used the yin gu, so you must use the yang gu in my hands for it to have any effect. Using other yang gu will not have any effect. Don't think of snatching it. This yang gu has already been refined by me. With a thought, I can make it self-destruct. Fang Yuan said casually. Right now, Bai Ningbing was still a rank 3. He was only a rank 1, so he naturally needed a method to make Bai Ningbing hesitate and unable to deal with him. So that's it. Fang Yuan, you are really good at scheming. Bai Ningbing heaved a long sigh. What do you want me to do to get the yang gu? He he he. Fang Yuan laughed for a while before saying seriously, this Qingmao mountain has already turned into an ice mountain desolate region. The 3 great clans and countless living beings are all frozen under the ice. In 3 to 5 days, they will all die. Such a phenomenon will definitely attract the attention and exploration of many people. Moreover, that old guy is not dead, he is sealed in the jade coffin, waiting to escape. We cannot stay on this Qingmao mountain anymore, we must leave this place. What about me? I only have rank 1 cultivation now, and my goo worms are not complete yet, so I cannot roam the world alone. In this situation, I will have to rely on your strength. The world is so big and exciting, and Qingmao Mountain is only a small corner of it. If you follow me to roam the world, it will be exceptionally exciting. So that's it. You've really arranged everything properly. Humph. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, her heart filled with happiness and surprise, but she was also somewhat helpless. But Fang Yuan's suggestion was exactly what she wanted. I can agree to it. But there is one thing I need to be clear about. What is it? Fang Yuan asked. It is not me following you, but you following me to roam the world. Bai Ningbing's red lips curled up, laughing proudly. Ha ha ha. Fang Yuan laughed heartily. Then, where are we going next? What do you think? Bai Ningbing asked. Baigu Mountain. Fang Yuan answered, laughing continuously. What are you laughing at, is it so funny? Bai Ningbing did not understand. Fang Yuan laughed until tears came out. You still haven't noticed anything wrong? What's wrong? Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows, her expression suddenly becoming extremely interesting. Surprise, fear, confusion, panic, shock, anger, all these were tangled up on her face. She looked at her full and round chest, shouting, how did I become a woman? Her voice reverberated in Qingmao Mountain, shaking off a few snowflakes. That's for sure. Yin-yang rotation gu, if the yin gu is used on a male body, it can turn yang into yin, becoming a woman. If the yang gu is used on a female body, it can turn yin into yang, becoming a man. Yin-yang rotation, what did you think it was? Fang Yuan said matter-of-factly. Fuck. Bai Ningbing stared angrily at Fang Yuan, cursing angrily. This time, she had to get that one and only yang gu. Brother Bai, don't be impatient. Being able to survive is already a great fortune. Fang Yuan consoled. Great fortune my ass, why don't you try turning into a woman? Bai Ningbing's angry roar reverberated in the snowy mountains and glaciers. 2 days later. The sun hung high in the sky, the ice and snow melted, and a clear spring flowed on the iceberg. Kacha, the ice cracked, and a jade light soared into the sky, hovering in the air and turning into a jade coffin. With a bang, the jade coffin exploded, and Master Tenchiru let out a long howl, seeing the light of day again, regaining his freedom. This life-preserving jade burial goo was a rank 5 goo, and was extraordinary. As long as the goo master had a breath left, it could preserve his life and delay his injuries. Not only that, the jade coffin that was formed was extremely sturdy, and could be called a powerful defensive weapon. Damned thief, he cursed in a voice that was both angry and impatient. Although he killed his lifelong enemy, Gu Yue, he did not take back the Blood Sea true inheritance. How would he explain it to his sect when he returned? In his memory, the ice cave where Fang Yuan was in had already been broken. I hope he did not go far. He inspected the surroundings, hoping for luck. He used his Gu to scout, and found that there were still many remnants of life in the depths of the ice layer. Life was tenacious, and could often create miracles. This glacier had only been covered in snow for 2 days, not enough time for all the life forms to die. Found it. To think he actually hid here, the most dangerous place is the safest place? So crafty. Master Tenchiru's body suddenly shook, as he found something, and was pleasantly surprised. He rushed into the ice layer, and soon, he fished out an ice cube. Inside the ice cube, Fangjing's body was covered in a layer of moonlight. It was the moon raiment. He was already on the verge of death, and he only had 1 breath left. Master Tenchiru swore that he would never forget Fang Yuan's appearance for the rest of his life. However, he was a rank 5 expert after all, and when he saw Fangjing, he was immediately disappointed. This person is not him, it's just that they look alike. Sigh. He sighed deeply, and suddenly, he was stunned. Wait a minute, they look so alike, it's very likely that they are twins. In that case, he is that thief's close relative. Master Tenchiru's blurred eyes suddenly emitted a sharp light. With his close relative in hand, he could refine the kinship bloodworm. It was because of the rank 5 kinship bloodworm that he could find Guyua's generation in this vast world, among all the living beings. I did not completely fail the sex mission. There is still hope. This lad is my only hope. I must save him. Fangjing opened his tired and heavy eyes, and woke up with difficulty. Where is this? His eyes were blurry, and he could only see a blurry figure in front of him. At the same time, his whole body was sore, and he had a splitting headache. His last memory was in the wilderness of the 3 clans competition. The sky was filled with iron-beak flying cranes, and everyone around him was running away. He was wearing the moon raiment, but he was surrounded by flying cranes. In the midst of the battle, a flying crane pecked at his forehead. He fainted immediately, and rolled down the cliff. You are the old man on the back of the crane? When he saw the person in front of him clearly, Fangjing was so shocked that he struggled to get up, but he fell down halfway. Lad, you still want to run away in front of me, Master Tenchiru? Master Tenchiru stroked his beard and sneered. He looked at Fangjing from head to toe, and said, speaking of which, I am your savior. If not for me, you would have frozen to death. I advise you not to move recklessly, don't blame me if you fall down. Fangjing looked around him, and was instantly shocked. The surrounding clouds were floating, and he was lying on the back of the giant crane. He was high up in the sky, and he was walking in the sky. You, who are you? Where are you taking me? Fangjing exclaimed. I am Master Tenchiru, and I naturally have to return to Central Continent. Central Continent? Fangjing shouted in shock. Yellow Dragon River, southern border's 3rd largest river, was over 8,000 kilometers long, originating from Huanghua Mountain, flowing through Xianming Mountain, Guibei Mountain, Qingmao Mountain, Baigu Mountain, Leicei Mountain and others, finally flowing into the sea. If one looked at the entire southern border from a bird's-eye view, the Yellow Dragon River was like a character, passing through more than half of the southern border's area. The character roared and stirred up the sand, the waves were grand and majestic. Splitting the shore, piercing through the gorge, shocking the earth, bringing the clouds and spitting out the mist into the sky. The Yellow Dragon River's current was rapid, the yellow water surging. The fish, turtles, snakes and mussels in the river were full of vitality. At this moment, on the river surface, a bamboo raft was tossed about in the waves. This jade-green bamboo raft was tattered and full of scars. In the middle of the bamboo raft was a simple mast, with a white tattered sail. There were resources piled around the mast, stabilizing the center of gravity. The bamboo was tied up with hemp ropes. Some places were tied up again and again, evidently on the river surface. They had been urgently processed many times. The river water surged forward, the bamboo raft rode the current, drifting with the waves. Every time the river water slapped, the bamboo raft would emit sounds of being unable to bear the heavy load, making one's heart skip a beat. On this bamboo raft that seemed like it could fall apart at any time, there were two youngsters. One was a young man, with an ordinary face, wearing a black robe, black eyes, and black hair. The other was a young girl, wearing a white robe, blue eyes, and silver hair, looking like an immortal. They were Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Ever since the battle on Qingmao Mountain, Bai Ningbing self-detonated the northern dark ice soul physique, trapping Master Tenchiru temporarily. They spent a lot of effort to break out of the ice, cut down the green spear bamboo, and after building this bamboo raft, they immediately escaped. Fang Yuan's thousandly earthwolf spider was already dead, while Bai Ningbing's white form immortal snake had flown away earlier, with no news of it. The two did not have goo worms to travel on, relying on their own strength, their speed was too slow, and would definitely be chased by Master Tenchiru. Thus, Fang Yuan had no choice but to use this method. Yellow Dragon River had a tributary at Qingmao Mountain. Back then, that rank 5 river swallowing toad had followed the main river channel of Yellow Dragon River and accidentally landed at the foot of Qingmao Mountain. From the tributary, the bamboo raft entered the main river. Following the river, it traveled more than 1,000 miles in a day. Naturally, its speed was extremely fast. It's already been 5 days. Looks like that old man won't be coming. Fang Yuan stood on the bamboo raft and looked behind him as he muttered. The bamboo raft's speed was ultimately not faster than the Ironbeak Flying Crane King. However, the Ironbeak Flying Crane King was a beast after all, so it needed to rest. It couldn't be compared to the bamboo raft, which relied on the flow of the water to stretch on endlessly. The longer it took, the safer Fang Yuan would be. Moreover, Fang Yuan remembered that after Master Tenchiru killed Gu Yue, he came back alone. The Ironbeak Flying Crane King was most likely dead. Bai Ningbing glanced at Fang Yuan. Although she couldn't hear the contents of Fang Yuan's words, she knew what Fang Yuan meant. She laughed. What's there to worry about? If that old thing chases after us, we can just turn around and fight to the death. The battle on this Yellow Dragon River will be very exciting. But, if we die here, we might end up as food for the fishes and prawns. Hee, this is quite interesting. Fang Yuan ignored her and stared into the distance. Thinking about it, after 5 days, they were already very close to Baigu Mountain. In his memories, there was a hidden inheritance in Baigu Mountain. It was set up by a pair of righteous rank 4 Gu masters, waiting for a fated person. I did not personally experience Baigu Mountain's inheritance in my previous life, I only heard about it. But it is said that in this inheritance, there are some rounds that require 2 people to work together to pass. Fang Yuan secretly glanced at Bai Ningbing as he thought of this. Although he was traveling with Bai Ningbing, it was only because of the situation and the pressure of a strong enemy. He himself was only rank 1 initial stage, he needed help to roam the outside world. Moreover, Bai Ningbing had become a girl. And he had the young Gu, it was the same as having a hold on her greatest weakness, forcing her to compromise. If they really entered Baigu Mountain, would they really be able to work together? This was a huge problem. Bang! Suddenly, a muffled sound could be heard. Not good, the rope fell off again. This sound was too familiar to Bai Ningbing, she immediately cried out in alarm. The river water was extremely strong, and in these 5 days, it had broken the rope binding the bamboo spear many times. But fortunately, Fang Yuan had made ample preparations before he set off. Quickly get the rope, I will handle this for now. Fang Yuan quickly squatted down and used his hands to hold the area where the rope had split, preventing the terrible situation from worsening. The river water was extremely strong, and holding the bamboo raft required a lot of strength. Bai Ningbing was far from being able to handle it, only Fan Yuan, who had the strength of 2 boars, could do it. Fortunately, this situation had happened many times before, and Bai Ningbing had experience in dealing with it, quickly fetching the rope on the bamboo raft's simple mast. Coming. She quickly came over and handed over the rope. Fan Yuan quickly fetched it and quickly tied it, sweating profusely as he wrapped several ropes, barely managing to hold the raft in place. The bamboo raft is already badly damaged. According to this situation, it can only last for 1 more day. After 1 day, we will have to reach the shore. Fan Yuan sighed. The Yellow Dragon River was not safe, and there were many dangers hidden in the surging river water. If the bamboo raft collapsed in the middle of the river, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing would fall into the water, and their lives would be in unpredictable danger. Thud. Suddenly, a soft muffled sound could be heard. What sound? Fan Yuan instantly frowned. Bai Ningbing tilted her ears, her expression puzzled. What sound? Why can't I hear it? Ginseng roots grew out of Fan Yuan's ears, and almost immediately after, a continuous thud sound could be heard. The bamboo raft also started to shake slightly. There's something in the river, it's attacking the bamboo raft. Bai Ningbing exclaimed. With a whoosh, a black line shot out from the river beside the bamboo raft and brushed past Bai Ningbing. This black shadow was extremely fast and could not be seen with one's eyes. Bai Ningbing only felt a chill beside her ear, and a stream of liquid flowed down her cheek. She subconsciously touched it, and it was blood. What the hell is this? She cursed and looked up, only to see a shuttle-shaped black fish falling from the sky into the river. It's a shuttle swordfish, damn it, quickly reach the shore. Fan Yuan shouted, and hurriedly pulled the sails. This shuttle swordfish had 2 sharp heads, and a large midsection, like a shuttle. They could only be seen in the great rivers and seas. Often, there were hundreds or thousands of them. They were carnivorous, and often set out in groups to hunt prey that were dozens or even hundreds of times larger than themselves. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, one after another, black arrows shot out from the river's surface. The bamboo raft shook violently, and a large number of shuttle swordfish hit the bamboo raft. Fortunately, the green thatched bamboo was an excellent bamboo, and was extremely hard, so it was able to resist. A large number of shuttle swordfish stabbed into the bottom of the bamboo raft, causing it to be in a precarious situation. The sails were adjusted, and with the help of the river wind, the bamboo raft tilted to the side of the river. But the school of shuttle swordfish in the river did not give up. A large number of black shadows swam and fiercely attacked. Crack. A green spear bamboo broke, and a shuttle swordfish crashed into the bamboo raft. Its momentum was exhausted, and it landed at Bai Ningbing's feet. Its body was covered in tightly packed scales, and its head was shaped like an awl, shining with a dark light. Bai Ningbing looked at it helplessly. After she self-detonated, all the goo worms on her body were frozen to death. Yin-yang rotation goo only saved her, but did not have the ability to revive her goo worms. Crack crack crack. Next, a large number of bamboo shards broke. The bamboo raft withstood the first wave of attacks. It was already outstanding enough. It could no longer withstand the second wave. The river water spread, and the bamboo raft was damaged, starting to sink. Quick, quick, quick. Fan Yuan cursed, and protected the sails. If the sails were lost, the bamboo raft would have no power, and Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing would die if they fell into the river. The shuttle swordfish prepared for the third wave of attacks, and large numbers of shuttle swordfish shot out like a rain of arrows. The bamboo was pierced, the hemp ropes were torn, and the bamboo raft started to collapse. Canopy goo. Fan Yuan barely activated the rank 3 goo worm, and immediately, the primeval sea in his aperture fell at a terrifying speed. This was under the situation where he had a 90% a grade aptitude, and had the heavenly essence treasure lotus. Rank 1 initial stage green copper primeval essence could not meet the requirements of the canopy goo in terms of quality. Even the white light armor that was formed was extremely weak, and did not have the aura of a rank 3 cultivator. Bam bam bam. The shuttle swordfish crashed into the white light armor, producing a series of muffled sounds, but could not harm Fan Yuan. But Bai Ningbing was already injured, and she frantically dodged on the bamboo raft, dodging the shuttle swordfish that shot up from below. At the same time, she stood behind Fang Yuan, relying on him to block most of the attacks. The situation was extremely dangerous, and the sails were also broken, with many holes covering the surface of the sails. The bamboo raft's power was getting weaker and weaker. There was less than a third of the bamboo raft left, and a large amount of river water rose up, covering the feet, and it was about to sink. Damn it, could it be that even a rank 5 Gu master can't kill me, but I am going to die in the hands of these puny shuttle swordfish? Bai Ningbing sighed. With another wave of attack, the bamboo raft would definitely collapse, and they would definitely die if they fell into the water. However, the shuttle swordfish group's attack had yet to arrive, causing Bai Ningbing to hold her breath, her heart on edge. We've reached the shore, the shuttle swordfish group won't swim to the shallow waters. Huff. We are temporarily safe. Fang Yuan let out a breath of turbid air, his body extremely sore and limp. These days, he had not slept or rested, controlling the sails and constantly adjusting the direction of the bamboo raft. He had almost reached the limit of his stamina. Bai Ningbing also fiercely sucked in a breath of cold air, her white robe was dyed red with blood, and there were dozens of injuries on her body. Fortunately, she had battle talent, and with the bamboo raft to reduce the shuttle swordfish's momentum, she only suffered light injuries. Fang Yuan glanced at Bai Ningbing, and immediately felt pain on his body. He was also injured, and blood flowed out continuously. The canopy goo had only been activated for a few minutes, and the primeval sea in his aperture had completely dried up. Without protection, his body of flesh and blood naturally could not resist the shuttle swordfish. His original plan was to drift for another day. But there are unpredictable winds and clouds in the sky, and people have their ups and downs. Plans can never keep up with changes, and there was still a distance to Baigu Mountain, but Fang Yuan had to reach the shore now. The sails had already lost their use, and Fang Yuan used all his strength to steer the bamboo raft away from the reefs, and stranded on a beach. The two waded through the water, stepping on the soft sand, and reached the shore. Bai Ningbing covered her injuries, and sat down. Her face was pale. If this goes on, we will definitely lose too much blood, and it bodes ill. What goo worms do you have that can heal me? Quickly take them out. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly. Where would he get a healing goo? 5 days ago, Fang Yuan was reborn on Qingmao Mountain. At that time, he was working together with Bai Ningbing inside the blood barrier, and in the midst of the massacre, he had collected some spoils of war. But these goo worms were all injured. These 5 days, Fang Yuan had been drifting around the world, and due to the lack of food, they all died one after another. Healing goo worms, Fang Yuan had always been lacking, and had never found one to his liking. Unfortunately, my goo worms all died in the self-detonation. Otherwise, I wouldn't be injured like this. Bai Ningbing looked up at the sky and sighed. But Fang Yuan laughed. Don't be too pessimistic. Not everything can be solved with goo worms. Eh? Bai Ningbing looked over in confusion. She saw Fang Yuan secretly activating his primeval essence, and spitting it out. A red light appeared, and a lantern-like flower goo appeared, slowly rotating and floating in the air. It was the Tusita flower. Fang Yuan willed, and the Tusita flower's red light surged, and in the brilliant red aurora, several items flew out. There were bandages, a large medicine pot, and a small medicine bottle. The powder in the small medicine bottle can disinfect and reduce inflammation. A small amount is enough. The medicinal paste in the large medicine pot can stop bleeding and regenerate muscles. You should know how to use bandages, right? Fang Yuan said, splitting the items into 2 portions, and giving 1 portion to Bai Ningbing. These are mortal methods, but they have been taught in the academy. Bai Ningbing took it, and her lips curled. You are quite well prepared. Saying so, she opened the large medicine pot, and a pungent stench assaulted her nose, causing her to tilt her head back, and exclaimed, Why is it so smelly? Fang Yuan smiled, and did not reply. He took off his clothes, and first poured the powder in the small medicine bottle. His wound immediately felt a burning pain. He then opened the large medicine pot, and the medicinal paste inside was like mud, a black-green color, and the smell was unpleasant. But Fang Yuan was already used to it in his previous life, and was unmoved. He took out a handful of black-green medicinal paste, and smeared it evenly on the wound, his movements extremely practiced. Then, he wrapped the wound with a bandage and wrapped it round and round. Soon, the treatment was done. Because of the medicinal paste, a cool feeling quickly spread from the wound, replacing the original burning and pain. Your medicinal paste is quite useful. Beside him, Bai Ningbing was still tending to his wounds, gritting his teeth as he gasped for air. Her white robe was torn and tattered. Now that she was applying the medicine, her breasts were almost exposed. Her body was exposed, but she was not aware of it. While using the medicine, she sighed, now that I think about it, how good it would be if I had a goo worm that could heal me. Fang Yuan glanced at her, then summoned the 2 sets of flour and produced 2 sets of clothing. He had made ample preparations. He had planned to run away anyway, so he had prepared many sets of clothes. In addition, Bai Ningbing was about the same age as him and had a similar body shape, so his clothes were quite suitable for her. Take this. He handed a set of clothes to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took the clothes and was slightly surprised. I didn't expect you to be so well prepared. It's better to be prepared. Fang Yuan replied, then took off his remaining clothes and his soaked shoes and socks, changing into new clothes. Immediately, he felt much better after changing into comfortable and clean clothes. Bai Ningbing also changed into new clothes, casually throwing the tattered white robe on the beach. But her expression was not good. Evidently, now that she was out of danger, she realized the changes in her body after dressing her wounds and changing her clothes. What do you plan to do next? When are you going to give me the Yanggu? She walked forward and asked with a frown. Fang Yuan picked up the black robe and socks. Didn't I say it before, I'm going to Baigu Mountain. As for the Yanggu, I have to wait until I reach rank 3. Bai Ningbing's frown deepened, raising her voice, I have to wait until you reach rank 3? She had never thought that one day, she would fall into such an awkward situation. A man had actually turned into a woman. After the stimulation of life and death faded, this damned strange feeling surged in her heart. If it was possible, she did not want to endure it any longer. Fang Yuan raised his head and looked at her, not saying a word. He walked to the river and used the river water to wash his clothes. Although this black robe had holes, it could be used again after some repair, unlike Bai Ningbing's white robe. He did not know how long he had to survive in the wilderness, he could not waste this robe. Bai Ningbing was a smart person, Fang Yuan's silence made her realize her true situation. Now, she only had rank 3 cultivation, but did not have a single goo worm on her. Even if she did, she would not dare to do anything to Fang Yuan. The Yanggu was refined by Fang Yuan, and as long as he willed it, it could self-destruct. The yin-yang rotation goo came in a pair. If this one was destroyed, then Bai Ningbing would never be able to become a man again. Looking at Fang Yuan's back, Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling extremely gloomy. She was a genius of the Bai clan, yet she had fallen to such a state, being manipulated by others. This feeling made the proud and arrogant Bai Ningbing extremely unhappy. We don't have a healing goo now, if we meet with danger again, what should we do? The problem is not just this, I don't have a single goo worm on me, I have no battle strength. No, I have to capture some wild goo worms to refine, otherwise I won't even have the strength to protect myself. Bai Ningbing was speaking, when her stomach suddenly growled. Damn it! She held her stomach, feeling a wave of hunger. Hey, the one who washes the clothes, quickly take out some of your dried meat, I'm starving. During the 5 days of drifting on the bamboo raft, they had been relying on the dried meat that Fang Yuan brought for food. Although the dried meat was hard and felt like dry wood when chewed, it could fill the stomach and provide energy. Fang Yuan stood up, using his hands to dry the water off the black robe, and shook it before replying to Bai Ningbing, what are you in a hurry for? Hold it for me. Bai Ningbing frowned, and reluctantly took the black robe. Fang Yuan called out 2 sets of flour, and took out a bag of dried meat. Bai Ningbing grabbed it without hesitation, and started chewing. He chewed until his teeth were cracking, and his teeth were sore, but he was enjoying it. Fang Yuan looked at her with a smile. When had this Bai clan genius ever been hungry? Thinking of his previous life's experience, he could understand her feelings now. Bai Ningbing chewed a piece of dried meat, and licked his dry lips. The dried meat is filling, but it's too hard. Sigh, I'm already satisfied to have dried meat to eat. The smile on Fang Yuan's face became wider, and under Bai Ningbing's shocked gaze, he took out a metal pot. You even brought a metal pot? That's great, we can use water to boil the dried meat and eat it. If it's water, we can use river water. But we need firewood to start a fire, so we might have to chop down trees. Saying so, Bai Ningbing looked around, and felt troubled. The shoal they had landed on was water on one side, and tall cliffs on the other 3 sides. The cliffs were covered with dense trees, but there was not a single piece of wood on the shoal. If Bai Ningbing wanted firewood, he would have to climb up the cliff and chop down the trees. If it was his glorious past, doing this would be a piece of cake, and he could do it with ease. But now, she did not have a single gu, and if she wanted to climb up this slippery cliff, she would have to spend a lot of effort. Bai Ningbing was troubled. Right at this moment, Fang Yuan took out a pile of coal. Coal was much easier to use than wood, and Bai Ningbing was pleasantly surprised. Following that, Fang Yuan took out flint, kerosene, and a metal frame. Everything was quickly set up. Bai Ningbing saw this, and her expression turned solemn, her azure eyes staring at Fang Yuan. You are too well prepared. Did you want to leave Qingmao Mountain long ago? Fang Yuan's preparations were a little too excessive, even bringing these things, and the intelligent Bai Ningbing found some clues. What do you think? Fang Yuan laughed, and did not answer Bai Ningbing's question, but pointed at the metal pot. You can go scoop some river water. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan's attitude made her gnash her teeth in hatred. She scooped the water, and Fang Yuan had already started the fire. First, he boiled the water in the metal pot, and Fang Yuan poured a small bag of dried meat into it. Not long later, a meaty aroma wafted out. Bai Ningbing smelled it, and subconsciously licked her lips. Fang Yuan took out a pair of chopsticks and spoon, and started eating heartily with Bai Ningbing. The cooked dried meat only needed to be chewed a few times before they swallowed it. The boiling hot meat soup made the two feel even more comfortable. The only fly in the ointment was that the Yellow Dragon River water contained silt, so it tasted terrible when eaten. But in this kind of situation, how could they not be satisfied with such treatment? I'm still not full, give me another half bag of dried meat. Bai Ningbing was not satisfied, and rubbed her stomach. Fang Yuan immediately rejected. I can't eat any more, I have to use it sparingly. Why are you so stingy? Look at the forest in front of us, how many wild animals can there be? Bai Ningbing shouted in dissatisfaction. Fang Yuan glared at her. Of course I know there are wild animals in the forest, but wild animals also represent wild beasts. How many wild beasts can you deal with now? What if we encounter a herd of wild beasts? What if we encounter wild goo worms that ambush us? Even if we kill a wild beast, is its meat poisonous, and can we eat it? Do you have any poisonous goo worms? Bai Ningbing choked, and was speechless. Fang Yuan snorted. Bai Ningbing was a genius of the Bai clan, and was naturally arrogant. This beating was enough. If he continued, it would be as bad as not enough. He sat cross-legged, and took down the pot. He hung the freshly washed black robe on the metal frame, and used the remaining heat from the coal to dry it. Fang Yuan continued, It's getting late, we will spend the night here. Tomorrow we will explore the forest. I specially chose this place, with cliffs on 3 sides, there will be very few wild beasts that can reach this beach, so it is relatively safer. But we cannot be careless, we will take turns to keep watch. This was the benefit of having 2 people. Fang Yuan willed, and summoned the chainsaw golden centipede and the sky canopy goo. I'll lend these 2 goo worms to you for now. Familiarize yourself with them, Fang Yuan said. He was only at rank 1 initial stage now, and could barely activate a rank 3 goo worm. Even with a grade recovery ability, and the heavenly essence treasure lotus, he could not display the power of a rank 3 goo worm. Thus, he might as well give it to the rank 3 Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took the goo worm, and could not help but look deeply at Fang Yuan. Between goo masters, goo worms could be borrowed. Within the goo worm, the goo masters will reside. As long as they get the master's acknowledgement, others can communicate with the goo worm and use its power. Of course, it would not be as easy as refining it himself. Also, as long as the original owner willed and wanted to go back on his word, others would immediately lose control. But even so, goo masters rarely lend their goo worms to others. Chainsaw golden centipede. Bai Ningbing stretched out her slender hands, caressing the dark golden carapace of the rank 3 goo. She mumbled with a complicated expression. She had suffered quite a bit from the chainsaw golden centipede in her battle with Fang Yuan. She did not expect that there would be a moment where Fang Yuan would lend it to her. Fang Yuan's method of using the chainsaw golden centipede left a deep impression on her. Bai Ningbing immediately followed suit, waving the chainsaw golden centipede like a sword. From time to time, she would use her mind to control the chainsaw golden centipede's body, waving it like a whip. The silver edges of the chainsaw spun, drawing a strange and distorted light in the air. Sky canopy goo. She kept the sky canopy goo in her aperture, raising her eyebrows and secretly injecting her white-silver primeval essence. Immediately, her body lit up with a white armor. Fate is really mysterious. To think that one day, I can actually use your goo. She looked at Fang Yuan and sighed. Fang Yuan was silent, but he sat cross-legged beside the warm coals, closing his eyes. He sent his mind into his aperture, and a full A-grade talent primeval sea immediately appeared. 90%, it was originally just a little over 40%, but now it had more than doubled. Although my cultivation dropped from rank 3 to rank 1, and a few years of hard work were wasted, it was all worth it. But this is all worth it. Fang Yuan was very satisfied. Throughout history, Goo Master cultivation had 3 main points. First was talent, second was resources, and third was goo worms. These 3 aspects were indispensable, and were the most important. Originally, Fang Yuan only had C-grade talent, and he used all sorts of methods to use resources and goo worms to make up for his lack of talent. The few years he spent at Qingmao Mountain were quite difficult. Although his cultivation progress was good, it was also the result of his hard work, racking his brains and taking risks. If his talent had been a grade, his life would have been completely different, and he would have reached rank 3 long ago. Fate makes fools of people. I have a grade talent now, but the stable growth environment in the village is gone. In terms of resources and goo worms, it can't be compared to before. Fang Yuan was roaming outside now, and his cultivation was too weak. His life could be in danger at any time, and it was naturally not as stable as Qingmao Mountain. Of course, there was no stable trade to exchange for what they needed. Fortunately, I have the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. My biggest problem in terms of resources has been solved. At the very least, I won't have to worry about it before the 3rd rank. Fang Yuan scanned through with his mind. In the 90% green copper true Yuan Sea, there was a blue and white lotus rooted in his aperture at the bottom of the sea. Its petals were plump and filled with pure and holy celestial qi. This Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus was rank 3 and had huge potential. In order to refine it, he directly destroyed the spirit spring of the Guyue clan. It was equivalent to a miniature mobile spirit spring. Back when Fang Yuan was rank 3, it was able to continuously recover Fang Yuan's primeval essence, allowing his recovery speed to reach B grade. Rank 3 cultivation was white-silver primeval essence. Right now, Fang Yuan was at the initial stage of the 1st rank, green copper primeval essence. With the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus in Fang Yuan's aperture, his primeval essence recovery speed was extremely fast. If I use a rank 1 goo, my primeval essence recovery will be shocking, almost limitless. If I use 1 or 2 rank 2 goo, although my primeval C will drop, it will continuously recover and the C will be relatively stable. If I use a rank 3 goo, my primeval essence will fall sharply, the consumption will be far greater than the recovery. In no time, my primeval C will completely dry up. Fang Yuan calculated in his heart. After all, it was green copper primeval essence, and it was an initial stage jade green one, the quality was too low. Other than this Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, Fang Yuan had some other goo. First was his vital goo, Spring Autumn Cicada. This rank 6 goo was ranked 7th in the World Strange list. Once it became his vital goo, it could no longer be moved out of the aperture. Right now, it was at the center of the aperture. After another rebirth, its aura was no longer as strong, the yellow-green light had completely disappeared. It was dispirited and extremely weak. It concealed its body, and as time passed, it silently absorbed the river water of the River of Time, starting another round of recovery. Fang Yuan understood in his heart, I cannot use Spring Autumn Cicada in a short period of time. Once I use such a dangerous state, I will sink into the river of time and self-detonate for nothing. Without spring-autumn cicadas pressure, the other goo worms released their nature. The rank 2-4 flavors liquor worm's chubby body flashed with 4 different lights. High up on the quintessential essence sea, he was happily playing in the water. The carp fossil-like stealth scales goo quietly lay at the bottom of the sea, allowing the primeval sea water to wash its scales. A black beetle with a pair of iron pincers on its head flew above the sea. This was the plunder goo. Circling and playing with it was the remaining white armor yang goo from yin yang rotation goo. The rank 4 blood skull goo was also at the bottom of the sea, occasionally flashing with a bright red light. As for the other goo worms, including the blood moon goo, they had turned into a red crescent, hidden in Feng Yuan's palm. The earth communication ear grass had become one of Feng Yuan's ears, not showing normally. The tusita flower was placed on Feng Yuan's tongue. As for the sky canopy goo and chainsaw golden centipede, they were lent to Bai Ningbing. Counting the numbers, Feng Yuan now had a total of 12 goo worms. This number was too much. Normally, it was normal for low-level goo masters to have 2 to 3 goo. At rank 4 or 5, it would increase to 4 to 5 goo. Even the great divine investigator Tai Shuelong only had around 7 goo. Don't look at Guyua's generation and Master Tenchiru, those were special cases. Both were old monsters with hundreds of years of accumulation. The number of goo worms Feng Yuan had was 3 to 4 times that of ordinary goo masters. Too many would bring a heavy financial burden to the goo master, as well as logistical pressure. These goo were carefully selected by Feng Yuan, and were easy to raise. But now, the resources carried by the tusita flower were limited, and still brought a burden to Feng Yuan. The first to bear the brunt was the 4 flavors liquor worm, as it needed wine as food. There was a lot of wine in the tusita flower, but in total, it could only last it for half a year. In this half a year, I need to find new wine. Or I can reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm back into the liquor worm. Next was the plunder goo. The plunder goo's food was hard to find, and there was not much left in the tusita flower, so it could only last for 5 months. Next was the earth communication ear grass. The earth communication ear grass fed on ginseng roots, but there was a lot in this tusita flower, and it could last for close to a year. As for the blood skull goo and blood moon goo, they both needed fresh blood, and needed to be carefully calculated. If the yin-yang rotation goo had both yin and yang, it would be a complete taiji light ball, with yin and yang energy transforming, and would not need the goo master to provide food. But now it lacked the yin goo, and only the yang goo was left. Feng Yuan had to release it once in a while to absorb the yang energy in the surroundings. Raising the yang goo was very important. With the yang goo, he could restrain Bai Ningbing. With a cheap bodyguard like Bai Ningbing, he would have a guarantee of survival. This meant that from now on, Feng Yuan could not casually go into caves or underground holes. If he was trapped in a special environment, without yang energy, the yang goo would starve to death. At that time, the desperate and furious Bai Ningbing would become Feng Yuan's greatest enemy. Right now, Feng Yuan's situation was a little awkward. The goo worms in his hands were generally of higher ranks. Rank 3, rank 4, and even rank 6. Unfortunately, his cultivation was only at rank 1. High-rank goo worms, to him, were cumbersome and not convenient to use. More importantly, he was severely lacking in healing and movement. These were his 2 biggest shortcomings. Next, I need to solve these problems and collect wild goo worms. Hopefully, my luck is good, and I can find a suitable goo worm. Being able to escape from the shuttle swordfish group was my luck. But I can't be so lucky every time. Feng Yuan pondered for a while, then with a slightly serious expression, he slowly opened his eyes. Just as he opened his eyes, he saw Bai Ningbing holding a white eggshell, walking over. Look. I just activated the chainsaw golden centipede and let it drill into the ground. I didn't expect there to be an egg hidden under the beach. It was broken by the chainsaw golden centipede. Bai Ningbing said. This egg was half the size of a wash basin. The white eggshell was completely broken, and only some yolk remained. Feng Yuan only took a glance at the eggshell, and his expression suddenly became nervous. Not good, this is the egg of a 6-legged crocodile. Don't tell me this beach is where the 6-legged crocodiles lay their eggs. He quickly stood up, quick, activate the chainsaw golden centipede, see how many more of these eggs there are under the beach. Bai Ningbing's gaze was cold, and she pointed behind Fang Yuan. It's too late, look. Fang Yuan turned around, and saw hundreds of dead trees on the surging yellow sand river surface. The dead trees swam ashore one by one, and they were all huge crocodiles. These crocodiles had thick carapaces, sharp teeth, and 3 pairs of legs. At this moment, countless pairs of red eyes stared at Bai Ningbing. 6-legged crocodiles. Bai Ningbing subconsciously loosened her hand, and the white eggshell fell on the sand. The eggshell broke, and the yolk flowed out. Roar! The 6-legged crocodiles roared angrily, and moved their 6 legs, charging towards the 2 youths. At the same time, Qingmao Mountain, the old site of Guyue village. White snow covered the land, and glaciers covered the land. A group of people stood silently in the snow, like iron nails, nailed into this white world. Father. Tai Ruanan knelt on the snow, screaming as tears flowed down her cheeks. 5 to 6 days ago, Tai Shueleng had an intense battle with Guyue, and even before his death, he was still worried about his daughter's safety, and sent out the giant mountain puppet Gu and iron hand grappling Gu. The giant mountain puppet Gu was like a bronze mask, covering Tai Ruanan's face and protecting her. The iron hand grappling Gu turned into a giant hand, and brought her far away from Qingmao Mountain. Not long after, these 2 Gu worms that were contaminated by the blood frenzy Gu turned into blood water. Tai Ruanan rushed back to Qingmao Mountain like a madwoman. But on the way, she met with danger, and was surrounded by beast groups. At the moment of danger, Tai clan's reinforcements arrived. Tai Shueleng was a prudent person, and as a precaution, he had already sent a letter to the clan asking for reinforcements. Tai Ruanan received the help of the reinforcements, and rushed back here. But she saw the whole mountain covered in ice and snow, freezing all life, and there was no news of her father. He was completely missing. She and the Tai clan reinforcements searched for several days, and finally had no choice but to accept this cruel reality. Divine Investigator was dead, and her father was dead. Lord Divine Investigator died in battle. This is the glory of the Tai clan men. Lady Ruanan, please restrain your grief. A young Gu master behind her consoled. On the snowy ground, Tai Ruanan knelt, her cries weakening. Her shoulders trembled and her hands were clenched, the white snow melted into water in her hands. The young Gu master frowned, continuing, these days, we have investigated the entire battlefield. We found some traces left by humans, and a small number of survivors escaped from this battlefield. Lord Divine Investigator's letter mentioned about the Blood Sea inheritance. I am very worried now. Is there that demonic Gu master who inherited the Blood Sea inheritance among these survivors? Tai Ruanan heard this and stopped crying. She stood up from the cold snowy ground. A gust of cold wind blew, but her haggard face showed determination. The hatred of father's killer is irreconcilable. Regardless of whether this demonic Gu master is alive or not, we need to follow the traces and track him down. How did father die, and who killed him? I must get to the bottom of this. The young girl's voice was hoarse, but as she spoke, her gaze brightened and her tone was firm. The young Gu master heaved a sigh. Tracking and searching must be done. Our Tai clan's people cannot die without knowing the reason. However, Lady Ruanan, you don't need to go. Before coming here, the clan leader instructed us to bring you safely back to the village. Tai Ruanan stared. What, don't even think of chasing me away. The young Gu master smiled, looking at the sky. In the azure sky, there were a few white clouds. Tai Ruanan wanted to argue, but her pupils shrunk. Before she finished, her eyes closed and she collapsed on the snowy ground, falling into a deep sleep. Guai. The young Gu master spoke. Yes. I order your group to escort Lady Ruanan back. Yes. Guai hesitated. Then what about you, young master? Me? I will naturally follow the Yellow Dragon River and continue my pursuit. The young Gu master smiled proudly. The Yellow Dragon River surged, the wind blew. Hundreds of 6-legged crocodiles climbed onto the shoal, attacking Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Damn it. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, feeling a heavy psychological pressure. If it was before, she wouldn't care about this crocodile group at all. A single ice blade storm would be enough to deal with him. But now, she only had the sky canopy goo and the chainsaw golden centipede, and also did not have the northern dark ice soul physique. Bai Ningbing's blue eyes scanned the surroundings as she cursed, "It's all your fault for choosing such a good place. There are 3 cliffs here, how are we going to escape in such a hurry? Why are you panicking? This was only a group of 100 beasts, not a group of 1,000. If it's 1,000 beasts horde, we'll definitely die. But there's still a chance of survival for the 100 beasts. We can fight them." Fan Yuan quickly put away his clothes, metal rack, and metal pot, and retreated behind Bai Ningbing. Fan Yuan's confident look made Bai Ningbing feel slightly assured. "What are you looking at? Hurry up and fight." Fan Yuan glanced at her and urged, "Why else would I lend you the goo worms? Don't forget, the yang goo is with me. Bastard." Bai Ningbing's eyes widened, her heart filled with anger as she cursed. She did not know if she was cursing the 6-legged crocodiles, or Fan Yuan, or both. But no matter what, she held the chainsaw golden centipede and charged forward. Buzz buzz buzz, the silver edge saw spun wildly, and the rank 3 goo's violent aura spread out, causing the 6-legged crocodiles to stop their charge. "A bunch of ugly worms." Bai Ningbing sneered, charging forward and slashing fiercely. A 6-legged crocodile's back was hit, and with a miserable cry, sparks flew as it was cut into 2. Blood splattered on Bai Ningbing's face and clothes. She was stimulated by the smell of blood, and battle intent emerged on her face. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, the chainsaw golden centipede slashed horizontally and vertically, creating a gust of wind. Over 26-legged crocodiles died one after another. The situation was good, but Fan Yuan's expression turned grim, shouting, "Avoid the 6-legged crocodile's back armor, attack their abdomens." "Ha ha ha, such a domineering goo worm, much better than the iceblade goo. I like it." Bai Ningbing turned a deaf ear, laughing maniacally. She had transformed into a female, and her beauty was like that of an ice fairy. But once she started fighting, she showed her past heroism, surging like a man to the point of insanity. But gradually, the frequency of her attacks started to slow down, and the effects of her attacks became weaker. What's going on? Earlier, 1 attack could cut a 6-legged crocodile in half, but now, 3 attacks can only heavily injure it? Bai Ningbing raised the chainsaw golden centipede, and saw that the silver edge saw was uneven, and its sharpness was greatly reduced. She was born smart, and immediately thought of Fan Yuan's warning, and curled her lips and snorted. A 6-legged crocodile charged in front of her, and suddenly jumped. It opened its bloody mouth, and its shadow shrouded Bai Ningbing. Courting death. Bai Ningbing quickly lowered her body, raising the chainsaw golden centipede, and slashed at the 6-legged crocodile's stomach. Swoosh. With a soft sound, the 6-legged crocodile's stomach was easily cut by Bai Ningbing, and a horrifying wound was formed. This unlucky 6-legged crocodile was still in the air, but large amounts of blood spurted out from the wound, and its internal organs spilled out. With a plop, it finally landed on the beach, and instantly dyed the surrounding sand red. Its body violently twitched twice, and then completely stopped moving. It could not be any more dead. So easy? Seeing such a good attack, Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows in surprise. The 6-legged crocodile's back was hard and thick, but in comparison, its stomach was extremely soft. Its white stomach was its weakness. Fan Yuan had 500 years of experience, and naturally knew all of this. But Bai Ningbing grew up on Qingmao Mountain, and had never left before. The teachings she received were also limited, so she naturally did not know. Roar, the crocodiles roared. Dozens of 6-legged crocodiles were killed, and the beast horde suffered such a setback. The deaths of their companions incited their rage and wildness. Countless pairs of blood-red eyes stared fiercely at Bai Ningbing. Wild beasts had limited intelligence, the lightning lichen had human-like intelligence, but among the huge beasts, it was a special case. These wild beasts treated the most dangerous enemy as their #1 priority, and the first target to be eliminated. As for Fan Yuan, who was hiding at the back, they gradually ignored him. Come. Bai Ningbing did not retreat, but advanced instead. She was not someone who did not know how to adapt. After gaining an advantage with that attack, she immediately changed her battle method. The centipede's tail stabbed into the beach, and then its body shrunk, and its sawtooth suddenly whipped up. The six-legged crocodile's stomach was easily cut open, and blood and internal organs spurted out. One by one, six-legged crocodiles fell to the ground, and Bai Ningbing went on a killing spree. At this rate, the crocodile horde is not a threat. It seems that my true threat is not this beast horde, but Fang Yuan. The situation was good, and Bai Ningbing could not help but have other thoughts. The Yanggu was in Fang Yuan's hands, causing Bai Ningbing to be cautious, and had no choice but to listen to Fang Yuan. But he was a Bai clan genius, proud and arrogant. How could he resign himself to fate? If I kill Fang Yuan, will I be able to get that Yanggu? Bai Ningbing's eyes shone with a cold light, and a thought appeared in her mind. But the moment this thought appeared, it was immediately dispelled. She understood Fang Yuan like she understood herself. With Fang Yuan's personality, he was as hard as steel, ruthless and meticulous. Even if he really died, he would definitely destroy the Yanggu. This was 100%, and there was no other possibility. Moreover, I don't have any goo worms on me. Whether it is the sky canopy goo or the chainsaw golden centipede, they are all his. No matter what, I have to get my own goo worm. Fang Yuan's lips curled up, and he looked at the battlefield in front of him. Bai Ningbing's movements were slightly hesitant, and the light in her eyes was seen by him. Towards Bai Ningbing's thoughts, Fang Yuan was clear. Fang Yuan was not surprised, and even understood Bai Ningbing. If it was him, he would have the same thoughts. Both of them were arrogant people. How could they be willing to be manipulated by others? However, the situation is stronger than the person, so what if he is a genius? He. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart. Fang Yuan was confident. With such a huge weakness in his hands, Bai Ningbing was like a butterfly in a spider's web. Struggling a little at the beginning was expected, and was inevitable. But in the end, she would fall into his hands, recognize reality, and be tamed by him, becoming a useful chess piece. The battle continued. Large numbers of six-legged crocodile corpses fell on the shoal. Bai Ningbing was panting, sweating profusely, and her attacks slowed down. She did not have enough stamina. Strength had always been her weakness. When she fought with Fang Yuan in the past, she was at a disadvantage because of Fang Yuan's strength of 2 boars. Now that she had fought for more than an hour, her stamina was running out. After all, she did not sleep or rest, and floated on the bamboo raft for 5 days and 5 nights. The rest and reorganization from before was too short. What made it even more difficult for her to talk about and irritate her were the 2 lumps on her chest. Every time she moved, these 2 burdens would move, and she was not used to it. Fang Yuan, are you still not going to make a move? She panted heavily, shouting. As she spoke, she dodged a 6-legged crocodile's attack, and used her sore knees to stand up. Fang Yuan's voice was cold. Once I make a move, I will attract the 6-legged crocodiles. Do you want me to die? If I die, you will not get the Yanggu. 3 6-legged crocodiles surrounded her, and Bai Ningbing had to retreat a few steps. She was so tired that she almost fainted. Her stamina had reached its limit, and her eyes were dim. The chainsaw golden centipede was extremely heavy, and kept pulling her towards the ground. She gritted her teeth. Fang Yuan, if I die, can you still live? Don't worry, I'm behind you. Fang Yuan was calm, leaning on the cliff. He willed, and the blood moon goo flew out of his palm, towards Bai Ningbing. Catch it, use it well. The blood moon goo originated from the moonlight goo, and Bai Ningbing was very familiar with it. She immediately used it, shooting out several bright red moonblades, and immediately stabilized the dangerous situation. But good times did not last long. Although Bai Ningbing managed to catch her breath, the primeval essence in her aperture was gradually running out. P.S. Sorry, today's update is late. It is always busy at the end of the month, and if the update is late in the future, it will be done around 9:30 at night. Thank you to everyone who has been supporting me. To be continued. If you like this work, welcome to ESO. Ordinary rank 3 goo masters would use guerrilla tactics to deal with beast groups, continuously using yuan stones to recover primeval essence in their aperture. It was not easy for Bai Ningbing to fight head-on and persevere. Until now. If a goo master's primeval essence ran dry, their battle strength would plummet. Bai Ningbing started to turn her head around, looking at the cliff behind her to see if there was any possibility of escaping. When she saw Fang Yuan's leisurely expression, leaning against the cliff, she flew into a rage and scolded, "Fang Yuan, I'm fighting with my life on the line, and you're actually watching the show?" Fang Yuan snorted, "The former Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique, the great Bai Ningbing, now you can't even deal with 100-beast group?" Bai Ningbing was flustered and exasperated, "If you have the guts, go." Fang Yuan sneered, "If I had rank 3 cultivation, I would have exterminated this group of 6-legged crocodiles long ago. Why would it be your turn?" Bai Ningbing couldn't help but pant, she was fuming with anger. Fang Yuan said sternly, "Bai Ningbing, I think you're used to being extravagant. You had the Northern Dark Eye Soul Physique before, so your primeval essence recovery was very fast. Now that it has fallen to a grade 90%, if you still use it like before, you will naturally not have enough primeval essence. Outstanding Gu masters use their primeval essence bit by bit, never abusing it. Next, you will fight according to my instructions. Your battle tactics are too crude, you need to be more meticulous." "Huh?" Bai Ningbing's lips twitched, "My battle tactics aren't meticulous? Do you know how many times I've been praised by the clan leader and elders, that I am number 1 in battle tactics in the Bai clan? What's there to compare with a bunch of mortals? You listen to me carefully." Bai Ningbing sneered, but Fang Yuan continued to speak. His voice inevitably floated into Bai Ningbing's ears. At first, she didn't care, but gradually, her expression started to change. From disdain, to solemnity, and finally to solemnity. Fang Yuan's words could be said to be pearls of wisdom, every sentence incisive and profound. This was the summary of his 500 years of experience from his previous life, the essence accumulated over time. How could Bai Ningbing not be shocked by this little brat? No, little girl, Fang Yuan had lived for 500 years in his previous life. He was old and wise. Even Guyue's generation or Master Tenchuru's experience couldn't compare. These two old monsters seemed to have lived for close to 1,000 years, but most of their time was spent in deep sleep, struggling at death's door. Their real activity time was at most 200 to 300 years. If it was any other time, Bai Ningbing would just listen to Fang Yuan's guidance. She was proud and arrogant, so no matter how shocked she was, she would not do it. However, now that she was facing the pressure of the crocodiles, her body involuntarily followed the instructions, and she immediately received immediate results. The 6-legged crocodiles died one after another, but her condition was getting better and better. Even though she did not have much primeval essence and stamina left, after using them wisely, she reduced the number of unnecessary attacks and increased the effectiveness of her attacks, allowing her primeval essence and stamina to slowly recover in battle. After 15 minutes, more than half of the 6-legged crocodiles were dead, and more than 200 corpses had fallen. They finally stopped attacking and started to retreat. Following that, a huge figure slowly rose from the river. It bared its teeth, which were as sharp as blades. Its yellow vertical pupils reflected Bai Ningbing's figure, emitting a cold-killing intent. This was the king of the 6-legged crocodiles. 100-beast king crocodile king, different from the other 6-legged crocodiles, this crocodile king's body was bigger, like a yak. It did not walk on 6 legs, but only used 2 of its hind legs to walk. It walked like a human, but its back was as thick as a bear's. A crocodile tail covered in scales dragged a deep mark on the beach. The other 4 legs were in the shape of claws, which could be called 4 arms. Its arms were thick, and its muscles were as hard as stone. Bai Ningbing could not help but smile bitterly. If she fought this 100-beast king alone, she would have a chance of winning. But now, after the intense battle, her remaining stamina and primeval essence were severely lacking. It would be hard to deal with this 100-beast king that was in perfect condition. But at this time, Fang Yuan's voice came from behind, "Take it." A ray of blue and white light shot into her aperture. It took the form of a lotus and planted itself at the bottom of her aperture. Immediately, her primeval sea started to rise rapidly. Bai Ningbing was surprised and happy. "What goo is this?" "Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus." Fang Yuan answered. "So this is the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. No wonder even Guyue's generation wanted it." Bai Ningbing exclaimed, before scolding, "If you had such a goo, why didn't you lend it to me earlier?" Fang Yuan laughed, saying to himself, Fortunately, this crocodile king is only at 100 beast level. Remember, its weakness is the white skin on its chest. Saying so, his body flickered, and like a ripple of water, his figure gradually disappeared. He activated the stealth scales goo. Crafty and treacherous. Bai Ningbing scolded Fang Yuan in her heart, before concentrating on the crocodile king. On its chest, there was indeed a piece of white skin, but it was only the size of a wash basin. It was also faintly protected by its 4 claws. How could it be easy to hit there? Hell, the crocodile king roared, and charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing could only rely on herself, and after dodging the attack, she swung her arm. The chainsaw golden centipede smashed into the crocodile king's back. Sparks flew, and the chainsaw golden centipede bounced up, almost knocking Bai Ningbing down. There was a white mark on the crocodile king's back, but other than that, it was unharmed. Whoosh, it swung its crocodile tail, and the wind blew. Bai Ningbing only saw a black whip in front of her, thick and long. She had no time to dodge, and could only activate the sky canopy goo. With a muffled sound, she was sent flying for over 10 meters, before crashing into a sturdy cliff. Bai Ningbing sucked in a breath of cold air from the pain. The sky canopy goo was a rank 3 goo, with outstanding defense, but it could not cushion the impact. Bam bam bam, the crocodile king moved its 2 thick legs, creating deep pits on the beach as it charged towards Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's eyes shone, but she did not move as she looked at the crocodile king charging towards her. The crocodile king was ferocious, baring its fangs and brandishing its claws. If it was anyone else, they would either be paralyzed from fear or run away. But Bai Ningbing was Bai Ningbing, her willpower was like iron. 20 steps, 15 steps, 10 steps, 5 steps. Seeing that the crocodile king was about to reach her, at the last moment, Bai Ningbing leapt. Bam, she managed to avoid the king crocodile by a hair's breadth, while the king crocodile crashed into the cliff. A large amount of rubble tumbled down and buried it in an instant. A beast will always be a beast. Bai Ningbing laughed, and was about to chase after the crocodile king when she suddenly thought of something and stopped. The next moment, the crocodile king swung its tail, and the rocks flew everywhere. Bai Ningbing watched quietly, and after a while, the crocodile king finally broke free. It was in a sorry state, with half of its teeth broken, and blood flowing out of its nose. His golden pupils had now turned red. It roared towards the sky, and this time, it crouched down, and with an even faster speed, charged towards Bai Ningbing again. Bai Ningbing retreated, smiling as she gave way. Bam, with a loud sound, the cliff collapsed, and dust flew everywhere. An hour later, the injured crocodile king covered the white skin on its chest, but it could not stop the blood from flowing out. Soon after, it fell on the unrecognizable beach with a plop. This blood moon goo is actually quite useful. Because of its bleeding effect, the crocodile king died so easily, Bai Ningbing thought as she looked at the red moon insignia in her hand. With the crocodile king dead, the remaining 6-legged crocodiles, although there were still hundreds of them, had lost their backbone, and their morale plummeted as they escaped into the river. It's finally over. Bai Ningbing threw away the chainsaw golden centipede in her hand, and sat down on the sand in exhaustion. Fang Yuan's figure appeared, and he squatted beside the crocodile king's corpse, searching. Found it. When he retracted his hands, there was a goo in each of his hands. Bai Ningbing saw this, and was so angry that her breathing became erratic. She had fought with her life on the line, and finally killed the crocodile king, and repelled the crocodiles. But the result was that the unharmed Fang Yuan came out to collect the spoils of war. Fang Yuan looked carefully. Among these 2 goo, one was on the verge of death, and was still struggling. It was like a turtle shell, palm-sized, but the protruding surface was covered with crocodile-like scales. This was the carapace goo. The other was unharmed, but it did not move, allowing Fang Yuan to pinch it with his thumb and index finger. This was the crocodile strength goo. It was very small, about the size of a human finger. It was like a miniature crocodile, with a head, body, and tail, but it lacked crocodile legs. Be it the carapace goo or the crocodile strength goo, they were both rank 2 goo. Normally speaking, 100 Beast King's body had a rank 2 wild goo. 1000 Beast King had a rank 3 goo. Myriad Beast King had a rank 4 goo. As I expected. Fang Yuan looked at the two goo in his hands, not surprised. He was experienced, and after observing the battle for a long time, he had already seen through this crocodile king's weakness. Immediately, he let out a trace of the spring-autumn cicada's aura, and with a surge of primeval essence, he refined these two goo. The carapace goo flew to Fang Yuan's back, and turned into a large-scale imprint, like a tattoo, extending from Fang Yuan's shoulder to his waist. It covered his back. As the name suggests, it was a goo that could strengthen a goo master's back defense. The crocodile strength goo turned into a dark yellow light, and entered Fang Yuan's aperture. It had the same effect as the black and white boar goo. It could permanently strengthen a goo master's strength, the strength of a crocodile. The market price was very high, and it was usually a rare goo with a price but no supply. It's like this again, instantly refining a goo. Seeing this, Bai Ningbing ignored her anger, and her pupils shrunk to the size of a needle. When she fought with Fang Yuan earlier, she had discovered this secret of Fang Yuan's. After returning to the clan, she flipped through the records, and found some supplementary goo that could achieve this effect. But now that she saw it again, she suddenly felt that the truth might not be so. This guy, he has so many trump cards. Sky Canopy Goo, Blood Moon Goo, Chainsaw Golden Centipede, and now he even has Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. His battle techniques are completely superior to what the clan taught him. What goo did he use just now? Bai Ningbing thought of this, and felt a chill in her heart. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to ESO. 6th segment, night resting in the treetop swish swish swish, the river tides came and went, the sky was dark. Under the dusk, the beach was dyed red by crocodile blood, and hundreds of six-legged crocodile corpses surrounded the two youngsters. Beside a huge crocodile corpse, Fang Yuan slowly stood up. When the six-legged crocodile group attacked, Fang Yuan did not even think of escaping. Although he only had rank 1 initial stage cultivation, Bai Ningbing was rank 3 peak stage. Using her cultivation and his rank 3 goo worm, it was possible to eliminate 100 beast group. On one hand, he needed to use the six-legged crocodile group as an external force to suppress Bai Ningbing and train her. On the other hand, he needed a suitable goo worm for himself. Although I am rank 1 initial stage, I have a great aptitude, and with the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus, my primeval essence recovery is extremely fast, thus I can use rank 2 goo worms. But be it the crocodile strength goo or the carapace goo, they are not ideal. Fang Yuan sighed in his heart. The sky canopy goo was rank 3, and was lent to Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan indeed needed a suitable defensive goo for himself. But the carapace goo could only defend the back, it was too small. The crocodile strength goo was precious, but currently, Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, and was strong enough. If he increased his strength, it would harm his body. Below rank 6, a goo master's body was a mortal body, it had a limit, and could not keep increasing his strength. Fang Yuan had already used the black and white boar goo to modify his body, raising his strength from the roots. If he used the crocodile strength goo now, it would exceed his body's endurance, and would harm himself. That is to say, unless he found other supplementary goo worms and used it with the crocodile strength goo. Before that, using the crocodile strength goo would be suicidal. In Bai Goo Mountain's inheritance, there is a jade bone goo that can increase the strength of a goo master's bones. If I use this goo and use the crocodile strength goo, there will be no problem. But right now, there is still a distance to Bai Goo Mountain, it will take at least 10 days to half a month. Fang Yuan looked towards the southeast direction, and with a thought, he summoned the crocodile strength goo. He gave the crocodile strength goo to Bai Ningbing, and recalled his Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus. Using this crocodile strength goo can increase your strength by 1 crocodile strength. The process is a little tiring, but it should be done after a month of continuous urging, Fang Yuan warned. Bai Ningbing nodded, feeling happy in her heart. With crocodile strength goo, she could make up for her weakness in strength. Previously in Bai Clan village, she had also searched for it, but her luck was not good and she did not find such a goo. To think that he would actually obtain the goo worm that he had yearned for day and night in the wilderness. When a goo master roams in the wilderness, danger lurks everywhere, but at the same time it is filled with opportunities. Let's go. The smell of blood is too strong here, and the cliffs on 3 sides have almost collapsed. It will definitely attract some ferocious beasts. It's definitely not safe to camp here. Fang Yuan's suggestion received by Ningbing's approval. However, before leaving, Fang Yuan gathered as much crocodile blood and crocodile meat as he could and stored them in the tusita flour. Crocodile strength goo feeds on crocodile meat. Fresh crocodile blood could be used to feed blood skull goo and blood moon goo. The sun had already set and night had begun to fall. In the distant sky, stars could be vaguely seen. The cliffs had collapsed from the impact of the male crocodile king, making it easy to climb. After Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing climbed up the cliffs, a lush and dense forest appeared in front of them. The dense forest stretched out, the distant mountains were indistinct, and the depths of the forest were shrouded in darkness. No one knew what dangers or ferocious beasts were living here. Chirp chirp chirp, a strange cry, unknown whether it was the cry of a bird or an ape, entered the two's ears. The two looked at each other, knowing that the dense forest in the wilderness was filled with danger. Especially at night, there was not enough light. Entering the forest at this time was even more dangerous than during the day. But they had no other choice. Let's go. Fang Yuan signaled Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, and could only drag her extremely tired body and walk in front, opening the path for Fang Yuan. These trees were at least 4 meters tall. Near the river, it was filled with moisture, and the ground was softer than the mountain soil. The warm and humid weather caused the moss to flourish, covering the ground, rocks, and attached to the tree trunks. The deeper they went, the darker the light became, and the colder it became. Fang Yuan was still fine, but Bai Ningbing could not help but shiver. She had just fought an intense battle, and her entire body was drenched in sweat. Now that the coldness invaded her body, she naturally felt even colder. I say, set up the stove later, let's warm ourselves up. Bai Ningbing said as she explored the path in front. Her voice floated in the dense forest, making the dense forest even more quiet. Warm ourselves up? Hee hee. Fang Yuan laughed, don't you think this dense forest is too quiet? Let's stop and take a good look at the trees in front. Bai Ningbing's footsteps slowed down, and she looked ahead. The trees in front were short and strong, their roots were coiled like snakes, extending into a stretch. At the end of every branch, there were vines, like green pythons, either coiling around each other or hanging on the ground. The ends of the vines were like Venus flytraps, or like 2 open shells of clams, waiting for the arrival of their prey. Beast trap tree. Bai Ningbing thought of what the academy taught and recognized this tree. This tree ate meat as food, and every branch softened into a vine with only 2 leaves. The leaves were wide and large, and when they opened, they looked like a giant mouth. Once a prey approached, the vines would pounce like a snake, and the leaves would snap shut, swallowing the prey in one mouthful. Then it would secrete acid, and spend tens of days, or even months, slowly absorbing the prey. Bai Ningbing counted, there were at least 30 to 40 beast trap trees in front of her. The distance between each tree was long, and between them were ordinary trees. This is a beast trap forest, no wonder it is so quiet and lacking in life. But it doesn't matter, I can use the strength of a rank 3 goo to forcefully open a path. Bai Ningbing said. Fang Yuan shook his head, what we want now is a safe campsite. I think this beast trap forest is very good. After we pass through this forest, we might not be able to find a safer place to spend the night in the dense forest. Bai Ningbing heard this, and her eyes widened. Here? Beast trap forest, it's still safe? Fang Yuan glanced at her, but did not explain. Instead, he turned around and went back the way they came. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, the Yanggu was with Fang Yuan, so she could only follow Fang Yuan back to that shallow beach. Fang Yuan chose 2 healthy crocodile corpses, and cut open their stomachs, removing their internal organs. After washing them, he dragged them into the forest. You are actually thinking of this? Bai Ningbing was also a smart person, and following them all the way here, she had already vaguely guessed Fang Yuan's goal. She could not help but feel amazed at Fang Yuan's ingenious thinking. Man is the spirit of all living beings, and their intelligence is limitless. To survive, it is normal to think of some strange methods. Let's sleep here tonight. Fang Yuan said, and after explaining a few tricks, he went into the crocodile's stomach alone. Then he rolled inside, and the six-legged crocodile's body smoothly approached a beast trap tree. Whoosh, the nearest vine immediately sprang out, as fast as a shadow. Two leaves opened wide, and after swallowing the crocodile's body, they firmly merged together. Then, the vine twisted, and slowly lifted the heavy leaves to the top of the tree. Go to sleep, we still have to hurry tomorrow. The leaves on the top of the tree rustled, and Fang Yuan's voice came out. Bai Ningbing was stunned on the spot, looking at this scene, dumbfounded. After a while, she came to her senses. The sun had completely set, and darkness enveloped the area. The night wind blew gently, passing through the forest, making a whimpering sound. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, and followed Fang Yuan's example, entering the crocodile's stomach, and rolling to the beast trap tree. Almost at the next moment, she felt an external force attacking her, causing the crocodile's body to shake violently. After another wave of shaking, she felt herself rising slowly. Finally, the rising force stopped. Bai Ningbing was lying in the crocodile's stomach, and the crocodile was lying flat on the leaves. She looked outside, and through the gaps between the leaves, she could see the stars in the sky. The surroundings were quiet, and the stars were bright, as if mischievous children were winking at her. The sky is full of stars, our luck is not bad, tomorrow will be a good day. Fang Yuan's voice came from outside. Bai Ningbing didn't reply. She shifted her body to make herself more comfortable. But the ice-cold crocodile's body still gave her a chill. At the same time, a sweet smell entered her nose. Bai Ningbing was not surprised. According to Fang Yuan's instructions, this was the beast trap tree starting to secrete acid. But this acid needed at least 3 months to corrode the crocodile's body. Bai Ningbing hid in the crocodile's body, and was temporarily safe. Right, I should use the crocodile strength goo first, then rest. Bai Ningbing thought in her heart, but her eyelids were as heavy as a mountain, and gradually closed. Almost instantly, she fell into a deep sleep. She was too tired, first drifting for 5 days and 5 nights, and then fighting with the crocodile group. In the battle, she surpassed the limits of her physical strength, and dug out a portion of her potential. Maybe it was also because she had transformed into a female body, but Fang Yuan's intentional or unintentional pressure made her physically and mentally exhausted. Fang Yuan, however, did not sleep. He lay in the crocodile's body, and called out Tusita flower, taking out some cotton clothes and cloak. He divided them into 2 parts, placing one under his body, and the other on his body. Even though it was torturous, after this arrangement, there was a sense of warmth. The crocodile's body seemed to have turned into a comfortable bed of leaves. Fang Yuan still had some energy left, so he closed his eyes and sank into his mind, activating his primeval essence to nourish his aperture. Although he did not have the liquor worm, which increased his primeval essence. But Fang Yuan had the heavenly essence treasure lotus, and with the help of his great aptitude, his nourishing time was greatly increased. His primeval sea surged, rising and falling like tides, and waves washed against the aperture's 4 walls. Every time he consumed a bit, it would be replenished immediately. Even if he nourished his aperture for an entire night, it would not be a problem to consume his primeval essence. But Fang Yuan did not do so. Nourishing his aperture could not replace sleep. After midnight, he stopped cultivating, and closed his eyes to sleep. The sun was high in the sky, and the clouds were white. The sun shone on the earth, and the yellow dragon river flowed. The dense forest beside the river formed a sea of green. On the treetops of the beast-trapping trees, vines climbed, and 8 or 9 leaf cages stood tall like clams. Suddenly, one of the cages shook violently. Poof! A bright red crescent blade shot out from inside, piercing through the leaves. A young girl, wearing a light-colored robe and covered in a layer of white armor, came out of the leaf cage. She was agile, and the tips of her feet tapped on the branches a few times. She leaped continuously, and finally landed safely on the ground. It was Bai Ningbing. During the entire process, the beast-trapping tree did not move at all, and was deathly still. Bai Ningbing looked at the beast-trapping tree, and couldn't help but think of Fang Yuan's words yesterday. For any prey that escapes, the beast-trapping tree will not attack again. This is because any beast that escapes is not something that the beast-trapping tree can deal with. Although the beast-trapping tree has no intelligence, this evolved instinct makes it more adaptable to survival. Achoo. Bai Ningbing couldn't help but sneeze. She rubbed her nose and looked around, sizing up the surroundings. In this beast-trapping tree forest, most of the tree crowns had leaf cages raised high, like green shells. It seems that the smell of blood on the shore attracted many wild beasts. The beast-trapping tree had a good harvest last night. Bai Ningbing thought to herself as she moved her limbs and shook her head. She slept very uncomfortably last night. The crocodile's corpse was hard, and the night was cold. Although she was extremely tired, she woke up a few times from the cold. As a result, she had dark circles under her eyes, and her spirit was not good. But after a night of cultivation, her strength had recovered by more than half. At this moment, she purposely stood in a sunny place, and used the sunlight to dispel the cold in her body. "Bai Ningbing, let me out." A voice came. It was Fang Yuan. He didn't need the earth communication eargrass to hear the commotion. Bai Ningbing looked at another beast-trapping tree. On the crown of this tree, the leaf cage that swallowed Fang Yuan was still in the same place. She smiled to herself, but didn't answer. Instead, he closed his eyes and rested, bathing in the sunlight and delaying on purpose. After more than a quarter of an hour, she shot out a blood-red crescent blade and cut the vines. The shell-like leaves bumped against the tree trunk and finally fell to the ground. Bai Ningbing slowly walked closer, activating a blood moon goo and cutting the leaves. Only then did Fang Yuan come out. "Why are you so late?" "I woke up a long time ago and even cultivated for a while." Fang Yuan's face was ruddy and he was in high spirits. The clothes and cloak he had taken out last night had already been put away. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted. Fang Yuan's current state was out of her expectations. She had thought that Fang Yuan was like her, that he didn't sleep well, that he was cold and hungry. Thus, he deliberately delayed and tortured him a little more. He didn't expect Fang Yuan to be in such a good state. "It's getting late. We still have to travel today. Let's eat first." Fang Yuan spat out the tusita flour and took out the coal, the iron frame, the iron pot, the water bottle, the dry biscuit, and the rest. He moved quickly and quickly cooked a pot of meat soup. Then he searched the area and picked a large bunch of tree mushrooms from the moss on the beast-trap tree's trunk. These tree mushrooms were thin and shriveled, with a dark purple or black color. Bai Ningbing looked at Fang Yuan placing the tree mushrooms into the pot and questioned, "Wild plants can't be eaten carelessly, they might contain poison." "Yes, you're right." Fang Yuan nodded, "You can choose not to eat them." Bai Ningbing coldly laughed, "You're poisoned, I don't have any healing goo worms." Fang Yuan's face was indifferent as he took out a spoon and drank a big mouthful of the meat soup under Bai Ningbing's gaze. Bai Ningbing coldly snorted. Only when Fang Yuan drank 5 to 6 mouthfuls of the meat soup did she confirm that there was no danger in the soup. Taking the spoon and drinking, her eyes shone. This meat soup was much better than yesterday, it had a fresh taste. Her gaze moved to the tree mushrooms floating on the surface of the meat soup. Obviously, the difference was because of this tree mushroom. She could not help but size up Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan was sitting on a rock, drinking soup and eating biscuits with his head lowered, looking spirited. Even though they slept in the same environment, when Bai Ningbing compared herself to this dispirited state, she could not help but feel a trace of admiration that even she did not want to admit. Of course, if she knew that Fang Yuan secretly took out his cloak and clothes to keep himself warm, she would definitely have a different feeling. Fang Yuan felt Bai Ningbing's gaze on him. But he did not raise his head, only smiling faintly, pretending not to notice and continuing to eat and drink. Ever since the battle on Qingmao Mountain, when Bai Ningbing took the initiative to save him, Fang Yuan could feel the pure demonic nature in her body. Demons are crazy, unreasonable, and stubborn on their own path. Bai Ningbing's demonic nature made Fang Yuan see the value in her. But Bai Ningbing was also a complicated person. On one hand, she was pure and immature. With a new life, the problem of the Northern Dark Eye soul physique was temporarily solved. So she did not want to give up, loved life, and was not willing to die. But on the other hand, her demonic nature was awe-inspiring, and she pursued excitement, so she had an unparalleled free and easy personality. She was not afraid of death, and if death was exciting enough, she would definitely die calmly. Such a person was like a young dragon, full of curiosity towards the world, untamed and wild. She had her own path, her own ambition and aspiration. Bai Ningbing had not grown into a demon, and could only be considered a demon child. But she was a true demon, and her path could not be changed, and her direction could not be changed, and it was even more impossible to make her submit. True demons were only loyal to themselves, and worshipped in the darkness alone, walking their own path. True demons could respect others, but they could never submit to others. True demons were their own kings, supreme and unsurpassed. Fang Yuan understood Bai Ningbing, because Fang Yuan understood himself. He knew that Bai Ningbing would never submit to him, but not submitting did not mean that he could not subdue her. Not being able to change her path did not mean that he could not make use of her. If Fang Yuan had rank 3 cultivation, he naturally would not need Bai Ningbing. But now, he was only rank 1 initial stage, and Bai Ningbing's value was very high. But to subdue her and make use of her, he needed to spend some effort. Bai Ningbing was intelligent and proud, and could not be forced. He could only use some small matters or external forces to slowly grind away at her character. Secretly taking out some clothes to keep warm was not because Fang Yuan was petty. Earlier, when Bai Ningbing purposely delayed, Fang Yuan did not pursue the matter, but it was not because he was magnanimous. To subdue Bai Ningbing, it will take a long time. But there is no need to be anxious, let's take it slow. I also need time to recover my cultivation. After the two had their fill, it was already noon. The ground was filled with the footprints of wild beasts. They continued their journey, with Bai Ningbing leading the way. They walked towards the southeast direction of the forest. The deeper they went, the taller the trees in the forest. Earlier, the beast-trap trees were only 3 to 4 meters tall, but gradually, trees that were 5 to 6 meters tall appeared. Occasionally, a 7 to 8 meter tall tree king would appear, like a crane among a flock of chickens. Of course, there were also withered tree trunks that fell to the ground, covered with thick moss. Or at certain joints, there were small green sprouts. Or there were broken trees that were split into 2 by lightning, displaying the might of heaven and earth. These huge creatures grew densely here, covering the sky and covering the sun. The deeper they went, the colder they felt. The strong sunlight was blocked by the lush leaves that formed the walls, and could only pass through a small gap, allowing some mottled light and shadows to enter. When the wind blew, the leaves rustled, the light and shadows swayed like shattered gold. The forest was not peaceful. Occasionally, they would see deer, foxes, rabbits, and other animals scurrying about. Most of them were birds, all kinds of birds, some in groups of 3 to 5, some in groups, either flying in the sky, or standing on the branches and leaves, competing with each other's voices. Occasionally, the roar of a tiger could be heard from afar. The two of them walked and stopped at times, relying on the earth communication ear grass. Fang Yuan avoided many dangers. But some places could not be avoided, and they had to rely on Bai Ningbing's battle strength to force their way through. Rank 3 cultivation was enough to deal with the normal problems in the wild. Night fell again, and Fang Yuan found a safe campsite. This was a rocky hill. Bai Ningbing was extremely tired. Even if it was a hard rock, she would fall asleep the moment she laid down. When she woke up the next day, her whole body felt uncomfortable, and her head could not move properly, evidently suffering from a stiff neck. Moreover, her sneezing became more frequent, evidently the cold had entered her body. Fang Yuan saw this, but continued on his way. The two of them walked very slowly, because they lacked a movement goo. Previously, Fang Yuan had the 1,000-li earthwolf spider, while Bai Ningbing had the white form immortal snake goo. They were both goo used for transportation, and both were rank 5. Unfortunately, one died and the other escaped. But Fang Yuan was not impatient, his cultivation was weak, and he needed time to cultivate. Every day, he would travel in the day, and even if it was time to rest, he would make use of every minute and second, cultivating non-stop. At night, he would usually cultivate deep into the night. A few days later, Bai Ningbing fell sick, catching a cold. Her head was dizzy, her battle strength fell sharply, and her whole body heated up. Fang Yuan could only stop and take out the tusset of flowers' medicinal herbs, giving them to her. He also applied some ointment on her body. It was burning hot, and could remove the moisture in her body. After resting for 6 days, Bai Ningbing finally recovered. This illness was a huge blow to her head. During this period, there were a few times when she was dizzy, her limbs weak, and she could not even apply the ointment. In the end, it was Fang Yuan who helped her. If not for Fang Yuan, I might not have survived. Bai Ningbing sighed in her heart after recovering. Even if she was extremely unwilling to admit it, it was the truth. In the past, her tone was firm and her mouth was fierce. But after this incident, her words became less, and she was often silent. Sometimes, they would travel for half a day without speaking a word. Her words became less, and naturally, Fang Yuan's authority increased. In this way, he slowly became the leader of the two. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to ESO. 8th segment, Xianyuan Divine Chicken. Time passed. Half a month later, Bai Ningbing had lost a lot of weight, but her whole body exuded a vigorous aura. She was even more spirited, her blue eyes looking around, and from time to time a bright light flashed. No doubt, she had adapted to this wandering life, and learned many things from it. Fang Yuan was clear, although Bai Ningbing was quiet, it did not mean she admitted defeat. She had a strong will in her heart, learning seriously and trying hard to adapt. Occasionally, she would give some rebuttals, although shallow, they were no longer immature. Fang Yuan could feel that Bai Ningbing was improving every day. But this situation was not out of his expectations. It was not easy to subdue Bai Ningbing. Any true demon had a strong will to resist. Under the hot sun, the two hid in the bushes, carefully observing this valley. In the valley, there was a huge crocodile sleeping soundly. This was a lava crocodile. It was the size of 3 elephants stacked on top of each other. Its entire body was covered in dark red scales, and its 4 thick legs supported its majestic body. Its crocodile tail gave off a metallic luster, and was 10 meters long. What was especially eye-catching were the 2 protrusions on its back, as if they were 2 mini volcanoes. As it breathed, 2 plumes of black smoke came out of the volcanoes, sometimes strong, sometimes weak. This lava crocodile is a 1,000-beast king. The risk of killing it is too high. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. On the 1,000-beast king's body, there was a wild rank 3 goo worm. Together with the beast king's strong physique, even a rank 3 peak stage goo master would have a hard time winning one-on-one. Riches come from danger. It is not easy to find a crocodile in the forest. The crocodile strength goo needs crocodile meat to feed, but it has already been consumed by more than half. Let's test it out first. Fang Yuan said. The lava crocodile group lived underground, and only the beast king had the ability to drill out of the ground to breathe in the fresh and moist air, and enjoy the scorching sun. Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth and stood up. Ever since she got the crocodile strength goo, she had been using it. Right now, her strength had increased greatly, but she was still a distance away from the power of a crocodile. The lava crocodile king was in a deep slumber. When Bai Ningbing was 50 steps away from it, it suddenly opened its scarlet gold eyes. Poochie, it slowly propped up its body, turned its head, and breathed out 2 streams of hot air from its nostrils. Bai Ningbing's expression was solemn. Even after activating the sky canopy goo, she could still feel a scorching aura assaulting her. She didn't take out the chainsaw golden centipede. Instead, she swung her hand and shot out a blood-colored crescent blade. The 3rd advancement moonblade hit the lava crocodile's back, slicing off a few pieces of its thick armor and successfully enraging the lava crocodile king. It aimed at Bai Ningbing, opened its huge mouth, and spat out a dark red lava fireball. The lava fireball was the size of a millstone. Bai Ningbing did not dare to receive it and dodged it. Boom, the lava fireball drew a trajectory in the air and smashed into the mountain rock. Amidst the sound of the explosion, rocks flew everywhere, and flames flew everywhere. A small mushroom cloud rose into the sky and gradually dissipated. At the location of the explosion, there was a huge crater. Dark red lava flowed inside and outside the crater, gradually cooling down. Rank 3 lava explosion goo. Fang Yuan looked at this scene and immediately understood in his heart. Half an hour later, Fang Yuan threw a rope from the mountain wall and pulled Bai Ningbing up. The lava crocodile king roared a few times, but did not pursue. After Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's figures disappeared, it laid on the ground again, closing its eyes and enjoying the sunlight. This was because Bai Ningbing's attacks were mainly probing. the lava crocodile king did not feel that she was a threat. It only treated her as a wild beast that trespassed its territory and chased her away. This lava crocodile king has a total of 3 goo worms living in it. One is the lava explosion goo, one is the flame stomach goo, and the last is the accumulating ash goo. All 3 are rank 3 goo worms. Attack, defense, healing, the 3 most basic aspects are covered. After leaving the valley, Fang Yuan summarized on the way. Bai Ningbing frowned. She had personally probed earlier and knew that killing this crocodile king was extremely difficult, almost impossible. Forget about that lava explosion goo, the blood moon goo cannot break through the flame stomach goo's defense. We can only use the chainsaw golden centipede to fight in close combat. But if we break through the flame stomach like this, the chainsaw golden centipede will be crippled. These days, we have used it to open a path, and its silver edges are already damaged. Even if we break through the flame stomach goo's defense, the lava crocodile king still has the accumulating ash goo to heal itself. Its stamina is definitely more than both of us combined, and we will definitely lose if we fight a long battle. More importantly, it can drill into the ground and return to its nest. We have no ability to stop it from returning. Bai Ningbing said. Fang Yuan nodded, your analysis is reasonable, but I want to kill it even more. The accumulating ash goo feeds on ashes, and is easy to raise. It is a very suitable healing goo worm for us. Goo worms are good, but we need to be alive to enjoy them. You may have the yang goo, but don't think of commanding me to risk my life to fight. Bai Ningbing snorted. We can't fight it with force, but we can outsmart it. If it were other wild beasts, it would be fine. But with this lava crocodile king, we can attract other beast kings and cause them to fight, then we can reap the benefits. Fang Yuan said. He did not want to give up because of the difficulty. Creating a possibility from the impossible was his favorite thing to do. If it were other fierce beasts on the surface, unless they had just migrated, they would have their own territory. They knew each other's existence, and there would be no hope of them fighting. But the lava crocodile king was different. Normally, it lived underground and would occasionally drill up to the surface to get some fresh air. It was like a fish in the deep sea, jumping out of the sea. Its existence was not known by other beast kings. It could only be considered a stowaway. Other than beast kings like the lightning lichen, most beast kings did not have high intelligence. As long as a beast king was attracted, they would feel a threat to their lives and start fighting. By the time both of them were heavily injured, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing would be able to take advantage of the situation. Fang Yuan's words made Bai Ningbing's eyes brighten. She nodded, we don't have a movement goo, this method is still risky. But compared to fighting the lava crocodile king, there is a higher chance of success. We can give it a try. Similar to human society, wild beasts also had their own territories. Powerful beast kings often led herds of beasts and occupied areas with abundant natural resources. Like humans forming a mountain village and occupying a spirit spring. Between forces, there were bound to be borders. As long as they explored in other directions, they would naturally find something. For the next 5 days, Fang and Bai explored with the lava crocodile king as the center. The northwest direction was where they came from, so there was no need to explore further. Going around the valley, in the southeast direction, they found a white ape beast group. The leader was an old white ape, a 1000-beast king. The white ape's speed was very fast, and on the way, they would be caught and surrounded by the white apes. Thus, they immediately gave up on this plan. In the southwest direction, there was a rotting swamp with an overwhelming stench. This was the world of poisonous beasts. Venomous snakes coiled under the withered tree roots, fist-sized venomous bees fluttered around, and a black spider the size of a washbasin sat on a spider web that was as big as a piece of paper. From the center of the swamp, there was a frog's cry that sounded like thunder. Fang Yuan deduced that the master of this swamp was a healing goo, poison-swallowing frog. It was rank 4, small in size, and fed on poison. If a goo master was poisoned, they could use it to swallow the poison, and it would have a healing effect. Its movement speed was not good, but to go deep into the swamp and lure it out was even harder. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not have a healing goo. If they were bitten by the poisonous beasts, it would be very troublesome. Moreover, it was very difficult to find a small poison-swallowing frog in such a huge swamp. The two finally found a beehive the size of a house in the northeast direction. Inside lived a terrifyingly large insect group, frenzy needle bees. This bee group was not to be trifled with. Once a frenzy needle bee becomes a goo, its stinger would have the ability to pierce. That is to say, even if Bai Ningbing used the sky canopy goo's white armor to protect herself, the rank 3 frenzy needle bees would still pierce through. The night wind howled. The wind entered the cave, causing the bonfire in the cave to flicker. This was a small mound, and they found a cave inside. This cave's location was not ideal. Firstly, it was not facing away from the wind, and the wind blew straight into the cave, bringing with it a deep chill at night. Secondly, the roof of the cave was open, like a patio, and one could see the stars in the night sky. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were silent, sitting around the bonfire. Fang Yuan was expressionless, while Bai Ningbing sighed in disappointment. We have explored the surroundings these days, and although your idea is good, there is no suitable target. It seems we can only give up on the lava crocodile king. Man proposes, God disposes. We do not have enough strength, and can only rely on luck. Forget it, I wanted to raise the crocodile strength goo. But now, it seems that killing the lava crocodile king is not realistic. We will set off tomorrow, and continue towards Baigu Mountain. Fang Yuan nodded helplessly. But at this time, suddenly, the lava crocodile king's furious roar could be heard from outside. What's going on? It's that lava crocodile king. The two looked at each other, and immediately walked out of the cave, looking into the distance. They saw that in the valley, rainbow lights were shining, and flames were rising, emitting an imposing aura. In the dazzling rainbow lights, a golden pheasant the size of a small hill appeared. Its comb was like gold, standing tall. The feathers on its body shone with a myriad of colors, constantly changing and shining. Not good, it's the Xianxia divine pheasant, a myriad beast king level bird. The lava crocodile king is in trouble. Fang Yuan immediately said. Xianxia divine pheasant? Bai Ningbing was puzzled. This is a solitary myriad beast king, flying in the sky, and landing on the ground when hunting. Divine pheasants are rare, and are scattered all over the world. All kinds of rainbow goo live on their bodies. Once they fight, the sky will be filled with rainbow lights, and the rainbow will be dazzling. Sigh, there is no hope for the lava crocodile king. Let's quickly retreat, this divine pheasant's vision is extremely sharp, like an eagle's. If it discovers us and attacks us, it will be very bad. Saying so, Fang Yuan retreated into the cave. About half an hour later, the lava crocodile king let out a final scream and went silent. Then, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing heard the sound of Xianxia divine chickens pecking at their food. However, the Xianxia divine pheasant had a huge appetite. One lava crocodile king wasn't enough to satisfy its appetite. That night, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing did not sleep. After the screams of the lava crocodile king, they heard the wails of the white ape, the cries of the poison-swallowing frog, and the buzzing of the swarm of bees. Most importantly, it was the divine Xianxia pheasant's resonant cry. At dawn, the Xianxia divine rooster flew away. In the sky, it drew out a colorful rainbow of light. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing only dared to walk out of the cave when they saw the tail of the rainbow completely dissipate in the sky. The two of them arrived at the original valley. The valley was already beyond recognition, and more than half of it had collapsed. The lava crocodile king's belly flipped up as it laid on the ground, dead as a doornail. Its belly was pecked open by the Xianxia divine rooster, and its flesh and internal organs were all devoured. All that was left was a broken skeleton supporting the dark red crocodile skin. The two searched for a while. Soon, they found pieces of red glass shards. This was the remains of the flame stomach goo. Evidently, the lava crocodile king activated the flame stomach goo's defense, but it was forcefully destroyed by the Xianxia divine pheasant, causing the flame stomach goo to be destroyed. As for the other lava explosion goo and accumulating ash goo, they were nowhere to be seen. That was not surprising. Once the host died, the goo worms living on the wild beasts would leave on their own as if they had lost their home, roaming around again. The accumulating ash goo was an ideal healing goo, it was most suitable for Fang Yuan's current situation. But things don't always go your way. Not getting the accumulating ash goo was within Fang Yuan's expectations. However, it wasn't as if they didn't gain anything. There was still some flesh left in the lava crocodile king's corpse. The Xianyuan celestial chicken had eaten a big portion, but it still left some leftovers for Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing worked hard for the whole morning, cutting up the crocodile meat and storing it in the tusita flour. This crocodile meat is enough to feed the crocodile strength goo for another 3 months. Let's go check out other places. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing arrived at the territory of the white apes. Groups of white apes frolicked and played in the originally dense and flourishing forest. Broken trees were everywhere, and the white apes' severed limbs were mixed among them. Some old, weak, and young white apes were guarding the corpses of their relatives. They were wailing, and the whole forest was filled with a sad and miserable atmosphere. Last night, the Xianyuan divine rooster had brought disaster to this group of thousands of white apes. Now, there were only 200 or 300 of them left, and a few hundred beast king-level white apes were injured. Bai Ningbing's eyes lit up. This is the moment when the white apes are at their weakest. Should we make a move? Fang Yuan stopped her. It wasn't that he pitied these white apes, but he knew that in a way, the white apes were even more dangerous now. Soldiers who mourn are bound to win. Don't provoke these white apes. If you provoke them, they will attack furiously and won't rest until they kill us. Even though those 100 beast kings are injured, they're not something you can handle alone. Bai Ningbing heard this and glanced at Fang Yuan, giving up on the idea of making a move. The two arrived at the rotten swamp in the southwest direction. The swamp had become unrecognizable, turned upside down by the Xianyuan divine rooster. The living environment was greatly damaged, and the swamp's power was reshuffled. Although the divine rooster had flown away, the swamp was not peaceful. All kinds of poisonous creatures were fighting and running around. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing stood at the edge of the swamp, and in a short while, they saw 3 battles from afar. One was a battle between 2 colorful poisonous snakes, and in the end, one swallowed the other. But not long after, a scorpion the size of a crab came and killed the poisonous snake. The second battle was between a poisonous powder moth and a blue toad. The battle suddenly erupted, and the toad swallowed the moth into its stomach. But a moment later, the moth suffocated in the toad's stomach, and the toad was also poisoned to death. The third battle was between a black spider the size of a basin, rolling out of the mud. The surface of its body was covered with ants. After a while, the ants won and devoured the spider. Seeing this chaotic scene, Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing turned around and left. Finally, they arrived at the nest of the frenzy needle bees. The house-sized nest had already collapsed. The surroundings were quiet, not a single frenzy needle bee was left. The two walked closer. Soon, a sesame-like fragrance entered Bai Ningbing's nose. She sniffed. What is this smell? It is the smell of a beehive. Frenzy needle bees do not make honey, but their beehive is an excellent goo refinement material. At the same time, it is also a type of food that can be eaten by humans. Fang Yuan said as he pried open a part of the beehive. Crack. The beehive fragment was dark yellow. Under Bai Ningbing's curious gaze, he placed the beehive into his mouth, crushed it in one bite, chewed a few times, and swallowed it. The taste of the beehive reminded him of the taste of biscuits on earth, fragrant and crispy. But there was no doubt that this natural food was much better than biscuits. It had a hint of sweetness, but was not greasy at all, instead giving off a refreshing feeling. The taste is good. Bai Ningbing also pried open a piece and ate it, immediately feeling her mouth salivate. The sweet taste made her frown unconsciously relax. We are almost finished with our salted meat and biscuits. Why don't we collect some beehives and put them in your tusita flour? Bai Ningbing suggested. Fang Yuan looked at the sky, his expression somewhat worried. I have the same intention, but we need to move quickly. You are worried that the lava crocodile king and the white ape's corpse will attract other fierce beasts. Don't worry, there is no wind today. It will take some time to attract other wild beasts. This period of time is enough for us to squander. Bai Ningbing smiled. Fang Yuan shook his head, but just as he was about to speak, his expression suddenly changed. Buzz buzz buzz, the sound of the swarm of bees flying rapidly reached their ears. Bai Ningbing followed the sound and looked at the sky, only to see a dark cloud formed by countless frenzy needle wasps. They were killing the two of them. Although the frenzy needle wasp's nest was pushed down by the Xianyuan divine pheasant and the most delicious part of the nest was eaten. But not many of the frenzy needle wasps were killed. The frenzy needle wasps could not cause any harm to the Xianyuan divine pheasant. After the latter ate and drank to its heart's content, it did not waste any energy to kill these insignificant little things. The frenzy needle wasp's home was destroyed, and their intelligence was low, so they began to chase after the Xianyuan divine pheasant. But after the Xianyuan divine pheasant flew into the sky, they could not catch it, so they could only return to their nest and prepare to rebuild their home. Then they saw two youths standing in their home, eating their beehives. Under such circumstances, what was there to hesitate about? Their anger towards the Xianyuan divine pheasant was completely transferred to Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing. At once, countless frenzy needle wasps flapped their wings, and like millions of raindrops, rapidly descended. Bai Ningbing was stunned. Still not running? Feng Yuan turned around and ran, spreading his legs. With this reminder, Bai Ningbing also turned around and chased after Feng Yuan. The frenzy needle wasps chased closely behind them. Feng Yuan ran in front, while Bai Ningbing fell behind. They did not have movement goo worms, and Bai Ningbing was quickly caught by the frenzy needle wasps. Bam bam bam. Bai Ningbing activated the sky canopy goo, and the white light armor shook. In an instant, he suffered over 1,000 attacks. The frenzy needle wasp stinger was like steel and iron, very hard. Together with their high speed, they were no less than a rain of arrows. The huge quantity caused a qualitative change. Bai Ningbing's primeval sea continued to fall. The frenzy needle wasp's attacks could not be underestimated. What was more troublesome was that several of the frenzy needle wasps had already become goo. The rank 3 frenzy needle wasps had the ability to penetrate, and even the sky canopy goo could not defend against it. Bai Ningbing's back soon had several bloody holes, causing her to groan in pain. Her running speed was stimulated, and she actually broke through her usual limits. Bai Ningbing had never thought that one day she would be able to run so fast on foot. Mountain rocks and trees seemed to be crashing towards her. She had no choice but to focus all her attention. Once she tripped on something, the frenzy needle wasps would immediately surround her. Under the group attack, she would definitely die. With Bai Ningbing sharing the pressure, Feng Yuan's situation was much better. He activated his primeval essence and poured it into the back armor goo on his back. The skin on his back was uneven, and slightly bulged, turning into a thick and hard crocodile skin armor. Ordinary frenzy needle wasps could not hit the crocodile skin armor. As for the Fubi goo, they were all attracted to Bai Ningbing. After running for another 7 minutes, the frenzy needle wasps were still in hot pursuit. Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing were panting, and their speed started to slow down. We're saved, there's a lake in front. As the situation became more dangerous, Feng Yuan suddenly shouted. Bai Ningbing was overjoyed. The trees gradually became fewer, and a blue and white watery light appeared, mixed in with the green color, increasing in number. The two rushed out of the forest, and a lake appeared in front of them. Feng Yuan did not hesitate, and with a splash, he jumped into the lake. Bai Ningbing followed closely behind. Whoosh whoosh whoosh, the frenzy needle wasps locked onto them, and also shot into the water. The white armor on Bai Ningbing's body shook intensely, and in an instant, she suffered a large number of attacks. She bit her lips in pain, and her hands paddled, trying her best to dive deeper into the water. After a while, Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing came ashore from another place. The beehive smell on their bodies had already been washed away. Looking at their original location, there were still large numbers of frenzy needle wasps circling in the air, attacking the water surface from time to time. The frenzy needle wasps were small in size, but they were very agile. Even if they fell into the lake temporarily, as long as they did not go too deep, they could fly back up. Damn it! Bai Ningbing cursed softly, her heart still had lingering fear. Her expression was very unsightly. Be it Xianyuan divine pheasant, white ape group, or frenzy needle wasps, she could not deal with any of them. If she had been discovered by Xianyuan divine pheasant last night, she would have become its food. Rank 3 cultivation, in this cruel world of nature, was only at the bottom. I've had enough. When can we reach Baigu Mountain? Shoo, be quiet. Fan Yuan's expression was solemn. He half-squatted and pointed at the remains of a bonfire on the shore. Bai Ningbing immediately frowned. Undoubtedly, this was left behind by someone else. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Iso. The lake was calm, reflecting the blue sky and white clouds. Having just escaped the frenzy needlebee's pursuit, Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing's mood was heavy. In front of them, there was a trace indicating that someone had started a fire to roast meat at this location. Earth communication ear grass, Fan Yuan willed, and ginseng roots grew out of his ears. The ginseng roots dropped down and rooted into the ground, causing Fan Yuan's hearing to increase sharply. After listening for a while, his expression relaxed, not discovering anyone hiding in the surroundings. Then, he walked up to the remains of the bonfire and reached out to rub the ashes. He did not let go of any other clues. This bonfire was started half a month ago, the person was alone and should not be nearby. After a while, Fan Yuan reported the results of his investigation. Alone? Clan Gu masters travel in groups of at least 5 people. It seems this person is a demonic Gu master. Bai Ningbing frowned, sighing. If it was a clan Gu master, they were all righteous, and there was a possibility of interaction. If it was a demonic Gu master, once they met, it would be a battle. Such a scene was not because righteous people are usually kind, while demonic people are evil. But when they are alone, they would show their true nature. In the wilderness, there were no restrictions, so they could act without worries. Righteous Gu masters usually travel in groups. Thus, when dealing with matters, they would consider the opinions of the people around them, and act closer to the normal social norms. Demonic Gu masters usually travel alone, with high vigilance and a strong sense of danger. Without anyone to rely on, they would first ensure their own safety. This was not good news for Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing. If they met a righteous clan Gu master, they could still avoid fighting. But if they met a demonic Gu master, a battle was unavoidable. Unless they showed great strength, causing the demonic Gu master to cower in fear. However, Gu masters who could travel alone in the wilderness were mostly rank 4, and had special methods. How many weaklings could there be, but Fan Yuan and Bai Ningbing? One was a rank 3 rookie, while the other was a rank 1 initial stage. Without sufficient comprehensive Gu worms, walking in the forest could be said to be difficult, with dangers everywhere. If he met a demonic Gu master, he would definitely be in trouble. Fortunately, we discovered the traces of this bonfire in advance. Next, don't rush blindly. Take a rest first. At the very least, treat the injuries on your body, Fan Yuan said. Bai Ningbing nodded. With his reminder, she felt a dull pain in her back. Fan Yuan summoned the tusita flower, took out some bandages and herbs, and gave most of them to Bai Ningbing. The carapace Gu's defensive area was small, and its practicality was barely satisfactory. But this time it was a great help to Fan Yuan. Because Bai Ningbing attracted the majority of the attacks, the wounds on Fan Yuan's body were negligible. Fan Yuan quickly took care of his own matters and rushed over to help Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing took off her clothes, revealing finger-sized bloody holes all over her back. It was a ghastly sight. Frenzy Needlebee Gu was a rank 3 Gu, they were numerous and had the ability to penetrate. It countered the Sky Canopy Gu, but fortunately Bai Ningbing had used the Ice Muscles Gu before. The 2 layers of defense combined to protect her life. Hiss hiss, Bai Ningbing gritted her teeth, taking in a deep breath from time to time, enduring the pain of treating her injuries. After a while, the injuries were treated. Fan Yuan placed the empty medicine jar and the remaining bandages back into the tusita flower. There isn't much medicine left, and so are the bandages. Even though we have been frugal, we have reused the bandages as much as possible. It seems we need to find a healing Gu as soon as possible. Fan Yuan stood up, his expression solemn. Medicine would be used up eventually, and it was difficult to concoct them, so collecting them took time. If there was a healing Gu, not only would the effects be much better, it would also consume primeval essence. Primeval essence could be recovered naturally. Comparing the two, it was clear which was better. But an ideal Gu worm was hard to find. In fact, in this half a month, they had encountered many opportunities. But it was either they were not strong enough, or the environment did not allow it, and the conditions to capture it were not sufficient. We need to get a healing goo. But before that, I have a problem here. Bai Ningbing suddenly said. What problem? Fang Yuan slightly raised his eyebrows. Bai Ningbing was naked from the waist up. She turned around and pointed at her chest. Here, it's these 2 lumps of rotten meat. They are too much of a hindrance. When I run, they are bouncing. When I fight, they are also a burden. I want to cut them off, but I am worried that the wound is too big, and without a healing goo, it will be even more troublesome. She was a genius of Bai clan, and had always been focused on cultivation, ignorant of other aspects, and did not pay attention to women. Although she had turned into a female body, she had been a male since young. Psychologically, she did not care, and did not treat this body as something important. Anyway, she knew that the Yanggu in Fang Yuan's hands could help her, and she felt that she would return to a male body sooner or later. Thus, Bai Ningbing had never treated herself as a woman. Fang Yuan expressionlessly glanced at her. It will be troublesome to cut it off. You can bind your chest. What is binding my chest? Bai Ningbing asked. It is using a bandage to wrap the chest, treating it like a wound, and fixing it in place. Fang Yuan said. Bai Ningbing's expression was vexed and helpless, sighing, "Sigh, I can only do this for now." The sun gradually set in the west and night fell. Wild beasts continuously came to the lake to drink water, and the 2 did not dare to stay by the lake for long. Not far away, Fang Yuan found a natural cave on the precipitous rock wall. Although the space was small, it was safe enough. After getting rid of the birds, this became their temporary residence. A few days later, Bai Ningbing's injuries gradually recovered. The 2 set off again, heading towards Baigu Mountain. But considering that mysterious demonic goo master, along the way, Fang Yuan was extremely careful, constantly stopping and using the earth communication air grass to scout the surroundings. On the 2nd day of their journey, his cautiousness reaped him some rewards. Under the tree, he found firewood that had been burnt to ashes. Evidently, it was done by that demonic goo master. On the 3rd day, they found traces of an intense battle beside a stream. The corpse of a huge green python lay there. The python meat on its body had been devoured clean by other beasts, leaving only its bones. The ground was filled with its scales, and the stream had changed its course. The surrounding trees were all broken and fallen. Fang Yuan observed carefully, and his tone relaxed. That demonic goo master once fought with the green python here. This is a 100-beast king level green python, and such an intense battle. It seems that this demonic goo master's cultivation is only rank 3. But even so, Fang Yuan did not want to meet this demonic goo master. He would rather deal with those unintelligent wild beasts or goo worms. An intelligent goo master would make full use of every bit of strength. A rank 3 demonic goo master, to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, was much more threatening than frenzy needle bees. But things did not go according to plan, and on that afternoon, the 2 found traces of the demonic goo master again. This demonic goo master is injured. There are pieces of flesh on the ground. It seems he was poisoned. Fang Yuan said. On Earth, there were no pythons with poison. But in this world, it was extremely common. Bai Ningbing heard this, and her eyes brightened. No doubt, this was good news. The weaker the demonic goo master, the more advantageous it was for them. In the next few days, the traces left behind by the demonic goo master increased. With his 500 years of experience, Fang Yuan deduced that they were getting closer to the injured demonic goo master. Be extra careful. We can deduce that the demonic goo master's injuries are getting worse, and the green python's poison has already corroded her body. But because of this, the demonic goo master's mentality is unstable, and it is easy for them to go to extremes. Fang Yuan reminded Bai Ningbing. If they were to fight, Bai Ningbing would be the leader. Fang Yuan's rank 1 initial stage cultivation was not enough. Their biggest advantage now was that the enemy was in the open while they were in the dark. As the 2 moved forward, they became even more careful. Their speed became slower, and the distance they traveled became shorter and shorter. Finally, one afternoon, Fang Yuan opened his eyes. The ginseng whiskers on his ears shrunk to nothing. I found that demonic goo master. She is in that cave, on her last breath. Just now, he heard the faint sound of human breathing in the cave. Take advantage of the enemy's weakness. Bai Ningbing wanted to fight, her eyes showing a fierce light. But she was stopped by Fang Yuan. Don't be impatient. Why do you need to fight? From the looks of it, in a few days, she will die from the poison. I see. Bai Ningbing's killing intent lessened. But at this time. The two of you outside, why are you still hiding? I've found you. A weak voice came from the cave. Hearing this voice, the demonic goo master inside was a woman. Fang Yuan's expression changed, and he immediately retreated. Don't you want my Yuan stone and goo worms? The voice came from the cave again. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing retreated even faster. Although the other party was weak, there was a sense of certainty in her tone. She must have made some arrangements in the cave, setting up a trap, and had no fear. Moreover, no one would be stupid enough to fight with a dying person. You want to leave after coming? Humph, how can there be such a good thing? Stay behind. Suddenly, a figure shot out from the cave. It's up to you. Fang Yuan's figure flickered, and he hit himself. Bai Ningbing snorted, activating the sky canopy goo and summoning the chainsaw golden centipede, facing the person. The two fought for 3 rounds, and the demonic female goo master was at a disadvantage. She was a middle-aged woman, not wearing shoes, and had a pair of big bare feet. Thick black hair grew on the soles and back of her feet. Her face and arms were covered in a strange green color. It was caused by the green python's poison. After a while, the demonic female goo master was slowly losing. She suddenly stepped on the ground, and shot back into the cave. Bai Ningbing chased closely. Don't chase a cornered enemy. Fang Yuan quickly reminded, but it was too late. Bam, a loud sound, and the ground under Bai Ningbing's feet suddenly exploded. Her whole body was blown away. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to ESO. Dirt and stones flew everywhere, and smoke and dust rose. Bai Ningbing was on the ground from the explosion, but with a flip, she stood up again. She had the sky canopy goo's protection and was unharmed, but the sky canopy goo in her aperture was shaken, and the white armor on her body dimmed. What is this? Bai Ningbing cursed, focusing her gaze. At the location of the explosion, there was a small crater with a diameter of 2 to 3 meters. In the cave, the demonic female goo master laughed proudly. Good. I didn't kill you this time, little girl. If you have the guts, come again? Humph, Bai Ningbing snorted coldly. Although she was furious, she was not an impulsive person. The explosion just now was protected by the sky canopy goo. But if it were to happen a few more times, the sky canopy goo would be destroyed. What method was that just now? An explosive attack came from underground. If I leave the ground, would I be able to avoid that attack? Bai Ningbing thought in her heart. She was not stupid, although she was ignorant in other aspects, she was extremely sharp and intelligent in battle. I don't have a flying goo, and even if I jump, I will still touch the ground. No, I don't have to attack. This guy's words just now were obviously to provoke me into attacking, hee. Thinking of this, Bai Ningbing laughed sinisterly. Do you think you will be safe if you hide in the cave? As long as I guard the entrance, you won't have to worry about not coming out. Ha ha ha, then go on and guard. I have already prepared a large amount of food. The wind and rain are strong in the outer sect. Let's see who can outlast the other. The demonic female goo master immediately retorted. Bai Ningbing laughed coldly. The more time passed, the more advantageous it was for her. Because this demonic female goo master was poisoned by the green python, the longer she stayed, the weaker she would get. But at this time, Fang Yuan cupped his fists towards the demonic female goo master. We met in the wilderness, we were just passing by. Sigh, making things difficult for you is making things difficult for ourselves. Let's hope we never meet again. Goodbye. Saying so, he turned and left. Why are you leaving? She is only a rank 3 goo master. As long as we understand that explosion method, we will win. Bai Ningbing raised her eyebrows. Fang Yuan snorted coldly. You are also a 3rd rank, I am only a 1st rank. It's more important for us to hurry on with our journey. Don't get into so much trouble. It's better to be safe than sorry. Bai Ningbing was stunned for a moment before she realized that Fang Yuan was performing. Although she didn't know what Fang Yuan was planning, based on her understanding of him, Bai Ningbing still chose to cooperate with Fang Yuan. She purposely said angrily, "You're always so timid." "Sigh, forget it, I'll spare your life." She looked deeply at the demonic female Gu master, not concealing her killing intent. Soon after, she followed Fang Yuan into the forest, out of the demonic female Gu master's vision. After pulling away enough distance, Bai Ningbing broke the silence. "That explosion of hers isn't something to worry about. She didn't use it when she fought me just now. It was not until she retreated into the cave and I stepped on the spot that the explosion occurred. I guessed that she was a Gu worm that was buried in advance, but it couldn't be moved. We can lure a group of wild beasts and use them to attack the cave, testing her methods." These words revealed Bai Ningbing's battle prowess without a doubt. But Fang Yuan laughed, asking in reply, "And then?" Bai Ningbing was stunned. Fang Yuan squinted, his eyes shining with brilliance. "According to what you said, we lure a group of wild beasts to test her methods, but so what? Force her into a desperate situation, she knows she has no chance of survival and will fight to the death, pulling someone down with her. Even if we manage to keep our lives, we will suffer losses. Moreover, even if we defeat her in the end, she will definitely have the thought of letting us get nothing and destroy all the Gu worms in her hands. A Gu master only needs a thought to destroy their own Gu worms. We don't have any targeted methods. If we kill her, we won't be able to get her Gu worms, so what's the point?" Bai Ningbing frowned slightly. Earlier, they were on guard against this demonic Gu master because they were afraid of her sneak attack, and to protect themselves. But when the two of them discovered this demonic Gu master's true strength, their intentions naturally changed. He would kill this weak demonic Gu master and obtain her Gu worms to strengthen himself. There were many types of wild Gu worms, but there were too few that were suitable and easy to feed. The Gu worms on a Gu master's body would definitely be carefully selected by their owner, and would definitely consider all aspects. If they could get it, it would be much more reliable than capturing wild Gu worms. But very few people could take all the Gu worms after killing the enemy. Other than the losses during battle, the Gu master could make the Gu worms self-destruct with just a thought. Many defeated people, as long as they had enough time to react, would not leave their Gu worms for their enemies. It was not hard to kill this demonic Gu master, but it was not easy to take all the Gu worms on her body. "Don't you have a plunder Gu?" Bai Ningbing suddenly asked. "A plunder Gu has too little effect. It can deal with wild beasts, but against a Gu master, there are harsh conditions to succeed." Fang Yuan shook his head. Bai Ningbing suddenly thought of something, and said worriedly, "If we leave like this, we might end up overreaching ourselves and let her escape easily. What should we do?" Fang Yuan laughed, and said with a firm tone, "In the short term, she will not escape. Righteous Gu masters, no matter if it was a clan inheritance or a sect, they would go through a certain level of nurturing and have higher qualities. But demonic Gu masters were often mixed in good and bad. Some were traitors of the righteous path, fugitives. These people had gone through training and had the foundation of a Gu master. And some were farmers, hunters, who had opened their aperture by chance and obtained some inheritance, and could be considered to have become a Gu master halfway through their training. This demonic female Gu master, her accent is coarse, her battle skills are lacking, and she does not have enough survival experience. Every time she camped, she would leave behind clear traces. Even if she was injured, she would not cover such an important clue like blood. I see that her physique is rough and robust, and she has big hands and feet, but she was originally a farmer. She only obtained a small inheritance." Fang Yuan continued to analyze. "That explosion just now should have been caused by a rank 2 grass Gu that she buried in advance, called charred thunder potato. No matter who stepped on it, there would be an explosion. A farmer, how much knowledge can she have? She was poisoned by the python, and with no way to deal with it, her injuries became more and more serious. Her heart was filled with fear and no sense of security, so she subconsciously planted many charred thunder potato Gu at the entrance of the cave. If we force her, she will do something extreme. But taking the initiative to leave can let her breathe a sigh of relief, and temporarily calm her emotions. She will definitely suspect if we really left. Going out is dangerous, and she might bump into us. And those charred thunder potato goo gave her a huge sense of security. So in the short term, she will not leave. Bai Ningbing was expressionless, listening quietly. Even though she was very unwilling, she had to admit that Fang Yuan's analysis was extremely reasonable and penetrating. She could not compare. Your analysis is correct, but she has snake venom in her body, and dragging it out is not a solution. She will eventually walk out of the cave. Bai Ningbing retorted. Fang Yuan nodded, pointing at his right ear, so, we need to monitor her. His Earth communication ear grass, although only rank 2, had a detection range comparable to many rank 3 goo worms. Bai Ningbing shook her head. This move of yours has its drawbacks. Activating the Earth communication ear grass consumes primeval essence continuously. Even if you have the heavenly essence treasure lotus and can replenish your primeval essence, a person's energy is limited. However, a person's energy was limited. They needed rest and sleep. You can't possibly keep eavesdropping, right? Facing such a question, Fang Yuan rolled his eyes. When did you become stupid? The other party is only one person, but we have 2. Goo worms could be borrowed, and the 2 of them could use the Earth communication ear grass alternately, taking turns to rest. Bai Ningbing's expression froze, and her eyes flashed with embarrassment. Damn it. Such a simple question, how can I not understand it myself? She gritted her teeth, blaming herself for making such a low-level mistake. Fang Yuan laughed in his heart. In the end, Bai Ningbing did not want to see Fang Yuan surpass her, so she subconsciously wanted to refute Fang Yuan, but ended up losing sight of the other and losing her footing. Fang Yuan was happy to see such a retort, because every time Bai Ningbing failed in her rebuttal, he would be convinced by Bai Ningbing. This kind of submission was minuscule, and it was a subtle influence. Even Bai Ningbing herself could not feel it. By the time she came to her senses one day, she would have already been used by Fang Yuan unknowingly. To Fang Yuan, the demonic female goo master was only one of his targets, and Bai Ningbing was the second. Chen Chuihua was terrified. She was originally a peasant woman who accidentally fell into a hole in the ground when she was plowing the soil. In the cave, she found a corpse, and without knowing it, she obtained the inheritance and became a goo master. Goo master, Chen Chuihua could never have imagined that one day, she would become a high and mighty goo master. But after a short period of joy, she was met with misfortune. A mountain leopard as big as a cow, with a green whirlwind around it, attacked her village. The entire village died, and she was chased by the leopard, using her goo worms to escape. After wandering in the wild for half a year, the goo worms she had were getting lesser and lesser. Finally, recently, she met a green giant python. Although she killed the python, she was poisoned. Especially today, she had encountered 2 goo masters. This was already her 3rd time meeting goo masters. The previous 2 times taught her a painful lesson, and taught her to protect herself. But she was still a half-baked goo master, and lacked the foundation of a goo master. Thinking of the battle earlier, Chen Chuihua panicked. She was not that girl's match. Luckily, she had buried many charred thunder potato goo. Luckily, that boy was cowardly and chose to leave. Chen Chuihua saw their figures disappear into the forest, and heaved a sigh of relief. But she could not be sure that they had really left. Her investigative goo allowed her to see everything within 350 steps. The degree of clarity was as if it was right in front of her. But she did not have X-ray vision. Let's wait. After 3 more days, I will go out. Chen Chuihua thought to herself. Now, she had learned to be cautious and patient. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to ESO. High up in the sky, the winds howled. Die. Master Tenchiru roared, gathering his remaining strength and turning into a white light, charging towards Gen Guyue. You want to kill me, you are too naive. Blood White opened its mouth, baring its fangs as it charged towards Gen Guyue. Bam! Amidst the loud explosion, a huge force surged over and blew the 2 of them far away. Both were heavily injured. The mountains will not change, the rivers will continue to flow. Junior brother, today's enmity will be avenged in the future. Gen Guyue laughed loudly, flapping the black bat wings on his back, about to fly away. Suddenly, a huge shadow shrouded over him. He raised his head. It was the heavily injured Ironbeak Flying Crane King. It didn't die? Damn it. Janguyue's expression changed. After being intercepted by the Ironbeak Flying Crane King, Master Tenchiru also rushed over to pincer it. Finally, the Flying Crane King fell to the ground, and the blood white was destroyed. Master Tenchiru grabbed Janguyue's head, hovering in the air, his gaze unfocused for a while before coming back to his senses. He raised his head and laughed 3 times, before his laughter turned into sobs. After venting for a while, he flew towards Qingmao Mountain. But he was suppressed by Ning Bing's self-detonation, and had no choice but to use the life-bearing jade goo. When he broke out of the ice, he frantically searched, but only managed to dig out the dying Fangjing. The scene on the wall faithfully showed the scene at that time. What happened next was not worth mentioning. It was the scenery on the way back from Master Tenchiru. Crane Gate was one of the oldest sects in Central Continent. Historically, when the sect members went out to carry out urgent missions, they would bring along a goo worm to record the process of the mission. Regardless of whether the mission was successful or not, the goo master would report back to the mountain, and the sect would conduct an assessment based on the recorded process. Although Master Tenchiru was a sect elder, he was not exempt from this rule. But he was too senior, and few goo masters in Crane Gate had the qualifications to assess him. Even the current Immortal Crane sect leader didn't have it. However, at this moment, the old man sitting cross-legged in front of Master Tenchiru. But it was extraordinary. He Fengyang, Supreme Elder, Rank 6 Goo Master, known as Winged Crane Flying Immortal, he was wearing a white robe with a black belt, and his sleeves were fluttering in the wind. He sat cross-legged on the praying mat. His face was that of a teenager. Gentle as jade. His dark green eyebrows were long and slender, reaching all the way to his waist. His deep and serene eyes stared at the image on the wall, and then he slowly withdrew his gaze. Master Tenchiru stood respectfully in front of him, not even daring to breathe loudly. As a matter of fact, Master Tenchiru had been asleep for nearly 1,000 years, and Immortal Shen was still his junior. However, the so-called qualifications were never based on age, but strength. Although Master Tenchiru was a rank 5 and was only 1 rank lower than He Fengyang, he was still a rank 5 master. But this was the difference. It was like the difference between heaven and earth, like the difference between clouds and mud. Rank 5 was immortal, rank 6 was an immortal. Master Tenchiru. He Fengyang spoke slowly, his voice was clear and gentle like a stream. Yes. Master Tenchiru quickly responded. You killed the sect traitor this time, but did not retrieve the blood skull goo. Instead, you were toyed with and suppressed by 2 juniors. In the room, He Fengyang's voice reverberated. Master Tenchiru's head drooped even lower. He showed an ashamed expression. However, one of them had the northern dark ice soul physique. It is not strange that you were suppressed. What is gratifying is that you did something to remedy the situation. Let me ask you, is the youngster you brought back really the twin brother of the youngster in the painting? He Fengyang asked. I have already investigated, it is so. The one who escaped was the elder brother Feng Yuan. The one who was captured was the younger brother Feng Jing. What is even more amazing is that these 2 brothers are not on good terms. After I showed Feng Jing the video of his brother slaughtering his clansmen, he wants to kill his brother immediately. Master Tenchiru laughed sinisterly. He Fengyang nodded slightly. It seems that you already have a plan. But do you have enough time? Master Tenchiru's expression changed. His tone suddenly became gloomy. You are right, Grand Elder. I have already reached the limit of my lifespan. I am a dying person. I only have a few days left to live. Even if I have the life burial jade goo, it will not change the situation. In his situation, only by finding the lifespan goo could he solve the root of the problem. But the lifespan goo was hard to find. There were a few in the Crane Gate, but it was not his turn. It had always been firmly in the hands of the sect leader and the few supreme elders. So not long ago, I gave up my life savings and goo worms in exchange for a spirit incubating flea. I will bring Feng Jing into the sect and take him as my disciple. After that, I will guide him to refine the kinship bloodworm. After that, I will urge him to kill his brother and take back the blood skull goo for the Crane Gate. Master Tenchiru said. He Fengyang raised his eyebrows slightly. It sounds like you are very confident in your plan. But will that Fengjing really be manipulated by you? Although his aptitude is not bad, he is still a child. After I die, I will store my soul in the spirit incubating flea. It will accompany him as he grows and guide his cultivation. The road has already been paved for him, he can only walk on it. At this point, Master Tenchiru knelt on the ground, kowtowing and begging, "Elder, please give me one more chance." He Fengyang was silent for a while, then said, "All right, I will grant you one last chance." "Thank you, Elder, thank you, Elder." Master Tenchiru was overjoyed. "Go. I will wait for your good news. In less than 20 years, I will definitely succeed." Master Tenchiru's voice trembled with excitement, he could only retreat. Southern border, Wanqing Mountain, Tai Clan City. The tall and thick black stone city walls stretched for thousands of li. Tai Clan City started from the waist of the mountain, with countless stone houses and iron buildings arranged in order, stretching all the way to the peak of the mountain. Under the sunlight, the city was bustling with people and carriages, it was a scene of prosperity. The clan leader pavilion was near the peak of the mountain, it was heavily guarded and there were few people around. The patrol teams took turns patrolling, the Gu masters were all capable and meticulous. On the roof of the clan leader pavilion, two people stood. One was a middle-aged man, his expression was cold as steel, but his eyes had some gentleness. Standing beside him was a young girl, her gaze sad but firm. It was Tai Ruanan. "You have only returned for a few days? But this is already the 19th time you are asking for my resignation. Your father's death made me extremely sad. You lost your mother when you were young, and now your father, but you must remember, you still have me as your uncle. You are my niece, I will not let you take the risk." Tai family's patriarch sighed. Tai Ruanan's gaze was burning. She looked straight at Tai clan leader, "Uncle, do you know? Although father is gone, I feel happy for him in my sorrow. Father's life was determined to eradicate evil, to punish criminals. He did it, even when he was injured, he did not retreat. He persevered, walking his own path. And now, it is time for me to continue." Tai clan leader was dazed. At this moment, he saw Tai Shueleng's shadow on Tai Ruanan. So similar, these eyes, this gaze. In a daze, Tai clan leader seemed to have returned to his youth. Tai Shueleng was standing beside him, staring at the demon suppression tower at the peak of the mountain, saying resolutely, "I will kill all the criminals in the world, and let the world be filled with justice and love. I will imprison all the demonic path members in the demon suppression tower. Even if I fill the demon suppression tower to the brim." The vow of the past was still ringing in his ears. But his best friend was no longer around, the eyes in front of him merged together. Tai clan leader shook his head, dispelling the memories. He looked at the stubborn girl in front of him with a gaze that was filled with admiration and love, worry and encouragement. "The path you've chosen is the path you've chosen. It is not easy to walk on." Tai Ruanan did not reply, but turned to look at the mountain peak. At the highest point of Wanqing Mountain, there was a majestic iron tower. It had a majestic aura, as if it could hold up the sky, stepping on the tall mountains. White clouds were like fog, coiling around it, causing it to look blurry to outsiders. It added a layer of mystery to it. This tower was not only a grand sight in southern border, it was famous in the world. Even in central continent, many people had heard of it. Demon Suppression Tower, the tower was 1,000 feet tall, with close to 100 floors. The tower was simple and unadorned. It was majestic and full of vicissitudes, giving off a righteous aura. Ever since it was built, Tai clan Gu masters had imprisoned many demonic Gu masters inside. Hundreds, thousands, tens of thousands, even Tai clan leader might not know. It was the symbol of the righteous path, the deepest pride of Tai clan Gu masters. Many demons and demonic heirs buried their ambitions here, leaving behind sorrow, regret, unwillingness, and regret. Demonic Gu masters would turn pale when talking about it, while righteous Gu masters would be exhilarated when talking about it. Tai Ruanan spoke with a firm tone, as if talking to Tai clan leader, or to herself. "There is a demon suppression tower at the peak of Wanqing Mountain, I also have a demon suppression tower in my heart. Father did not finish walking this path, so let me take his place and continue walking it. I can't hold on anymore. Qin Shuihua felt dizzy, her vision blurred, and she felt nauseous from time to time, wanting to vomit. But she could not vomit, her whole body was weak, and waves of fatigue assaulted her. Her original plan was to hold on for 3 days, but after 1 day, she knew she was too optimistic. The harm the snake venom brought to her was getting worse. She knew she was forced into a cliff, and had to find a healing goo worm as soon as possible. Damn it. If not for those 2 thieves, I might have already caught wild goo worms and cured the snake venom. She was restless. Ever since she was poisoned, she had been trying to find a healing goo worm. But the vast forest was filled with danger, and she did not have any methods to catch worms, so she had no progress. Bai Ningbing raised the dagger in her hand, about to cut her right ear. Wait. Fang Yuan stretched out his hand, grabbing her arm. The sharp blade was just inches away from Bai Ningbing's right ear. To use the earth communication ear grass, she needed to cut off her right ear and replace it. It was just an ear, it was not a big deal. Compared to the huge harvest, Bai Ningbing did not feel any pity. Demonic cultivators were vicious and merciless. They were vicious to others, but even more vicious to themselves, and it was these people who could give up that could accomplish great things. No need to cut it, she's out. Fang Yuan said, and started to move. He used the earth communication ear grass, and followed behind Qin Shuihua. Not long later, he heard the sounds of fighting. The 2 stayed close to the lush shrubbery, sneaking closer. They saw this demonic female goo master fighting with a twin-headed boar. After watching for a while, the 2's eyes shone with excitement. Qin Shuihua's condition was terrible, her battle strength had dropped by more than half. As for this twin-headed boar, it was a solitary 100-beast king, possessing a defensive goo. This will be a battle of attrition, we can take advantage of it. She really buried a charred thunder potato goo. Strange. This goo master has fought for so long, but her primeval essence has not been used up yet. Looks like she has some support goo, like heavenly essence treasure lotus, fish bubble goo and so on. After watching for a while, Fang Yuan felt that the time had come, and called out the stealth scales goo, handing it to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing nodded in understanding. She hid her body, and quietly approached. Bam, with a loud explosion, the twin-headed boar stomped another charred thunder potato goo. This time it completely collapsed and could no longer get up. It fell on the ground, struggling continuously. A hole was blasted in its stomach. Its intestines slowly flowed out. Fresh blood flowed out. This damned boar, its skin is really thick. It exploded for so long before it died. Qin Shuihua breathed roughly, leaning on the tree trunk, her vision turning black. This fierce battle had left her completely powerless, and she was overwhelmed by extreme fatigue. The fear in her heart supported her, not letting her faint. I can't. I need to hurry back to the cave. If I faint in the wild, it's too dangerous. She was about to attack. Suddenly, she heard a strong wind sound. Strange, why is there wind? This was her last question in life. Bai Ningbing patiently approached him step by step, her attacks as fast as lightning. He used the boar's death, and the demonic female goo master's relaxed state of mind to kill her in one strike. Qin Shuihua's head was crushed by the chainsaw golden centipede. It was smashed into pieces. The headless body fell to the ground with a thud. Got it. Fang Yuan laughed heartily, walking over quickly. Bai Ningbing had already squatted down, her mind entering Qin Shuihua's aperture, and said with some disappointment, there are only 3 goo in the aperture. Goo worms refined by goo masters were somewhat stiff, not as agile as wild goo worms. The demonic female goo master was already dead. The aperture walls gradually darkened, but these 3 goo were still inside. But this was not a problem for Fang Yuan. Plunder goo. He willed, and easily took out these 3 goo. They were, a rice bag grass goo and an iron thorn bramble goo. And a charred thunderbean mother goo. Of course these were not all. Fang Yuan searched for a while, and found a hairy leg goo and a jumping grass goo on the demonic female goo master's leg. Finally, he found a bookworm in her mangled brain matter. But unfortunately, this bookworm had already been killed by Bai Ningbing in one strike. This bookworm should be an inheritance item. The contents inside helped her learn many things about goo masters. There must be some secret recipes and so on. Fang Yuan said regretfully. Forget about the bookworm. This demonic goo master actually doesn't have a healing goo? Bai Ningbing was disappointed. Fang Yuan was silent, not saying a word. No healing goo. He had expected this result. The demonic female goo master was affected by the snake venom. If she had a healing goo, even if it was not sterilized, she would not be in such a sorry state. What he was curious about was, in the battle earlier, the demonic female goo master's performance was very strange. Especially in terms of primeval essence, her recovery speed surpassed a grade, comparable to the 10 extreme physiques. But she was not one of the 10 extreme physiques, and only had a great aptitude. The goo she collected did not help her recover her primeval essence. So this is how the chest is wrapped. At this time, Bai Ningbing opened the demonic female goo master's chest wrapping cloth. Fang Yuan's gaze focused, seeing a silver triangular tattoo on the corpse's chest. It's third watch goo. Fang Yuan was surprised. Third watch goo, what is that? Bai Ningbing raised her brows and asked. This goo is rank 5, and can speed up time by 3 times. It can only be used once, and is a consumable type goo. When it is used on a goo master, it will form this silver triangular tattoo on their chest. Soon after, Fang Yuan explained in detail. Third watch goo, when used on a goo master, can speed up this goo master's personal time by 3 times. The river of time surged and flowed at the same speed. To a normal person, 1 day was 1 day. But to a person affected by the third watch goo, 1 day was equivalent to 3 days of condensed time. Qin Shui Hua, who was affected by the third watch goo, would definitely have rapid cultivation progress. Others would spend a day nurturing their aperture, but she would spend 3 days nurturing it. The cultivation effect was obvious. There was another huge benefit, and that was the primeval essence recovery speed. On her body, the river of time flowed faster, 3 times faster than normal people. Thus, the primeval essence recovery speed was also 3 times faster. This was also why, in the battle earlier, her primeval essence recovery speed shocked Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. However, in balance, there are advantages and disadvantages. Third watch goo had such huge benefits, but it also had huge disadvantages. First, the biggest disadvantage was the loss of lifespan. When the time flowed faster by 3 times, one's lifespan would be greatly shortened, reduced to a third of the original. Qin Shui Hua had received the inheritance for less than a year, but to her, it was 2 to 3 years. Secondly, any injuries that needed time to heal would worsen. The green python's poison needed time to slowly permeate, and the damage would gradually worsen. When others were poisoned by this poison, 1 day was 1 day's effect. But when Qin Shui Hua was poisoned, 1 day was 3 days of accumulated effect. This was also the main reason why she was in such a sorry state. To be affected by the third watch goo, it seems this girl's inheritance is at least a rank 5 inheritance. Unfortunately, a pearl before swine, falling into the hands of these people. Bai Ningbing snorted, looking at the headless corpse at his feet with some disdain. In the long run, the third watch goo was very harmful, forcefully reducing a goo master's lifespan to a third. But in fact, it was very useful for demonic goo masters. Because demonic goo masters usually fought alone, without the support of a clan or sect. They also had to defend against the righteous path, so they had to prioritize survival. Only surviving was the most important. Everything else was empty. And the higher the cultivation, the higher the chance of survival. The third watch goo condensed the goo master's lifespan, condensing the brilliance of a lifetime and blossoming, like drifting cherry blossoms or fireworks, short but wonderful. But without the third watch goo, the cherry blossoms would have been eradicated before they could bloom. This is not strange. Goo masters who use the third watch goo are all brave and diligent people. But this girl's character is different. She is timid and likes to procrastinate, without the courage to move forward. It is only right for her to end up like this today. Fang Yuan glanced at the corpse on the ground, before retracting his gaze. Bai Ningbing's expression was somewhat ugly. Without a healing goo, what would happen? This demonic female goo master in front of him was the best example. Would this also be the portrayal of his future? Fang Yuan smiled and patted her shoulder, consoling. The paths of this world are all created by people. But everyone has their own path, no matter how broad the path of others is, it might not suit you. You and I are walking on our own paths, what is there to worry about? Bai Ningbing heard this, and her expression was dazed, before gradually rising. She nodded, saying, "You are right." Fang Yuan squinted his eyes, looking at the vast forest in front of him. After killing this demonic goo master, he obtained several goo worms, causing his strength to rise sharply. But he also knew he lacked a healing goo, and at the same time, he did not place his hopes on his luck. Next, he might obtain a healing goo, or he might end up like this demonic female goo master, dying without any gains, waiting anxiously for a cure. Maybe at the next moment, he would be trampled to death by a beast group, his life's ambition vanishing. But what did it matter? The path was under his feet, he just had to continue. To be continued, Goo Master text, welcome readers to log in. Swoosh swoosh swoosh, in the aperture, the waves rose and fell continuously, crashing against the aperture walls. The waves were emerald green, the waves surging endlessly. This was a rank 1 initial stage primeval essence. Rank 1 Goo Masters possessed green copper primeval essence. Initial stage was emerald green, middle stage was pale green, upper stage was dark green and peak stage was dark green. The surrounding aperture walls shone brightly, and under the impact of the emerald green waves, its foundation increased bit by bit. Suddenly, the white light shone brightly, before dimming. The white light condensed, forming a water-like ripple. At this moment, the aperture wall's light film deepened into a water film. Done. I've finally advanced from rank 1 initial stage to middle stage. A faint sense of joy rose in Fang Yuan's heart. Initial stage Goo Master's aperture walls were light films, while middle stage was water films. Once the water film was formed, it meant that Fang Yuan's cultivation had returned to rank 1 middle stage. It has been over 20 days since I killed that demonic female Goo Master. During this period, I cultivated day and night without stopping, not wasting a single moment. It is not strange for my cultivation to advance to middle stage. Fang Yuan slowly opened his eyes. What a pity, if I had a liquor worm, my speed would be even faster. The liquor worm could raise a rank 1 Goo Master's primeval essence by a small realm. Using the liquor worm to assist in cultivation could achieve twice the result with half the effort. After Fang Yuan's rebirth, other than the spring-autumn cicada, the first thing he obtained was the liquor worm. Afterwards, he bought another one from the caravan, and refined the two into the 4-flavor liquor worm. Unfortunately, the 4-flavor liquor worm was only effective for rank 2 Goo Masters, and was of no help to the current Fang Yuan. In fact, Fang Yuan had obtained 3 liquor worms on Qingmao Mountain. The third was the spoils of war he obtained from killing Guyue Xiao Lu. This liquor worm had been in Fang Yuan's hands, until the Tai father and daughter came to Qingmao Mountain. To prevent being exposed and fearing Tai Xueling's detection methods, he destroyed the liquor worm and the other spoils of war. Things had already happened. Whether his actions were right or wrong, since Fang Yuan had done it, he had never regretted it. Right now, if he kept the liquor worm in his hand, it would certainly be of help to him. But at least during the entire process, the father and daughter of the Tai family didn't find out about Guyue's medicine. If I reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, I will be able to obtain a first revolution liquor worm. Unfortunately, there are many requirements for reverse refining, and I can't meet them yet. Goo Masters nurture goo, use goo, refine goo. Goo refinement was divided into fusion refinement and reverse refinement. Fusion was to raise a low-rank goo worm to a high-rank goo worm. Reverse refinement was the exact opposite. There were many ways to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. He could use the prodigal son goo to obtain 2 rank 1 liquor worm. Or he could use the revert goo, but this method could only get 1 liquor worm. If he used butterfly transformation goo, he would obtain the Irichi butterfly. If he used unpredictable goo, the goo worm he obtained would be uncertain, it might even be a completely new goo worm. To Fang Yuan, the best solution was to get the prodigal son goo. But the prodigal son goo was much more precious than the liquor worm, it was too difficult to obtain. The most practical solution was still the revert goo. If he used the revert goo, he would lose a liquor worm. But Fang Yuan would still choose to do it without hesitation. Keeping the 4 flavors liquor worm and using it after he reached rank 2 was under a stable situation. Right now, Fang Yuan was in a precarious situation, wandering from place to place. Survival was the most important thing. And the faster his cultivation, the higher his chances of survival. Squeak squeak squeak, outside the cave, monkey cries could be heard, as well as footsteps. Fang Yuan's ears twitched, he was very familiar with these footsteps. Sure enough, not long after, Bai Ningbing appeared in front of Fang Yuan. His whole body was covered in a layer of thorny clothing. This special robe was completely made up of dark green vines and sharp black wooden thorns. While it gave Bai Ningbing a defensive effect, it could also be used as an attack. To those who fought barehanded, these wooden thorns that were as hard as steel would leave a deep impression on them. This layer of thorny clothing was formed from the iron thorn bramble goo. After Bai Ningbing killed the demonic female goo master, he had his eyes on this rank 3 grass goo. He asked for it and refined it into his vital goo. So troublesome. Every time I enter the cave, I have to be so careful. That charred thunder potato goo, can't you bury less of it? He grumbled as he stared at his feet, sometimes jumping, sometimes striding, cautiously avoiding some spots. It's better to be safe than sorry. Fang Yuan replied indifferently, before looking at Bai Ningbing's waist. On his waist hung a string of monkeys. These monkeys were small, the biggest was no bigger than an arm's length. They had round heads, and their bodies were covered in fine and thick black fur, glossy and shining. What was most eye-catching was the leaves growing on their waists. These green leaves formed a circle and connected into one, covering the monkey's hips and butt. It looked exactly like a grass skirt. These monkeys were the grass skirt monkeys. The grass skirt monkeys were delicious, and these days, Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan had been eating them. The captured grass skirt monkeys also realized what was going to happen next. They struggled with all their might, but it was useless. The entire cave echoed with their shrill and panicked cries. Looking at the time, it was lunchtime. Roast them, I'm a bit hungry. Bai Ningbing rubbed her stomach, throwing the strung-up grass skirt monkeys on the ground. I'll deal with them first, you can roast them. The meat you roast is much better than mine. She squatted down, about to kill the monkeys. Fang Yuan stopped her. Today, I'll teach you a new way to eat them. Immediately, he hooked his finger, and a blood light flew out of Bai Ningbing's aperture. The blood light landed on Fang Yuan's hand, turning into a blood moon mark. It was the blood moon goo. In Fang Yuan's palm, a faint red glow appeared. Although the blood moon goo was a rank 3 goo, Fang Yuan did not use it to attack, thus he could barely control it. Bai Ningbing did not know what Fang Yuan was planning, but her blue eyes stared without blinking. She saw Fang Yuan stretch out his hand, lifting up one of the grass skirt monkeys. He grabbed the neck of the monkey, causing it to be unable to move its head. Next, he placed his palm glowing with red light on the monkey's head, circling it once. Back then, he used the Moon Valley goo to open rocks. Now, he used the blood moon goo to cut the monkey's head. After circling around his palm, the primeval essence in Fang Yuan's aperture was completely depleted. The red light in his palm disappeared, and Fang Yuan smiled, lightly grabbing the monkey's head, lifting it up. Immediately, half of the monkey's head was ripped open. A complete white monkey brain was exposed to the air. The grass skirt monkey struggled madly, feeling heart-wrenching pain. The screams were sharp and ear-piercing, echoing endlessly in the cave. But Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, his hands were like pincers, not moving at all. The grass skirt monkey's hands and feet were clawless and delicate. It scratched Fang Yuan's arm, but could not hurt him at all. Have a taste of this fresh monkey brain. Saying so, Fang Yuan took out a soup ladle, handing one to Bai Ningbing. Are we going to eat it raw like this? Bai Ningbing hesitated as she looked at the white monkey brain mixed with some traces of blood. Fang Yuan smiled, demonstrating first. He used the soup ladle to cut the monkey brain, digging out a piece and putting it in his mouth. His throat moved, and he swallowed it. In that instant, the grass skirt monkey's cries were raised by an octave. Its body trembled as if it was electrocuted, its limbs flailing around like it was having a seizure. Bai Ningbing tried, digging out a spoonful of monkey brain and putting it in her mouth. Immediately, a vanilla taste spread on her tongue, without the slightest smell of blood. It was as soft as tofu, and with a light bite, the whole monkey brain melted in her mouth, with a hint of sweetness and coolness, filling her mouth with saliva. Her Adam's apple moved, and she swallowed the monkey brain. Her blue eyes immediately shone brightly. Her fair and translucent face also revealed a trace of intoxication. "It's so delicious," the girl exclaimed. "Only this kind of grass skirt monkey can be so delicious. Their monkey brain is a natural delicacy," Fang Yuan said, digging out another spoonful, and put it in his mouth. It was a small happy thing that he had advanced to the intermediate level. Now that he ate the monkey brain, he felt even more satisfied. Bai Ningbing laughed heartily, and her movements were twice as fast as before, swallowing a second mouthful of monkey brain. After a short period of madness, this grass-skirt monkey whose head had been cut open was on the verge of death. Its bright eyes, like jewels, had completely dimmed. When the other grass-skirt monkeys saw the state of their companion, they struggled madly, trying to escape. But under the binding of the hemp rope, their struggle was futile. In the end, they could only roll on the ground. Eating this monkey brain was similar to eating ice cream on Earth. The two of them worked together, and quickly destroyed the monkey brain. Again. Bai Ningbing licked her lips and waved the ladle as if she hadn't had enough. Fang Yuan's primeval essence had already recovered to 90%, he used the same trick, and cut open another monkey brain. For a moment, the delicacies entered their mouths, and the two of them ate happily. Inside the cave, the grass-skirt monkey's painful and shrill screams and howls reverberated. After eating the monkey brain, they roasted the monkey meat. The monkey meat of the grass-skirt monkey was delicious, especially the breast. The taste of the entire monkey meat was similar to that of grilled fish on sugar cane slices. "Rice bag grass," Fang Yuan willed, and shot out a green light from his aperture. The green light landed on the ground, and immediately sprouted. In a few breaths' time, the green sprouts grew into green leaves, and the green leaves grew into vines. The vines moved, and after covering an area of 10 m, a few branches grew out, and large leaves grew out. These leaves were as plump as a bucket. At first, they were only the size of a finger, but they gradually grew to the size of a fist, and finally to the size of a bowl, before they were considered ripe. Bai Ningbing was familiar with the process, and plucked a piece first. She untied the top of the leaf, and there was a handful of rice inside. The rice grains were plump, white, and flawless. Bai Ningbing looked up, and poured a mouthful of rice. After chewing and swallowing, she ate the monkey meat. A full stomach is a kind of happiness. She sighed. "How are the grass-skirt monkeys?" Fang Yuan asked. Bai Ningbing's gaze focused. "It's fine if we don't go deep into the forest. But once we go deep, the 3 monkey kings will appear. The wine you want is at the center of the forest, you probably won't be able to get it. If you like this work, you're welcome to Iso." In this world, humans were not the only ones who knew how to brew wine. The earliest records of wine came from Renzu's legends. Renzu dug out his left and right eyes, turning them into his eldest son, Verdant Great Son, and his second daughter, Desolate Guyue. Verdant Great Son and Desolate Guyue were together day and night, he could not help but have feelings for his sister. But Desolate Guyue rejected Verdant Great Son's pursuit time and time again. Verdant Great Son was extremely frustrated because of this. He knew he needed help, thus he asked for Wisdom Gu's help. At first, Wisdom Gu ignored him, hiding as far as it could. But Verdant Great Son persevered. Wisdom Gu could not bear his harassment and could only tell him a method. In the east of the world, there is a group of honey peach monkeys. They have brewed wine, go drink it first, then come find me. Verdant Great Son went to the east and drank wine. The honey peach monkeys brewed fruit wine. After Verdant Great Son drank it, from then on, his face became rosy. He smacked his lips as he reminisced, "So wine is sweet." Wisdom Gu laughed and said to him, "In the west of the world, there is a group of psychic monkeys. They have brewed wine, you can go drink it." The wine brewed by the psychic monkeys was bitter wine. Verdant Great Son went to the west and drank the wine. From then on, his tongue was yellowish-brown. He came back with a bitter look on his face. "So even wine can be bitter." Wisdom Gu said to him, "Wine is sweet and bitter, love is the same, life is even more so." In the north, there is a group of diamond monkeys. They also have wine, you can go and drink it. The diamond monkeys brewed strong wine. Verdant Great Sun liked it very much. He liked strong wine and drank until he was dead drunk. He felt this wine was too much to his liking. He wanted to drink even more after he was drunk. After drinking from the bowl, he still wanted to drink from the jug. Eventually, he vomited into a mess. The alcohol hit him, making him feel like he was about to die. He felt as if there were flames burning and magma flowing inside his body. "It's too hot," he shouted. All the heat rushed to the top of his head, and his hair began to burn. From then on, he had hair that burned like fire. When Verdant Great Sun woke up, he found Wisdom Goo looking at him. "What enlightenment did you get from drinking the strong wine?" Wisdom Goo asked him. Verdant Great Sun sighed, "I finally understand, no matter how good the wine is, you will still vomit if you drink too much. Everything should be done in moderation." Wisdom Goo laughed loudly and said, "In the south of the world, there is a group of skywater monkeys. The wine they brewed was pretty good. Go have a drink and see." The skywater monkeys brewed sake, which was the polar opposite of hard liquor. Verdant Great Sun lightly tasted the wine and couldn't help but forget his worries. His eyes were hazy from intoxication, slightly tipsy and floating. Wisdom Goo asked him about his feelings. He gently waved his hand and said, "I've already tasted the pleasure of drinking. Don't spread it to the awakened." Wisdom Goo laughed lightly and left quietly. Therefore, in this world, humans were not the first race to brew wine. Monkey, on the other hand, walked in front of the human. Normally, monkeys would know how to brew wine. According to the different groups of monkeys, there were different flavors of wine. But humans called the wine brewed by the monkeys monkey wine. Fang Yuan was resting in this cave. On one hand, he felt the signs of a breakthrough in his cultivation, so he stopped to break through. On the other hand, it was the monkey wine. The higher the rank of the goo worm, the greater the need for food, and at the same time, the feeding period would be longer. Fang Yuan had made ample preparations, but the capacity of the tussit of flour was limited. After the long journey, there was already some space left, and it would be best if it wasn't enough to store some monkey wine. Wine could disinfect and also drive away the cold. If he were to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm, he would need wine as a supplementary ingredient. Even if the conditions for reverse refinement were not met, it would still be good as food for the 4 flavors liquor worm. But getting the monkey wine was not easy. This grass skirt monkey group, although it was a 100-beast group, had close to 1,000 members. There were 300 beast monkey kings. Monkey groups had always been united, and once they faced an enemy, they would attack together. Although Bai Ningbing was rank 3 peak stage, he was still alone, and attacking forcefully would be courting death. Although Fang Yuan had advanced to rank 1 middle stage, the help he had in this situation was negligible. But Fang Yuan was insistent on snatching the monkey wine, and Bai Ningbing was worried about this. "So we need to outsmart them, follow me." Fang Yuan patted Bai Ningbing's shoulder, and stood up. He carefully stepped on the ground, avoiding the buried charred potatoes, and walked out of the cave. Outside the cave, the forest was green, and the sun shone brightly. The two walked for a while, and approached the periphery of the monkey group. Fang Yuan observed carefully, and finally chose a slope. Using the higher ground, he surveyed the area, and finally nodded in satisfaction. He stepped on the ground, and said, "Let's dig." After the time it took for an incense stick to burn, the two of them had dug a pit that was 30 feet deep and 50 feet wide on the slope facing the sun. Charred thunderbeam mother goo. Fang Yuan squatted at the bottom of the pit, and with a thought, he summoned a goo. This goo was shaped like a potato, and its surface was uneven, and filled with small holes. Its appearance was terrible, but it was a genuine rank 3 goo. "My primeval essence is not good enough, I'll lend it to you." Fang Yuan passed the charred thunderbeam mother goo to Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing held it in his hand, and injected his primeval essence into it. Soon, he could see that on the surface of the bean mother goo, there were green sprouts growing out of the small holes. The sprouts quickly grew, blossomed, and bore fruit. In almost a breath's time, the finger-sized dark green fruits ripened. As the branches withered, they fell into Bai Ningbing's hand. Fang Yuan took these dark green fruits, and carefully selected them, eliminating the bad, dead, and empty fruits, leaving less than a third of the good ones. These fruits were the charred thunder potato goo, a rank 2 goo. Buried in the ground, it could use the fertility of the soil to grow. Once a living creature stepped nearby, it would cause a tremor. The charred thunder potato goo would self-detonate. Fang Yuan took out one of them and instantly refined it. He pinched it between his fingers and injected his green copper primeval essence into it. The charred thunder potato goo immediately let out a faint green light and slowly floated up. Next, he willed, and the charred thunder potato goo suddenly burrowed into the ground. Fang Yuan purposely buried it deep and only stopped when the bean goo was an arm's length away from his feet. The primeval sea level in his aperture rapidly decreased, and the surrounding earth's strength gathered on the charred thunder potato goo's body. In Fang Yuan's perception, this small grass goo, in an instant, grew into a fist-sized potato. This was a mature charred thunder potato goo. As long as it was shaken, it would detonate. Bai Ningbing saw this, and could not help but feel strange. I saw that demonic path female goo master buried the charred thunder potato goo very shallowly, and it would easily detonate. If you bury it like this, even if I stomp on it, I probably won't be able to detonate it, right? Of course. Fang Yuan replied, and continued to bury his head. Bai Ningbing slightly pouted. Fang Yuan did not answer her directly, and the prideful her did not pursue the matter. Instead, her gaze concentrated, and she started to ponder. After interacting with Fang Yuan for so long, she knew that Fang Yuan would not do useless things. After Fang Yuan buried the bottom of the pit, he stood up and wiped the sweat off his forehead, calling Bai Ningbing to bury the pit together. But after a short while, when the bottom of the pit increased by 15 meters, Fang Yuan called for them to stop, and continued to bury the charred thunder potato goo. Bai Ningbing saw this, and immediately understood Fang Yuan's intention. So it was like this. The charred thunder potato goo is only a rank 2 goo, and the explosion of one has limited power. You buried so many at once, and once it detonates, even 1,000 Beast King would not feel good. But how are you going to lure those 3 Monkey Kings here? Although the charred thunder potato goo was an offensive goo, it could not be moved, and its practical value was greatly reduced. How difficult is this? When the time comes, I just need to catch 2 or 3 young grass skirt monkeys, and taste their brains in this pit. Their screams will definitely attract the angry monkey groups. At first, it will only be an ordinary monkey group, and all you need to do is block them and kill them. After that, it should be those 3 Monkey Kings. Fang Yuan buried the grass goo as he replied. Bai Ningbing could not help but nod. Wild beasts were wild beasts after all, and had limited intelligence. Fang Yuan's plan was extremely crude, but it would definitely be useful. As long as I kill those 3 Monkey Kings, getting the monkey wine will be as easy as pie. Of course, if I can catch a few wild goo from the Monkey Kings, that would be even better. Bai Ningbing pondered. Next, they spent the entire afternoon in this pit. They continuously stimulated the charred thunder potato goo, and then buried it personally by Fang Yuan. Next, the 2 of them filled the pit. After one layer of soil, another layer of soil was added. This continued until the pit was filled. The 2 of them were sweating profusely. Fortunately, Fang Yuan had the strength of 2 boars, and Bai Ningbing had the strength of 1 crocodile to perfection. But on the second day, Fang Yuan did not make a move, but continued to dig. Bai Ningbing was puzzled. Fang Yuan said, "One pit is not safe, we have to make preparations. Every little bit of preparation is a good thing." Thus, for the next 3 days, Bai Ningbing finally realized Fang Yuan's abnormal caution. They dug 5 pits and buried large numbers of charred thunder potato goo. Of course, the first pit was the largest. Because of the ample preparation, the plan to deal with the grass skirt monkeys went very smoothly. Only 2 pits were detonated, and the monkey group was routed. 2 of the 3 Monkey Kings died, and 1 was injured. The injured monkey group escaped with their group. The dead were blown to bits, and the goo worms on their bodies naturally did not survive. Fang Yuan obtained large amounts of monkey wine, so much that the tusset of flour could not hold it all. It was enough to reverse refine the 4 flavors liquor worm. As for feeding the liquor worm, it would not be a problem for 2 years. If they encountered a caravan, these monkey wine could also be sold for a good price. There is one more thing before we leave. Let's clean up the battlefield and fill the two pits. Fang Yuan said. Do we need to be so careful? Bai Ningbing felt pained at the thought of the pits. Fang Yuan glanced at her, and with just one sentence made Bai Ningbing obediently work. Did you forget how we found that demonic female Gu Master? It was by relying on the traces left by the demonic female Gu Master along the way. Dig a pit, don't end up burying yourself in it. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to Iso. By Gu Mountain, we are finally here. On a slope, Fang Yuan gazed at the white mountain peak far away, sighing. Beside him, Bai Ningbing stood silently. Both of them were dressed in rags, their faces full of fatigue. Just a moment ago, they had struggled to escape the pursuit of the angry steel boar family of 5. The angry steel boar was a special beast group. They were few in numbers, usually in families, the number of members would not exceed 10. But as long as it was an adult angry steel boar, it was at least a 100 beast king. In the family of 5 that chased after Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, Grandpa Boar was already 1,000 beast king, Daddy Boar and Mommy Boar were 100 beast kings, even the son and daughter had rank 1 Gu worms. Another 5 days had passed since they obtained the monkey wine. After a difficult journey, Bai Gu Mountain was already in sight. The southern border was vast with many mountains. Ordinary hills were not worthy of being called a mountain, only those that were at least 10,000 feet tall could be called a mountain. Bai Ningbing stood on the slope, gazing into the distance. This was the first time she had seen Bai Gu Mountain. Around Qingmao Mountain, there were many hills. But this Bai Gu Mountain was like a lonely general, the surrounding terrain was very flat. It rose from the ground, reaching into the clouds, a deathly white color. This kind of white was not the white of snow, but the white of bones. Bai Gu Mountain, as the name suggested, every rock on the mountain was made of bone. People called it bone rocks. Bai Gu Mountain was not a dead and desolate place. There were many special plants growing on the mountain, large numbers of bone beasts lived there, and at the same time, there were many bone-type wild Gu worms. Bai Ningbing furrowed her brows as she read on. Any mountain or river was a place where the essence of elemental energy gathered. Bai Gu Mountain did not have any traces of humans, it was a completely wild mountain. Large numbers of wild beasts, Gu worms, and deadly plants gathered on the mountain. The danger level was definitely higher. What was Fang Yuan's motive for insisting on entering this mountain, or rather, what was it that was attracting him so strongly? Fang Yuan's imagination was running wild. Bai Gu Mountain was still a barren mountain, no signs of human habitation. But this situation, after 10 years, would completely change. A large mountain stronghold would move the entire clan over and develop here. This clan's surname was Bai Clan Village. In the future, with the White Bone Mountain as the center, it would radiate for thousands of kilometers, becoming the overlord of this place. What left the deepest impression on Fang Yuan was not the rise of the Bai clan's power. Because in this world, the power of an individual could completely override the power of a group. They were a pair of siblings from the Bai clan. Bai Xing and Bai Hua. When this pair of brother and sister were 18 years old, they were competing in the back mountain of White Bone Mountain, and they had accidentally discovered a cave. In this cave, they activated the inheritance. The complete inheritance of a righteous rank 4 Gu Master. This Gu Master's name was unknown, only his title was left, Flesh Bone Master. 100 lives and 100 flowers had benefited from this. After receiving the inheritance, they had grown into the righteous path's twin stars. Close to 100 years later, they both advanced to rank 5 and took over Bai Clan Village. The strength of 2 rank 5 Gu Masters pushed the clan's power to a new peak. The Gu worms in the complete inheritance must cover the 6 aspects of attack, healing, defense, movement, storage, and investigation. Once I obtain this inheritance, I will be able to gain a stable foothold and know when to advance or retreat. Previously, when Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing escaped from Qingmao Mountain, their cultivation was not enough, and their Gu worms were not complete. It was like a boat sailing in the raging waves, or walking on the edge of a cliff. If their luck was bad, they would be in danger of dying. After many twists and turns, an opportunity came, and they killed a heavily injured demonic female Gu Master. After snatching her Gu worms, with the rice bag grass Gu and jumping grass Gu, they could barely survive. But they still had their flaws. Not only because they lacked a healing goo, but also because their cultivation was too low. Even if Fang Yuan advanced to rank 1 middle stage, so what? Green copper primeval essence was still green copper primeval essence. Right now, he was relying on his great aptitude, as well as the heavenly essence treasure lotus's quick recovery of primeval essence, allowing him to barely deal with the situation. But in reality, his battle strength was negligible. If not for Bai Ningbing, he would have died tragically in the crocodile's stomach when he was stranded by the river. To be able to get here, it was all because of Bai Ningbing. But relying on others was not as good as relying on oneself. If I can obtain Baigu Mountain's inheritance, many problems can be solved. Fang Yuan thought in his heart. First was the jade bone goo. With this goo, he would be able to rid his body of the weakness of mortal bones, making his bones harder and more resilient. His current body could only bear the strength of 2 boars. With the jade bone goo, he could add another crocodile's strength on top of this foundation. Next was the healing goo. Fang Yuan remembered that in this inheritance, there was a very famous rank 3 healing goo, flesh bone. In his previous life, it was obtained by Bai Hua, and became a famous healing goo master. Finally, it was the bone flesh unity goo that Fang Yuan valued the most. This goo was created by Master Bone Flesh, and was the only one in the world. This goo had extraordinary effects, and in his previous life, all the forces in the southern border were attracted by it. According to their effects, the goo worms in the world could be divided into 7 categories. First, attack; second, defense; third, healing; fourth, scouting; fifth, storage; sixth, and seventh, cultivation. Whether it was liquor worm, for flavor liquor worm, man-beast life burial goo, relic goo, or even heavenly essence treasure lotus, they were all under the cultivation category. This bone flesh unity goo was a mystical goo in the cultivation world. Like the yin-yang rotation goo, it was a pair of goo, used on 2 goo masters. It could allow these 2 goo masters to dual cultivate, and their cultivation would advance at the same time, achieving twice the result with half the effort. If I get the bone flesh unity goo, with Bai Ningbing's help, my cultivation will advance by leaps and bounds. After rank 3, it will rise at a terrifying speed. Especially at the early stages, the effect is much better than the liquor worm. Bone flesh unity goo, I must get it. Thinking of this, Fang Yuan secretly glanced at Bai Ningbing from the corner of his eyes. Bai Ningbing did not know, and was still looking at Baigu Mountain. Fang Yuan laughed coldly in his heart, and was about to leave, when suddenly several figures flew over. Eh? Righteous goo masters. Be it Fang Yuan or Bai Ningbing, their hearts shook. A total of 4 goo masters quickly approached. When they were 100 steps away, they landed on the ground, and moved closer to Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing. The leader was an old goo master, emitting an obvious rank 3 aura. The other 3, however, were rank 2. They wore the same clothes, moved in sync, and had a strong aura. This is the wilderness, how can we meet righteous goo masters? Goo masters and wild beasts are 2 completely different concepts. Although I am rank 3 peak stage, with the chainsaw golden centipede's blunt edge, and with Fang Yuan dragging me down, I am not these people's match. This is troublesome. The 4 goo masters approached step by step, and Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing were complaining in their hearts. Dusk. The setting sun was like blood, and the night crows cawed, flying back to their nests. Tai Ao Tian's expression was cold, walking in the middle of the group. When they set off from Qingmao Mountain, there were 8 people with him, all experts of the clan. But now there were only 3 left. Thinking of the sacrifices along the way, Tai Ao Tian's heart started to bleed. The casualties were too great, this was far beyond his expectations. It was not that their cultivation was insufficient, but their luck was too bad. After finding Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's traces, they started to drift down the Yellow Dragon River. But the river was too fast, and it was hard to leave any traces. Even if they used goo worms and had investigative and tracking experts, they had still gone too far in their pursuit. They had no choice but to go against the flow, and after some time, they finally found the place where Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing's bamboo raft was stranded. Then, trouble came. They were attacked by a large group of 6-legged crocodiles. Speaking of which, they were really unlucky. It turned out that this shoal was one of the six-legged crocodile spawning grounds. After the destruction, the six-legged crocodiles that occupied this place were also destroyed. Among the beast groups, there was a division of power. So the owner of this territory was already dead. This ownerless land naturally attracted the attention of the surrounding groups of six-legged crocodiles. Just as they were about to spread their influence here, the Tai clan's hunting team came ashore. "What are you? How dare you barge into our territory? This territory belongs to us six-legged crocodiles. Trying to snatch my territory, you are courting death." The territorial concept of wild beasts could not be violated. Thus, a huge battle erupted. Under the attacks of 2,000 beast groups and 300 beast groups, the Tai clan group lost 2 people and were forced to escape. Feng Yuan's method of dealing with traces was very experienced. This caused their investigation to be unable to make any progress. With the help of goo worms, they finally found out the direction Feng Yuan was heading in. Then, a colorful nightmare descended. And Xianxia divine pheasant descended from the sky and targeted them, treating them as food. Right now, the entire escape process was deeply buried in Tai Aotian's heart. The Xianxia divine pheasant's figure became the culprit that woke him up from his dreams every night. The Xianxia divine pheasant took away the lives of 3 of their companions. Among them were their most professional investigative goo masters, as well as rank 3 defensive goo masters. Their losses were severe. Right now, the goo masters in charge of investigation were all taking turns. Although he suffered such heavy losses, Tai Aotian did not want to give up. He was the 4th young master of Tai clan, with a great aptitude. He had high hopes placed on him since he was young. He cultivated hard, inheriting the Tai clan's strong and resolute character. Supporting Tai Shueleng and his daughter was his first official mission. However, he only saved Tai Ruanan. Divine investigator Tai Shueleng sacrificed himself. There was a huge gap between this and his ideal result. But if he could capture the demonic remnant of the Blood Sea inheritance and take revenge for Tai Shueleng, how successful would that be? Such a contribution would turn into his capital for the clan leader's position in the future. This would allow him to gain the support of more clansmen. He was not worried about the strength of the demonic remnant. During the pursuit, they had already discovered from the clues that Feng Yuan and Bai Ningbing's battle strength was limited. Maybe because of their injuries, they only had the strength of a rank 3 goo master. Although we lost many companions, I am rank 3, and so is Tai Dao Ku. With the help of the other 2 rank 2 goo masters, our strength surpasses the other 2. Once we capture the demonic remnant, our losses will become the proof of my tenacity and never giving up qualities. Tai Aotian's eyes shone. 4th young master, we have found some traces ahead. It seems we are pursuing in the right direction. At this time, the goo master in charge of scouting returned and reported. "Oh? Bring me there quickly." 15 minutes later, 2 deep pits were dug, revealing a large pile of corpses of the grass skirt monkeys. It has not even been a week since these grass skirt monkeys died. "Young master, it seems we are about to catch up to those 2. Tai Daoku was pleasantly surprised. Tai Aotian breathed in deeply, his expression suddenly becoming excited. "Finally, we are about to succeed." He clenched his fists, walking around excitedly. He looked at the western sky, the sunset glow shining on his young face, his eyes shining brightly. All his patience and hard work had not been in vain, he was finally going to get the result. "Although the sun is about to set, I can see the future and hope from this." He sighed in his heart, suddenly having the mood to climb this hill and enjoy this beautiful moment. The goo masters beside him looked at him with admiration and admiration. 4th young master, he is indeed 4th young master. Along the way, we all had the thought of giving up. Only 4th young master persisted, and now he is finally going to get the result. From 4th young master, I can see the hope of the clan and a bright future. In this life, I will follow 4th young master with unwavering determination. The goo masters looked at Tai Aotian slowly climbing the hill, dazed for a moment. They could almost see the scene of Tai Aotian ascending to the position of clan leader in the future. But at the next moment, an intense explosion occurred. Boom. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to South by Mo Xing was already 68 this year. At this age, he should have retired long ago. But Bai clan's situation was not good these years. As the clan leader's uncle and an important official, he had been working hard and doing his best, but could not leave. At this crucial moment of the clan's survival, he accepted the order and left the mountain. While marching, he unexpectedly found two Gu Masters' aura. Could they be demonic Gu Masters? This mission was extremely important to Bai clan, they could not afford to fail. He immediately led his troops and rushed over. Two youngsters? After seeing Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, he could not help but feel surprised. His gaze swept across the crowd and stopped on Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing's expression was cold, her gaze was cold as she stared at Bai Mo-Xing with her blue eyes, revealing her rank 3 aura. So young, but already rank 3, genius. Not only Bai Mo-Xing, the other three all had the same thought when they saw Bai Ningbing. At once, 4 pairs of eyes gathered on Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing had turned into a woman, her appearance was elegant and beautiful, emitting a cold aura, making her look like a snow fairy. Even though she was in a sorry state, it could not hide her pearl-like radiance. It could even serve as a foil to her strong and unyielding nature, causing others to sigh in admiration and love. Compared to her, Fang Yuan, who was behind her, was much dimmer. Fang Yuan had an ordinary appearance and only rank 1 cultivation. Many people's gazes swept past him before turning back to Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan was happy to see this, he hoped these people would pay less attention to him. But Bai Mo-Xing was different. Soon, he turned his gaze to Fang Yuan. Bai Ningbing protected Fang Yuan, showing a stance of not retreating no matter what. And Fang Yuan hid behind Bai Ningbing, but his gaze was calm. To be protected by this genius girl, this young man seems to be the leader of the two. What kind of person is he? Bai Mo-Xing was an old fox after all, his gaze was extremely shrewd. Originally, he thought they were two demonic Gu Masters, but now his heart wavered. Looking at Bai Ningbing and Fang Yuan's stance, as well as their orthodox Gu Master attire, they looked like young masters of large clans. If it's a demonic Gu Master, we can just kill him. But if he was the young master of a big family, he had to be careful. If I provoke the revenge of the powers behind them and bring trouble to the Bai clan, then I, Bai Mo-Xing, will be the sinner of my clan. Fortunately, I'm strong and the enemy is weak. The situation is under my control. As Bai Mo-Xing was thinking, Fang Yuan took a step forward and suddenly stood out. He cupped his hands together and said, I'm Guyue Fangzheng, the young master of the Guyue clan of Qingmao Mountain. Greetings, senior. Qingmao Mountain? The young master of the Guyue clan? Everyone was astonished. Bai Ningbing was also surprised, but she slightly lowered her eyes to hide the flaw in her gaze. She knew that Fang Yuan was starting to bluff. Now that the enemy was strong and they were weak, the only way to escape was to outsmart them. She had a clear view of the situation. The tacit understanding she had developed over the past few days made her take a small step back and stand beside Fang Yuan. He was still glaring angrily, looking like a bodyguard who was unafraid of death. Young lad, you're lying. Qingmao Mountain has long been destroyed. Do you think I don't know? Bai Mo-Xing's expression was cold as he shouted. Fang Yuan smiled bitterly and spread his hands, it is because Qingmao Mountain has been destroyed that I am here. May I ask for senior's name? Bai Mo-Xing was hesitating if he should say his name, but a young lad beside him already spoke, then listened carefully. We are the elites of the Bai clan. This is our Bai clan's #1 elder, and also my clan uncle, Lord Bai Mo-Xing. At this moment, Bai Mo-Xing wanted to kick his nephew to death. The Bai clan's operation this time was done with great fanfare, but other than the upper echelons of the clan, no one knew of their true objective. These people were also kept in the dark. On the surface, they were out to hunt and train their young master's courage. But their true objective was to investigate the location of the spirit spring in Baigu Mountain and carry out the preliminary cleanup. However, I don't think they will be able to guess. Bai Mo-Xing looked at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing and quickly calmed down. As expected of the Bai clan, Fang Yuan sneered in his heart. From the appearance of these 4 Gu masters, he already had a rough guess. The Bai clan's spirit spring was on the verge of drying up, thus they needed to find a new spirit spring and relocate the clan. The matter of relocating the clan was extremely important and there was a lot of preparation work. At the same time, it had to be kept a secret. Otherwise, if the enemy forces found out and sabotaged the work, the Bai clan would be in danger of being exterminated. It was just that Fang Yuan did not expect this Bai clan leader to have such foresight. 10 years ago, he had already started the preparations. He sent these clansmen to Baigu Mountain from time to time to investigate. There was indeed a reason for the Bai clan's future prosperity. The appearance of the Bai clan's Gu master surprised Fang Yuan. This would no doubt have a huge impact on his following actions. But on his face, Fang Yuan showed a slight smile and cupped his fists. So it is a fellow Bai clan member, nice to meet you. Then he turned to Bai Ningbing. Ningbing, step down. Don't worry, the Bai clan is not a demonic Gu master. Bai Ningbing heard Fang Yuan speak to her in such a gentle tone and almost got goosebumps. She endured the annoyance in her heart and retracted her battle intent, taking a step back and remaining silent. This action made the 4 Gu masters let out a sigh of relief. After all, Bai Ningbing was a rank 3 Gu master. So her name is Ningbing. Bai Mo Xing's nephew muttered in his heart, his gaze somewhat dazed. Bai Mo Xing squinted his eyes and probed, it sounds like nephew Gu Yue met a demonic Gu master on the way? Yes. My heart still palpitates when I think about it. Fang Yuan patted his chest, his gaze revealing a trace of fear, but fortunately, the clan leader and a few elders arrived in time and killed that rank 3 Gu master. Clan leader and elders. Bai Mo Xing's heart thumped and he quickly asked, don't tell me Gu Yue clan leader and elders are not far away? Fang Yuan shook his head and sighed, we got separated from the main group. Bai Mo Xing immediately relaxed. Then Fang Yuan's next sentence made his heart skip a beat, but I believe that not long later, we will meet up with the main group. Because our destination this time is the White Bones Mountain. Bai Mo Xing immediately tensed up, Baigu Mountain? What are you doing at Baigu Mountain? This? Fang Yuan purposely hesitated and did not say it. Bai Mo Xing snorted, a bad answer appearing in his heart. Qingmao Mountain was already destroyed, what did Gu Yue clan's remnant members do first? Of course it was to set up camp and rebuild their homes. Don't tell me they also chose Baigu Mountain? Damn it. In an instant, Bai Mo Xing's heart surged with intense killing intent. According to his conjecture, Qingmao Mountain's main group was his Bai clan's enemy. But he quickly restrained his killing intent. He was already old, he was not as impulsive as youngsters. Old people always prioritized safety when dealing with matters. He calmed down and thought carefully, even if he killed these 2 immediately, it would be useless, killing them would not stop Qingmao Mountain's remnant members from coming to Baigu Mountain. Instead, it would make the situation worse. First, it would create a group of enemies. And this group of enemies, although they did not have any foundation, they were very strong. Didn't you hear what Gu Yue clan's young master said? There were clan leaders and elders in the main group. What was even more frightening was that these people were even more determined to die in battle when they were in a desperate situation. Secondly, even if they attacked now. That girl called Ningbing was a genuine rank 3 Gu master. And on his side, although they were strong, there would still be casualties. Furthermore, such an important matter should not be decided by himself. The clan leader was not far away, why not ask her for instructions? Thinking of this, Bai Mo Xing decided to stabilize Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing first. He smiled, saying passionately, this is such a coincidence, nephew. Our Bai clan's main group is nearby, we are holding our annual big hunt. Our Bai clan is like half the host, nephew must come and be our guest, let us do our best to be the host. This? Fang Yuan purposely hesitated. Come, our Bai clan's roasted lamb leg is top-notch. Bai Mo Xing's nephew also persuaded, but his gaze was fixed on Bai Ningbing. Fang Yuan rubbed his belly, showing a difficult expression. He seemed to be somewhat apprehensive, but also somewhat eager. Bai Mo Xing's eyes shone brightly, laughing loudly, nephew, don't hesitate, if you continue to hesitate, you are not giving me face. Fang Yuan bowed, then I shall trouble your clan. A banquet was prepared in a spacious tent. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing each had a banquet, sitting next to each other. A few clan elders sat opposite, and the main seat was by clan leader. The top of the tent was opened, and the blue sky could be seen. In the center, a lamb was being roasted, and the fragrance had already filled the tent. Come, the lamb leg is the most tender. Guests from afar, please enjoy. By clan leader said passionately. She was a middle-aged woman. Under her signal, the servant in charge of roasting the lamb first cut the lamb leg and offered it to Fang Yuan. Then, he cut another leg and placed it on a silver plate, placing it in front of Bai Ningbing. The lamb leg was giving off steam. Fang Yuan took a bite. It was crispy and tender. If it was dipped in some honey or cumin, it would be even more delicious. It is indeed a delicacy, not inferior to the grass skirt monkey brain. Even Bai Ningbing praised after eating. The guest likes it, that is what makes the host the happiest. Ha ha ha. Bai Emoxing laughed. As Fang Yuan ate, tears flowed down. Everyone was shocked, and Bai clan leader hurriedly asked, "Nephew Fangjing, why are you crying?" The delicacy is truly too delicious, but thinking of how Ningbing and I have been in danger these days, wandering from place to place, and thinking of how our clansmen are barely clothed and starving, I cannot help but feel heartache. I hope clan leader can forgive me. Fang Yuan stood up and cupped his fists. The few clan elders looked at each other and sighed. Bai clan leader asked, "My clan deeply sympathizes with Guyue clan's disaster. Can nephew tell me what actually happened on Qingmao Mountain?" To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to come to Iso. The once lively Qingmao Mountain had now become a land of ice and snow. Such a shocking change had already attracted the attention and investigation of the nearby powers. In these few months, the news of Qingmao Mountain's destruction had already spread far and wide. I don't dare to think about it. Just thinking about it makes me feel pain. Fang Yuan sat down with a sorrowful expression. Servants, bring the wine. Bai clan leader saw that Fang Yuan did not want to talk about it, so she did not pursue the matter and ordered a servant to bring 2 jars of wine. Bai Ningbing was indifferent. She never drank wine, only water. Fang Yuan directly removed the seal and gulped down a mouthful, tears falling down his face again. Bai clan leader was shocked. "Nephew, why are you crying? After drinking your noble's wine, it is intoxicating. I can't help but think of my clan's green bamboo wine and the days of drinking on Qingmao Mountain," Fang Yuan said as he wiped his tears. The clan elders sighed even louder, and many of them comforted Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan's experience resonated with them. After all, Bai clan's spirit spring was showing signs of drying up. If they could not find a new spirit spring, the miserable state of Guyue clan would be the future of Bai clan. Bai clan leader comforted Fang Yuan again before stopping his tears. Who wouldn't be sad when their home is destroyed? I can understand nephew's feelings. But as long as there are people, there is hope. Nephew, don't be sad. I believe that in a few days, you will be able to reunite with your clansmen. Bai Emoxing probed. Fang Yuan pretended to be ignorant, wiped his tears and casually replied, "Yes, probably in a few days." Hearing this reply, Bai Emoxing and Bai clan leader quickly looked at each other. After the banquet, Bai clan leader summoned Bai Emoxing for a secret discussion. "Clan leader, the situation is not good. Guyue village was destroyed. Why did these remnant people specially rush to Baigu Mountain? It is very likely that they want to seize this territory. Should we make the first move?" Bai Emoxing said worriedly. He. The Bai clan's matriarch laughed lightly. Bai Emoxing was slightly stunned. Why is clan leader laughing? The matriarch narrowed her eyes and consoled, "Elder Emoxing, don't be impatient. There are pros and cons to this matter. As long as we operate it well, it will save us a lot of effort." With this reminder, Bai Emoxing started to think. That's right, the spirit spring of the 100 clans had been used for many years and was about to dry up. He needed to find a new spirit spring as soon as possible. This time's mission, in the name of hunting, was actually to find a suitable spirit spring on Whitebone Mountain. The Bai clan's team had just arrived not too long ago, but they had not found anything yet. However, Guyue's remnant group had traveled such a long distance to come to Whitebone Mountain, so they must have obtained some information. It could be deduced that the Guyue family definitely had information regarding the spirit spring's location. Bai clan leader saw the change in Bai Emoxing's expression and continued, "Looks like you have also thought of it. Actually, as long as it was a famous mountain or a great river, it was a place where vitality gathered, and there would always be a spirit spring. However, it was not easy to find the exact location of the spirit spring. It requires a lot of manpower and material resources. Around our Bai clan are the Fang clan, Liao clan, and Fan clan. They are all powerful clans, and they have always kept each other in check. If the news of our Bai clan spirit spring drying up were to spread, they would probably try to take advantage of us and hit us when we are down. Thus, we had previously discussed to secretly find the location of the spirit spring, and this time, we are using the pretense of hunting. However, this way, our hands and feet will be tied, and the manpower and material resources needed to search for the spirit spring will be even greater. At this point, the 100 Clans clan leader wanted to say something but hesitated. She was deeply worried. Bai Xing continued, "So, clan leader, you want to directly obtain information regarding the spirit spring's location from the Guyue family?" "Exactly." Bai Xing nodded, her eyes glowing. The Guyue family's clan leader and elders are definitely not easy to deal with, but who asked those two youths to fall into our hands? This is a heaven-sent opportunity. Bai Xing frowned, however, I don't think those two youths are stupid. It was obvious that the girl was a stubborn person with a firm will. Although the boy's cultivation was a little weak, he was calm in the face of danger and calm in the face of trouble. The first time we met, he did not panic at all when he was surrounded by us. It will not be easy to pry open their mouths. Bai Xing snorted, if they do not have such determination, how can they be the young master of a clan? These two youths are very outstanding. If they are not, then I will suspect their identity. Bai Xing continued, so, clan leader, you have to think thrice. If we torture them, I am afraid they may not give in. They left traces along the way, and the remnants of the Guyue family will arrive very soon. These people are standard desperados who have nowhere else to go. Bai Xing waved his hand, clan elder does not need to worry about this, I already have a plan. Oh? I would like to hear the details. Bai Xing's murky eyes lit up as Bai Xing listened in detail. After Bai Xing finished, Bai Xing could not help but praise, this plan has great potential. I have observed that Guyue Fangjing, he is indeed concerned about the clan, he shed tears twice during the banquet, he is a person of character. He is a youngster after all, clan leader's plan is like placing honey in front of a bear cub, or a carrot in front of a rabbit's nose. There is no need to worry about him not taking the bait. Fang Yuan pulled open a corner of the tent's curtains. It was already late at night. But Bai clan's temporary camp was brightly lit. The tents were arranged in picturesque disorder, and there were torches on metal frames at intervals. From time to time, there were patrolling Gu masters. Young Master Fangjing, what's the matter? Fang Yuan had just pulled open the tent's curtains when two guards walked over. Fang Yuan purposely burped, I drank a lot during the banquet, where can I relieve myself? Young master, this way please. You are our clan's esteemed guest, the clan leader has specially arranged a place for you to relieve yourself, it is less than 30 steps away. One of the guards immediately said. Point me in a direction, I don't like people nearby when I relieve myself. Fang Yuan waved his hand. We do not dare to disobey young master's orders, the wooden hut is over there. The guard pointed and bowed before retreating. Fang Yuan went to the wooden hut, and after taking a piss, he pretended to be drunk and purposely walked in the wrong direction. Before 20 steps, several patrolling Gu masters walked over. Esteemed guest, you are walking in the wrong direction, your tent is over there. Is that so? I remember it was over there. Fang Yuan burped. Esteemed guest, this way please. The Bai clan Gu masters showed a hypocritical smile, with a hint of unyieldingness. Fang Yuan was brought back to the tent by these people. In the tent, the lights were lit. On the east and west sides, there were 2 beds. Bai Ningbing was sitting cross-legged on the bed, cultivating and using her primeval essence to cleanse her aperture. Hearing the sound of Fang Yuan entering, she opened her eyes and asked with her gaze. Fang Yuan glanced at her before lying down on the bed, Ningbing, you should sleep early too. These days must have tired you out, not long later, you will be able to reunite with your clansmen. The more he spoke, the more confused he became. Towards the end, he had already closed his eyes and was breathing, as if he had fallen asleep. Bai Ningbing's pupil shrunk. She knew Fang Yuan was putting on an act, purposely saying this to prevent any surveillance goo worms. He had just gone out to relieve himself, but came back so quickly, it showed that this place was heavily guarded, it was impossible to sneak away at night. Thinking of this, she could not help but worry. Although she had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, her goo worms were not good enough, causing her battle strength to be lacking. In this camp, the Bai clan leader was a rank 4 goo master. There were also 5 to 6 rank 3 elders and large numbers of rank 2 goo masters. Meat on the chopping block was the current situation. Although the Bai clan was a righteous faction, humans would die for wealth and birds would die for food. Once the benefits were huge, they would definitely kill them. Bai Ningbing knew that the goo worms in Fang Yuan's hands were all top quality. Especially the Heavenly Essence Treasure Lotus and Blood Skull goo. Once they were exposed, it would definitely attract the greed of the Bai clan goo masters. The reason why they did not make a move now was because Fang Yuan had used a tiger's skin, using the non-existent Guyue clansmen to temporarily deceive them. If they did not see the Guyue clansmen in a few days, they would definitely be suspicious. By then, Fang and Bai would have no way out, and the situation would be very dangerous. How do I get out of this? Bai Ningbing frowned slightly, looking at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan had already laid down with his back facing her. Listening to his breathing, it was calm and even, as if he was really asleep. You sure can keep your composure. Bai Ningbing snorted coldly, feeling slightly annoyed and helpless. The next day. The weather was fine and the sun was shining brightly. With 3 drum beats, Bai clan leader gathered the clansmen. Our Bai clan's annual hunting competition will last for 7 days from today onwards. It will be the time for you to display your strength. According to the rules, those who obtain a good ranking will be rewarded handsomely. Next, display your bravery to your heart's content. Bai clan leader waved her hand, and the village gate opened. The goo masters who were already itching for a fight immediately rushed out impatiently. Not long after, they merged into the various mountain forests and disappeared without a trace. The previously crowded camp immediately became spacious and empty. Nephew Fangjing, did you sleep well last night? Bai clan leader turned around and smiled at Fang Yuan. Fang Yuan cupped his fists and bowed, many thanks to clan leader for your hospitality. I fell asleep the moment I laid down last night, and when I woke up, it was already morning. Ha ha ha. Bai clan leader laughed, patting Fang Yuan's shoulder with an amiable attitude. Nephew, do you want to participate in our clan's hunting competition? Let us see the heroic bearing of a Guyue man. Fang Yuan showed an awkward expression, declining. I am ashamed. I was heavily injured not long ago, and my cultivation fell from rank 3. Fortunately, the clan healed me and saved my life, but now I am only rank 1 middle stage. Actually, even without Fang Yuan's words, his rank 1 aura was already obvious. Nephew doesn't need to worry about this. As our clan's esteemed guest, you will naturally receive preferential treatment. How about this? As long as nephew can hunt an adult black bear, this green copper relic goo will be your reward. Bai clan leader lightly clapped her hands, and a goo master beside her opened his palm like he was presenting a treasure, and a finger-sized spherical goo appeared in his palm. Fang Yuan looked at this goo and sneered in his heart, but his eyes revealed a fervent expression. Then Junior will respectfully accept. If you like this work, you are welcome to Iso Roar. In the forest, a fat black bear was 2 meters tall when it stood up like a human. It roared at Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing, but the two were indifferent. The black bear was enraged, and ran towards the 2 youngsters on all fours. Don't be fooled by the bear's clumsy appearance, its running speed was extremely fast. Usually twice that of a human. The black bear was only 50 steps away from him, but Fang Yuan's lips curled into a smile of success. Bam! An explosion resounded, and soil flew everywhere. The black bear let out a miserable howl, as if it was hit in the head, and its charge was immediately halted. It was infuriated by the sudden attack. It quickly adjusted its direction, and charged towards Fang Yuan again. But just 10 steps later, another explosion occurred on the ground. Roar! The black bear's chest was covered in blood, and its eyes were bloodshot as it furiously pounced again. Wild beasts will always be wild beasts, lacking intelligence. Fang Yuan sighed, and turned around to retreat. The black bear chased relentlessly from behind, but every few steps it took, it would detonate an explosion. After dozens of steps, the black bear's body was covered in injuries, and none of its fur was intact. Its four limbs were crippled, and it was limping, no longer as ferocious as before. Its anger subsided, and its survival instincts took over. Even though Fang Yuan was not more than 20 steps away from it. But it chose to retreat. But Fang Yuan had already predicted its retreat direction, and dug a deep hole along the way, burying at least 5 charred thunder potato goo. Bam, a loud sound, and the battle ended. At the same time, a wisp of smoke floated in the tent. Within the smoke, images flickered, showing the entire process of Fang Yuan's battle. Elder Mo Xing, what do you think? Seeing the battle end, Bai clan leader asked. In the entire tent, there were only her and Bai Mo Xing. If I am not wrong, this Guyue clan young master should be using a charred thunder potato goo, right? This goo is a one-time consumable, buried in the ground and growing by absorbing the earth's energy, then exploding after being shaken. It is quite powerful among rank 2 goo worms. However, this goo would be greatly weakened in Baigu Mountain. There was no soil on the White Bone Mountain. Even the mountain rocks were bones. The charred thunder potato goo cannot be planted at all. Bai Mo Xing pondered. The 100 Clans clan leader shook her head. Your analysis is correct, but that's not what I'm focusing on. Did you notice, from the time he buried the charred thunder potato goo to the end of the battle, it was all done by Fang Jing alone? He clearly had a rank 3 guard beside him, and it was very taxing for him to use the rank 2 charred thunder potato goo. Every time he buried a stone, he would have to use a yuan stone to recover his Jin Yuan. But he insisted on doing it himself. What does this mean? Bai Mo Xing's eyes lit up. I understand. This Fang Jing was a man of integrity and was not the kind of person who would resort to trickery. He agreed to participate in the hunt. Even if it would be troublesome and tiring, he doesn't want to use external forces to cheat. Crafty and deceitful people usually don't have strong wills. A righteous man is always steadfast. If we want to find the location of the spirit spring from these two, the best way is to beat them with our wits. Hee, I am even more confident in last night's plan. Bai clan leader laughed. I did not disappoint you. 15 minutes later, Fang Yuan handed a tattered bear skin to Bai clan leader. Hee, in such a short amount of time, you managed to kill an adult black bear. As expected of the Guyu clan's young master. The Bai clan leader's face revealed an appropriate amount of surprise, which quickly turned into a smile. Nephew, you can go back and rest, the green copper relic goo will be delivered soon. Thank you clan leader, Junior will take his leave. Fang Yuan and Bai Ningbing left the central tent and returned to their residence last night. A moment later, a goo master delivered the green copper relic goo. Fang Yuan took it and immediately used it in the tent, advancing his cultivation to upper stage from middle stage. A goo master's small realm was easy to break through, it was a matter of painstaking effort. But large realms needed the support of aptitude. Relic goo, stone aperture goo, many goo worms could allow a goo master to forego painstaking effort and raise their cultivation in a short period of time. However, rank 1 upper stage was still rank 1, such a small increase could not change the current situation. At night, Bai clan leader set up a banquet in the tent and invited Fang and Bai. Bai clan had a tradition, during the hunting competition, there would be a bonfire banquet every day. The super large bonfire banquet would be held outdoors in the camp. As for the small banquet in the central tent, only the top few of the competition would be invited. Fang and Bai, because of their different statuses, were still guests. Come, let me introduce our tribe's hope star to nephew. You youngsters should get to know each other. During the banquet, Bai Mo Xing started the conversation. In the central tent, there were 4 youngsters. 2 males and 2 females, without exception, were all rank 3. One of the males was Bai Mo Xing's nephew, called Bai Mo Ting. He had a thin body and was 3rd place on the first day of hunting. Of the 2 females, one was called Bai Chao Shui, she had a sloppy appearance but was 4th. The other was called Bai Lian, she had a beautiful appearance with white skin and thick and dense eyelashes. She had a fresh and natural aura and was the publicly recognized beauty of the Bai clan. The two girls sat next to each other, forming a sharp contrast. Bai Zhanlai greets the two esteemed guests. The last young male Gu master took the initiative to speak, taking over Bai Mo Xing's words. He had a tall and sturdy body, filled with arrogance and surging battle intent. His gaze swept past Feng and Bai, pausing on Feng Yuan for a moment, revealing a disdainful smile. However, his gaze was fixated on Bai Ningbing. Bai Ningbing was like an ice fairy, with silver hair and blue eyes. Her beauty surpassed Bai Lian by a head. More importantly, she had rank 3 peak stage cultivation, attracting Bai Zhanlai's interest. He snorted, "It seems in your Guyue tribe, there are more yin and less yang?" Bai Ningbing's expression was like ice, not changing at all. Feng Yuan's expression turned cold and ugly. Bai clan leader laughed, "This is the #1 expert of the younger generation in our tribe. Nephew, don't blame me, I have always spoken like this." "I don't dare." Feng Yuan's lips curled as he faced Bai clan leader. "Brother Zhanlai is indeed a dragon among men, Feng Jing admires you." His tone was complex, but he displayed it perfectly. There was the patience of living under someone else's roof, the helplessness of having weak cultivation, and the unresigned arrogance of a young man. Even Bai Ningbing could not help but raise her eyebrows. Bai Zhanlai snorted coldly. Feng Yuan sneered in his heart. He knew of Bai clan's difficult situation, but Bai clan did not know his true background. Although the situation was disadvantageous to him, Feng Yuan firmly held the advantage in information. How to use this advantage is the key to escaping. Green copper relic Gu is a good sign. This shows that Bai clan is wary of the non-existent Guyue troop. They don't want to use force, and want to use schemes to deceive. Is this Bai Zhanlai the next chess piece of Bai clan? Thinking about it carefully, his words seemed too forceful. If he really is the next chess piece of Bai clan, it will be somewhat troublesome. Why don't I personally give my weakness to the other party, and reveal my weakness? If Bai clan casually set up traps like this, Feng Yuan would no doubt become more and more passive. Thus, he might as well give the other party a weakness, and purposely expose some fake weaknesses, and fight for some initiative in disguise. Thinking of this, Feng Yuan's gaze swept through the tent, and immediately came up with a plan. He looked at Bai Lian opposite him. After staring for a while, Bai Lian seemed to sense Feng Yuan's gaze, and Feng Yuan turned his gaze away, looking elsewhere. As the banquet continued, Feng Yuan stole glances at Bai Lian from time to time, but avoided eye contact with Bai Lian. During the latter half of the banquet, Feng Yuan kept peeking at her, and the frequency increased. This scene was witnessed by the 100 Family's clan leader and some of the elders. The clan elders revealed smiles in their eyes. It was normal for a young man to be in love. Bai Lian was the clan flower of Bai clan. It was natural for her to attract the attention of Guyue clan's young master. After the banquet ended, Bai Mo Xing excitedly requested to see the clan leader. "Clan leader, did you see the scene during the banquet?" Bai clan leader nodded with a smile. "Let me make some more plans." The night was silent. On the second day of the hunt, Bai clan leader summoned Feng Yuan again, and asked Feng Yuan to hunt an earthhorn rhinoceros. Feng Yuan used the same trick, using charred thunder potato goo to blast the earthhorn rhinoceros, and brought back the rhinoceros horn. After Bai clan leader praised him, she rewarded him with a clearing heat goo. Clearing heat goo was like a beetle fossil, with a translucent jade-like texture. Holding it in his hand, he could feel a cool air. This goo was specialized in detoxification, and was a rank 2 healing goo. After obtaining this goo, Feng Yuan finally made up for his greatest weakness. At the day of the bonfire banquet. "This is my son, and this is my daughter. Bai Xing, Bai Hua, stand up and offer a toast to this brother," Bai clan leader said. A pair of twins stood up and raised their wine cups like adults, saying together, "Bai Xing, Bai Hua, offers a toast to young Master Guyue." They slightly bowed with a solemn expression, showing that they had good upbringing, without the slightest bit of mischievousness of children. Feng Yuan was slightly stunned, and could not help but size up this pair of siblings. According to his previous life's memories, these two children would become the twin stars of the righteous path, and for a period of time, they would be unparalleled. Eventually, both of them would reach rank 5, and push Bai clan's power to an unprecedented height in history. At the same time, they were the inheritors of Baigu Mountain's inheritance. Among them, Bai Xing was the future clan leader of Bai clan. In a clan, the position of clan leader was usually inherited by the clan leader's own children. But, like Guyue village, where the clan leader did not have any children, they would select the best among the pure-blooded clansmen. Humans had to go through a process of growth. This pair of twins, Bai Xing and Bai Hua, could become heroes in the future. But these two were still too young, and could not even be considered students. Fang Yuan retracted his gaze, and turned his attention back to Bai Lian. The banquet continued. During this time, Fang Yuan kept sneaking glances at Bai Lian. Bai Zhanlai was finding fault, and his tone was getting more and more impolite. Bai Mo Xing's nephew, Bai Mo Ting, was sneaking glances at Bai Ningbing. P.S. There will be a second update at 9:30 p.m. To be continued. If you like this work, you are welcome to ESO. End of chapter 221. Don't forget to subscribe, like, and share the video to support the channel.